What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, January 22nd, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock this morning. On today's show, the Final Four in the NFL is set. We will recap the divisional round of the NFL playoffs and start to look ahead to Conference Championship Sunday, which, of course, comes your way this weekend. Plus, Texas basketball gets a much-needed bounce-back win, a thriller at the Mood on Saturday, the biggest win of the year for Texas basketball. We'll recap that game and talk about what it means for Rodney Terry's squad going forward. Texas football had a very successful Junior Day event on Saturday. The Longhorns picking up a couple of commits for Steve Sarkisian, and we'll get into some golf. We'll have plenty of fun along the way. We are jam-packed to start off the week. What's going on, Buck?
It is absolutely fantastic. A little bit of rain this morning, but that's okay. As long as we get rid of this dadgum coldness, my goodness, go away. We'll see you in February, please. And I mean the middle of February or late February. It is cold. It has been so weird and cold. My whole body is aching, and the rain doesn't help. But it's supposed to be 60 today, maybe in the 60s tomorrow and Wednesday, and then 70 possibly on Thursday, which by that time, this stuff will dry up and go away. It doesn't take long to dry up around here, but the cold stays in your bones when you're an old man for quite a while. It takes me about 48 hours, almost 72 hours to get rid of the cold in my bones. And I know my wife I was complaining last night. I said, my God, getting in bed, I'm like, it's freezing in here. And she says it's at 70. I'm like, well, it feels like it's at 60 up in here. I'm like, I like to go to bed without it. If I hit a spot, I just totally wake up because it's so cold. And she let me know that, when she goes to her mom's house, her mom has it at 65 at night. I'm like, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Now, and I've lived in, with Pam Cummings and Jimmy, we lived up in that old place where we had to put fire in the stove during the night. You'd wake up and do that. You know why you do that? Because you were freezing, and that's the only way to get any heat in the place. But, I got a Woods comfort systems here. I don't need to be doing that. I just need to hit a button here and get that bad boy. If I have to get it up to 72, why not? Let's go.
You don't have a Pam Cummings here, so you have nobody to spoon with like you did back in the day.
Well, nobody with all that hair, that's for sure. Just sorry about that. Kids in the car line. You'll understand someday.
Yeah.
It's okay. I called for rain today, so
You did. Yeah, there was also a 90% chance of
what?
rain.
Come on, man. I called for that last week, said, hey, Trey's wife did not want it to rain on Sunday. I said, you know what? I said, Monday's the day you'll have to worry. Sunday we did. Now we had a little drizzle. Now, when counting that, I would have counted that. But then again, it was in the 24-hour window. Sunday was. So, but today, this started early this morning, and man, has it been sometimes torrential downpour, sometimes just a little spattering of rain, but it's raining now.
It is. Yeah, the cold rain combo is the worst. That's what we had last night. Thankfully, the temperatures are warming up a little bit, but it is supposed to rain around here for what, the next 2-3 days?
Yeah.
Weather guesser, that's on you. What are we calling here?
We got it all the way into Wednesday morning.
Okay. I'm not giving you much credit for the rain, but I will
I don't know
give
how
you credit.
Can. I called for it.
I will give you credit for something else.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I know you like this. You are on fire right now. I mean, NBA Jam level fire with your Gold Star unit locks. You are 6-0 in the NFL playoffs with your 5 to 10,000 unit plays. You went 3-0 in the wild card round last weekend, and you went 3-0 in the divisional round this weekend. You were already up 53,000 units on the season going into Saturday, and you went up 20K more thanks to the Chiefs.
Yeah, baby. Come on.
+3.
Wrong team favorite.
In a Lee Sterling wrong team favored special, you had 10,000 units on Kansas City +3. Of course, they won outright last night. You had 5,000 units on the Fudge Packers covering the 9.5.
9.5 in a playoff game? Are you kidding me?
They should have won that game on Saturday. Jordan
Their secondary
Love
can't catch.
No, and Jordan Love doing his best Brett Favre impression at the end of that game.
Yeah, that was nuts.
He was really good for most of that football game and then kind of collapsed down the stretch, but still easy cover for the Packers. And then yesterday, thanks to a no call on a 2-point conversion in that Lions-Bucks game that should have given the Bucks another try. You could tell who my cousin had money on yesterday.
Yeah.
Detroit covers the 6.5. They beat Tampa Bay by 8. So
There
you
you
go 3-0 this weekend. And once again, a perfect 6-0 in these NFL playoffs. Congratulations to you.
I think my deal has run out. I have to be very careful this week. I'm a little nervous. Yes. So folks, I don't know, maybe fading time. I don't know. It's tough. I'm going to tell you, this is a tough week this week. All I know is that one quarterback from Kansas City is the best in the business. So I can't doubt him. Even though he's going to be on the road, it's hard to doubt that dude.
I will say this. Last week at about this time, you were saying you were nervous about the divisional round. And at the start of the week, you said you only had one play you were going to give the people. And I think you and I collectively convinced you to give the folks what they wanted. And you ended up making 3 plays. Like, your confidence gained throughout the course of the week. And once again, you ended up getting all of your picks right. So hopefully you at least have one for the people. There's only 2 games to choose this week. Hopefully you at least give us one gold star lock, because we need it right now. I'm fiending. I'm a crack addict. I need that stuff, man.
I think San Francisco could have played better in their win over Green Bay. I think say goodbye to you on a Monday. Say goodbye, Lions and ankle biters or whatever you are. I think that trip is over with.
The opening
and
line.
What is that early line? Tell me that early line is not 4.
No, the opening lines. You've got the AFC Championship game will be played first, and then the NFC title game will be the Sunday night affair.
Sounds like a pick 'em to me.
Baltimore's a 2.5-point favorite, and San Francisco is a 7-point favorite.
Wow.
Yeah, so those are your opening lines. Those came out yesterday, obviously, after the 2 games went final.
I'm trying to go 4 points. There's no chance that was going to be 4.
For what? San Fran, Detroit? Yeah, boy, that feels like a lot after the way San Francisco played on Saturday night, doesn't it? I mean, that was not a very inspiring performance against the 7th seed in the NFC.
Well, I don't know if Deebo Samuel. That all depends on if that dude is playing.
That's
if
true.
He's playing, I may go the distance with San Fran. But if he's not playing, they look a little lost when he's not there. They're trying to do the same thing with different types of players, and it's not working.
No. Yeah, that offense sputtered, but they picked it up when they needed to most. All right, before we really dive into the 4 divisional round games, Buck, say good morning to our friends at Fort Cavazos.
Yes, no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day, no matter what the weather is. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated, and do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Our guy Jason says he's seeing Baltimore -3.5 and San Francisco -6.5. So early money coming in on the Ravens and early money coming in on the Lions.
I don't think you can play that game with Patrick Mahomes. That guy's just too good. If you're giving him the hook, I may have to take the hook.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, as bad as they were yesterday, I thought against the run early, when they had to have it, they had it. And when the Bills needed it, they couldn't get it done. It's just the same old thing. 6 straight AFC title games for Patrick Mahomes. I'm not giving that guy any points. What are people talking about? 3 in the hook. You can't give him any points. That should be a pick'em game.
Yeah, it's the Kansas City Invitational, right? That's what
on the road in the tree. Who cares?
Yeah, the AFC Championship game has turned into the Chiefs Invitational. Now, this is the first time of those 6 where the Chiefs will be on the road for the AFC title game, right? The last 5 years, they've gotten the chance to play this game at Arrowhead. Obviously, they'll be in Baltimore on Sunday. But how about this stat in regards to Patrick Mahomes? Because I saw a lot of people take to social media last night and say, oh, the winner of this game gets the right to get destroyed by the Ravens next weekend.
Wow.
That kind of felt like a consensus thought, and Baltimore looked very good against Houston. We'll spend plenty of time talking about that game today. But Patrick Mahomes has been an underdog 11 times in his career, regular season and postseason. His teams are 9-1-1 against the spread, and they've won 8 of those 11 games outright. So he's 8-3 straight up as an underdog in his NFL career. You thought Tom Herman was good as a dog.
Wow.
Patrick Mahomes. So for those of you just kind of assuming that this is going to be easy money for Baltimore, not so fast, my friend. Mahomes thrives in these spots.
Yeah, and they find a way to run the ball. The Texans couldn't run it. They ran okay, but they didn't. But Pacheco and those guys at Kansas City in the second half of that game against the Bills, they ran it. They were knocking off 6 yards, 8 yards. It looked like, well, there's nothing there. But that kid running up inside and Creed Humphrey at center, man, they gashed the Bills in the second half. I mean, they put them in easy position. They had a lot of 2nd and 3s, 2nd and 2s. Then Patrick Mahomes would throw the ball down the field in the middle of the field to anybody he wanted. And they were all making catches yesterday. So I'm not going to doubt that guy. I can't give that guy points. I don't care if Lamar Jackson, how he's playing. I don't care how Baltimore's defense is playing either. You can't give Patrick Mahomes any points, and you're giving him 3 and a hook?
Yeah, apparently that's what it is right now.
I'm not buying it. It's going to stay that way. I'm thinking you may get a 3, just and at the end on Sunday, I think for the Bills game it ended up being 2. It wasn't even
when it closed.
Yeah, I think it closed that too. That was scary. I'm like, come on, give me 3 at least.
Yeah, what a game that was, right? I mean, early on,
there were some really good games. Yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 3 of the 4 games were great. Really, 3.5 of the 4 games were great because the Baltimore-Houston game was 10-10 at halftime. In the second half, it turned into a Baltimore beatdown because the Texans just couldn't do anything offensively, right? Their only touchdown was the punt return touchdown.
Yes.
They didn't run a single play inside the Ravens' 25-yard line on Saturday.
And BK, you can't, I mean, as good as the rookie is at quarterback, he can't throw it. There's only one guy who can throw it every down and make things happen, and that's Patrick Mahomes. He's not quite there yet. He can't, you have to be able to run the ball and get yourself 3 and 4 every once in a while. They couldn't do that. They couldn't do that against that Ravens defensive line. It was just, and they didn't have anything creative to run. They just turn around and hand it off tackle. I'm like, you better do some motions or something to make those guys move, because those linebackers and those guys in the secondary were so close to the line of scrimmage. Nico Collins was the only one they felt like they had to cover. Now, Dalton Schultz had a couple nice catches, but other than that, they didn't have to play very deep, you know?
Yeah, the Ravens blitzed a lot.
Oh, yes.
And C.J. Stroud, for as great as he was during his rookie season, he could not figure out Baltimore in either of those 2 games, right? They played way back in week 1 at the start of the year. The Texans only scored 7 points in that game. And obviously the Texans got a lot better over the course of the year, but only 10 points. And once again, 3 of those points came on offense. The other 7 came via a punt return touchdown. So the Ravens, they had C.J. Stroud's number this year. Hell, they were the best team in the NFL this season. They've had just about everybody's number this year.
Yeah,
but,
and Lamar Jackson is going to hurt you at least twice during the course of the games. At the very least, it's going to be twice. And when he hurts you, it's big, Yeah. It's not just the first down. No, it's 40 yards or a 35-yard run. It's one that demoralizes your defense when you think you have him. 3rd and 6, that dude goes for 40 or something. Those are the ones that really, really hurt. He's going to do that. Minimum is 2 in a game. And if he gets 4, you're done. You don't win the game.
Mm-hmm.
But he got 2 in that game that just hurt. I mean, they hurt badly. They kept drives alive, and they scored off of them.
Yeah.
So, and against this Kansas City defense, he's still going to get his, but you just can't. If you can hold him to 1, but then again, they have to hold Kansas City. Pat Mahomes, you got to hold him to not running down the field or not taking off and then finding guys wide open. I mean, this is going to be a tough game. It'll be tough, and it's going to be tough for the Ravens. They may think they're physical, but Kansas City started to play really well on defense late in the game yesterday. They had to, because they were getting gutted early in the game. But when they got to the 4th quarter, the Bills weren't gouging them like they did early. For 3 quarters, they gouged them pretty good with the run. In the 4th quarter, it was okay. Nope, you're done. Now your quarterback's going to have to drop back, and Josh Allen no big plays. They didn't have any down the field plays against that second. That secondary is a lot better than I think it is at Kansas City. They got some young guys back there that are pretty good.
Well, Stephon Diggs dropped what should have been a big play. Like they had a
Yeah.
couple of opportunities at big plays. They just couldn't convert. Yeah, Kansas City's defense has been one of the best in the NFL all season. And you're right. Like for the first 3 quarters of that game, it was like Buffalo was doing whatever it wanted. Hell,
Oh,
both
yeah.
offenses were doing whatever they wanted. And then both defenses stepped up down the stretch. And obviously, Kansas City got a couple of huge stops late. The missed field goal by Buffalo. How about this for you Bills fans out there? Another wide right. Norwood, the ghost of Scott Norwood, was out there in Orchard Park last night. Tyler Bass.
Yeah, and it would have been over if what's-his-dude doesn't fumble the ball through the end zone at the pylon either. I thought if they scored there, it was still going to be over. I thought Kansas City was playing well at that time.
Yeah, the Chiefs had a couple of missed opportunities, right? Yeah, Mecole Hardman deciding to reach for the pylon on second down instead of, just not being an idiot.
Ball, yeah.
And then, the Josh Allen fumble on the drive after that. Like if the Chiefs player just falls on the football instead of trying to scoop and score.
You didn't need a scoop and score there, right? No.
No, like just follow on the ball. There's about 5.5 minutes left. Kansas City was up 3. If that guy
and
just
they were
falls
moving
on
the ball.
Yeah, that guy falls on the ball. The Chiefs get it near midfield, and they're probably going to kick at least a field goal, but maybe score a touchdown that would have iced the game. Instead, the guy tries to pick it up, and he can't. So Buffalo gets to keep that drive alive. That was the same drive where they missed that field goal. But yeah, Kansas City, they had a couple of opportunities to ice that one, and they didn't. And you're thinking, oh, man, these are going to come back to bite them. And the Chiefs, for as great as they've been all year and obviously as great as they've been throughout this dynastic run, like this one's going to sting for a while.
Yeah.
But Buffalo did what Buffalo does in the playoffs, especially against the Chiefs, and they choked.
Yeah, there was a lot of, when you watch Green Bay and San Francisco this weekend, as I said, one of the biggest plays in football is the missed interception. They missed 2. Right in their hands. It wasn't even hard for a defensive lineman to catch some of those ones that the secondary guys missed. The same dude who got the pick 6 against Dallas had one right dead smack in his hands. It was easier than that. Well, no, I'm sorry. Dak Prescott makes them really easy. He hits them right in the breadbasket, and they just stick there.
Come on. What I mean? Why is Dak taking strays today?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when Dak throws a pick, why is his pick so easy compared to other people's?
I don't know. Nobody ever. Green Bay was dropping interceptions left and right against Brock Purdy, but against Dak, they're making like these.
He's throwing those little softballs up. Why are they dropping those?
I know. I was like, golly, why couldn't have they dropped any of those against the Cowboys last week?
And of course, I was rooting for Green Bay, which is hard enough to do.
Oh, well, you got the plus 9.5. That's all you really cared about.
It's just a lot of points. There's a lot of points in a playoff game. I thought that was a lot with, Baker at the end. I thought was going to come down and score a touchdown, but of course he threw a pick. It was about time for him to throw a pick in that game. He was playing okay.
Yeah, we're kind of bouncing game to game, but since you brought up the Bucks, I've got to show you. Let me see if I can find this picture real quick. Something that happened at the end of that Bucks-Lions game that made absolutely zero sense to me. And Todd Bowles, the head coach of Tampa Bay, has been getting destroyed for this, and rightfully so. I don't know if I've ever seen something like this happen in an NFL playoff game. Like, if this happens in the preseason, not a big deal. But this literally happened in a playoff game with a spot in the NFC Championship on the line. Here's the last play of the game. The Lions have the football up by 8. They're kneeling out the clock. They had just taken a knee on 3rd down and 12, and there's 35 seconds left. You see at the bottom, the Bucks had 1 timeout left. And Detroit, it would have been 4th down for them. They would have had to trot their field goal team out onto the field for what would have been like a 48-yard field goal.
Yeah.
And if they miss that, the Bucks get the ball down 8 with a chance to win with about like 28, 30 seconds, right? It would have taken a minor miracle to obviously get that, but Todd Bowles didn't even try. He never even took the timeout. And then after the game, he was asked about it, and he's like, yeah, the kicker's probably not going to miss that, and we just didn't want to delay the inevitable. It's like, dude, we're not talking about like a 22-yard field goal here. We're talking about a long field goal. If the guy misses it, your team has a chance to force overtime.
And we saw blocked field goals during these playoffs here.
Right.
In the weekend.
Like I was stunned watching this in real time, and Todd Bowles has been getting dunked on, and rightfully so. Like, I've never seen a coach in a playoff game just literally raise the white flag like that with a chance to win a game.
Raise that flag. There you go.
Like, that is.
Give me that win.
Tanner says, now that's class. Yeah, Rodney Terry maybe would have liked that one. That is sorry by the Bucs, who played a hell of a game, by the way. I'll give Baker Mayfield some credit, man. Great year for him. The Bucs fought hard.
He's coming back. But Todd Bowles said we want him back. I'm thinking, what about you? They may not want you back. I think that's not what the fans in Tampa are looking at. They're not looking at Baker Mayfield. They're looking at you, Coach.
Well, it was a great year for the Bucs, right? I mean, like Tom Brady retired. That team made the playoffs last year, but they made it because their division sucked. Now it sucked this year, but they were 8-9 last season. And everyone's like, well, they only won 8 games because they had Tom Brady. Like, the GOAT is leaving. That team's going to be a 4 or 5 win team this year. And obviously Baker Mayfield has bounced around, and his reputation was a little shattered with the way things had gone in his last couple of stops. So,
and what happened to Mike Evans? Did Mike Evans forget how to catch?
Well,
did Mike Evans start using his feet for his hands or something all of a sudden?
I mean, he had a rough first quarter, but he had a great game.
Oh, that one catch was awesome.
Yeah, right before halftime.
Oh, my goodness.
On that game-tying touchdown drive. Yeah, no, Mike Evans had a bad drop, turned into an interception. That was a huge play. There's no denying it, but he figured it out. But, yeah, look, the Bucs, I don't think Todd Bowles is losing his job. The Bucs were supposed to be a lot worse than they were. Baker obviously deserves credit for getting them to the playoffs, but the head coach deserves some credit too. So I don't think he's going anywhere. But shoot, like that's a bad look for Todd Bowles. Like, you take the timeout, Lions kick the field goal, they make it, game over, whatever. Right. Like that's fine. You fought hard. It's a great year.
Dude, you block the field goal and somebody scoops and goes for a touchdown. You're the hero.
That's a dang coaching mistake.
Yeah, you got to give yourself a chance there.
Yeah, and that's like, don't do that stuff, man. Don't give people a reason to fire you. And that shit right there is like a reason for Tampa Bay to maybe question whether or not they've got the right guy at head coach. If he's not smart enough to realize he needs to, take a timeout to maybe save his team's season in the last minute of a playoff game. Bizarro world there. All right, more on the Texans, Ravens, because the Texans, of course, the only local team playing this weekend. Look, a great year for Houston. There's no denying it. I don't think any Texans fan is hanging their head. Obviously, whenever a season comes to an end, you're a little disappointed, and the Texans still have yet to reach a conference championship game, right? They're the only franchise in the NFL that hasn't been there. They are the newest franchise in the NFL, but they were hoping this was the year for them to get it done. Unfortunately, they couldn't. But what a year for Houston. The first team to win a playoff game after 3 seasons of 4 wins or less. CJ Stroud looks to be the real deal. He's going to win your Rookie of the Year. DeMeco Ryans should win Coach of the Year. I don't know if he will, but it looks like the Texans have their coach and quarterback in place, and it feels like, Buck, the future is very bright in Houston.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, that defense is only going to get better. As I said, that's a tough gadget you're going against. A healthy Lamar Jackson, who's made it through the whole season so far. He's tough on anybody, much less a young defense like that. I think they're going to get better defensively. They're going to build around. They're still going to have to do something with their running game, their offensive line, and they'll find another wide receiver. When those guys get healthy, that's a heck of a group of receivers and quarterback that they have. They're going to still have to look as good as they think they are at running back. They'll still have to find another runner somewhere. One will come available. But the offensive line still has to get a little bit better. If you're going to build around your quarterback, you still got to continue to help your offensive line with depth. So that'll be important for them. Defensively, I don't worry about them. I love their secondary. They're going to be good at secondary. I think they're going to be good enough at linebacker. They're going to have to find another war daddy on the defensive line. And I think they've got a really, really bright future. That's not a flash in the pan. That's not a one-year deal and then they disappear. I think they just get better.
Yeah, as long as CJ Stroud continues to progress, I mean, I don't see why he won't, right? He was maybe a top 5 quarterback in the league as a rookie this year.
You're probably going to keep your OC for another year with him, which will be great.
Man, like, go back and look at some preseason articles, right? Every year you get ESPN and Bleacher Report and CBS and Fox and all of these outlets. They will rank the rosters across the NFL in terms of talent. The Texans were like bottom 3 to 5 in every single one of those rankings. Like, it wasn't that great of a roster, and they won 10 games. They won a playoff game in emphatic fashion, and they were tied on the road against the team that might win the Super Bowl this year. Like, the future is incredibly bright. They've got a ton of cap space. I think they have the second or third most money out of any team in the NFL. So they should be big players in free agency. They don't have their first round pick, but they have Cleveland's first round pick, which is actually better than theirs because of the playoff result from last weekend. So they've got some draft capital as well. Like the fact that the Texans did this with a below average at best roster is impressive.
It is, yeah.
They've got some young pieces. We weren't quite sure what they were going to be. Some guys looked really, really good. And once again, you feel like they're only going to get better as their careers continue to grow. But they've got a chance to really bolster that roster. And it doesn't feel like the Texans are going to be going anywhere anytime soon.
Dalton Schultz is going to be looking for some money this year, and he deserves to get it. They got to figure out that one thing he can't do. He's not a blocker. You can't put him on a defensive end. You can't ask him to be the lead blocker on some of your screens. He can't block worth a shit. Forget about it. He can't even get in the way. By the way, he doesn't even want to get in the way. That's the deal with him. So when you start running plays that he's your lead blocker because he's athletic, because he can get there, once he gets there, he wants to pass out. It just goes blank. And that's what you got to figure on him, that no, we can't use him. We've got to, we'll get the kid that was at Texas to be the blocking tight end or the fullback or whatever. We can't do that to Dalton Schultz, but he can get down the field, and they got to pay him. Yeah. He's a really valuable part to what they did to some of those 10 wins. He's a security blanket. At the end, his consistency with catching got really weird too. He started dropping balls, which was not like him. Unlike easy balls. I think he was trying to make big plays out of just, hey, dude, catch the ball and fall down. I think he was thinking that he was like the other tight end who catches and runs like hell. He was starting to think more of, I'm a big play catcher and run guy. No, Dalton, just do us a favor. Catch it and fall on the ground. That's good enough. But he's valuable to them. They're going to have to pay him, BK. He's going to want some money.
Sure. Yeah, he's a free agent this offseason.
He deserves it. I think he deserves it.
I will say this, as a Cowboys fan who watched Dalton Schultz for a number of years, the drops are a thing. That's been something that's plagued him for most of his career. He's still a great player. Like he does a lot of things really, really well. And you're right. He was a great, mix or a great fit with CJ Stroud in that Texans offense this year. So I'm sure Houston's going to do what they can to try to bring him back.
Drops started to come at the end of the season when you really needed those catches. You know what I mean? You needed those. Those were big. And it's playoff time. He's not going to be like that, consistent like that, because during the season, that dude's consistently catching the ball and making plays.
He's a former Cowboy. You think he's going to show up in the playoffs? Come on, man.
Oh, geez.
It's not what they do.
Yeah, but that's all right. You're still going to have to pay him. I would pay him, and he's going to ask for some good money, but he's a part of that offense that you got to keep growing. So you can't say, no, let's get rid of him. You can't just find somebody like that.
Yeah. I think your preview of what the Texans need to do this offseason is pretty accurate. They need another receiver, right? Like that offense, when Tank Dell went down with an injury, obviously they'll get him back next year, and he was having a tremendous rookie season before he went down. But once he went down, that offense just wasn't the same.
No.
So they've got Nico Collins, like Dalton Schultz is a nice tight end, but they just didn't have enough else in that wide receiver room. And John Mechie, they spent a second-round pick on him.
He's still not there.
And obviously missed his rookie season battling leukemia, had a disappointing, I guess this was technically his rookie season. And you don't know, like, if he's ever going to be what he was at Bama, right?
True.
The guy the Texans thought they were getting when they traded up and used a second on him in 2022.
I know this. He doesn't have that explosion like he did still a year later. But maybe it comes this year. You got to still hang with him. I
don't think they'll cut him or anything, but like they got to bring somebody else in as a weapon on that offense. The O-line dealt with a ton of injuries this year, and they still played pretty well for the most part.
They need more depth. Yeah.
They could get some more depth there. And you're right, up front defensively. Yeah. If they get a couple more impact players on that defense, then watch out.
And I guess the running back is okay. For coming in, he's just okay.
Yeah, so maybe the biggest disappointment for the Texans this season was Dameon Pierce, right? The second year back out of Florida, who had 1,000 yards as a rookie last season and was one of the best rookies in football before he got hurt and had to miss the final year. People were just expecting him to take a big step.
They were. You're absolutely right.
And he wasn't good. Like Devin Singletary, who was brought in on just a cheap free agent contract, kind of an afterthought deal, was far and away the best running back on the Texans. And I'll tip my cap to Singletary. He had a really good year, and the Texans needed him. But Yeah, you'd like to give more of a consistent run game to your young quarterback than what the Texans
Yeah,
were
you
able
got to
to do.
find better. You got to find better than Singletary because you know
Yeah.
you got him on the cheap from when he came from Buffalo, correct?
Correct.
Where he was just kind of average, and they got rid of him. So you don't want to bring an average guy who had a good year. I don't know. Forget it. Average is average. So he's with you. No thanks. You can find a better running back than that, and you can find it cheap. You can find one. You'll find another one, or see if Pierce maybe the light went on or something.
Yeah.
It just who knows. But you can find a better. He has to have a running game to go along with what he's doing, or a great screen game, or somebody that, you know, like the things that happen with Mahomes, guys that can run screens, a weird Pacheco. If you dump it off to him, he's going to make two guys miss, and then he's got enough power to get you a couple. Singletary's not going to. He'll make you miss, but BK on contact, he's not going anywhere.
No.
But down.
Yeah. So I like Dameon Pierce will get another chance. He's still on that rookie contract. He was a 4th-round pick, so he's not costing the Texans a lot.
Right.
I think Singletary's got another year. I can't remember if it was a 1 or a 2-year deal that he signed last offseason. But
by the way, he did play well. I mean, I'm not trying to knock him as being just a chump, but they just needed more. They needed more hard yards. He's not that guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They needed more 3-yard runs. He can get you a couple explosive runs during the course of a game. But on a consistent basis of getting you that 3 yards, if it's not there, he's not that guy. He goes straight down.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this about the Texans, because they do need a wide receiver. You know who's a free agent? Who's from the Houston area?
Who's that?
Mike Evans.
Ooh.
If you're the Texans, do you back up the Brinks truck to sign the future Hall of Famer?
It's going to cost you. It's going to cost you because that guy's a 1,000-yard receiver every year since he's been in the league.
Mm-hmm. And he's been doing it with, Jameis Winston and Baker Mayfield. Like, obviously, he had Tom Brady for a couple of years. That helps. But even when he hasn't had the best quarterbacks,
he had 1,000 yards. Yeah.
Yep. So,
Galveston, I would, because I'm not doubting that guy ever again. I doubted him coming out of A&M thinking that he was not going to be fast enough and wasn't consistent enough with his hands. Hell yeah, that's a big 6'4" guy, 215 pounds. Yes.
Yep.
You go along with Nico and the speedster, and you find a running back. They've got it going. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to load up on that one.
You would think the Bucs are going to do whatever they can to keep Mike Evans, but he is a free agent. Once again, played his high school football in Galveston at G-Ball, and maybe he wants to get closer to home and get a little change of scenery towards the back end of his career.
Now, defensively, Will Anderson still played kind of banged up this year. If he can get through a healthy year, which, I mean, he plays linebacker, so you can forget about that. There's always going to be something that's going to be bumps and bruises. But, boy, what a player he is.
Yeah, Will Anderson had a DeMarcus Lawrence type year where he didn't have a lot of sacks, and people who don't know football are like, he wasn't that good. He only had
he can run to the ball. He makes tackles all over the field.
Dude, he was incredible. He had one of the top 5 pass rush win rates in the NFL as a rookie. Like that's what you want. Pressures, obviously you would love to get sacks on top of that, but pressures are huge. They allow other people to get sacks. They force bad decisions by opposing quarterbacks. They wreak havoc in the backfield. Like, no, Will Anderson had a really good rookie year despite playing banged up for most of the season. So
you're right.
Yeah, the Texans got destroyed for that draft day trade last year, right? They took Stroud number 2. Then they had the 12th pick. They traded all the way up to number 3. They gave up their first-round pick this year, and everyone's like, really? You guys are going to be one of the worst teams in football, and you traded your first-round pick to get an edge rusher? Like, not a quarterback? You already drafted the quarterback. You went and gave up that much to get an edge rusher, and everyone's like, Will Anderson has to play well. He did. And obviously,
he's a tackling machine, too. He doesn't – you don't outflank him or you don't juke him out of his socks. That guy's a really good athlete. So he's going to make tackles. He's going to get you pressures. Everybody wants more sacks. I mean, of course you do. But he's a solid football player in the run and in the pass.
Yeah. The Texans, they crushed it with the draft last year too. I mean, Tank Dell getting him in the 3rd before the injury. Like Nick Caserio, the GM down there, was getting a lot of flack from Texans fans because his first couple of years were not great. Needed to figure some things out, and he got the coaching hire right. He got the quarterback right. Texans lucked into that one, by the way.
Yeah, you get the coaching hire was right because you got a coach and a defensive coordinator. Now you can't lose your offensive coordinator. That guy can't go and take a job yet. Give yourself another year. Well, you
Yeah,
want another year, but if somebody offers him a job, he's going to take it.
he
So
will. Yesterday didn't help Bobby Slowick too much.
no,
You don't put too much stock into one game, but you look at some of the other guys like Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator.
he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, that guy had a great game yesterday. He had a great weekend. He was
And
dialing everything up.
If Belichick doesn't end up in Atlanta, he will.
Yeah, Johnson's going to get some job somewhere. Hell, he turned down a couple last year. He maybe could have gotten something if he wanted it a season ago. He'll definitely get something this year, assuming he wants it. Like, that guy had a great weekend. Bobby Slowick, not as much, because once again, the Texans failed to get inside the Ravens' 25-yard line on Saturday.
Not a lot of talk, BK, about Dan Quinn getting one of these jobs. I know he wants to.
He's interviewed 4 times, 4 different teams. So I don't know. Like, I think everyone's waiting on Harbaugh and Belichick, right? Like, those feel like the 2 biggest dominoes. I still think Harbaugh to the Chargers makes the most sense.
It does.
But I think he interviewed a second time in Atlanta late last week. So the Falcons are interested. Obviously, Bill Belichick, the greatest NFL coach of all time, is still out there.
He's interested. I think he's interested in the Falcons. I don't know how much. He's been there twice too, but Belichick, they're really debating on what they need to do. What do they need? I mean, the greatest of all time, is he the oldest of the greatest of all time? I think they're kind of looking, we got a pretty young team here. We've got to find a quarterback. We've seen what Belichick has done with the young quarterbacks. Now, he did with the old cat that he had, won him a bunch of Super Bowls. But the young quarterbacks, they're probably looking at him going, what has he done with the guy they got from Alabama? He hadn't done shit with that dude.
No.
Well, and as his time passed him as an offensive-minded coach, because he's using defensive coaches to call. I mean, will he coordinate the right people when it comes to offense, or will he do what he wants to do, what he thinks is best? Yeah. I know they've got to be sitting in meeting and saying, who's going to be your OC? We need to know who your OC is. You're going to bring back some of your old guys who were head coaches other places, because if he does that, that's fine. If he brings back some of those old dudes that got head coaching jobs that didn't work out as offensive coordinators, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think you'll take Josh McDaniels.
Oh, hell yeah.
Your OC. That guy's a horrible head coach, but every time he's worked with Bill Belichick, he's made some magic happen, right? Yes. And it's not just with Tom Brady. Like Mac Jones' rookie year, when the Pats made the playoffs and it looked like Mac Jones had a chance to be a franchise QB, Josh McDaniels was the OC there. So,
right.
Yeah, you're okay with him. You're not okay with Bill O'Brien.
No.
He's going to Ohio State.
Good luck to you, Buckeyes.
Oh, my God. What a joke. Ryan Day, seriously? You're trying to save your job as your seat's warming up, and that's your plan? You kidding me? That's like Ron Rivera going to Carson Wentz in Washington with his job on the line. It's like, dude, you should be fired just for that decision alone. What are you thinking? But, yeah, I mean, if I'm interviewing Bill Belichick, I'm like, okay, you cannot bring Matt Patricia, pencil ear. He can't come.
None of your kids.
Cannot bring Joe Judge. Yeah, your kids can't be here.
Wow, he's got to get a whole new staff. Yeah. Those are the kind of things I think he's talking about with them. Like, no, your kids can't come with you, coach. Sorry.
I can just picture that Falcons interview with Bill Belichick, and they're like, Coach, tell us about a time you overcame adversity. You think Atlanta would ever ask him that, 28-3?
No, they're not going to say that to him. They're going to say, we'll take you, but these people can't come with you. And he's fighting for that, for the bunch of that group right there. No, none of those guys can come with you. But now we got rid of Bill O'Brien. He's gone.
It's weird with Belichick because, like, he's obviously being interviewed, but he's also doing the interviewing, isn't he?
Of course. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, he's going to have a couple of teams that I think want him, and I guess retirement could be an option for him, although I agree with you. Like, he's, 14 wins away from tying, 15 wins away from breaking the all-time wins record for an NFL head coach. So, feels like he wants to at least get that before he hangs it up. But, yeah.
I would be totally surprised if the Chargers would ever take him as the head coach with that young quarterback.
They got to go offense.
Yeah. They got to get that fixed.
Ben Johnson or Jim Harbaugh, to me, makes the most sense in L.A.
And I think Harbaugh is gone. I don't see him coming back. I see him taking his championship and running like hell. Because when the shit hits the fan and all that stuff really comes out, that guy's going to turn out to be just a no good scumbag. I mean, it's going to end up that way, and everybody's going to be damn. And then they're going to be of course, they're going to be all after Michigan. Nice championship, you real live cheaters. I mean, really. So,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter. Harbaugh, he can't. I mean, I don't see him coming back there. I just don't. And they're going to offer, like I said, BK before, they're going to offer him so much money, and they're going to fight with him. They're going to fight the NCAA to the bitter end with him because they already got their championship now. I don't think that's ever leaving. I don't think they're going back to taking a championship away from him. But they're going to make it miserable for him in recruiting. And you know how he likes to stay over kids' houses and stuff, sleepovers and things. It's gonna be hard when they don't let him get on the road, for a couple of years.
More khakis, Coach. You can't wear khakis ever again. That's a deal breaker for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's the way. I mean, the NFL money is going to be too much. Michigan can fight all they want, but he's going to get money from some gazillionaire that says, okay, don't worry about Michigan. I got that covered. How much are they going to pay at Michigan? Okay, we got that covered here.
Pay it. They'll definitely pay it.
The guy who owns what is it that he owns?
I don't know. You're talking about the coach who just got fired? His dad owns FedEx.
Yeah, the owner.
I don't know. That guy owns being creepy as hell and having a wife
Home Depot. He owns Home Depot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got cash.
Dude, Arthur Blank, is that guy's name?
Yeah, he owns Home Depot, so he's got cash. He said, whatever they offer you at Michigan, we got that covered.
Yeah, he also owns having a wife that looks just like him. Let me pull this up real quick.
No, don't even do it. Why must you do that?
What do you mean?
She does not have a mustache.
She doesn't have a mustache, but I don't know, man. I think he's sleeping with his sister. That's a weird bit right there.
He's got some weird eyebrows, man. He's got some deep, dark eyebrows. And his eyes are set way back in, like Skeletor.
Oh, God. All right.
No, he's not sleeping with his sister.
That's his sister, man.
No.
At least his cousin. He is in the South in Georgia, so
maybe cousin.
It's possible. I'm going to Atlanta at the end of this week, so I'll do some research.
Love it. Yes, please do.
I'll try to find something out there. All right, before we get back into some NFL, we also have to talk Texas basketball. Huge win for the Longhorns on Saturday against Baylor. We've got some Longhorn football to get into as Texas picked up a couple of commitments over the weekend. Before all of that, let's give some shout-outs to some of our sponsors.
How about Texas Orthopedics? If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical, right, as I said, non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement like myself. Dr. Chris Danny and Dr. Chris Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, former UT football players, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. TX Ortho is the place to go. Go to Texas Orthopedics. They are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Once again, for more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics. And how about a TV spot from our great friends over at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
I tried to go. I headed out there because I went to my farmer's market on Sunday. So I went out there to Covert BK, and I didn't realize that you couldn't just pull in there, BK, and look at cars on a Sunday. The gates were locked and stuff. I'm like, damn. I'm like, if I get out of my car and leave it here and start walking around the facility, about what time did the alarm start going off? Like the minute I hit on the other side of the gate?
Yeah, what are you doing? You're trying to steal cars from the Covert?
It's Sunday. I thought maybe I could go walk amongst and look. I didn't realize that if the gate's closed, that means you can't come in, your car can't come in, and probably neither can you.
Oh.
I thought it was a free-for-all that you can walk the lots, but not on a Sunday, no.
Oh, we got this old black guy stumbling around here again.
Looks like he's taking hubcaps.
It's security out here stacked.
How long would it take the BK cops to get out there? Not very long.
Oh, they got people on site.
Oh yeah, yeah. The BK. By the way, the BK's they're on site everywhere all the time. I don't know how they get to where they get to, but they're in every county. I don't think that's fair. They're not constables, but they look like they're everywhere. From BK to Lampasas, those dudes are around.
Yeah, that's like the UTPD. Those guys think they have jurisdiction everywhere.
Oh, do they up north?
Y'all ain't. You don't even have jurisdiction on campus. Y'all ain't shit. Don't tell me what to do.
You know about them. They're everywhere. They tell you what to do on the east side, the west side.
Hey, Paul Blart, get back on your Segway, all right? You mall cop. Tell me what I need to do. Bring in a real cop. I'll listen to them.
No way, man.
God,
I love them. I love them.
All right, yeah.
They were at their best when Ricky was there because he was a non-compliant son of a gun when he was on UT campus with all his different cars, his Maseratis and stuff. That dude just liked to leave them parked, right in front of class and everything else. That dude was a mess when it came to cars.
Yeah, it's Ricky Williams. Who cares?
Dude, I remember having to go when his Maserati got they towed it away, and I had to go to the towing place, and I couldn't drive. He had all that stick shift stuff on the steering wheel. Dude, I'm like, how am I getting this to the house? He goes, just drive it out to your house and leave it. I'm like, how the hell am I getting? That thing was going boom, boom. It was bucking, and it was the worst trip. No, it's not. No, doing all that stuff on the steering wheel, if you have never driven a car like that, hard to do. Yes, and I know how to drive stick shift. I know how to drive it on the column too, on the wheel back in the old days when you had to put your hand out for the turn signal. I know all those deals, but I couldn't drive that one. That was awful. I must have burned. That thing was, the rubber was burning. You could smell up the gears. I must have ruined that poor car of his.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The stick shift was on. It wasn't just paddle shifters. It was like.
No, it was paddles. They were on the steering wheel, like you'd touch them and.
But did you have to hit the clutch to shift?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you still do all that stuff with that car. That thing was, and when you got it to like fourth or fifth, dude, you needed to be on the super highway, and I-35 wasn't it because it was stop and go, and I was stop and going too.
Man,
that guy was awful.
I hate that stick shift's gone away.
Yes.
That was cool. I mean, I love that I can drive stick. That's how I learned how to drive a car. And
that's how I did too.
Yeah. Now it's like I don't know how many kids are learning that these days because
no,
I don't know how many cars.
They wouldn't have a chance.
No, none of my sisters. They didn't have the patience for it. And I was the only one who wanted to learn. And
you get on those hills and start going backwards.
Oh, dude, the stall outs when you're just rolling. Yeah. It's like you don't know what to do. Your whole body freezes, and you're like, "Shit!" All you have to do is hit the brake, but you're like, "I don't know what's happening." Oh yeah, no, it was man, good time.
Yeah, people behind me had quite the deal when I was learning how to do that. Learning how to do it, and I'd go sliding slowly back into the car that was behind me. I'd be pointing back up. I need some more room.
The first time you stall out when you're actually on the road is like the most terrifying. 5 seconds.
You've blown the engine. You thought, I just blew the engine.
Yeah. I mean, it's 5 seconds. It feels like 5 hours, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know it right away. You just get that quick whiplash when it stalls out. You're like, oh, shoot. Turn the car off, put it in neutral, and restart the whole thing.
All my friends learned on their dad's old truck. Yeah. Take it out in the backwoods and learn how to drive there before they go on the roads. Me, I'm dead smack with the Pinto or whatever the hell I had, trying to learn how to do it.
Pinto?
Oh, it was awful.
God. Yeah, I learned speaking of old trucks, I guess for me it was old. For you, this would have been the newest thing ever.
Come on, man.
85 Toyota Land Cruiser.
Wow.
That's what I was running.
It looked like a little funeral car.
A little hearse
car. Isn't that what it didn't have the little hatchback in the back? The Land Cruiser. It had some space in the back. Yeah, that's for the bodies.
I'll pull it up right there. I had a couple bodies out there.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Not dead bodies. Talking about ladies. Actually,
from HEB, where they have HEB employees in the back of that thing.
I had little to no game in high school, so that was not the case.
But you had that car, though.
I did have that car. Here's that's the grainiest picture of all time. That's what it was. It was a dark gray color. First car my dad ever bought.
The thing looks like a Jeep.
Out of college, and he kept it all the way until I was ready to drive in like 2010. So love that car, man. Awesome.
Which way did it go? Did it go the way of later, resold,
Yeah,
NASCAR from Munich.
it only had like 125,000 miles on it, which is
Well,
crazy.
hell no, Dad wasn't going anywhere. He'd go to work and
Yeah.
back. Unlike us, I got to drive around the city and put almost 50,000 miles on the car every year because I have to go somewhere.
Yeah, he didn't do that. He also had like other cars that I guess he had towards the end of owning this thing. But now, once I went to like this thing couldn't go on the highway. It would start once you were going like over 50, it would shake like crazy. Where you're like, dude, this is about to blow up. So I couldn't take it to all. Obviously, grew up in Dallas. I couldn't take it to Austin for college. So like once I went off to school, it was like it just never got driven, and my dad ended up selling.
I had one of those shakers too. When it goes 54, 55, I think it starts. Oh yeah, I was just holding on tight.
I had buddies in the car. They thought about like in an action movie, you just jump out of the moving vehicle.
Yes.
You're like, I'm doing this, dude. I'm not sitting in this shit
on
the
goodness.
highway. But yeah, that's how I learned to drive stick. So no paddle shifters on that bad boy, but great thing. Love that.
Now is Rodney Terry back in the good graces of Longhorn fans now after that win? That was a good win. Let me tell you, that was a good win on do whatever you need to do. Sure. Cuss out the other players, cuss out their moms, anything you want. Just win the games.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Best win of the year for Texas basketball. Man, it's not close. I mean, before Saturday, the best win was probably the victory at Cincinnati in that second game in conference play where Max Asmus hit the game winner in the final few seconds. But, Cincinnati's not a ranked team. I don't know if Cincinnati's going to make the tournament. That's just that goes to show you that Texas didn't have any real quality wins this year, right? They had a relatively weak non-conference schedule. The only two good teams, really good teams that they played in the non-con, they lost to in UConn and Marquette. Obviously, their first couple of opportunities in Big 12 play to get those big wins, they failed to capitalize. So, yeah, huge win for Texas. They needed it. Rodney Terry needed it more than anybody else in the world, and they found a way to get it done, man. It was a back-and-forth affair, kind of a tale of two halves, right? Both teams.
I like the way they played defense in the second half, though.
Yeah, neither team could miss in the first half, right? Like Texas had its best shooting half in like the last 20 years, but they were only up 1 at halftime, and you're like, oh, God, we just played that well offensively, but we're only up by 1. Like, this is a bad omen and a scary thought for what could happen in the second half, but both teams did lock down defensively. Also, the teams just started missing shots. Like they got some similar looks that they got in the first half. They just weren't falling, which you figured would happen at some point because both teams were shooting the lights out of the gym. But yeah, Texas, man, they held Baylor like 8 minutes without a bucket.
Oh yeah, that second half, that was incredible. I thought Mitchell played well. I thought he used his athleticism. I had said that they need to get him involved offensively, but defensively, he was up on the boards and guys were hitting the boards. That was good to see. It really was. I thought they played really good D. Offensively, they struggled in that second half, but both teams struggled. Both teams started playing defense. And like you said, Baylor, how long was that? Because I was remembering they were at 5-minute mark. So if that thing went on for 8 minutes.
So Baylor made a shot with 9 minutes and 9 seconds left. And then after that, the only shot they made was the 3-pointer by Jalen Bridges that tied the game. Obviously, before the Tyrese Hunter buzzer beater. And that's, man, Rodney Terry, if Texas doesn't hit that game winner and the Longhorns lose in overtime, then it's like, hey, coach, you were up 3 in the final seconds. Why didn't you foul? Like, Tyrese Hunter bailed out his head coach right there. So I'm giving Rodney Terry for the win. And look, as a fan, I want to see that 3-pointer. Like, I want to see the crazy shot at the end with a chance to tie the game. But the smart thing to do there, when your team is up by 3 in the final seconds, is to not let the other team shoot a 3 that could tie the game to force overtime.
No, you got to foul that dude.
You foul in that spot 10 times out of 10. And Rodney Terry did not do it. Now, once again, thankfully, and Scott Drew, I thought, coached a horrible game. Like, I couldn't believe he didn't take a timeout after Baylor hit that 3. There was all sorts of chaos in Texas. Dylan DeSue made a great pass to Tyrese Hunter, and I'll give Tyrese Hunter a ton of love because he drove the length of the floor and got to the 10 and had a layup. You see so many times, Buck, like guys will just pull up from 3 in that spot, and it's like he realized that he had the time to go 94 feet, drive the length of the floor.
And they had to hang in the air for a while, too, before he let that loose.
An impressive shot, but it's much easier to do that than it is to just pull up from downtown. So, big-time moment right there for Texas. They needed it. But yeah, the Longhorns down the stretch defensively, really, really good, basically holding Baylor without a field goal for 9 minutes in the second half. When Baylor took a lead midway through the second half, and it's like, oh, here we go again. Like, we had our chance, we blew it. And the thought that I had at halftime, like, we played so well in the first half and we're only up 1, and now here's where it all starts to unravel. Texas clamped down defensively, got the stops that they needed to get, and found a way to get
just
a win
win
over
the games, Coach.
team.
I mean, I heard that post-game explanation about what happened the game before. I'm like, dude, I don't need it. We all saw it. You don't need to explain to us that you're a good Christian man. I got that. Just win. You don't owe. I mean, they're going to be on you anyway. Just win the games. They'll forget about it. Win the next one. You got to beat Oklahoma tonight. Win that game. That stuff will go away. As long as you keep winning and you put your team in the right position, they're going to forget about. People will forget about that. Yep. You know, I mean, you just put that bullseye on your back just a little bit more. You win, because if you lose again tonight, all that shit's coming back again.
That game's tomorrow night in Norman.
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming back again.
But your point stands, right? And that's where I've got to give a PSA to Texas fans here. And this isn't going to work, but I'll try it anyways. We do not need to make definitive statements about Rodney Terry after every single game that Texas plays.
Sure.
After every loss, it doesn't need to be fire Rodney Terry. Now, I was very critical of the UCF situation last week, but I said multiple times, you shouldn't fire the coach right now. Like, let things play out. Let's see.
Sure.
Midway through his first year, like, give the guy a chance. We do not need to say, oh, let's fire the coach after every loss. And we do not need to say that you're an idiot for questioning Rodney Terry after every single win. Like, let this thing play out. Now, I know how it's going to go. If Texas loses to OU tomorrow, everyone's going to be back on the fire Rodney Terry bandwagon. If Texas wins at OU tomorrow, it's going to be, oh, he's the guy. He's the best. You guys are idiots for questioning it. Like, let this thing play out. It's midway through his first season. I don't think he's going to be a one and done. He sure as hell ain't going to be a half year and done here. So let him coach. Let this team try to figure it out and see if they can find their way to get into the NCAA tournament. We do not need definitive, declarative, decisive statements about the head coach every single time Texas plays a game. There's a lot of games.
I thought the same of the head coach, and I thought the same of the head coach having to go back to what had happened before. I didn't need an explanation. I saw it. You don't have to explain. I mean, I'm old enough to understand what I saw is plenty for me. Just win the game. Just coach the team, coach. In my mind, I didn't think it was a good look, and that's fine. But that's my mind. In your mind, you thought you did what you had to do. Fine. Now go win the next game, and you did.
Yeah. So let's give some context to what you're talking about, because I don't know how many people have heard Rodney Terry's post-game comments that you're referencing.
You're right.
So I've got the cut right here. Rodney Terry, he wasn't really asked specifically for an apology or even specifically about like the post-game handshake line. He was just kind of asked like, hey, coach, how was your week after what happened against UCF? And here's Rodney Terry weighing in on that.
There's always going to be different things you have to deal with in life. I think you have controllables in your life in terms of, what you're able to control, in terms of what happens, and I always tell our guys there's always consequences to any actions that you may have. I had no intentions of trying to show up anyone or offend anyone in terms of what occurred at the end of that game. Johnny Dawkins is a good friend of mine. He's a really good coach. He has a good program. They're having a good year, personally, if I offended him or his program or anyone for that matter, that was not my intentions. I'm a God-fearing man. I lean heavily on my faith, and there are no obstacles in front of me that I can't ever overcome, because God never leaves me, no matter in good times, bad times. He's always with me. And so, I think, again, you control what you can control, and I'm proud of our guys and what our guys did today.
Yeah, I mean that's kind and all good. Once again, I said, if you're looking to be a life coach at the high school, that's fine.
That was a shitty apology. Now he didn't have to apologize at all.
No, as I said, just go on and coach.
Zay wanted him to apologize, I think, to Johnny Dawkins, the UCF head coach. I don't know if he ever did that. Well, I guess in that quote he said maybe he did, but like he did not need to apologize. But God, I hate the "if I offended you, I'm sorry" apology. Like that's not an apology right there, Coach.
No.
And he also started bringing up God. I mean, he hit a lot of the bingo card, the apology bingo card.
Yes.
It was a lot of that from Rodney Terry. So once again, he didn't have to address it at all. You
No,
didn't
he
want him to
didn't.
address it. I couldn't care less if he did or didn't address it. But like, don't make us the bad guys here. If I offended you, like it was a bad look. It was a dumb thing that you did, Rodney. So either accept it and say, I messed up. It won't happen again. Or
that's all you have to say.
for
Yeah.
it. Or don't apologize for it. Just move on. Like it's in the past. We're moving on. Like don't if I offended you and I'm such a strong man of faith, so I'm better than like it was bad. It was bad.
And to me, I moved away from it when they were playing the game. I'm like, just coach, this is a great basketball game. You win. In my eyes, I thought you made a mistake, but that's my eyes. It doesn't matter. You're the one who coaches the team. You're the one who has to deal with the fans. And if you felt like, because it was, like you said, it wasn't a great apology. It was more about him, about how he doesn't do this or how he doesn't do that. It's got to be about more about your team than how you are. I heard you. I listened to the deal. You don't have to explain to me. I make a lot of decisions on what I hear, what people say, and what people do. I don't need you to go over it again. I'm grown up enough to understand what went on right in front of my face. So you doing that, just coach them. And then on Saturday, just like I said, once they won that game, I said, what a great coaching job he did. What a great job the team did, bouncing back. 11 o'clock in the morning, number 9 team in the nation, you beat them. Now go on and continue, because I said, because if you're doing all these things and all these apologies, let me tell you, you lose on what is it, Tuesday? It's coming right back at you, because some people are going to hold this against you for a long, long time. I just want you to coach.
Like you said, it doesn't matter what you say if your team's winning games. Like Nick Saban doesn't give the press anything.
No,
okay?
He talks about sour, bad cheese and all kinds of shit.
Greg Popovich.
Like, what?
Greg Popovich treats the media like trash. No, you don't care. Like if you're a fan, you're just like win. I'd say whatever the hell you want to say at the press conference. Just win. So this is a defining stretch of the Texas basketball season, right? 6 games in a row against ranked opponents. They're 1-0. Great start. They've got to find a way to piece together a few wins. They're not going to go 6-0. That's unrealistic. If you're expecting that, it's not going to happen. But like, hey, can you go 3-3? Can you go 4-2? Can you get some quality wins for your NCAA tournament resume and play yourself back onto the bubble to where you feel like you've got a shot to be in the NCAA tournament this year? If you do that, then hey, people will forget about all of this stuff.
Well, yeah, Coach, because we all have bad moments. Nobody's perfect. We don't go through life not having a bad moment here and there, or hell, a couple of weeks. So it's nobody's looking at you like you're this bad guy. But dude, you don't have to go back and explain. Just go and coach.
Go and coach. Just win, baby. Al Davis said it best. Just win, baby. And boy, Rodney Terry is still getting dunked on by national folk.
Is he?
Oh my gosh. So part of what he said in his post-game press conference after the UCF game was about not celebrating like you've won a national championship after just winning a regular season game. And literally there was a quote from RT last Wednesday after that UCF game where he said, quote, "We don't jump up and down, act like we won a national championship," end quote. And well, here's the video of the Tyrese Hunter game winner. And the camera kind of zooms in on Rodney Terry's reaction, and people were already calling him soft for his freak out over a horns down. And now people are calling him a hypocrite. Check it out. So here it is. Great play. Great find by Dessou. Once again, Tyrese Hunter going coast to coast. There's the layup, and there's Rodney Terry literally jumping up and down after saying we don't jump up and down after winning regular season games. So, of course, the internet is like, really, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, your outburst the other night was emotional. That was emotional, and I can understand that. I understand that one right there. The other outbursts, not so much, but like I said, we all have our moments.
Yeah.
We're going to have our moments.
Dude, I reacted like that. You should react like that after a game winner. But when it's 3 days after you shit on somebody else for doing a horns down after winning a big game, then you're a hypocrite. So, like Rodney Terry, I mean, oh my God. He went from like not a very well-known national name
So now they all know him now, all the coaches.
to like
Is he on the list of do's and don'ts now?
he's the most hated head coach in college basketball right now, like nationally. Like
Really?
just for the way he reacted against UCF and the things he had to say there. And then obviously
he's made the do's and don't list.
that's
really
yeah. So it's look, hey, Rodney Terry, I think we all learned a valuable lesson. If you don't want other teams to do horns down, what do? You beat them. That's all it takes. If it bothers you so much, keep winning games. You won't have to worry about horns down if you win all of these games. But guess what? If Texas loses in Norman tomorrow against Oklahoma, you're going to get a few horns down, coach. And
you're going to get more than a few.
Yeah, you'll get some birds, too. That's the official hand sign of Oklahoma when they play Texas. When they play everyone else, it's horns down. When they play Texas, it's the Tom Herman double bird.
Double birds coming up for Tuesday.
So get ready. Huge game for Texas. Would love for them to find a win. That goes without saying. But
pretty good. Sooners are pretty good. That's a young team that's pretty doggone good.
Yeah, Sooners are playing great. They were 15 last week in the poll. They should move up. They beat Cincinnati on the road over the weekend, and they beat West Virginia in the middle of the week last week. So they went 2-0. So they'll be closer to the top 10 when the new poll comes out.
Do
so
they have two losses or one loss?
They've got three.
Three
losses.
Are they all? Have they lost at home yet?
They've lost twice in conference play, but both on the road. They lost in Lawrence and they lost in Fort Worth. And then their other loss was a neutral site to UNC. So, no, they have not lost at the Lloyd Noble Center yet.
Who did I see West Virginia jump on their ass this weekend?
They got my Hawks.
What?
I'll tell you what, Kansas is making Rodney Terry look good because everyone's like, oh, Texas, how do you lose to UCF? Well, then Kansas goes out and loses to UCF. And it's like, oh, Texas, how do you lose to West Virginia? Well, then Kansas goes out and loses to West Virginia.
Come on, man.
Rodney Terry owes Bill Self a little something for losing to all of the teams that he's losing to. And, yeah, Kansas has some problems right now, for sure. You never count them out of the Big 12 because they usually find a way to turn it around and figure it out and win this league. But that is not a great Kansas team right now. And, hey, maybe those losses aren't as bad as we thought they were.
No, they're bad. That West Virginia loss to both of those teams, those are bad losses.
They're not good.
No.
They're not good. But it helps Texas a little bit when you see top 3 Kansas lose to those two teams. So,
yeah, has Tech played West Virginia? Because teams like Tech are what destroys teams like West Virginia, you know?
Yeah, West Virginia's had Bill Self's number, at least in the Coliseum. He struggled in that place over his career. I don't think Tech and West Virginia have played. I don't know if they have.
You should
nice win for Tech.
Because what Tech will do is destroy them.
Tech had a big comeback against the Mormons over the weekend.
Did they?
Nice win for the Your Markers there. So there you go. So Texas back at it once again tomorrow night at OU, but a huge win, best win of the season. Nothing's a must-win game in January, but Saturday felt close to it, especially for the head coach because they were starting to feel like they were spiraling out of control. He needed to get the BBs back into the box, and he did. He did. So nice win for the Horns. We'll see if they can build on it tomorrow at Oklahoma. Okay.
Great.
More love to some more sponsors. Buck, who you got?
I got Dr. Greg Eckert, his all-star group of professionals. They do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And I had my teeth restored, folks, in just 2 visits with the good doctor. He's absolutely the very best, taking on new patients in 2024. Give him a call today at 512-345-3166. If you're thinking of maybe not having veneers, but you want dental implants and you may be having trouble with a few teeth that you don't think are right, let Dr. Eckert do that in just 1 day for you. Give you a smile, but you'll go in there and you'll leave with a great smile from Dr. Eckert. Now, when it comes to veneers, now he's done over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. He's been doing this for over 28 years in the business. And he's going to make sure of this, that you are healthy, that your dental health is going to be healthy if you come in. And if you have to have IV sedation just to get that done, well, he'll do that. He knows how important it is for your general health to make sure that your dental health is great. Once again, 512-345-3166. He's our dentist, should be your dentist also.
Yes, indeed. As our guy Rue says, if you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the video. Thank you for that, Rue. Thank you all for tuning in. Of course, if you're listening on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, available in the App Store and Google Play, hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. I mentioned we'll be doing some giveaways. We'll be doing a Cover 3 giveaway, maybe a couple of Cover 3 gift card giveaways this week. Love our friends at Cover 3, the best sports bar in town. If you're looking for a place to watch that Texas basketball game tomorrow, get out to Cover 3. Tons of TVs, tons of comfortable chairs too. Of course, they've got the fantastic food. It's not just bar food. No, they have upped their game at Cover 3. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich is fantastic. The brick chicken mac and cheese, one of my favorite menu items in Austin. That stuff is incredible. They've got the great burgers, the sandwiches, the salads, the wings, the nachos, all the traditional bar food, but elevated with some cool items as well. Plus the full bar, all the great drinks. They've got happy hour 5 days a week. Go see them. The Anderson Square location, that's my favorite. They've got the Round Rock spot, and of course, Cover 2 off Lakeline as well. Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Do you have a Tom McKay? I want to hear the maracas. I'm in that mood, giving those people that money. Give them your money. That's right. I don't feel good about it this week, folks. Sorry, I'm probably only going to have to give you one. I'll take a guess, but I hate to lose your money by just guessing instead of that expertise that I got going on in here. That's right, in my dome right here.
You're 6-0 in these NFL playoffs, man. Whatever you take, I'm taking.
And they're easy. It's easy wins. How could you bet against Patrick Mahomes? Serious. 6 straight AFC champ, 6 straight. Now that's as long as he's been in the league. Was this when he was in the league when he wasn't the starter behind Alex Smith?
Yeah, no, every year Mahomes has been a starter. He's made it to the AFC Championship.
Wow.
So the first year where he sat behind Alex Smith, they didn't get there. Okay. But once he took over up in KC, yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It is ridiculous. Never seen anything like it. I'm not sure we'll ever see anything like it again.
I know. I do love his number 4, the wide receiver, the rookie, Rice.
Yeah, Rasheed Rice.
Yeah, he looks like a veteran. He looks like he's been around for a while. I don't know what to expect of the rest of them. I know what to expect of Kelsey. He's going to throw the heart up to his girl up there in the stands when he scores and stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's in love. This isn't just going away. This isn't going away. This is the real thing.
Before we hear from Tom McKay, they showed Taylor Swift, obviously, on the broadcast a couple of times. And yes, after Kelsey's first of 2 touchdowns, he blew a kiss up to her and gave her the heart.
Oh, yeah, I love the little heart thing. That's so cute. Look at that. Mine never looks like a heart. Mine always looks like 2 balls.
What is wrong? What are you doing there? What is
that? How do you do that?
I
can't do it. I've been trying to do that since yesterday, but my fingers are so big. They look like 2 like these nuts when I do it. Like, look, there's 2 nuts there.
Well, why are you holding up 2 nuts right now? This is a family program.
These nuts.
Sorry.
Why are you doing that to the people? Come on, man. We're just trying to have a good start to the week, and you're just flashing nuts on the screen.
This was better, right? More like a heart, yes, than this thing that I try to do this way.
Are you okay?
Looks like a crayfish.
You need a doctor over there? What's going on with you? All right, so they showed T Swift 1,000 times like they always do.
Yes.
And everyone's pissed about it. Hey, maybe if you stop tweeting about it, then they'll stop showing it, because they want impressions. And every time you tweet about how mad you are that she's on screen, they get impressions.
They get more viewers, yes.
Yes, they do. Well, it wasn't just her in that box in Buffalo yesterday.
Your brother was so funny.
How about this? Jason Kelsey. Of course, the recently retired Jason Kelsey, longtime Philadelphia Eagle.
Got that brewski in his hand.
Oh, my God, dude. He went out of the box, too, and started hanging out with the fans in Buffalo, chugging beers. And then, obviously, the TV camera, caught him doing that going to break.
And don't tell me he doesn't have a buzz on. Tell me that's just a normal day for that dude.
That guy was piss drunk, dude. And he should have been. He just retired. He's celebrating his retirement.
That's true. His brother.
Cheering on his brother.
I got Taylor Swift up here with me, hanging out with her group.
Yeah, drinking a nice cold Altstad up there.
Look at him. He's going to be.
God.
You know what? He's going to be the next guy pissing on the poles there at the games. Yeah. He's going to be that guy. Yeah. For the championship game, look for him to be out in the foyer out there peeing on the pole. like that one dude we had.
He's not going to pee on the pole.
He's going to be that guy.
He's in a suite. They've got a private bathroom. He doesn't need to do that.
No, dude's going out. He wants to be with the people.
Talking about this.
Hey, Kelsey, stop it.
Yeah, this was at the game formerly known as the Civil War, the Oregon State game in Corvallis.
Wow.
This year, or some dude is literally just taking a whiz on a pole on the concourse. Just
we got a couple of their players, don't we? Don't we have one from Oregon State? Is that what they do?
Yeah, I don't know if the players do that. I don't think Silas Bolden has ever been caught taking a leak on the concourse.
That reminds me a lot of the people in Louisiana, that dude right there in the bathrooms right there.
Yeah.
With their traditions.
That guy still hit the toilet more than most people in Louisiana.
Oh, that's true. He hit the pole.
Even though there was no toilet there, he still made more in a toilet. Look at the steam coming off. It's so cold up there at Reeser Stadium, whatever it's called.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. No, Kelsey's not doing that, dude.
That's him next. No doubt.
No chance.
Okay. Watch, he may do it from the suite. God. If they go to the Super Bowl, if his brother goes to the Super Bowl, wow.
Yeah. Well, he'll be in Baltimore, I'm sure, with Taylor and the rest of the gang. And hopefully he's hammered again. I'm sure it'll be cold in Baltimore. I'm sure he'll be shirtless in Baltimore, and we'll get some more of Jason Kelsey. Those two guys are. Dude,
how about that hilarious. Baltimore defense? Is that for real? I mean, the Texans, once again, they're young. They had a lot of injuries. I need to understand that in my mind. But, boy, in the second half, that defensive line and those linebackers were everywhere. And that dude, number 6, he was striking guy. I mean, they hit hard. When they come, like I said, BK, I said the week before, when they hit you, it's that second guy that hits you. You know, the first guy may daze you a little bit and make you make a different move. Yeah. But when the next guy comes in, man.
Yeah. Well, what is it? Remember the Titans. We blitz all night. That's what the Ravens did. They were relentless with the pressure on C.J. Stroud. And that's not usually what they do, right? Like Wink Martindale's not their DC. When he was the guy, they blitzed a lot, but their new DC, not nearly as much. So they broke tendency. They either saw something against C.J. Stroud that they thought they could exploit, or they just wanted to do something different, right? The Texans are probably game planning for this. We're going to do that instead. I feel like if Steve Sarkisian was coaching the Texans, he would have been like, they did something we didn't see on film. He would have dropped that.
And, the Bills tried to start blitzing Pat Mahomes, but let me tell you something. You can't play running back for them, whether you're the smallest guy or you're Pacheco. If you don't block for him, you will be on the bench. And those guys were stepping up, and they didn't want to blitz their linebackers. Remember, they had so many guys hurt, in that game at linebacker for the Buffalo Bills that they didn't blitz a lot. But when they did, their running back stepped right up in the middle of the hole to protect Patrick Mahomes, because if you don't protect him, you probably don't play.
Yeah. Yeah, Pacheco, former 7th-round pick.
Wow, is he an all-around player, that dude?
Yeah, he's turned into a great player. And yeah, you're right. Now they did a good job in blitz pickup yesterday against.
They got the little guy from LSU playing a lot again now too.
Yeah, Edwards-Helaire, look, hasn't been the player the Chiefs thought they were getting when they spent a first-round pick on him a few years ago out of LSU.
They haven't got rid of him. He's still around.
He's still around, and he has a role on that team. He's better than Mecole Hardman. That guy had 2 touches and 2 fumbles yesterday. Good job, idiot. That should be cut. All right, before we get back into the NFL, we also have to talk Texas football. I've got to give some major love to a position coach on this Longhorn staff who just continues to do a tremendous, tremendous job, and we'd be remiss if we did not shout him out after what he did over the weekend. You asked for the maracas?
Yes, the maracas.
We'll go with the AV Consultations maracas this morning.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice. Very smooth there, Tom. By the way, the lady at Starbucks apologized to me for the not saying anything to me about paying it back. She did. The lady that I gave the heater to, I went back and got her a heater and stuff.
Yeah.
Said, thank you so much for the heater. But she also said, I should have said something to you like, no, you don't want to do this. She goes, I know you're not cheap. That's right. She said that. I know you're not cheap, but she said, I should have said more to you about what they were ordering behind you.
Wow.
You know, that was nice of her to do that. She didn't have to do that.
You literally lambasted her on this show. You made her feel horrible about herself and forced her into an apology.
What?
Hope you feel good about yourself, dude.
Come on, Rodney Terry. What are you talking about?
You ruined that poor girl's life.
That was an older lady. That was an older woman.
Okay.
Older than me.
She could still have her life ruined by you. Wow, she's in her dying years. She doesn't have much time left on this earth, and you just shit on her in a public forum, and now she's got to apologize for it?
No, that was the first time we've seen each other since the incident, and she was like, I should have said something more to you when you said I'll pick up the tab for the person behind me. She said, I should have said that they're ordering a lot. She said, would that have changed it for you? You know what I said? Yeah, it would have changed it. Yes, it would have. But I said,
since you feel even worse.
I said, no, but since I was the one who initiated this. I said, it's not a big deal. I said, thank you, but I think thank you, but no thank you.
She either listens to Texas Sports Unfiltered or somebody does, and they told her about what you said about her.
I didn't say anything bad about her.
Calling her out for doing her job, and now she felt the need to say sorry. She's been thinking about that. She's been thinking about that all week. What
she said to me? She just said, hey, hero, why don't you pay for the next 5 people behind you next time?
That's what she should have just charged you for it. She shouldn't have even given you a warning.
She's taking a guess and said $100. It's 100 even.
Hey, she should have told the next person behind you in the drive-thru, hey, the guy in front of you said he'll pay for whatever you want. So get food for the whole family, the whole office.
Who the hell was it the other day that told us I needed to circle back around and get behind that person and see if they would have done the same thing for me?
Oh, I did. That's a skit.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't think I can do that. I'll kill somebody in the parking lot.
Dude, I'm going to send you this sketch. It's Tim Robinson. The name of the show is I Think You Should Leave. It's on Netflix. It's so funny. This guy used to write for SNL, and he was too funny for them.
I got to see if I can. I don't think I can get back around this one. Starbucks. I'd be spinning out.
Too many people. Yeah, there's too many people. Like, it's got to be one to where there's just one car behind you, and then you can speed around fast enough to get right behind.
Come on, man.
Behind you. Yeah, I'll text you this video so you can watch it after. I would show it here, but copyright rules are what they are, unfortunately.
Sorry about that, lady. I can do better.
There you go. There's AV Consultation. Speaking of doing better, 7-Eleven does it better than any other convenience store in the world. I saw our guy Ashish in the YouTube comments line earlier today. Shout out to Ashish. Shout out to Wendy, owners of a few of the Austin area 7-Elevens. And I love 7-Eleven, dude. I've been going there forever. I used to get those Slurpees after school as a kid. I still get those Slurpees now after work as an adult. They've got the coffee. They've got the nachos, the rollers, the pizza that the Buck loves, the little Debbie snacks that the Buck loves. I don't need us to tell you what they have at 7-Eleven.
Hard copy that the Buck loves.
Yeah, the hard copy that only the Buck loves. They get one every week, and the Buck buys it for Lord knows why. But go see our friends at 7-Eleven. Make sure you download that 7-Eleven app and cash in on the 7 rewards program that they've got. But they're all over the state. Go find one near you. Support them because they support us here at TSU. They also have the Olipop, Buck. Love the Olipop. That's that great tasting soda. That's actually good for you. The Buck's a fan of the grape. They've got tons of different flavors too. The classic cola, the Dr. Goodwin, which is their version of a Dr. Pepper. They've got lemon lime, which is their version of a Sprite. Great taste with every flavor, but also 9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop. Yeah, it's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. So,
I've done a great job over the last week. No sugar.
there you go.
Well, what I think is no sugar, but I did have a piece of bread. Sorry.
That's you can eat
that
bread.
Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right, does it?
It's not Passover. You can eat bread.
Croissant, it has sugar in it. That's what I'm told, but it can't have that much sugar in it, can it?
No. You could do a lot worse than bread.
Chicken, a lot of eggs. You know what I'm saying?
There's nothing there. I don't know why you're flexing.
I'm going to get real buffed here when the spring comes. When I start taking these jackets off and start going with the white beaters, the T-shirts, the little straps. When I start going that way and these guns are back, that's where I'm going. And I'm staying away from the sugars.
Are you a wife beater?
No, I'm not. I do take on, I'm having protein shakes though. I never thought I'd like it because that stuff used to like go through me. Like as soon as I drink one, I had to go right to the can. But I found a couple out there, Premier Protein, and there's another one called Oxy something.
You're taking Oxy now.
No.
Hey, you're back on the wagon?
I'm always taking that. What do you mean I'm taking that now? That's always been a thing. But no, I'm taking the drink and I'm trying to find out the flavor that's okay that I can get my protein. But I also, I just started drinking almond milk. You're talking about shitting like an infant. Wow, man.
What is wrong with you?
I can't drink. I want to stay away from, I'm hearing things about the regular milk. And because I don't do 2%, that's junk. I might as well be drinking powdered milk like I did when I was a kid, you know? But so I went back to whole milk, drinking whole milk. And some of the whole milk, if you get some of the whole milk, it's real thick, you know, with cream in it. But somebody told me to try almond milk. And it's like, are you a milk drinker? Do you have a glass of milk every once in a while with something? You don't drink milk, do you?
Every once in a while. Like I'll go on a cereal kick like every 4 months where I'll just eat cereal for breakfast 2 weeks in a row. And I'll obviously pour milk in that, but I don't have just random glasses of milk very often.
Dude, I grew up on whole milk, and I also grew up on powdered milk. That's when you know where your ass is poor, when they put it powder and you pour water in it, and it looks like chalk off the chalkboard, and you've stirred it around because that's what it tastes like. But my mom used to try to fool me. She goes, that stuff tastes great with cereal. I'm like, no, Mom, that does not taste great with cereal. That's water and some chalk, and that's what it tastes like. Yeah. But I'm trying to get back to whole milk, but no. Somebody's telling me something about the whole milk. Something wrong with the whole milk now.
What's wrong with the whole milk?
I don't know.
Is it getting canceled? Did it have racist tweets back in the day or something?
No, there's like pus in the cow's nipples or something. I don't know that they're not telling you about. I don't know. There's some stuff going on with that. But the 2%, that's like water too. We can have a nice glass of whole milk that's good for me. You know?
Whenever you want.
There you go. You just said it. Whenever you want.
Yeah.
And
sorry, Doc Trey. I'm the doctor now.
Yeah. That and a piece of carrot cake. Really good carrot cake with that milk. That's what I'm looking for. But I'm going on to a week and a half right now without the sugar. No Snickers. Sorry about that, Ashish. Not rolling in Little Debbie's right now. I'm going to give myself a month to let my body heal from all that stuff. Just heal out a little bit.
There you go. All right.
And then, nothing wrong with that, you know.
No. Good.
I'm already on the January no alcohol kick. I've been on that for 23 years, by the way.
Yeah.
Which
You're
still
23rd consecutive dry January. Very impressive.
Pretty good. Heading on to a 24. That's one of the hardest things for me, believe, in my life that's been going on. You know, with all the other weird things that happened in my system, that was one that, dude, I never thought that I grew up that way. And I was thinking, I grew up around it. I grew up with it. And I'm like, that's not going to go away. That battle is an everyday battle. And for those that are doing it for just the month of January and going to try to keep on doing it, good luck to you, because you can do it. And if you need help, don't be afraid to get help to do it either. That's the problem. Everybody thinks that they can get it done by themselves, or, hey, if I just have a little setback, but why have a setback? I went 23 years. I did not have one setback. That's the incredible thing. I did not in 23 years all of a sudden say, okay, let me just have one beer and then I'll start it the next day, or nobody will know. I've never had a relapse, and I don't plan on doing it, but I know how hard it can be for people. And if you can get it done, especially if you can't handle it.
Yeah. Well said, my friend. Well said. And you are an inspiration to so many out there with what you've been able to do over the last 23, now going on 24 years.
Yep, 24 years going on.
Of your life. Yeah, tremendous accomplishment. And it's still a battle every day, I'm sure.
Yes, it is.
But it's great what you've done. And once again, you're an inspiration for a lot of folks out there. And I know you've offered your services plenty of times over the years to help folks out. If they need somebody to talk to or a little guidance, you're always going to be there for them.
Absolutely.
So that's an awesome thing, my friend. Really.
And now
really,
the lady in the Starbucks is probably drinking because of me.
Yeah, you ruined her life. I didn't say you were an awesome person. And I said, like, that part of your life has been awesome. You still suck as a human being, and you ruined an old woman's life in her dying years.
God.
But
Wow.
outside of that, everything else is
Oh,
okay.
my goodness, that's horrible.
Incredible. All right. Good weekend for Texas football. No transfer portal commits, shockingly. But the Longhorns did pick up a couple of high school commits. Now, none of these commits are for the class of 2024. By the way, National Signing Day is coming up on February 7th. So 2 weeks from Wednesday is when we will have National Signing Day 2. Obviously, not nearly as big as the December signing period, but could be another name or two to look out for the Texas Longhorns. We'll see if Sark has any more tricks up his sleeve down the stretch for the class of 2024. But over the weekend, Texas held its junior day in Austin. More than 100 Texas targets were in town. Biggest recruiting event the Longhorns have had in a while, and it seemed to be a very, very successful one as Texas picked up 2 commits, one for the class of 2025 and one for the class of 2026. The 2025 commit, a young man by the name of Lance Jackson. He is an athlete, plays edge rusher in high school. He's out of the Pleasant Grove area near Texarkana, and he is a 4-star just outside of the top 100 players in the country for the class of 2025. So a nice get there. And then, Buck, I mentioned we've got to give some love to a position coach on this Texas staff, and that position coach is Tashard Choice, the running backs coach here in Austin, because he's done it again. Texas picked up its first commit for the class of 2026, still a few years away.
Sophomore.
But Alito running back Racine Guillory committed over the weekend. He was here in Austin, and he gave his verbal to Texas. So Tashard Choice, man, the job that he has done since taking over in Austin in 2022. He was not here for Sark's first season. Stan Drayton was the running backs coach. He was a holdover from the Herman staff. Drayton left after 21 to take the head job at Temple.
How's that working out?
Not great, Bob.
It's Temple.
Yeah, head coaching job. I shouldn't say head job. That I could go in
that's true.
A number of directions, but I don't fault the guy for taking the leap from position coach to head coach. You get a nice little pay bump there. But
and you get to live in Philly.
You get a nice little pay bump there. And but yeah, look, Sark had a decision to make, right? Like that was a big hire because Stan Drayton had done a very good job. Obviously, he was highly regarded enough to get a head coaching job somewhere else. So decent size shoes to fill. And Steve Sarkisian went out and got Tashard Choice. And well, Tashard Choice has been tremendous. Here's what he's done thus far as the running backs coach at UT. On the field, his first year here, Bijan Robinson won the Doak Walker Award as the best running back in the country. Bijan Robinson was a top 10 pick, which is unheard of for a running back in 2023. He also helped develop Rojo. Roshan Johnson was a 3rd-round pick. So, 2 top 3-round running backs in his first year in Austin. Jonathan Brooks was in the Doak Walker conversation this season before he tore his ACL late in the year. They're talking about a 3-star there. Like Bijan was a high 5-star kid, whatever. Right. But Jonathan Brooks sat on the bench his first few years in Austin. People weren't sure what the running back room was going to look like once Bijan and Rojo went pro. Jay Brooks was having an incredible season before he got hurt. CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue stepped up, and the running game was very, very effective even after Jonathan Brooks went down with an injury. And, oh, by the way, on the recruiting trail, CJ Baxter was a Tashard Choice recruit. Jarrett Gibson, one of the top running backs in the nation in this year's class of 2024, was obviously recruited by Tashard Choice. And now Jaden Guillory, who's expected to be one of the top running backs in 2026, has committed to Texas. So on the field and on the recruiting front, dude, Tashard Choice has been one of the best position coaches in the nation.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And that'll continue because he will always now from this point on have one of the best running back in the state of Texas, wanting to at least look at Texas, not just totally say, I'm gone. No, thanks. They're all going to want to look. They're all going to take a peek at Texas. So he's going to have an opportunity every year for the best running back. That position he will always have a shot at the best in the business. And there are a lot of great running backs that come out of this state. And this guy, it doesn't matter because he can go out of this state and get them. He's got them from Florida, Arizona. He can go anywhere he wants to and grab one.
Yeah.
Or at least be in the running.
No, you're right. That's the thing. Like Jarrett Gibson, Florida kid. CJ Baxter, Florida kid.
Oh, yeah.
But Jaden Guillory, Texas kid. So it's in-state, it's out-of-state. It's bringing in really, really talented players at an important position. And Steve Sarkisian always wants to run the ball. I know what happened in Washington. We wish he ran it a little bit more. But that's kind of the identity of the Steve Sarkisian offense. And Tashard Choice has done a great job bringing in talented guys, but also developing talented guys.
That's awesome.
As well. And, yeah, I mean, I enjoy him while you have him, Longhorn fans. Like, I hope he sticks around for a long, long time. But I wouldn't be surprised if NFL teams are reaching out to Tashard Choice to be a running back coach.
I got to believe they have already.
Someone might try to hire him as an offensive coordinator. Once again, the last guy who was the RB coach at Texas got a head coaching gig, so maybe that could be on the horizon for Tashard Choice at some point. But, man, I mean, a great hire by Sark after year one. He went out and got a stud, and that's what T Choice has been. And, look, I always loved Tashard Choice as a player. Like, I remembered him in college at Georgia Tech. Obviously played for the Cowboys for a few years in the NFL. So I grew up watching Tashard Choice, like solid player. He knew how to play the position, but he didn't have a ton of skins on the wall as a coach when Sark went and got him. And
he does now.
He does now. Yeah, that one has absolutely worked. So
and this
great
kid's just
job.
A sophomore. This is a sophomore who's got 2 more years of high school.
Yes. Yeah. Class
Next
of
year and the year after.
Yeah. Does that mean 2 more years of high school? You're right. That's it's bizarre that you can already get kids to commit.
Oh, dude, you can get them in 8th grade if you like.
You're right. You're right. We've seen it happen before. So hell, some of these kids I went out the womb, right? Like,
oh yeah.
Aaron and Sonia Richards Ross, like scholarship right away.
Now, don't wait.
In the nursery, like we need all of the UT coaches in the nursery just offering whatever sport you want to play.
Funny. That'd be great.
you got track coach, swimming coach, tennis coach, football, basketball, everybody there.
That's awesome.
Offering something. So great weekend for Texas. Jeff and Jordan will be all over this. They'll have the full Junior Day recap during It's Only an Hour, which comes your way from 11 to 12 every weekday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Those guys are as tied in as ever. They'll tell you about those 2 commits, but also tell you who else Texas was able to gain some ground with this weekend, but seemed like a really, really successful weekend on the 40. CB brings up a good point. Tashard Choice coached Jahmyr Gibbs at Georgia Tech before Gibbs transferred to Alabama. So that was, a resume booster for Tashard Choice and probably something that led Steve Sarkisian to believe that this guy had a chance to be really, really good. Jahmyr Gibbs was awesome for the Lions, had a great rookie year.
Wow. What a game he had the other day, too.
Yeah, he did. He did indeed. So shout out once again, T Choice for that. Okay. Before we get back into the NFL, we also have to give some love to an amateur golfer who did something on the PGA Tour that hasn't been done in 31 years. I also have a funny picture of a food item at the Lions game yesterday. Curious your thoughts on this. But before all of that, how about another shout out to another sponsor, Buck?
How about our good friends at Relax the Back? This weather has got to me a little bit because of the cold and the damp. But thank goodness I've got my chair from Relax the Back. It is the comfort that my back needed after I had thoracic surgery 20 years ago. Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. But their motto is this: live wellness. Relax the Back can help transform your routine and your life. Believe me, they can. My life has changed because of just this simple chair that I've been sitting in for years and years now. Now, they've got 2 great locations. They got one at BK's at the Hill Country Galleria. It's right across the street from Whole Foods, where the lady was flying through the parking lot and almost, I had to straighten that all out too. But they also have another the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store up north. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, some love to SendTexTickets.com. Oh, yeah. Tickets for any live event here in Austin, across the state of Texas, hell, across the country. If you want to go to the AFC or NFC championship games this weekend, because you can get tickets at SendTexTickets.com.
And you can get Super Bowl tickets. You better get ready if you're planning on making that trip out to Vegas.
Oh,
Shelby will have those.
Absolutely. Texas basketball, men's and women's, they've got them for you on site. Any concert coming to town, they've got you covered. Broadway shows, they've got you covered. Basically, any live event that your heart can think of, they've got it. SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed. And when you shop Sentex, you're shopping local. I know there's a bunch of national ticket brokers out there. Well, now support a Central Texas business. Support
That's
great
right.
people. Love Shelby. Love the team at Sentex Tickets. And, they're going to hook you up with great deals all of the time. Just go online. It's easy. From your phone, from your computer, it does not matter. Log on to SendTexTickets.com. They'll have everything you need right there.
Let me ask you this about this edge rusher. Is this a legit? What did you say? Did they have a star number on the dude?
He's a 4-star player. I think he's
Okay.
listed as the 105th overall player in this class. I think a top 10 D lineman in the state, or excuse me, top 10 D lineman in the country for this class. So we'll see. He's listed as an athlete. I think he's expected to be an edge rusher when he gets to college.
Grow up a little bit.
Yeah,
I got you.
let me see if I can find his measurables real quick. Class of 2025, so still a couple of years away. Lance Taylor, his name is Lance Jackson. Lance Taylor is a guy who joins Chip and Zay every week. Yeah, 6'5", 245. That's an edge build right there. Talking about a junior in high school. So, yeah, guy's about to be a senior in high school. We'll take that.
Man, heck yeah.
Yeah, so that's you can never have too many good edge rushers. Obviously, Texas went out and got Trey Moore in the portal for this year. They've got Barron Sorrell back. They've got Ethan Burke back. But a few of those guys could be gone after 2024.
They could.
So,
you're right.
Important to replenish one of the most important positions on the field. And Lance Jackson going to help with that, you assume, once he gets to Austin. Okay, let me show you the sandwich here, Buck. This comes from Ford Field. This was at the Lions-Bucks game yesterday. And someone took a picture of a fan holding this Sammy in the stands yesterday. You seeing that?
God. Is that a BLT?
That's like 14 BLTs stacked on top of each other. That thing, he literally has it on his left knee. I'll try to explain it if you're listening on the app. He's holding the sandwich on his left knee. It's on a stick. He's holding the top of a stick. The bottom is on his left knee, and the top is above his head. That's how tall this thing is. This is a grown man, and he's sitting down, but this sandwich literally takes up half of his body.
Looks like a 2.5 footer, maybe a 3-foot sandwich.
So I've got the description. I went and did the search just to let y'all know what we have here. This is called the 50-yard sub sandwich bar. And the description, by the way, this thing runs $250.
Yeah, he took my picks. He took the Lions. Good job.
I guess so. Well, he hadn't won that bet during the game. Maybe he had like first touchdown scorer or first half line or something. And he's like, oh, I got extra cheese. I'll go ahead and
That's right.
spin this on a $250 sandwich. But here's the description of what you were looking at right now on your screen. It is a 3-foot sub.
Okay, I thought it was a 3-footer. Yeah.
3-foot sub sandwich with provolone, mortadella, ham, salami, turkey, lettuce, tomato, shaved red onions. Additional toppings. You got your choice of mild, what was that, jardiniere? What is that, Jardians? What the hell is jardiniere?
Jardians.
You can get your A1C lowered on that sandwich.
God. No, your A1C is not lowering on that sandwich. No, it's not.
This is gonna give you diabetes. This is not gonna help
kidding.
prevent your diabetes.
There goes one of your ankles right there.
So mild Jardians, cherry pepper relish, sliced pickles, sliced banana rings.
Banana rings, that's okay.
House-made Italian dressing,
Yeah, I'll do it.
mayonnaise,
Of course.
Dijon mustard,
And D's, yes.
jalapeno ranch, oil, and vinegar.
Oh, oil and vinegar. That thing, his leg is going to be nasty.
The thing, yeah, it's not even on a plate. It's literally just on his jeans.
Yeah,
How
that's
do you
going to put a
eat
stain.
that?
That's going to that's going to be a stain.
What do you just like take parts of the sandwich off the stick?
Yeah, and generally, don't you work from I would think you'd work from the top out, pass some of that down. You got to pass that around because there's all kinds of drunks around you to just eat that right out of your hands.
Oh, of course. I mean, I'd love some of that sandwich. That looks incredible. But I don't know if he did or if he just ate that whole thing. Like,
Or he just sat there like an idiot with them during the whole game.
yeah, just gradually, he apparently they only serve this at halftime. I don't know what that is. This is like near the suites. This is the club level at Ford Field. So this is not like an item that everyone has access to. I don't know how many people would want to buy this anyways. And it's $250.
And it takes 15 minutes per sandwich, probably.
And apparently you have to be a season ticket holder to be able to buy this. So you have to spend the money on the club level season tickets. And then on top of that, you're buying a $250 3-foot long sandwich. Forget the $5 foot long. It would have been 15 at Subway.
Well, the cool part about this would be something for Trey and Zay, the two gum bros, to eat while Trey holds that on his knee. You can see Zay munching on that from the side angle. How cool would that be? Let's go to tell the gum bros today. Show them a picture. All they need to have is Zay munching on the side of that thing with Trey holding it on his knee.
Oh, my God.
Or between his seat, which would even be better.
He's going to have it on the ground, and Zay's going to be on his knees eating?
Between his legs on the seat, holding it on the seat, and there's Zay down there just munching on the sandwich. That would be so classic to help out race relations once again with Zay and my doctor, Dr. Trey.
Classy. That is so gay.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, but it is kind of homosexual what you're describing here.
What, a guy eating a sandwich between a guy's legs?
Yeah.
You find that to be really strange?
A little bit. Those guys are both married also.
Yeah, but that's all right. They've
what
already
happens
shown
when you
that
get
part.
to the end of the sandwich and there's no sandwich left there and
You just keep on munching, brother. Those two, that wouldn't stop them. They would just go right along with that.
Oh my God.
It doesn't have any sausage on it.
The sub bros.
Sub bros. That is great. Look at that. Can you imagine those two sub bros with sandwiches and those guys, one guy on his knees just munching away? I've got to bring that up to Trey. I'm going to tell him exactly what you said. That's exactly how you.
What I said? This was your idea.
No, absolutely.
What do you mean what I said? This is your idea here.
Sub bros. Good job there, sub bros.
I was talking about one guy eating a sandwich, and then you talk about one dude eating a sandwich between another guy's legs and then still eating it after the sandwich is gone.
Plus, it's, it with all that oil and stuff on it, there's a big stain on that guy's knee. Oh, that would be great between these sub bros.
God, that is.
Tell them to take that to New Orleans with them next time.
Yeah, the 3-foot long sub. How much of this do you think you could eat?
Just that top portion up there, probably.
Oh, could you get a foot? You could eat like a foot long sub, right?
No, I can't finish. I don't do foot long. I do half subs.
Oh, this would be like a good.
I can only take 6 inches.
You can only take 6 inches.
I mean, I can't eat any more than that. No.
Okay, only 6 inches in your mouth at a time.
No, dude. I'm only going to eat a 6-inch sub. I'm not trying to go the foot long down my gullet. No.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
Hey, it's not a lot for the gum bros, though.
No,
the sub bros, they take a lot.
I've seen some videos of people taking that down, but not too many of them. That's a skill right there.
Look at that thing at the bottom. It gets thicker at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I could eat a foot of this. This feels like a good lost bet payoff or something.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's bad enough hurting your wallet, spending $250 on this thing, but then, yeah, you got to eat the whole shebang. How do you sit in that seat and watch a football game after you eat that?
First of all, that sub is probably maybe a $30, $35 sub. And how much are they charging for it at the game?
$250.
Wow. What a
Yeah.
take, right? What a take that is.
I know. Well, they got to, the car market's still not great. So they got to,
Jeez.
in Detroit, they got to pay for it, I guess. Yeah, that is. I mean, I thought I've had the boomstick before at the Rangers ballpark. They've got that 2-foot long hot dog. And that thing killed me. Like I couldn't finish one of those on my own.
This
Now
thing has lettuce and bread and
dude, there's
and
3 meats and 3
onions.
cheeses and all sorts of other toppings. Like, how do you do that? How
many
big?
people-
I mean, I've never been that high in my life to where I could eat that.
How about how many infected people sneezed on that thing on the way through?
Oh,
When they brought that to you, did anybody turn around and their spit got on that thing? Oh, that's so gross.
I don't know. I hope not. I hope they're not spitting on people's food at the games.
All they have to do is turn around and talk. That guy right there with the hat, if he just turns around and says something to the guy, his spit is right in between, halfway of the 3. It's 1.5 feet right there, right there.
If the guy even turns, I'm telling him to turn around.
Turn yourself back around before I hit you with this sandwich.
Yeah, nothing to see here, guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
don't you dare turn around and take a bite of my sandwich.
well, that's what I would do if I'm what is that, a Penei Sewell jersey? Weird bit going with the O-line jersey, but the guy in front is wearing a Penei Sewell jersey, it looks like. Yeah, I'm turning around and just snagging a bite of that thing. So that's a $30 bite right there. So
That's
there
a
you go.
meal. That's a meal with you and your girl right there.
That's 4 or 5 meals. Joey Chestnut, right
12
there.
meals for you.
We need Joey Chestnut as a Lions fan. The more you know. All right, so there's that.
Gross.
I figured you'd get a kick out of that, and then you
That
turn
is
it into
huge. And I like a good BLT. I'm a BLT guy.
That's not BLT though. That's like
Oh,
a
no.
giant Italian sub right there.
Turkey,
Ham.
that's a club there.
Ham, salami, turkey, mortadella, provolone. Yeah, it's like an Italian club sandwich, basically, in the club level for
$2.50.
$2.50. Woo. All right. there
At the
you go.
most, it's a $50 sandwich. Think about it.
And that's what they do at stadiums and arenas. You know that. They're upcharge the hell out of everything there. The margins for the food at those places are tremendous.
And once again, how about this rookie? I mean, this amateur that comes on the scene and goes 29 under.
Yep. Yeah. We'll give some love in the world of golf, right? The PGA Tour is back in
Oh, yeah.
2024. And Nick Dunlap, who is a college golfer at Alabama. Boy, Alabama needs some good news after the month
Nick
that they've
Saban.
had. Oh, my God. Yeah, Nick Saban was actually on the broadcast yesterday. They called him. They had him on the phone just talking a little bit about golf, but also talking about football and his retirement. It was pretty cool. I like the first
I
time.
didn't know that. I missed that part.
Yeah, I didn't listen to a ton of it because I was locked into football, but I had it on the AV Consultations 4-screen setup that I have, and they had a little logo that said on the phone, Nick Saban. And they asked him, certain questions like football versus golf and how do these two things relate. And Dunlap was in the mix. Also, Justin Thomas was like top 5.
Another
And Saban
Alabama guy.
Yeah, Saban and JT have a relationship, I guess. I don't know if it's gumbro or sub-bro level relationship. But those guys are friends, or at least friendly. But yeah, an amateur, Nick Dunlap, winning the American Express in California yesterday. The first amateur winner on the PGA Tour since 1991. You got to go back to Phil Mickelson when Lefty was in college. The last time an amateur has won a PGA Tour event. Incredible stuff by Dunlap, who set a tournament record shooting 29 under par, holding off some pretty big names down the stretch yesterday, too, to get the win.
So that frees him up for all the majors now. He'll be in the field for all the majors. As my wife said yesterday, she goes, I mean, that guy can't get any money for that? I said, he's an amateur. No, he can't. That big check, the big, massive check that's there, wonder what they do with that check.
Here's what they do. So I was watching this with a buddy who's a huge golfer and golf fan yesterday. And apparently whoever finishes second gets the first and second place winnings.
Don't even say that.
Yep.
Come on. No. That ain't true.
That's like major money right there for finishing
What?
second, because you're getting both of those pools. Yeah.
They need to change that rule. Bring something else. Do something else with that money.
Okay, with NIL in college sports now, why the hell can Nick Dunlap not make this money? That's a bad bit by the PGA Tour.
Well,
And that rule is going to change. The problem is amateurs never win. Once again, it's been more than 3 decades since it happened.
yeah.
But amateurs should still be able to get money in general for the tournaments that they play. If they're good enough to hang with the pros, and it's not just the winners that make money in golf. Obviously, if you make the cut, if you're good enough to make the cut at a PGA Tour event as a college kid.
Yeah, give me the trophy and give me half the money at least.
Give me some of the money. It doesn't have to be all of it. Give me some of that money, dude. Like, that's bullshit.
All he got was the trophy.
He got was the trophy. Now, look, you said it. He qualifies for the majors, and he also gets a PGA Tour card through 2026, assuming he goes pro.
Yeah, by that time he'll turn pro. He may be turning pro this week.
I'm about to say, I don't know if he needs
to be
to
leaving school as a sophomore. Would you be saying, okay, I'm done? Yeah, because you had the most fun of your life in school. You went there for like 14 years. So
I wish, dude. I'm trying to be Alan Bowman or that Miami tight end.
The Miami tight end got to go.
He got to go for
just
year
wrong,
9.
too.
Are you kidding me? 9 years in college?
No, that's wrong. There's another one. How do you do that as an institution of any athletics? But that guy can't go to school for 9 years.
Yeah,
what the hell is that?
Anyone could go to school for 9 years. Now,
you can go.
You got to get different degrees, more than likely. But they'll take your money. If it takes you 9 years to get an undergrad, they'll still take your cash.
They'll take your cash, yeah. But come on, football eligibility, dude, after 9 years.
I don't know, man. That guy is living my dream.
Does he play?
Yeah, he plays a little bit. He's not awesome, but hell, he should be a starter next year. The guy's 30 years old.
When they get him out of the old folks' home, when he comes and plays on the weekend. Then he goes back to the home and they do his classes from the home or something.
They had to change the jewelry rule to allow him to wear Life Alert when he plays.
Wow.
Yeah. Cam McCormick is the guy we're talking about. He just got approved for a 9th year of eligibility in college football. Started at Oregon, transferred to Miami, and he is still at the U for one final ride, I guess.
I would really be laughing if I saw that guy when he took the field. I just wouldn't be able to stop laughing. I'm like, come on, man. Steve, I know you like to get.
Is he teaching classes now?
Oh my God, he's teaching now. He's a teacher there. That's great.
Oh,
what a bit. That's a bad bit by him too. 9 years on campus. Hey, why not? Right on campus.
Yeah. And he ran through the co-eds at Oregon. Now he's running through the co-eds at the U. A couple of big schools.
I wouldn't be happy my daughter bringing that dude home.
Yeah. I think he's hitting on the freshman.
Your brother.
He's hitting on the freshman. This guy's like 35 years old. He's taking an 18-year-old to a date event.
Wow.
Oh, God. So there's that.
That's sad. Come on, dude.
I don't even know how we got there. Congrats to
but
Nick
once again,
Monroe.
Congratulations to Texas on grabbing these young kids. I'm glad they got a couple of high schoolers that are making their way here too.
Yep, absolutely. All right, before we wrap things up and send it to Chaos Theory with Double R and Wags, shout out to Jack Allen's Kitchen. You can't get a giant sub there, but you can get some great food. And guess what? They're not going to charge you $250 for any of their entrees there. Fantastic dining experience every time we go in there, and you're going to have the same type of experience too. 5 locations around the Austin area. There's bound to be one right by you. They've got something for everyone in the family, at the office, or just by yourself. You need a great lunch today, go to Jack Allen's Kitchen. Southern food done right.
Yeah, big shout out also, BK, to our good friends over at Sue Patrick, because once again, they got me. I had to ship stuff out from going over there the other day. None of my stuff that I buy there stays in state. It all goes back to Pennsylvania and places like that. But I couldn't help myself. Just being in that place, you can't leave without something. It just happens. You know what I've been eyeballing there is one of those golf umbrellas. So when I say it's going to rain, I'll have my UT golf umbrella ready to go. They've got all that gear. They got head covers. They got balls there. They got the whole works. And obviously they got the great polos there. They still have them. And I'm going to work on getting a couple of those for the Mullet Open.
Hold on. That'd be nice.
That'd be nice.
No more signups for the Mullet Open. Sorry about that.
Sorry about y'all. Gone.
You missed out there. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment as well. They've got that new spot open in Buda. So all you Southerners, go see them. If you've got a job that you need to get done, Top Gun has the tools to make it happen. Of course, you can rent them for a day, for a couple of days, for a week, whatever, or if you want to buy, they've got you covered. The biggest selection, the best brands, great prices, fantastic service. TopGun.net. That's the website if you want to see what they have to offer, or go out and see them. Of course, the Anderson Square location is still there, but now the other location down south in Buda, Top Gun.
Love them.
Shoot you straight. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Trying to think if there's anything we didn't talk about today. We talked about Texas basketball. We'll talk more about the OU game tomorrow. Big one for the Horns. Talked about Texas football. Spent a lot of time recapping the NFL playoffs. I'm sure
we got to talk a little bit more about that Sanford and Green Bay game, because I need to find out tomorrow about how you felt about that, who you're rooting for in that game yesterday.
Well, my cousin had money on San Francisco -9.5, so he was rooting for that.
Which means your ass was rooting for that too. Sorry.
Yeah.
You don't like Green Bay no matter what, right?
I mean, I wish the NFL went on strike so I didn't have to pick a team to root for in that game.
Yeah.
I hate both of those teams. I think I was rooting for San Francisco, though, because of my anger towards the Packers after what they did to the Cowboys. But hey, it's okay, because we're Chiefs guys.
There you go, Chiefs guys.
Come on, baby. Diehard Chiefs supporter.
They can't beat the Ravens, can they? Can they beat them?
It
doesn't matter where that guy plays, right?
Yeah. Can Mahomes beat anyone? Of course he can. Of course he can. Now, if you put 5,000 units on the Ravens, he's got no shot. If you put 5,000 units on the Chiefs, then we'll see you in the Super Bowl, Kansas City.
Wow. Again?
Again. It's just what they do. It's what they do. All right. Now I see the guys.
Now
Double
they're
R. It's Wags. Boys, good morning.
Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you guys.
How was everybody's weekend? Good?
Yeah, it's good for me. I'm helping win people a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm on fire again. 3 in a row, another 3. What's that, 6 in a row there, BK?
Yep. I haven't missed a game in these NFL playoffs.
Who's picking for you?
I mean, who's
Joyce?
Me and the new puppy. Me and the new puppy.
The puppy? What are you doing?
Yeah.
One of those TikTok bits where the dog is like
Put the
hitting
kibble
balls
and bits
into a
on the
bucket?
damn team, and hopefully one of the paws come down and slap the damn right team. Is that what the dog does?
Dude, I'm telling you what, the only one that I think that I wasn't worried about spread wise was Detroit over Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay fought like hell. But I knew Baker had an interception somewhere in them in that last drive, and he got.
You had Green Bay?
No, I had Green Bay with the points. I had Detroit. I had Kansas City.
Yeah,
I won them all.
The three gold star locks.
Hey,
Yep.
what about Baylor and Texas on Saturday? Did you touch that?
No, I don't touch any Texas.
I didn't. I stayed the hell away from that. I wish I would have slammed it though. Now I wish I would have slammed it on Baylor, but who the hell sees that 2.5, and then Texas is favored the 2.5, and then Baylor actually covers that? That's I mean, hell, BK said it himself. Casinos don't build them damn selves, man. So that's why I was a little bit reluctant to touch any games. I played a little bit today, but this past weekend, but I played over unders. I didn't play any line games. I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't know.
Well, those weather games, you got to be careful. But when Patrick Mahomes plays, it doesn't matter what the weather is. It doesn't matter if there's a flood. That dude's going to score points.
I should have took that one. That's the one damn game I should have hammered down, man. I should have damn known that Buffalo was going to blow it somehow, some way, that Allen would get out there and throw the damn ball away. Or
you know what?
And he actually played all right, though.
You know what? And everybody, the way Buffalo has been playing lately, the consensus was Patrick Mahomes, whether it's in his stadium, in anybody else's stadium, this time of the year is going to get to the Super Bowl. Right. And I'm thinking, no, Buffalo really is good this year. And Buffalo has been playing good. And this was their chance. And once again, wide right.
Wide right, buddy.
It wasn't even wide right. If you go back to that last drive, Allen missed so many throws. Allen missed Diggs 3 times on that drive. So
well, when guys are dropping the balls, he was throwing, guys are dropping balls too.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a collective collapse by Buffalo, and it's going to be another long off season for them, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys.
It ain't Ken Dorsey's fault. I know that.
I'm convinced that if I was going to pick new team, if I was going to pick a new team other than my Cowboys, I'd pick the Bills just so I could stay in misery all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, here we go again.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Well,
I knew that guy was going to miss that field goal. Didn't you just know it when he went there to kick it?
Man,
I was like,
here we
I don't
go.
know. It's like what the what Longhorn Bear just said. It was Scott Norwood going out there going up against the Giants, baby. Wide right.
Well, but the whole thing is, so like BK wearing that Kansas City shirt, I have fallen back on, because this is a time of year where everybody comes out and they're like, well, I've been a Chiefs fan forever and all this stuff. So I have decided that I have been a lifelong Lions fan. I have. Lockhart Lions, but it still counts. It's the same thing. It's just that now it's blue. So I'm a Lions fan, guys. Go Detroit.
And it hurts.
It's a good weekend, though, man. Longhorn basketball got the dub. Hey, recruitment, Lance Jackson. Hey there, how about that one? That's a nice little land there. I don't know if anybody's turned into the VIP column from Jordan there, but make sure you guys tune into that for Horns 24/7 Sports. They wrote a pretty damn good column there on Lance Jackson. But guys,
Coach Choice is getting it done too with the running back. That guy's a tremendous recruiter and coach, man. That's another one. Now you lost your defensive line coach. Yeah. Don't let somebody in the NFL try to outbid you for your running back coach right now, because that guy can recruit and coach.
So have you guys heard anything about us poaching Roach from Alabama?
I know he's a name that's been talked about a little bit. I don't know. I think Sark is potentially going after an NFL D-line coach first. And I heard rumblings that the guy he wanted to talk to was not finished. Yep. Oh. That was before this past weekend. So I don't know if it's a coach from one of the Final Four teams or a coach from a team that just got eliminated. So maybe we get some news this week on the D-line coach front. But
maybe Dan Quinn can come and coach defensive line.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. His defensive line wasn't that good.
You don't sit here and tell me you don't want Dan Quinn as the D-line coach of Texas. Give me a break.
Dan Quinn's the next coach for the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey,
and it's going to happen. It's going to happen in interim fashion, because McCarthy's not going to finish out next year.
I just go back to the fact that with the Texas coaching staff, it's kind of nice that people want to poach on the Texas coaching staff instead of running them out after a year. You know, it's like, look at we still have coaches that have been here that have been run off, and hell, they're still getting run off.
Yeah, so, of course.
I think we finally got our shit together around here.
It's a good change, that's for sure.
All right, boys, have a great Monday.
Right on, man.
Slam it. There it goes, man. What is up, Double R? How are you doing, my man?
Dude, I'm good, man. It is raining like a son of a bitch outside today, right?
Yeah, it's just nasty, man. It's like 45. The temperature went up a little bit here, but it's still it's got that kind of coldness in your bones type of feel. I usually don't wear any clothes. I'm not trying to pull the curtain back and getting a little hot and heavy here on Chaos Theory already, but usually I sleep in the nude. All right, like I just. You're warmer that way. You just are, right? I mean, sure, you might get a little fraudulence or whatever on your sheets if you fart or whatnot.
That's what I'm saying. Leak on the bed. Yeah, if you leak on the bed.
Yeah, I mean, usually I'm an adult, and I haven't gotten to that part of senility yet to where I'm crapping in the bed without making it to the damn piss pot or shit pot or anything. But no, usually I like to sleep in the nude because you're just warmer, right? I mean, you feel warmer when you don't have clothes on, dude. I had fleece pants on last night. I had this hoodie. I can't tell you how cold I was. We had the heat up on 75, which that never happens, man. Especially in this cold right now, because your house doesn't stay that. It never stays up to 75. I was freezing last night. I thought I had a bug again, man. Of course, I was sick last week too, so I maybe thought the shit was still kind of residing or whatnot, or trying to stick around, but. Damn, man. It was kind of a roller coaster of a weekend for me with the weather and just feeling all kinds of natural and getting back to health wise, man. It kind of sucked, honestly. Yeah, getting back on track though, getting a little bit there. No, but took in some football, took in some basketball. My guy, we were good.
Yeah, and I got to tell you though, back to that thing, and I don't know if it's age because I've done this for a long time. I mean, there are times at night where
it's age, buddy. Let me tell you something. I factor everything to age now, man.
Well, there are times at night where I fart and I wake myself up. And I think a lot of that is because if I fart, I've got two dogs. I've got two dogs that are sandwiched in between me. So I think what actually happens, Wags, is I fart and the dog moves and kind of kicks me. And it's like, you know what?
Damn.
I might ought to go to the shitter.
Yeah, I'm not there
And
yet,
just
man. You
make
got 10, like I
sure-
said, you got 10 years on me though, buddy. You got 10.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
catch up to you. I'll get to that point in my life.
And that's where it's like,
Damn,
I
dog.
might ought to go make sure that I don't have a little chorro going on right there. And just make sure that, you know, there's not something laying in my spot besides my dogs.
No, I think you're gonna be all right, man. How was the sports? Did you take in a lot of sport? I mean, you're talking about the
Dude.
outgoing of your body cavity right now, but what did you do this weekend? Did you take in anything?
All I did was watch sports, dude. It was Saturday.
That's a good weekend, buddy.
Yeah, like I messaged you on Sunday. I was going to jump on with you guys or try to jump in, but I had to go do a ride and all that. I did a ride on Saturday, but man, it was Saturday, Texas basketball. What a game that was, dude. I got to tell you.
You go on a ride every weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And during
What
the
do you
week,
usually get in, around 25? Like how far do you usually try and take
it's
it?
usually it's a 45-minute indoor ride, and I usually can clip about 17 miles.
Hey, you ever done a century before in one day?
No.
No? I did that when I was in Hawaii about almost 15 years ago.
Mhm.
Rode 100 miles in one day, man. That was
Yeah.
Of course, I mean your muscles start to fatigue after that, you know what I mean? Like hell, like you think that riding a bike's easy, but if you do it for that long of a distance, you start to see fatigue in your muscles and in your hamstrings and your quads, like actual muscle failure, man, to where you can hardly, push the cycles. It's incredible what your muscles do, what your muscles go through, man. But yeah,
Well,
100
and
miles in
Wags-
one day, dude.
Wags, my buddies laugh at me because I'm a big dude. I mean, I'm tall, I'm wide, I'm whatever. I got
Hey,
big feet.
are you talking about the seat? Are you talking about the bike seat? The bike seat kind of goes away when my ass is on the bike.
Well, yes, absolutely. But the other part, because mine is all indoor, because it's got to be low impact, because knees and ankles, man, they are absolutely gone. So that's really the only thing I can do. And all of my friends, when I talk about indoor cycling, it's like, so can you like quote unquote dance on the bike and do all the side stuff and do drops? And I'm like, I can fucking do that. And my buddies are like, there's no way, because they'll send me a cycling video of somebody doing side stuff and all that. And they're like, you can, and they're like, you can't do that. I'm like, come on, come try it. And you can watch me and you can try to do it. So it's good stuff. No, but I got to tell you, Wags, I think that the Texas game on Saturday, I think if a generic basketball fan, somebody that's maybe not a basketball fan, maybe doesn't care about basketball, if they'd have watched that game, that 11 a.m. game, dude, that was a lot of fun. I mean,
all right. So where are you at in terms of believability with this team? Like, are you?
Yeah.
I mean, are you back on board? Are you still kind of waiting to do that half gainer to jump back into the burnt orange pool? Like what's up here? Talk to me, man.
I think you kind of get. I think it's one of those things to where you kind of get. It's going to vary game by game. You just don't know what you're going to get. I mean, I think they had a huge chip on their shoulder. I think Rodney Terry coached them up pretty good on Saturday. I mean, they came out. I mean, what a statement right there to go out there and beat Baylor. I mean, I think a lot of people after the game on, during the week that it was going to be something not good, but they came out and they answered a lot of questions. I mean, am I going to sit here and say they're going to go on a run and be a Big 12 contender? No, because they very well, speaking of shit in the bed, they may shit the bed tomorrow.
Where do you after Baylor? I'm sure it's still not enough. I wouldn't say it's enough tape for the whole campaign, but after that win against Baylor, where do you think you have them seated at in terms of the Big 12?
I put them
like when it's all said and done with. Not right now, but like when it's all said and done with.
I put them middle of the pack, 6, 7. I mean, whatever that number is going to be.
Yeah, I got them around 4 or 5.
Yeah, because it's going to be so much about can you. I tweeted out on Saturday watching that game. It's like, okay, what concerns me in the first half? I'm like, can Texas keep up this pace? I mean, I really thought that it was going to be something when they're just going back and forth with all the threes, man. All those 3-pointers in the first half, man. That was unbelievable.
That's
the way they were
knocking Rodney, right? And who was hitting the three? Who was hot for the Longhorns from the perimeter on Saturday?
Shit, I don't know. Hunter. Well, yeah.
Hunter was 3 for 4. 3 for 4 from the perimeter, right? And that if you're living and dying on Hunter's perimeter play, you're probably going to die most times, right? I mean, he's not Ace Smith. Like Ace Smith is our shooter. We know that, right? And I mean, Horton can hit some shots every now and then, but you're going to need more than just Ace Smith and Horton to be able to do it. You're going to need more than Hunter to come out there, every other week. You know what I mean? And have a shot performance game every other week. You're going to need somebody to come off of your bench and hit and be able to hit a knockdown three or a knockdown jumper, when the shot clock's, running out or whatnot. You're just going to need a big bucket from someone else besides A. Smith, right? Dessou's getting ready to, he looked like he was starting to get busy on Saturday. Almost 19 points from Dessou or whatnot, but still a little bit lethargic and non-existent on the glass for me, man. 2 steals or whatever contributing on defense. Brock, getting some decent stops on defense as well, but still lack of contribution on the offensive front there, man. Our big men need to get going there. Our X factors need to get going. And when you're relying on Hunter to be at the perimeter, that's not really a convincing win for me, right? I loved the the end of the game, right, where Baylor comes back and hits the three to tie it. I thought maybe we should, of course, I'm not going to second guess anymore. I thought maybe we should have took a timeout to have something set up or whatnot, but apparently the Longhorns had that already in play and by design, because as soon as the ball went through the hoop, no hesitation was wasted. Hunter got the ball I think he received it from Dessou and then got a pick.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, that whole sequence
he only had 5 seconds to go the length of the court, and you saw his athleticism and why I'm so big on why he needs to be more of a slasher and get to the cup. Because, look, he almost drew the damn foul there, too. He got fouled, but they didn't call it, right? But if Hunter's main game is free throws, slashing, and getting to the damn cup and drawing fouls and getting the team in foul trouble, right? So that we can get him in the double bonus later in the game, and then hopefully get some free points at the charity stripe. That to me is Hunter's game. I love seeing him contribute from the perimeter, but just do not rely on that. You can't live and die off of Hunter's perimeter play. You just can't.
No, you can't. And that whole last sequence right there, the pass into Dessou and the way he, dished that off right there to Hunter as he came running. That was a work of art right there. That was beautiful, but you can't count on that. And
that had to have been drawn up in that's a practice play that they work on. You saw the floor spread. It was all like the Red Sea parted almost like Moses, man. Hunter went right up there with 5 seconds left, and it was a well drawn out game. They're going to have to find another avenue of approach and plan of attack, because people are going to be on that play now.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Great press buster. Way to, hell, I don't even think they were in the full court press. They were just 100 to kind of just slow the Longhorns down, right? It wasn't like a full court press. It was just full court man, basically. But anyways, it was fantastic. Well drawn up play.
And this is where I go back to, I was kind of waiting right there at the end of the first half, because, for Texas to go 9 of 11 from 3-point land, that's great, but that's not going to
happen every night. That's
not going to happen all the time.
You got to get battle points, man. You have to have points in the paint. You can't be relying on that perimeter play. You're not the Golden State Warriors. You don't have Klay Thompson and Steph Curry shooting. You just don't. I'm sorry.
That's not the way this team is built. And that's why I was kind of waiting for the wheels to fall off in the second half right there. But no 3-pointers in the second half, but you had good defense. And it really was that's where with Hunter, with like what you're talking about, Wags, can you count on that? That's where the discrepancy with this team is, because we saw what we saw on Saturday, but tomorrow it may be a totally different story. And this is where we go back to, this team has done a really good job of blowing leads, in the second half and kind of falling off the map right there. And that's where I'm not convinced it's going to take more than one.
Once Baylor tied it up at the end of the game, I was like, well, that's it.
I know.
This was a good run. We battled well, and then Hunter just streaks down the damn court and wins. So
and that's the other part, Wags. When all that shit starts happening, and I'm like, okay, no timeout by Rodney Terry or by Texas, no timeout. I'm like, we're going to overtime and we're going to fucking lose,
dude. As soon as they end on the ball, my thought was, Christ, here we go. You know what I mean? Like, there we go.
It was, dude. I'm like, here we go. And this is huge right here, Nigel.
We're getting killed on the boards every night, man.
To rebound the basketball. That's why these things come down to this, to where it comes down to the end. You're blowing leads. The other night you couldn't rebound. You had no boards, and your ass got beat. I think that I don't think that the game on Saturday was a fluke, but I'm not convinced that, all right, we got them now. Here we come, Big 12. Because guess what? It only gets harder. It only gets harder.
Well,
Not
I mean,
harder,
I
but
think
it
Baylor,
only stays the same. Yeah.
right. Baylor's better than Oklahoma. Still gonna struggle with Oklahoma, man. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, I feel a little bit better about it now than I thought that this whole week. I thought this entire week of Longhorn basketball was just going to be nothing but shit show and losses. But
Yeah,
now I got a little bit of hope, man. I feel a lot better going up against BYU than I would against the Sooners here. But we'll see. I mean, I expect to lose against the Sooners, but I don't expect to get blown out. I expect to not be embarrassed. I expect to actually put up and get something out of the game, or maybe we'll be able to take a little bit out of the game. I'm not expecting a victory. I'm not. I can't do that to myself.
And I got to tell you,
I can't do that to you guys. We shouldn't do that to ourselves. You know what I mean? Like let's go into this thing with realistic expectations, low expectations, and hope we play well.
Yeah. Well, and I got to tell you, for Rodney Terry, I mean, I like the guy. He's got a great first name.
Oh yeah, he's a likable character.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to do this.
There's always going to be different things you have to deal with in life. I think you have controllables in your life in terms of what you're able to control. In terms of what happens. And I always tell our guys there's always consequences to any actions that you may have. I had no intentions of trying to show up anyone or offend anyone in terms of what occurred at the end of that game. Johnny Dawkins is a good friend of mine. He's a really good coach. He has a good program. They're having a good year.
What's this in reference?
Personally, if I offended him or his program,
the incident the other night,
for that matter, that was not my intentions. I'm a God-fearing man. I lean heavily on my faith, and there are no obstacles in front of me that I can't ever overcome, because God never leaves me, no matter in good times, bad times. He's always with me. And so, I think, again, you control what you can control.
This is long, dude.
And, I'm proud of our guys and what our guys did today.
Shut up, Ronnie.
So what's that? That was from
that's
two games ago?
That's what they tell me at home. Shut up, Rodney. No, that was Saturday after the game. He addressed that whole thing. And it's like, man, you just won. Why are you even bringing that up? And I know on our text thread
I think he's bringing it up because it was a terrible look. When you go into, and we talked about this last week, man. When you go into another person's locker room, or not really the locker room, the hypothetical locker room, when you go to another coach's team and try to tell them how to run the team, that's a bad look. And also, it's weak as shit. You know what I mean? You let kids, you let a sign melt your brain down. You know what I mean? You let a sign, like a hand sign, get in your head. You know what I mean? Like, God, I hope you have stronger mental fortitude than that. I really do. I'd hate to see what it's gonna look like when it comes down to the nitty gritty, and the pressure's cooking a little bit more on the 40 acres, and you got to answer some really tough questions. I hate to see how you respond then.
Yeah. Well, I think the whole thing with it is it was an exciting win. I mean, it was at home. I think if anything, I mean, what you take out of this, you got the fan base, you've got them excited. I mean, you got them excited with that game, the way that it ended, and then beating Baylor. That only helps right there. I think that's something where folks can, and, we can talk about the fan base all we want. I mean, they do. I mean, I heard BK and Bucky talking about it this morning, to where this doesn't need to be a narrative after a loss. Okay, we need to fire the coach. After a win, okay, this dude is great. I think this needs to be something where you're going to ride this thing out. I mean, basketball season, baseball season is a marathon. I don't think basketball season is a marathon, but it's a half marathon. I'll tell you that.
It's pretty long. It's pretty long.
And you're going to see these teams a couple of different times. But I think the whole thing is, I was waiting in the second half for Texas to lose this game, and they didn't. They didn't lose the game. I think it's a good team win for them. I think it's going to help the morale. I think it's going to silence a lot of the narrative about everything that happened the other night. And hopefully you can go in and take on OU and win again. But I'm with you, Wags. I'm just not sold on it at the moment.
So here's the schedule looking forward here. We talked about how tough it gets. It is a tumultuous schedule moving forward, just an awful schedule moving forward, man, in terms of ranked opponents. Oklahoma on Tuesday, then after that BYU at 20 at 20. They are ranked 20. And then, of course, you got the number 3, or excuse me, they're the number 5 team in the nation right now, the Houston Cougars. That's after BYU. Then after the Cougars, it's the number 19 TCU Horned Frogs. And then after that, it's the 24th Iowa State. And then back to West Virginia to where we can kind of redeem ourselves maybe. And then after West Virginia, it's the Houston Cougars again. So, yeah, man, it's kind of like, facing the damn murderers row of the New York Yankees, man. I mean, this is one hell of a damn schedule. And if you can come out, if I can get 3 of these 5 games, Rodney, I will be happy.
Yeah.
Last year I would be saying I expect to get every one of these games, but if I can just get 3 of the 5 here, I'm living on house money, I feel like, man.
Yeah. And that's really the hard thing there, to where a lot of times in sports you kind of look and it's like, okay, there's going to be a soft part of my schedule. We talk about it in the NFL all the time, like with the Cowboys this year. It's like, okay, they're going to play, a very soft schedule. You don't have
you get
that.
One breath. You get one breath after the second Houston game, and that's Kansas State, Rodney. You get one breath, brother. And then it's Kansas again.
That's it. And I mean, it never stops. And I mean, that's where, I mean, if you really want to question the character of the coach, the character of the team, I mean, we're about to find out right here, because you're about to go on a run right here to see. I mean, like you said, I mean, you win 3 of those. Hell yeah. I mean, I'm kind of like, you win 2 of them. But I mean, the bad thing is, dude, this league is stacked. It's the best basketball league in college basketball. Yeah. And if you're a team that's kind of,
you think third in the Big 12 or Big 10?
I think so,
Big 12
man.
Is?
I think it is. I really think it is. I mean,
I struggle going back and forth between the 12 and the 10. Like I usually, I want to say it's the 12 just because of how dominant, the conference is, right? But then I look at the, the dance and see, how many Big 10 teams usually, how deep the Big 10 teams usually go, right? And of course it's different basketball. It's usually, a little bit slower basketball, bigger basketball in the Big 10, but hell, for what it's worth for me, man, it's clearly between the 10 and the 12 for the top 2 conferences in college basketball, man. ACC used to be that way, but bro, ACC ain't what it used to be back when Maryland. That's why the ACC sucks, because Maryland left that conference.
Well, that's right.
That's exactly
right. Yeah, that's right. Well, and
Maryland,
I really think
that's another mediocre team, man. Yeah, so I've been watching. I watched Maryland Terrapin basketball and I watched Longhorn basketball, man. It's tough. Well, it's tough this year.
And I think you go in with the positives of this. I mean, what I liked in the first half with the 9 of 11 that we're talking about for the Trays, that ball movement was great. I mean, the way these guys are shaking that ball around like that, I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's how you open it up beyond the arc when you're doing that kind of stuff. And I mean, I really like that. I mean, that was really good, but that really comes down to, can you do it continually? And in this league, dude, that is a bitch. That is going to be a bitch. No, I don't know. I'm glad it was a good win, and I'm glad it was against Baylor. We'll see tomorrow.
We'll see tomorrow. We'll see how if they can put some consistent basketball together if going up against Oklahoma. Then I'll give you a better rundown and a better synopsis on this team a little bit more, man. But again, I don't want to beat them up too bad, and I don't want to get my hopes up too much either, because right now I like the fact that I don't have much invested. You know what I mean? And I kind of want to keep it that way, or else I feel like my feelings are going to get really hurt and crushed and let down, man. So I don't.
Well, and I think that has to be kind of the stance for everyone right now. Just kind of keep it in perspective what we're dealing with right here. Don't like I was just saying, don't jump to the negative when something bad happens. I mean, don't think that you're going to win the Big 12 because you go out and you beat Baylor like that. The thing about it is, it's going to be real interesting to watch how this thing plays out. I'm just hoping that.
Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying.
I'm just impressive for you on Saturday.
What's that?
Who was the most impressive player for you on Saturday?
Oh, Hunter. I mean, Hunter was a guy. Yeah. I mean, Hunter was really good, and I think that if you can get that most of the time, it bodes well. But do you get that most of the time? I mean, that's where with this team, and I think that's where the expectations need to be. We were talking about this the other day, Wags, after the loss. It's like, this is not the same team that you had last year. It is absolutely not the same team. And plus, you're playing really fucking good teams all the time. That's the other part of this. I think you're still trying to build continuity with this bunch, with Rodney Terry, and trying to reassemble after you lost what you lost. We talk about the football team. You lose all these wideouts, but boom, here you go. You've got the pieces in place again. That's what he's doing. I mean, he's having to put this all together, and it's just not consistent. It's just not consistent. And
hopefully it carries over again. We will see the Longhorns in action tomorrow night up against the Oklahoma Sooners, and hopefully we come out of there with a victory. Okay, let's wrap up a little bit of our basketball talk and get into the gridiron that we usually get into here. Let's talk a little bit about what happened this past weekend. It was a good run for the Houston Texans. Fantastic showing for rookie sensation CJ Stroud, and also rookie coach D'Amico Ryans as well, man. Future is bright for the Houston Texans. You got to like that they have probably the youngest wide receiver room in. I don't know if it's actually the youngest wide receiver room, but I would say it's out of the young core of receivers that they have. I would argue that they're probably the most talented young receiver core in the NFL. I mean, but between Collins, Brown, and Tank Dell. I mean, that is one hell of a wide receiver. It's an exciting wide receiver room, for sure. And then you got complimentary running with Singletary and Pierce. The future is absolutely bright and Schultz coming in and being the veteran presence there for the tight end as well. You got to love what's going down for the offense. And on the defense, that Texans defense was middle of the field. I mean, middle of the pack, a little bit pedestrian, right? But you think that with a little bit of all-season moves and some acquisitions, that defense can be a top 10 defense, Rodney.
Oh, no doubt. And that's why I hope, Texans fans are not frowning upon, obviously you're
going up against the best team in the league, man. Like, and the thing about the Ravens is everybody knows what's coming with the Ravens. They just, they execute, man. They act and it's like they keep losing players left and right, but it doesn't matter. They just keep plugging in people to the system, and the system's just so damn productive, man.
Yeah, and Wags.
I wish I was a Ravens fan. I can't be a Ravens fan for some reason.
The Ravens, and kind of the same with you. I mean, the Ravens, if you like old school football, I mean that's what they do. I mean, they're just always good. They do it. I mean, they grind wins out and they just beat you down.
They're very efficient, man. They're just very efficient.
If you go back, I was talking to someone yesterday. Got a phone call from a buddy. We were talking about all the playoffs, and he's like, "Well, 3 of the 4 games were good." I'm like, "So which one was bad?" And he said the Texans game. I'm like, "It was fucking 10-10 at the half." So I think for Texans,
that's the thing. We were treated with great games all weekend long. It just they got amazing. Away from it in the fourth quarter. It started, the alpha started the alpha, man.
Well, and that's it. I mean, I think the thing for the Texans, kind of the opposite of the Cowboys. When you look at the two Texas teams, it's like with the Texans, there's some optimism there that they are making moves in the right direction to do things. There are some holes to fill, and that's the best part, Wags. When you talk about the defense, being a little suspect at times. I think if they'd had Tank in the play,
Rodney, that defense was going up against. I mean, you're going up against MVP Lamar. You know what I mean? You're not going up against hurt Lamar Jackson. You're going up against MVP Lamar Jackson.
And that dude is on a mission. And he comes out and he does what he does. I mean, you don't have anything to hang your head on if you're a Texans fan, because they're and that's the best part about it, Wags. You've got a defensive minded head coach. You need to fix the defense. Well, that's a good dude that's going to go over there. He's got a GM. He's got people in place. They're going to build this thing, dude. Talking about Tank Dell. I mean, I think Tank Dell would have been a huge difference in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I mean, go get it. I heard Bucky and BK talking about Mike Evans is a free agent. You go fucking sign that dude. Man,
wherever Mike Evans, I feel like Mike Evans is going to return back to Tampa Bay just because, like the amount of success that Baker had was really attributed to Mike Evans. It just has to be. Like, you can't take 1,000-yard receiver out of your repertoire or out of your arsenal and expect to have that type of work supplemented, right? Or just have the next guy come right in and give you 1,000 yards like Mike Evans did consistently for 10 years. That's when you have something like that, Rodney. I don't know how you let that leave your locker room, or matter of fact, you can't let that leave your locker room. If I'm Tampa Bay, I don't know what my best move is. If I'm Todd Bowles, I don't know what my number one move is off season, but I know one of them has to be keeping Mike Evans there for Baker Mayfield.
Yeah,
it just has to be.
Yeah, and Wags, back to Baltimore right quick. How good is this bunch to where you're in control? You've got the game in hand. You're just kind of riding the clock out, kind of milking the clock for what it is. Let's bring in Dalvin Cook and let him run a little bit. This right here,
I mean, for only having like a week or a few practices under his belt, he looked pretty damn good.
Really
you'd like
good.
to think that it's just going to get even better for Dalvin Cook, but hell, Justice Hill looks good. Gus Edwards looks good. It doesn't matter who's toting the rock in that offense, man. They look tough running the ball with the Ravens, dude. And one, it's because of their offensive line. They got one of the best offensive lines in the league. When you can come out there, Lamar doesn't have to throw for 250 or 300 yards against any defense. He can do what he did on Saturday and come away with the victory as long as that defense plays the way that they did, right? And they don't, throw the ball away or give the ball to the opposition. Baltimore, this is why Baltimore is the best team in the league, man. They play clean football all the time, sound defense, and they execute on offense all the time. They're very efficient, right? If Lamar Jackson is throwing less than 200 yards a game and he's still carving it up on the field with 100 yards with his legs, no one's going to stop that. That's the X factor. That is the reason why he's the MVP, and nobody can stop it, man. You can only hope to contain it because that's just how decent of a dude this guy is, man. I talk about MVP quarterback play. That's what you're getting from Lamar Jackson right now, and it's going to be tough to stop. That's why the Ravens are the best team in the league right now.
No doubt. And I mean, this is Lamar, this year. I mean, I know with everything last year with the contract and everything, it didn't play in the playoffs and all this, that, and the other. But this is where he has come out and he has truly proven that he is the MVP of this league.
Everybody was saying he can't win a playoff game.
Exactly.
Lamar in the playoffs, he can't get that done. Well, he doesn't have Mark Andrews anymore. So how's he going to be able to score in the red zone? Isaiah Likely looks like a pretty damn good supplement to Mark Andrews. I'm not saying that he's on the same type of tier as Mark Andrews is, but Isaiah Likely has proven to be one hell of a nice surprise or a little bit of a find, that diamond in the rough for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, and they do. I mean, the Ravens really do it. I mean, there's not a lot of flash. There's not. You got Lamar
They don't
Jackson.
need it.
Yeah, they just come out. It's like Thanksgiving, dude. You bring the turkey out and you just sit there and carve it, and that's exactly what Baltimore does. And the matchups this weekend are going to be great. I'm looking forward to both of them on Championship Sunday. But, I mean, you really look at what Baltimore is doing right here. And, dude, I've been flying that flag all freaking year, man. Looking at these guys, it's like you watch what they do. They get through their division, and they really did. I think this was a huge hurdle for Lamar. Like you were saying, Wags, it's like, oh, he can't win a playoff game, whatever. I mean, he did. And I heard some scuttle, beat the Texans, whatever. I'm sorry. The Texans are good. The future is bright right there. Man, I think there's going to be a lot of Baltimore-Houston Texans matchups in the years to come, dude, because those are the teams where Baltimore is established. Houston's on the come, and it's, it was a great weekend.
Houston's got one of the better offenses in the NFL, right?
I really think so, dude. You look at what they're doing there.
I agree with you. you. But here's the point, right? And of course, they were missing Tank Dell. They were missing some of the weapons and everything, right? But the Ravens were still able to hold that offense to almost 200 total yards.
Yeah.
200.
Yeah. And I mean, I really think that with Houston, they're, a player, maybe a player.
Rod, think about that for 1 second. A pro team, 200 total yards.
Yeah. And they were still in the game. And that tells you how,
up until
for a good part of it, for a good part of it, 3/4 of it, they were still in there. But you had to know the way that game was going down the path. It's like, okay, Baltimore's going to wear them down. I mean, you can see that's what's going to happen, right? They're just better. They're better now.
I mean, you bring in Justice Hill. He's getting 7 yards a clip. You bring in Gus Edwards. He's getting 7 yards a clip. I mean, the tail of the tape was just there, man. It was only a matter of time before Baltimore started running away with that game, dude. And credit Texas or credit Houston for all that they put up, man. You're going up against the stalwarts of the league right now, and the Texans' time has not arrived yet. Now, look, in 2 years, I guarantee this. I guarantee it. In 2 to 3 years, the Texans will be competing for the AFC Championship.
Oh, absolutely. I very much compare what the Texans just did to that 91-92 Cowboy, or the 91 Cowboy, the 90-91 Cowboys team. When they brought in, they went and they lost that playoff game to Detroit, which, by the way, it was the last playoff win before this year. But you saw what was coming. They were a few players away. You didn't have Troy Aikman playing at the time. He was hurt. but you had Emmitt Smith, you had Michael Irvin out on the outside. That offensive line was really starting to get good. That defense was really starting to build itself up. I think, and the best part of it is, Wags, I think that the pieces are in place in the front office with your head coach to where, I mean,
I agree.
Casario, I mean, all of that is there, man. The Houston, you better watch these guys, dude. Everything is right there for them as long as they don't do stupid shit. I think that's going to be the Texas team that I'm concerned about, because I know what my team's going to be doing, the same fucking shit over and over and over again.
And I mean, you want to talk about we teased it. We flirted with a little bit of the hypothetical, right? You bring one more wide receiver in there, maybe a veteran wide receiver in there like Mike Evans. I don't think that will happen, but if that does happen, lights out for this Houston Texans offense, man. Now you'll have the key veteran presence right there with also the speed demons of your youngsters.
Yeah,
it's gonna be tough to stop, man. And it's only gonna unlock the running game for the Houston Texans even more that by acquiring an asset like Mike Evans too, because I mean, how in the hell is the defense going to be able to stop Mike Evans, Tank Dell, and then by the way, who's leaking out of your backfield between Damon Pearson and Devin Singletary?
That's exactly right.
The Texans are going to be a fun team to watch. I just hope they're able to keep it all together and piece it together. Anyways, that game ended up being 34-10. And yeah, it looked like dominating fashion for the Ravens as the number one team in the AFC was able to take down the Houston Texans there and in ending their I would say house money season, man, because that's what it was, dude. They were playing on house money, I would say, for after week 5, as a matter of fact, because you and I both had this team, 3-4 wins, maybe, if that, and that's being very
conservative.
I would say that's being very kind.
Optimistic.
Maybe 3 wins is where I thought probably they could be, but yeah, I mean, to go and overachieve with the season that they had this year, I mean, you could argue that this was a rebuilding year for the Houston Texans, and they were able to, emerge victorious all throughout, the season and get to the damn playoffs. So if you're a Houston Texans fan, you have no reason to hang your hat. Future's bright for you guys. The next game we need to talk about is this Green Bay Packers San Francisco game, where I thought I was going to lose my shit. I didn't hammer down any line games, any money line games this weekend, man, but I played a lot of the over under. I was shocked. And this is the reason why I did not touch the money. I thought for sure San Francisco was going to come out here and dominate the hell out of the Green Bay Packers.
Me too.
Rodney, you could argue that Shanahan might have been outcoached a little bit by LaFleur up until that last drive. Yep. I don't understand what Green Bay was doing. And this is why I talk about prevent. This is why prevent drives me absolutely nuts, right? They knew damn well that San Francisco was going to be able to drive down there the entire time anyways and score and come up with points, right? Why in the hell, first off, you let 1 minute, come off the clock anyways?
What was that?
Second, it was 3rd and 1, maybe you're thinking that you can get the stop and force, a punt or whatnot. Yeah. But you allow a minute to go, or almost a minute to go. I think it was like 44 seconds or some shit like that.
Damn near
you allow almost a minute to go off the clock. You don't call a timeout. You don't get the stop. And oh, by the way, not even do you not get the stop, you allow San Francisco to get into the end zone and extend the lead. So now you're really shit out of luck. And then you run down there, your last drive with Jordan Love, you look like you have no idea that you've ran a 2-minute offense before. Jordan Love looks like he's clueless and doesn't look like the quarterback that he was, the past couple of weeks. And you throw the damn ball, you throw the game away, man. So again, I thought just the entire thing came unhinged for the Green Bay Packers at the last second there, and it just shows immaturity in the process and how I guess maybe if you got all the right pieces in place, if you're Shanahan or whatnot, sometimes the alphas are just going to come out and dominate regardless of what play calls or what schemes are going out there at the time, because it looked like Shanahan was getting out called and out schemed the entire night.
Wags, I totally agree, dude. I mean, this was San Francisco wins the game.
LaFleur blew it.
He did. I mean, it was very much to where Green Bay did hand it to him. I mean, you sit there and you watch this, and it's like, if I'm the 49ers, I got a lot of 49er fan friends or whatever, and, they're ready to take on Detroit. I'm like, if I'm you, I'm fucking scared. because I'm worried because that Detroit team is coming in and, man, they are steamrolling the way they're coming in. But, I mean, that 49er team, Wags, they look susceptible to getting their ass
and that's
right?
another thing, Rodney. I thought the 49ers were dominant. I thought there's no
Yeah.
way in hell that anybody in the NFC could touch base with the San Francisco 49ers. Now, this might be Detroit's conference.
No, I mean, that's where I've gone to. I mean, Detroit to me looks like the best team in the NFC. But man, what Brock Purdy?
I don't know, man. That's tough to say. After last week, how can you not say that though? I mean, and of course, we got to get the news on Deebo Samuel to see if he's going to be able to play next week or whatnot.
That right there is the key. I mean, because you take him out of that mix right there, Brock Purdy, look, great. Brock Purdy is, 23 of 39, 252 yards and a touchdown. That's great. But
Carlson missing again for the Packers in their kicking game. Look, special teams is important. It matters, man. It matters. 3 points is still points, dude.
That's that third phase nobody ever talks about, but nobody talks about them until they fuck up and miss. Just ask Buffalo. They're doing it well. Wide right. We'll get to that one. But, I mean, this is where with Brock Purdy, without Deebo Samuel, going into this game at Detroit, I know it's a home game. I know it's a home game or whatever, but I don't think that's going to affect Detroit. I'm watching Purdy the other night. It's like, yeah, I know that he's put this team in a lot of positions to win, but maybe he's just not ready for what he's about to see. I mean, there's a little bit of insecurity right there for me if I'm a 49er fan. Because I'll tell you, dude, you said it. The Packers outplayed him and outcoached him.
Right.
And Jordan Love, this dude, I mean, how about the Packers? I mean, they found another quarterback. Remember the beginning of the year? Oh, Jordan Love is no good.
We talked about this, man. It's the whole succession plan for the Packers and the way they roll out quarterbacks. They don't throw quarterbacks to the fire to the wolves, man. They make sure that the quarterback is ready to have the right tutelage, underneath the veteran that they were coming in or their predecessor or whatnot. And then the successor takes over. They've been doing it for the past 2 decades. And, of course, rolling out that quarterback on the rookie contract is fantastic. But if you can do what the Packers are doing, man, it's showing you that the recipe that they have for their quarterback play is working pretty damn well. Right. Now here's the thing about the 49ers next week up against the Lions, right? You're not just going up against one running back like you were going up against with Aaron Jones. Now you have the change of pace with Montgomery and now and with Gibbs. Like, Montgomery's going to carve you up and chew you up in between the tackles, but Gibbs is also going to be able to do that, right? Not only is he a speedster, but he's got those tough yardage that he can get in between the tackles, right? And then, by the way, you lose track of him and you let him get out of the ends or get out of the backfield. He's going to carve you up by catching passes out of the backfield, man. So I wanted to say that San Francisco was the key dominant team for the NFC, but after what I saw with Detroit this past Sunday, oh man, I can't wait. I can't give you a dominant go ahead tip the cap to San Francisco here. One, I got to see the damn line. I want to see the sharps come in towards when the game starts to kick off. That's when I'll probably wait until I get a better feel for the line before I actually place some money on this damn thing, man. But dude, right now I'm feeling the Lions. I'm feeling the Lions, man.
Dude, so am I. And that's what's going to be so cool about this game is that, the narrative may be coming out of divisional weekend as well. Okay, 49ers beat Green Bay. They were the 7th seed. Detroit beats Tampa Bay. They're out of the
South. Detroit and Buffalo. That's what I would have liked to see.
Me too, man. That's what I wanted. That's really what I wanted. But these two are about to lock up, and I really do, man. I mean, because you said it right there with Gibbs, and this is where I go back to how great this team is constructed, dude. That's that 2-back running attack that we talk about right there, where so many teams are missing that. We've talked about all the different teams where that would be so good for them that they don't have that. Maybe they have one, but I mean, you go in and you draft Gibbs, and then that was after you had picked up Montgomery. I mean, look at this right here. And how about old Jared Goff? You know what? He's amounted himself to a pretty damn good quarterback.
Laporta too, man. Laporta's having a hell of a season in his rookie campaign as well. I mean, Reynolds making big plays when he needs to make big plays over the slot, and then St. Brown, of course. That's your number one wide out here. Look, Detroit. You can't sit there and say that they're a gimmick team or they got maybe one guy that can kind of beat you. They got a formidable team, man. They got pieces all over the place here, and they know how to. They not just that, man. They know it feels like they know how to win in really close ball games now. It feels like. Dan Campbell just isn't the the rookie coach that he was, a couple of years ago, just trying to figure this thing out, man, with the drive and the ambition that he usually has. Now it looks like he's starting to get a little bit of mental to that craziness that this dude has. So again, man, I don't know how you're not a fan of Detroit, but
it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to see a Super Bowl. Of course, Detroit's got an NFL championship, but they don't have a Super Bowl. And now this is just me kind of being fanboy here. I'm on board. Give me the Fighting Dan Campbells. Let me bite some kneecaps, dude.
Well, and I think that's the other part of it to where it is such a good story with Detroit. And I mean, let me show you this right quick, Wags, if I can find it. Hang on 1 second. So, I mean, this is kind of the whole story of Detroit right here. See this guy crying after the Detroit game. This is on Facebook. And
that Kid Rock?
What's that?
Is that Kid Rock?
No. So this guy crying after the Detroit game, it's like, okay, fans are getting out of control crying. This guy's dad was an iron worker that helped build Ford Field. And that's what he's doing right there. So it's like that's the passion that these fans have right now.
Galvanizing moment for sure. Galvanizing. Well, I mean, I'm not from Detroit, so I don't know how much it means to him. I do know how much baseball means to me coming from Baltimore. It's just something, I don't know. I wish I could get behind football with Baltimore, but for some reason I'm still a Giants fan. It's just a difference. It's a different vibe when it's your hometown doing it, dude. I'd love to pick BK's brain about how he feels about the Texas Rangers, being able to capture a World Series, dude, the first World Series. It's one hell of a feat. I don't have the emotion like that guy has, but I probably don't have the ties. Or the family lineage, or I guess the time invested, going into Ford Field or whatnot. But anyway, I get it. I've never been really that much of a crier for sports.
Yeah.
I can't even remember being like a little kid and crying, you know what I mean? Like, and of course, like playing football though, like I've had sports tears when I was playing football, but I don't think watching it as a fan, I've never been really that into it to where I'm getting worked up and brought to tears by it. So,
and I think if you're a sports fan,
What's up, Mike?
At this point, if you're a sports fan and your team has been knocked out, I think that's where if you're looking for a story to latch onto, it's like, I mean, just look at Detroit. God damn, they need something good to happen. Yeah, the city. I'm not talking about the Lions. I mean, something good needs to happen there. And I think this is a really good feel-good story. And I mean, what's going to happen here? We're about to find out. But I mean, here's your test taking on the 49ers. Everybody's hanging the hat on the 49ers. I know a lot of people are saying 49ers, Ravens. Hell, I said that. But after watching what I just saw this weekend, I'm like you, man. I am nipping at that Detroit thing.
We'll talk a little bit more about Detroit and San Francisco as that game starts to get upon us here when the Lions get a little bit more prominent here. But also, I mean, the Lions taking down the Buccaneers 31-23. You got to like what Baker is doing. Of course, we talked about it just a little bit ago. If Baker wants to have the success return to him in 24 like he had with 23, you got to bring Mike Evans back because that was a key to your success, man. 10,000 yard, 10 years of 1,000 yard receiving years. Boom, got it. There we go. Okay, couldn't get the words out right. But anyways, you got a weapon like that. You got to bring him back for sure, man. It's just going to help Baker. Not only, I mean, you saw the moxie start to come back with Baker, but it also you've seen the development process in the maturation with Baker as well, man. He's not, doing the whole backpedal fade away, throw the ball away on the 10 and out anymore. He's actually standing in the pocket, going through his reads and delivering, man. Matter of fact, you could argue that Mike Evans dropped a couple of balls that, Baker delivered on point. So I think that's going to be a really good tandem that works together. That, of course, they're going to need that success. They're going to need Mike Evans back if they want to have that success that they had with Baker anyway. So, again, I gave you a little bit about that. Chiefs and Bills, we just talked about 27-24. Mahomes is able to go into Buffalo and come away victorious. That was the whole knock on Mahomes is can he win outside of Arrowhead? He was able to get it done there. The Chiefs look like they're still one of the main concerns for the AFC. Do they have enough to take down the Ravens? We'll talk a little bit more about that as the season or as the week progresses here. But yeah, Rodney, good week of football, man. And of course, I was able to do it all with audiovisual consultations, man. I was able to watch basketball and football. 512-255 8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin, Central Texas area. If you don't have an idea of what you want, go to their website at avconsultations.com and look at the gallery of projects that they've done. I got the 2 4K televisions right behind me. Also got the arcade units, and downstairs I got the Dream Theater system. Need to upgrade with that Sonos surround sound system. Why don't you give Tom McKay a call today and ask him about that Sonos surround sound system? 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. Also want to talk about one of our great pioneer partners here with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Of course, it is Covert BK. What great folks we have out there. I'm actually going to be getting them on the phone because I've got a youngster that's going to be needing her first new or pre-owned vehicle. We're going to get on the horn and call them and find her something. And that's what you need to do as well. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands. They've got everything you need out there. They got Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams, Fords and Chevrolets out in Hutto. They'll fix you up right there as well. And, of course, the old staple right here on the 183 at Research Boulevard, the Fords and the Lincolns. It is Covert BK, 42 acres of beautiful dealerships nestled out there in the beautiful hill country of Central Texas. Covert BK also services all makes and models of your family truckster. Don't be messing with any of that stuff. Let them handle all of the preventative maintenance, or if you have something major, it is 86 service base, in and out the door. You're not going to be there all day. CovertBK.com. Check out the weekly specials. I'll be doing that probably as soon as I get off the air here to figure out what we're going to do. Check them out online or just stop by and see Dan and all the great folks. Since 1909, serving generations of Central Texans, it is the Covert family, CovertBK.com. Remember, nobody beats Covert deal, not now. Sure as hell, not ever.
No, they don't. Right now, status on Deebo Samuel is 50-50. The 49ers think that he will be available 50-50 right now on the availability for Deebo Samuel in the Lions game. That's tough, Rodney. That gives me even more of a notion to put a little bit more money. I don't want to put money down on Detroit because I don't want to fuck anything up for Detroit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm serious. Well, I kind of want to make this thing happen for Detroit, man. Not that I'm a narcissist and that my money actually moves or sways the needle of the sharps or anything like that, but still.
And this is where it's going to be interesting
in the back of your head.
Right. And this is where it's going to be interesting in that ball game. Of course, it's going to be there at Levi. I mean, yesterday you saw the rain, you saw all of that. You saw kind of the nasty conditions. I mean, I think the days are gone. I mean, to where it's like people say about like Detroit, oh, the Saints, you know, whoever, oh, they're an indoor team. Forget that shit. That's the old days. I
don't know. I mean, Buffalo, I don't know if the whole indoor outdoor thing matters, but I do know, like, if you play in a dome most of the time and you go to play, you know, a team in Buffalo or Kansas City, that's probably going to mess with you a little. I mean, look at Miami.
Well, that's the best.
You know what I mean? Like, you take Miami out of Miami, they're not exactly Miami anymore.
Fish out of water, literally.
Yeah, it's literally fish out of water.
So, Wags, Josh Allen. I mean, everything that I see today, it's a lot of narrative on him. Can't win the big game. Blah 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 blah.
How much of that was on? Like, do you agree with Bass putting that all on him and saying it was all on me? Like, you know, wide right was of course, wide right is his fault, but do you put the actual game on Bass? Because Bass is trying to take full responsibility for losing the game. And I would argue, I'm with you, man. If you're Josh Allen, you missed a lot of throws in that last drive, man. You missed Diggs 3 times at least, dude. So and I think the one ball that was tipped or whatnot, he would have hit his target, which it wasn't Diggs. I can't remember the actual wide receiver that was open in the end zone, but he would have hit him. And it would have been 6 had the ball not been tipped at the line. But still, he still missed the check down. He missed the read to Diggs that was wide open coming across the middle. That would have extended the drive and got him in better play. Hell, got him in better position to kick a better field goal. If that, you know, the kick went wide right, they would be on the left hash mark anyways. So hindsight's 2020 when it's all said and done with Rodney. But yeah, I thought, for what it's worth, Josh Allen kind of lost the game and missed a lot of throws.
I agree, dude. I mean, it's really hard to put it on a kicker. I mean, you know, I totally get it. I mean, it's ironic that it's wide right, but I mean, it's really hard, especially in that situation to where you can go back there. I mean, Diggs dropped a ball, whatever, but you can go back and this is where you start.
There's a lot of drop balls. I mean, and again, it's not all on Josh Allen either. I'm just saying, like, it was a collective loss for the Bills. It wasn't just all on the leg of Bass. I mean, that sucks, but it was also on the Bills to get Bass down in a bad position, like maybe a couple more yards, or maybe on the other hash mark, especially especially if the wind was blowing that atrocious anyway. So,
But you know what? The other question with that is with the two quarterbacks that we watched yesterday. Seriously, dude, how good is Patrick Mahomes? I mean, look at that resume, dude. He just keeps
he's
adding to it.
he's
Right?
the best.
He really is. I mean, and you watch a lot of these great quarterbacks that have done what they've done over time and over all the years. Dude, this dude is like he ain't even halfway there yet, Wags.
Yeah.
And he's doing this shit that he's doing right now. I mean, it's
I'm not taking anything away from him, but I think he's been a benefactor of having one of the best coaches for quarterbacks, right? Like, I mean, Andy Reid's been fantastic with quarterbacks since he's been at Green Bay with Brett Favre, and then he gets out to Philadelphia. He makes Donovan McNabb look like a god for a while, and not to say that Donovan McNabb didn't have skills and intangibles to make him look like a god also, but yeah, like Andy Reid coupled with great athleticism and great quarterback play is going to ascend the quarterback to the MVP level. And I mean, hell, you're also getting a gift from the gods when you get to mess with Patrick Mahomes too. So, I mean, one hell of a feat, that's for sure, man.
And that's another one of those things to where, I mean, you remember Mahomes coming out of college. It's like, whatever.
Was Mahomes and Baker on the same team in Texas Tech?
I think.
Was Baker a freshman at that time?
Nah, man,
or
I don't
know. Was Baker already off the?
I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to go back
off
and look
the
at
Red Raider, or Mahomes off the Red. I can't remember either.
But the other part of that, Wags, you remember Andy Reid in Philadelphia? It's like, I mean, they run him out of town. Can't win the big game. He seems to have been able to figure that out. I mean, this is one hell of a run. I love to give my Chiefs friends a hell of a time. And I got to thank my man Ike, who is checking in right here, because he sent me a beautiful picture last night.
Did you get a Red Bull? Did you get a pasta Red Bull?
No, I didn't get a pasta. Here's what I got from Ike. I got a text last night with a picture of Taylor Swift saying, "Hello, bestie."
God. Oh my God.
Hello, bestie. That's what I got. That's what I got from Ike.
Oh, what? Hey, I meant to ask you this. What is the beef with Jason Kelce and Taylor Swift? Is that actual beef, or is that just like the media making hoopla?
No, what he did, I think Jason Kelce is actually a reason now that I think I want to kind of hang my hat on the Chiefs to do well and win the Super Bowl. So he was in the suite there with her, and then
but isn't there beef between like Jason Kelce's wife and Taylor Swift or some shit?
I don't know. I missed that part. I saw Jason out in the crowd. He was like picking up kids to say hi to Taylor and doing all that.
He's Mr. Buffalo. Jason, I mean, taking his shirt off, jumping out in the fan base and whatnot, and slamming beers or whatever the hell they're drinking up there in Buffalo.
Oh, hey, before we go, did you hear what happened after the game? So the Bills go in, the Chiefs go in after beating the Bills to take their shower. Supposedly,
they turned the cold water off.
The hot water was off.
Yeah.
Take that, bitches.
I mean, I would have. Don't matter, man. It don't matter how warm that water is. I guess when you got a dub like that and you're moving on to the next week and taking on the Ravens, that doesn't matter how cold the water is. You're hot enough, right? Anyway, one hell of a story, man. All right, man. That's I guess that's gonna do it for us. I see half of boys there. I see Jeff on or Jeff.
There's our man, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff? How you doing, brother?
Well, fellas. Wow. Okay, I gotta. Still getting used to this setup a little bit. All right, I want to do something on the air right now that my wife challenged me to do this morning. She said I wasn't going to do it, so I want video proof this was done. So I'm a psoriatic arthritis sufferer. I'm a psoriatic arthritis sufferer, so I got dry skin. My wife's like, "You won't put lotion on your skin?" I'm like, "I'll do it after I take a shower this morning." She's like, "No, you won't." So let the record show
lotion on its skin.
I have video evidence.
Get the lube out, Jeff. Get the lube out, my man.
I'm pulling a Joe Dirt. I'm putting the lotion on the skin.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Moisturize that skin. Soak it in, man. What you got going on, man?
I want video proof in case my wife doesn't believe me later. I can go back. She can check the tape. She can pull Jason Garrett and go back and watch the tape. Remember that, Rodney? Every time you ask Jason Garrett a question post game, I got to go back and check the tape.
I got to go
back until I check the tape. Well, then
Hello,
why
guys.
are we here?
Hello, guys. I like how you'd always welcome. Hello, guys.
Hello, guys. How we doing, guys? Hey, tell me about Landon Jackson, man. You and Jordan going to be talking about that?
We'll talk about Landon Jackson. Yeah, Texarkana Pleasant Grove defensive lineman. Who says you need a defensive line coach in place to recruit defensive linemen?
Do any news on that, Jeff?
Highest rated. I would stress being patient.
Okay.
That's all I'll say with the defensive line coach hire.
Waiting for something to open up, or
I
waiting for
would
somebody to be able to be talked to.
No, thank you, Gabe. That's exactly what I was looking for. Push the Joe Dirt in the hole. No, that's all I'll say, Wags. Just be patient. I don't think it'll be too terribly much longer.
Okay.
And if things are trending the way I'm led to believe they're trending, I think Longhorn fans will it'll be worth the wait. Put it that way.
Right on.
Yeah,
that's what I like
hey,
to hear. I just kind of went 6 to midnight, man. I ain't even gonna lie about it.
Hey Jeff, so how's the mood right now after that? Well, not moody, but the mood after the win on Saturday for Texas basketball. I mean, I was telling Wags, it's great that you beat Baylor and whatever, but I think I'd kind of pull the reins back just a little bit before we get too hyped up on that.
Man, me personally, Rodney, I just can't do the yo-yo. All right, well, it's bad hire, wasn't working. Oh, hey, it's turning around and we're going places. Like, it's funny. I had as a matter of fact, later on the site today, I'll have some baseball notes posted because we're less than 4 weeks away from the start of Texas baseball season.
Yep.
And I was talking to David Pierce last week. I went and chatted with David Pierce for about an hour in his office last week, and we're just talking about the transfer portal. And we're talking about the portal, and we're talking about freshmen because he's got some really talented freshmen, some that are probably not going to see much action. And he said, it was already hard for freshmen to adjust to college baseball anyway. He said it's even harder now because of the portal and NIL. It's an older game. And I was thinking, we definitely seen it with football. Like, we're seeing fewer underclassmen declare for the draft. Guys have an incentive to stay in school. Yeah. And we've seen it with baseball. I just think you're seeing it with basketball. I just think college basketball now, because of the portal and player movement, it's a little bit of an older game. And I underestimated, the impact of losing as much experience as last year's team had. Again,
I'm with you. I didn't think that the turnover would be as bad or would be as hurtful as it's been.
That's
right?
Like, this whole thing.
We lost 2 shooters. Basically, we don't have anybody that can come in and knock down the 3 off the bench. And look, Asmus is our guy. We know that, and Horton contributes every now and then. But you can't rely like what we saw on Saturday, right? With Hunter going 3 for 4 from the perimeter, you can't rely on that, man. Like, he's your slash. Like, you and I talk about it all the time, Jeff. Like, Hunter is the dude that gets to the charity stripe. Like, once he's able to draw fouls and put the other team or put the opposition in foul trouble and allow you to get into the bonus and the double bonus, that's when Hunter really starts to take over the game, right? Starts to dominate, starts to keep the defense off balance. Then he gets to the charity stripes and gets you the freebies, man.
I'm looking at Tyrese's stats, and Jordan's with us right now. I'm looking at Tyrese's per 100 possessions. His free throw attempts per game per 100 possessions is actually up this year. He was only at 3.7 per 100 possessions last year. He's at 5.8. The difference is per 100 possessions last year, he was shooting 80% from the line, shooting 68% from the line this year. So that's the big difference with him. And I hope happens is that Baylor game on Saturday for Hunter especially really gets him going in the right direction.
That's my thought. That is exactly my thought with him.
But my thing is, I don't think if you're a realistic Longhorn fan, you can't be reliant on that. Like, you can't expect 3 for 4 from the perimeter from Hunter all the time.
No, but you can expect a consistent level of play. You can expect that baseline to raise. You can't have games. He's too good, and he's too much of a veteran to have the kind of games where he just either disappears throughout the game or you look up and you're like, dude, Tyrese Hunter's playing today. Like, you can't have those games.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I got to run, man. You guys have a great show, man. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Chaos Theory. We will see you guys tomorrow, man. And it's time for It's Only an Hour with Jeff and Jordan. You guys give them hell.
Kick some ass, gentlemen.
See you guys. Chaos Theory is out. It's only an hour in. Jordan, how's it going, man?
Man, busy weekend.
Hellaciously busy weekend for you. I
forgot to move my mic. Busy weekend.
Where you want to start? We can start a number of different ways. But you can start with just kind of big picture take on Junior Day. I don't know if you want to start with the 2 commitments. I'm gonna give the floor to you. You drive this car.
Yeah. So besides it being cold as hell, I think it was a pretty successful Junior Day. Obviously, it was great that Texas won the basketball game as well. The whole Texas recruiting media market pretty much was making jokes the whole morning about how they were going to get run off the floor, but they won. So great news.
Who called that win on Saturday? By the way, there was a certain member of the Horns 24/7 staff, I think, that mentioned.
Yeah, no idea.
Mentioned in the group text that they had a good feeling, because usually that's the kind of game that Texas messes around and wins after some struggles. So yeah, I had a good feeling about it, Jordan. I don't know what it was, but man, it couldn't. From that standpoint, good atmosphere for the game. Top 10 opponent, you get a win. It was great for Rodney Terry. Couldn't have worked out better for Sark though.
Yeah, they obviously got 2 commitments, Racing Guillory and Lance Jackson. Both kind of a little bit out of the blue. Lance Jackson was someone we were expecting to end up at Texas eventually, but honestly, not this soon. He had always talked about wanting to take the official visits first. And with him, it's well documented who his older brother is, Landon Jackson, the Arkansas defensive end, who is top 50, top 70-ish prospect in the 2021 class. When he came out of Pleasant Grove, same high school Lance was at. So Lance has kind of been getting recruited since like his 6th, 7th grade year, just because Landon started getting recruited really early on in his high school career. And whenever you go and visit, usually bring your siblings. And Lance, I mean, he's built and looks just like Landon almost. And so, schools could see even then when he was 12, he was going to be a guy in the future. So it was a long process for him. And he always talked about how, he's kind of just sick and tired of it. Because, again, he kind of had 2 or 3 years longer in terms of getting recruited than the other kids in this class. So he always went about it professionally, kind of because he had been through it before. And so he had always said he wanted to take the OVs first and then commit after, but he'd always said that he wanted to take OVs as soon as possible. And usually they open the last weekend of April, and he already knew that. So he was always saying, I want to take my first OVs the last weekend of April and like commit by the end of May. So when I was talking to him, we got some quotes before he went ahead and announced it. I asked him, was this a spur of the moment decision, or, did you kind of go into this visit? Maybe you're thinking about it on the drive, I'll commit. And he had said, he knew Texas was a place for him, but he wasn't really expecting to commit. And then he got on campus and kind of was just like, man, this is where I'm going. I might as well just post it. That was kind of his mindset. And, I wrote in the Stampede this morning how, I think he's going to be really solid to his commitment, kind of just because of everything I had said where, man, he's tired of this process. He knows what his different options are. And, also he's been to Arkansas a ton, and I believe he's been to Tennessee twice. I know he went once in November. I believe it was like a whole weekend unofficial. So he's seen, and the reason I brought up Arkansas and Tennessee, those are the 2 schools that are really the only competition to Texas, I'd say. And I think Lance would say the same thing. So it was important that he got to see those 2 programs and get an in-depth view with them before he went ahead and committed to Texas, because, he's also seen Texas a lot, and it just means he's seen all the options I think that could come along, and he pretty much already has every offer in America. So, I expect him to be pretty firm on his commitment. And then Racing Guillory, that one was really kind of out of the blue there. I believe before he committed, I was the only person that had ever interviewed him. I talked to him after Alito had won the state championship game. It was on my birthday, December 15th, last month. They had won. Racing didn't play because he had hurt. I believe he tore his MCL or PCL. It was something of the 2. I can dig for that. I have it somewhere, but he got hurt in the 4th or 5th round, missed the state game, wanted to be a part of the team. So the Alito coaches let him suit up. He obviously didn't play though, but interviewed him then, talked to him. And, he had said him and Tashard Choice were talking every day. And that, he was high on, he didn't say directly Texas was my favorite school, but, whenever you talk to kids, whenever you do this for a living, you get a good sense of reading, body language and, just tone of voice, stuff like that. And I could tell he really did like Texas, but I mean, he said he'd barely visited anywhere and was looking forward to seeing Texas more, because at that point he'd only been for the Wyoming game. And then comes this weekend for Junior Day. It's funny. I mean, basically the way we got to operate working these Junior Days is we're in the parking lot as they get off buses. And some of these buses will have like a lot of guys on them. And Racing Guillory was on a bus with like Riley Pettijohn and Deuce Williams. And some other big time guys. So no one talked to him. And then, if some time goes by, we get word that his grandpa's posted on Facebook just like everyone else. We run it by Texas because, Hank and I both talked to Texas sources going to the weekend, any guys maybe y'all feel good about. And then they honestly said they weren't expecting anyone to commit. But if it was going to be some commits, it was going to be these guys. Racing Guillory wasn't one of those names. So, we checked back with Texas like, hey, what's going on here? And they're like, yeah, he committed. The staff loves him, and they're really excited for his commitment. And I hit up Racing Guillory, like, what's up, man? Heard the news, and we did our interview, knocked it out, got the graphic made, and he went ahead and posted it. He would have posted it while he was on campus, but he was waiting on his graphic to be made, and that's why it ended up getting posted at past 9 o'clock or whatever time it ended up airing. But that's pretty much the backstory, I guess, behind this weekend's 2 commitments.
Okay, let's start with Lance Jackson. We've got him listed as a defensive lineman. Did you get an updated weight for him? Because the 6'5" in the link part, that's pretty self-explanatory with him. But where is he weight-wise right now? Because I wonder, is he on a path to being an interior D lineman, or might he have to be an edge guy?
Honestly, he can do either one.
Okay.
What Texas has been talking to him at, PK has been his primary recruiter this whole time. And they've also, pretty much since Ethan Burke came on, they've been saying, that's who we want you to be. So that's kind of the path Texas has been kind of envisioning, Matt. They haven't said directly, you're going to come here and play that exact role, but writing's kind of on the wall. And Lance has even talked about, like, what are you looking for? Or what do you like about how Texas recruits you? And he said he sees a lot of similarities with himself and Ethan Burke, and, he could envision himself being in his shoes one day. And so that's kind of where I see him ending up, positional fit. But, again, 245, I'd say he's probably heavier than that.
Okay.
But with his frame, he could get up to 280. Honestly, if things go his way and he ends up being an NFL draft prospect, he'll probably end up being drafted at least above 270 for sure, I'd assume, no matter what the position is. Because, again, that's the type of athlete and the type of frame he has. He can do that. So, and I wrote this in, I believe, the comments under his commitment story, but him committing this early is good for Texas because this gives him flexibility. While they've talked to him about being in Ethan Burke's shoes, him committing this early gives him flexibility where, say they whiff on some D-line guys, unfortunately, that could possibly happen.
Mm-hmm.
Lance can play D-line, and they can go take, an extra edge to where class numbers make more sense. So him shutting it down this early helps Texas in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I liken him from a body type standpoint. A little bit like he's thicker than Ethan Burke, right? Reminds me not a little bit different, but kind of in the same mold of like Taquan Graham. Like when Taquan Graham was at Temple, he was in that kind of 255, 260 range. I didn't think Taquan Graham would be a guy that got up to like 300 plus pounds, but he did at Texas and ended up being a productive interior D lineman and ended up getting drafted. I think anytime you take edge guys, if you can bulk them up and kick them inside and they maintain the same level of explosiveness that they have, the ability to penetrate and get up the field, I'm all for it, man. I think Byron Murphy showed you this year the importance of having a penetrator and a disruptor at defensive tackle. It's like as good as Moro Ojimo and Keandre Coburn were in 22, neither one of those guys was really a disruptor like that. But with Murphy and Sweat, Byron was the disruptor. And then, okay, if you're going to double team Byron Murphy, well, good luck blocking Tavondre Sweat one-on-one. That's what made those guys so good as a tandem. So, I'm all for it. As long as you can bulk them up, like I said, and they can maintain the athleticism, that's fine. Well, the Racing Guillory, Jordan, anytime people hear the phrase Alito running back, everybody thinks of Jonathan Gray, and everybody thinks, man, how much tread is this guy going to have on his tires by the time he gets to campus? You've seen him. Should that be a concern at this point, or you think it's just way too early to know? He's got 2 more years of varsity football left.
Yeah, honestly, not worried about it. He's been he originally was at Mansfield Lake Ridge as a freshman, where he was their varsity running back for the 10 games they played. They didn't make the playoffs. Believe it was 700-ish rushing yards he had as a freshman, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Transfers to Aledo, has to sit out. I think it was their first 3 games, and then he missed their state game and their semifinal game because he only played in, I believe, 11 games as a sophomore. And since Aledo made it to state, they would have played in 16 games. So he missed 5 of them. And honestly, no, I'm not worried about carries for him, at least, through his first 2 years. Aledo this season, they had, I'm probably going to butcher his name. I believe it was Kieran Hawk Daniels was his name. And they traded carries, even though like Racine was the workhorse. He led them in all rushing stats and everything like that. He wasn't overworked. Aledo's going to run through everyone in that district. And really, he won't have to play full 4 quarters outside of non-district. And, once you get to the 3rd, 4th round of the playoffs. So not necessarily worried about tread on the tires for him. Also with Jonathan Gray, like people have to realize how many carries Jonathan Gray was getting at Aledo. Like that, it was a ridiculous number.
Yeah.
Like ridiculous. Like it's like Kansas and Deontay Foreman that game, except like he gets like 6 games a year like that, and he plays 16 games because Aledo was winning everything back then as well. So.
Yeah. I think the way Jonathan Gray got used, and I don't blame Tim Buchanan or anybody on the Aledo staff for the way they used him, but you've got to think too, he won 3 straight state championships. So he's playing 15, 16 games a year. I liken it to where it kind of reminds me kind of how I've thought about Kevin Durant in recent years. Jordan, like you look at KD's age, like, okay, he still should have tread on the tires, but you think about the playoff runs that he had with Oklahoma City and with Golden State, the international play that he played, whether it's the FIBA World Championships or the Olympics, like Kevin Durant's in his mid-30s. Kevin Durant's probably 34, 35, but that's an old 34, 35. Like that's a broken down. That's a lot of tread on those tires. So yeah, I've seen high volume carry guys. Malcolm Brown was a decently high volume carry guy in high school, and battled injuries 1 year at Texas, but played his 4 years at Texas, and up until this season, as a matter of fact, was he in the league this year? I think maybe it was last year where he got a call from the Rams because Sean McVay loves him. The Rams needed running backs, and they called Malcolm Brown. Like 1 week, I remember Malcolm was asking people, "Hey, what's a good tailgate to attend? Because I'm ready to go to a game as a fan." And then literally the next week, the Rams signed him to a free agent deal, and he's playing in the NFL the following Sunday. So, anytime you mention Aledo running backs, you're going to have to hear that for the next couple of years with Guillory. So just, or you got your mind wrapped around it? Like, are you ready for it? You ready for people to just hammer you with the Racing Guillory questions about how many carries is he getting?
Yeah, I'm excited though because I've been meaning to get out to Aledo. I knew I was going to see him at state this year, and I didn't really make a huge effort, but I got to get out there at some point. Obviously now Racine's committed, but also Caden Finley's there, and Caden Finley's a 2026 kind of jumbo wide receiver, maybe a Y, and he's Jermichael Finley's son. And
yes, he is.
Jermichael Finley, statistically being the greatest Texas tight end of all time, his son's going to be pretty good at football, and you're going to assume that, and you assume correctly. So, looking forward to seeing both of those guys.
Yeah, man, Jermichael Finley, including Jatavian Sanders, freakiest tight end Texas has ever had. Like the 3 guys, it's like Lavelle Pinkney, Jermichael Finley, Jatavian Sanders in terms of just freakiness at that position. But you get a chance, Jordan, I know you're busy, but if you get a chance, go down the YouTube rabbit hole and watch some of Jermichael Finley's highlights where he's just like boxing people out in the end zone and just going up and like high pointing balls and just mossing dudes in the end zone back when he was at Texas. It was insane how good he was. So there's the 2 commitments. As far as the offers go, because you talked about it, we did a full junior day preview. Like we did pretty much the back half of our show on Friday was all junior day preview. And you pretty much said, hey, I think this guy's getting an offer. I don't think this guy's getting an offer. This guy's kind of a wait and see. In terms of the offers that were extended, anything surprise you?
Not really. I was happy Michael Terry finally got offered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's visited. I feel like he's been there at every single Texas recruiting event I've covered, and Saturdays is my 5th. So, happy. It's always hard seeing whenever kids always are invited to these events, and eventually they just stop showing up and stop, acting on the invites because they haven't been offered, and it frustrates them. So, was happy that Michael Terry, kept his head up and he got that offer, and he was very excited after. I mean, I put out the quotes this morning, but I believe he's at around 20 or over 20 offers now, and he said Texas is in his top 3. And I mean, they offered less than 48 hours ago. So, and he's our number 1 athlete in the country, I believe number 50 overall player. So, definitely a big deal. In terms of positional fit, Texas told him, we just want you and we'll figure it out later. He said he has no preference. He just wants, or he tries to get the ball in his hands. And we were like, so does that mean you want to be on offense? And he was like, sure. We were just like, okay, got it. So,
yeah, I'm interested to see how we talked about it a lot, so I don't want to go, too far into it, but talking about Sark liking a move guy at tight end and an inline guy, I'm interested to see just kind of the different body types he can put at that move guy position, that wide position, because, like Michael Terry probably projects there if he picks Texas, and not that, maybe he projects there, but, like a guy like Emory Winston is going to play that role. Jordan Washington, who's there right now on campus, who's more of a long, lanky guy, a stretch the field guy. So you got diversity in those two roles, but even within that one role, you can still have, 2-3 different body types, 2 different type guys that can function there. I want to see just how crazy Sark and Jeff Banks get with it.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic of tight ends, Lance Jackson, if you want to watch some fun high school tape, he's got a lot of tape on his junior highlights of him playing some tight end. And I mean, it's pretty scary seeing how well he moves for 6'5", 245, and he's kind of a natural pass catcher as well. People in Texarkana, I've heard them say this since his sophomore year, kind of blew it off just because I was like, he's only a sophomore. But now that I've seen him in person, he's kind of grown up. I do think Lance is more athletic than Landon is. And that people have been saying in Texarkana again since the sophomore season. So it's going to be interesting to see if that ends up being true. But I guess I'll answer the Quinn Murphy question. To be honest, I don't. I think they would have by now. Sorry, I've been having like hiccups or something. It's been weird all day. But
you get you some gargle, some salt water or something. Is that one of those gimmicks you can do for hiccups?
Yeah. But Quinn Murphy, honestly, I don't know a ton about him. I've seen him in person once. It was about a year and a half ago, and he had a big growth spurt because he lists himself at 6'3" now. He was maybe 5'10" then. So I don't really have a good read on Quinn Murphy as a player, but in terms of Texas offering him, he hasn't been invited to a recent visit or anything like that. So I'm going to have to say no for now. But on the tight end front, there are 2 big-time tight ends in the 2025 class that were there. Keati Armstrong from Jasper and Nick Townsend from Decaney. Nick Townsend's listed as an athlete. He's going to play tight end in college, or at least if he ends up at Texas, he'll be playing tight end. Texas already has a tight end committed, Amari Winston. We had him on our list. He ended up making it in. We confirmed he wasn't there. I haven't heard anything that makes us, feel different about his commitment. We still think he's solid, but I do want to say, man, Texas is in a good spot for both Keati Armstrong and Nick Townsend. Nick Townsend's the number 122 overall prospect in the nation. Keati's 54. I honestly think it'd be worth taking 3 tight ends if those are 2 of the guys you're going to take. And if I'm, again, speaking in honesty, I would prefer both of those guys over Amari Winston.
So we're going with Amari, not Emory.
I saw a video yesterday where he said his name and he said Amari. So that's what I'm going with now. Okay. But I've had people tell me both up until then. So now I'm rolling with Amari.
Gotcha. Okay.
Spelled like Emory though, so I don't know. You never know. I guess we'll find out when the Texas style guide or pronunciation guide comes out. If I guess we don't find out before then. But
I've been saying Nato and Zena's last name wrong the entire time. So then I've read that pronunciation guide. Actually, I got it in front of me. Umazalo is how you say Zena and Nato's last name.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that one pronounced like 10 different ways.
But I've heard it pronounced the way I said it, and I never heard NATO or anybody else correct it. So, as Jordan buffers real quick. Yeah, you can get over to the site, and Jordan and Hank put the Stampede together today. Also, just what I thought was really good, just some quick hitters on Saturday. Just kind of pretty much almost every recruit that was there that was offered and visited just got something from them real quick. And then the guys will have plenty of interviews also on the site throughout the week. Like Jordan's interview with Michael Terry dropped this morning, and I texted with Hank to handle the 24/7 Sports basketball recruiting update, the rankings update for the class of 2024. Texted Hank this morning. I was like, "Hey man, I can take that basketball story off your plate." And he said, "Good, because I got about 15 more interviews to go through." So, by the way, real quick, speaking of basketball rankings, Trey Johnson, 5-star guard out of Lake Highlands, now at Link Academy, still the number 5 overall prospect in the country. Cam Scott, the guard out of South Carolina, number 52 overall, and Nick Cody, the big power forward out of Carrollton Newman Smith, number 66 overall. So Texas with the number 8 ranked class in the country, according to 24/7 Sports and Basketball. Let's get back to the football, though, Jordan. I want to ask you about we talked about the running back position last week, and it's funny. The first comment on the YouTube page went onto the video is no mention of Ricky Stewart, and Ricky Stewart's a really good player, really productive player out of Chapel Hill in the Tyler area. Ricky Stewart got offered. It's an interesting offer because, man, it feels like he's been committed to SMU forever, and it's running back is usually a deep position in the state of Texas. And at some point, it becomes beauties in the eye of the beholder. And if you're Tashard Choice, you can look at those 2025 running backs and be like, all right, I'm going to offer 4 of you. The first 2 that commit get the spots. I don't know if that's what they're telling people or guys are getting that hint or whatever, but Ricky Stewart's in that group of running backs that are just kind of all there together of the state of Texas running backs.
Yeah. I believe I said it. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but I'm not expecting Ricky Stewart or Demetrius Brisbane. They're both the 2 Tyler Chapel Hill kids. I'm not expecting either one of them to end up at SMU. They both committed, I think, like a week apart from each other, something like that. They're both really close. Both of them are at Texas Junior Day, and Hank spoke to Ricky. I spoke to Demetrius. I don't know if there's really a number 1 option I predict them both to land at. That isn't SMU, but just as of right now, I don't think it's SMU. Yeah. Keenan Hall was a big part of recruiting them to SMU. He's now at Baylor. So Baylor's in the mix. They both will be at Baylor next weekend for Baylor's Junior Day. And they're both really high on Texas. Ricky Stewart said it was his dream school. Haven't confirmed with anyone, but, I feel pretty good about my thought that there's guys higher than him on the board. Yeah, I think if he wanted to commit, they probably would tell him, maybe let's wait a little bit. But, he's talented. I like him a lot. I actually saw him as a sophomore. I think it was a 4th round, 2022. They played Lumberton at New Caney, or in New Caney at Randall Reed Stadium. And I think Lumberton was up like 28-3 or like 28-6 or something like that at half. Chapel Hill won the game, and it was raining, like pouring the whole time. Ricky Stewart finished with like probably over 150, 200 yards, like 4 touchdowns. They couldn't touch him. He's talented for sure.
Yeah, Ricky Stewart's numbers for his junior year, 28-55 in terms of his rushing yards, 40 rushing touchdowns, 284 yards receiving, and 4 touchdowns. He's over 6,000 yards for his career at Chapel Hill, and probably going to have a chance, Jordan, to get over the 8,000 yard mark, because that's a Chapel Hill program. They're going to play, several rounds deep in the playoffs. So, but that running back mix, running back is one of those positions where, I don't really, if you're evaluating the right guys, and I trust Tashard Choice's eyes, you really can't go wrong. If you've got 4 or 5 guys you like, you got to figure, all right, from this group, we're going to get 2 that we really like.
Yeah. And I think they're the favorite for Jordan Davison. I think a lot of other people think that as well. So, honestly, I said this to Hank over the weekend, like where Texas is at with Jordan Davison right now feels a lot like where they were at with Jared Gibson at this point in Jared Gibson's process. Jared Gibson also made it in for the junior day as well. And, we kind of got the vibe around then with like Texas just kind of feels like Texas and no one else. Obviously, Ohio State, Oregon, Alabama, a lot of other programs are involved with Jordan Davison. But again, like all the buzz favors Texas here. So, with that being said, you kind of have to figure out the puzzle pieces. Who's the second running back?
Yeah.
DeAndre Ryden. James Simon from Louisiana he wasn't on our list. I don't believe he was on anyone's list. And actually ended up showing up at the junior day, and Mike Roach talked to him afterwards. So I'm going to have to talk to Mike Roach and reach out to James and see what's the latest there. But he's a top 247 guy as well. So it's going to be interesting to see, how the dominoes potentially fall for filling in the class with, the guy who looks like will end up being in the class and Jordan Davison. So, yeah,
you've got, you mentioned Tiger Ryden, Torrey Blaylock from Atascocita reports an offer. And then you mentioned Ricky Stewart, Riley Wormley from South Lake Carroll also is in that mix. Any 2025, I know KJ Lacey didn't show up because he's going to be there this coming weekend with Ryan Williams. He's scheduled to be anyway. Any 2025 quarterbacks make it in?
No, I didn't see any. There's some 26s there. Roman Seymour, Will Griffin, Reese Weiss from Westlake. There's 27, or there was like 2 or 3 2027s, but the only one I remember off the top of my head was a Weston Nielsen from Bastrop. So
yeah, gotta get that 27 cycle started early, Jordan. Gotta get that quarterback take figured out.
Coach 420 is talking about Jabori Antoine. He actually did make it in. We were all trying to figure out who he was because he was wearing a ski mask and we could only see his eyes. So ended up finding out later it was him once Will Fong posted the story, and that was him in the thumbnail. But Steve spoke to him after and put up some quotes on our site, I believe Saturday night. So you go back and look for that. But it seems like the visit went well. I really like where they're at for him. He's a Louisiana kid, though. So, it's always hard fighting the in-state LSU. I think a few weeks ago I said it, it kind of feels like a really weird recruitment for an LSU or for a Louisiana kid where it seems like he isn't really treading to LSU. Mm-hmm. And then obviously a few days ago, news comes out that Corey Raymond's going back to LSU. So, I think that could change a lot of things, to be honest, but we're kind of in wait and see mode. He obviously hasn't visited LSU since Raymond has took office, I guess, again. So yeah. And then I saw you asked about Marcus Harris. We like where Texas is with Jordan Davison, with Marcus Harris, but not as much as Jordan Davison. Marcus Harris was originally scheduled to be at Texas, ended up switching his plans to be at Tennessee, and that's where he was this past weekend. So going to see if he returns. We expect him to come in on an OV at least. And, I remember the spring game last year was when I think it was like 5 or 6 modern day guys came down. So I'd assume they'd probably try to target the spring game again. So
is it weird that in the Jordan gets lots of offers for road trip partners. That's nothing new. Jordan, is it weird that just in the day and age we're in college football, when the first thing I thought of when I heard the Corey Raymond news that he was going back to LSU? Man, I wonder if Xavier Filsaime ever thinks about getting in that portal because LSU was one of his top choices. We know he was in Florida because of Corey Raymond. Man, it's just that challenge of having to constantly recruit your own roster. And it's good though that Texas, like, you have to have a coach like Sark. That's why I think, like, the last couple big jobs that have come open, people have mentioned are, Urban Meyer for those jobs. Man, I don't know if Urban Meyer's style works in college football in 2024. I don't think you can have a guy that's, all fire and brimstone. That should tell you how much of a relationship guy Nick Saban is. The Saban's a little bit different anyway, because guys know, man, you go to Alabama, Nick Saban's going to put you in the league. Now more than ever, relationships matter when you talk about once guys get on campus, especially early on, because guys can get homesick, guys can get frustrated, whatever the case is. But yeah, that's just something that, I'm filing in the back of my head. Like, when something ever happens with Phil Smith where he hits the portal, Corey Raymond's back at LSU, so that'd probably be where he ended up. But Xavier Philsby's going to get every chance to make an impact at Texas as a true freshman starting with spring practice. So
yeah, and I'm excited to see how he does because, athletically, I think he's the most ready, arguably at any of the freshman signees. So
yeah. And by the way, don't anybody go run on social media. Oh man, Jeff said Xavier Philsby's transferring. That's not at all what I just said. So don't be twisting my words out there. At any rate, let's keep it moving. What position group surprised you the most? Just in terms of who showed up, who looked good on the hoof, anything to take away from the 2025 tight end? You've already mentioned the one position I was really interested to hear about was tight end with Keati Armstrong.
O-line group obviously was the biggest. Anytime you have Byron Washington in your group, you're going to be the biggest. So it was funny. Hank and I, he was the first off the bus, like quite literally.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you've ever seen him in person, he kind of like waddles to walk. And so Hank and I are like, why are they making him get off the bus and like waddle all the way into Moncrief to hand him his pass and then make him walk across the street to Moody?
Yeah.
We're just like, why doesn't he just like get a head start and go now? Because they were having him like basically get off the bus, walk in, talk, whatever, for like 5-10 minutes, get your little lanyard. And then they take him in like groups of like 20, 30 kids across the street to the Moody Center for the game. And so I got to go the O-line group for biggest. The linebacker group is really impressive. Bo Barnes was there. Riley Pettijohn was there.
Yep.
Gavin Nix from IMG, we didn't have him on our list coming in. He showed up. He's a top 247 guy as well. I actually texted someone at Texas about him. Hold up. I could actually read you this text. Said, I'm not sure how you feel about the 2025 IMG linebacker Gavin Nix. I know y'all have offered him, but he played his ass off tonight. He was by far the best player on the field. Y'all need to get him on a visit. And he said, we offered him, but we need to reevaluate him. And that was in August. So his first time at Texas, seems like he had a good time. I actually wasn't the one who talked to him. It was Hank. So can't really tell you exactly what he said, but I did ask Hank, how to go. And said it seemed to went well for his first visit. He said he wants to return. He's kind of in the process right now of seeing schools he hasn't seen for the first time, like kind of like what his trip to Texas was.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of, seeing those options and then working on scheduling official visits is kind of his MO, is what Hank had told me.
Yeah.
Jabbar Muhammad news, none, not lately. Nothing besides that he's still scheduled to be at Oregon this weekend. So
the 25 linebacker class is interesting because, again, things move fast in college football. That group will be freshmen the season that Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau are both draft eligible. So that group's going to be critical. Get them in as freshmen, get them to learn the defense. That way, if you lose both of those guys, you've got some competition for guys that have at least seen it, going through that. Well, that would be spring of 2026 should both those guys leave. I know I'm getting way ahead of myself, but man, when you're building a roster, that's the kind of stuff you got to think of, man.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And shit, I mean, they're both like, they're top of the line. Like, I've talked about it a lot, but the fact that I think Texas is where both of those guys end up, like, I can't remember the last time Texas signed like a linebacker duo like that. I'm sure it was in the last 10 years or whatever, but two in-state guys ranked that high that are that like y'all can kind of tell my eyes light up when I get to talk about them.
Yeah.
Like those two guys, Lance Jackson, like there's a handful of guys that really truly do excite me, and Texas is in a great spot for both of them.
I mean,
specifically Riley, I've always said I think they're in a good spot for Bo Barnes, but man, talking to Riley Pettijohn afterwards, like I'm thinking about putting in a crystal ball sooner or later for Texas. Not that he would commit anytime soon, but just I feel that strongly about him ending up at Texas.
That's big. when you talk about off-ball linebackers like that, just highly ranked guys, the duo that jumps out off the top of my head, I mean, Malik Jefferson and Anthony Wheeler. That's almost 10 years ago now.
Hey, one of them was some Skyline too.
Yeah. Where was Anthony? Anthony Wheeler was a top.
He was Skyline
guy. Anthony Wheeler was 136 in the country. So, yeah, that was a good group. And then you got the Tom Herman era, which was loaded with defensive backs. I guess you can count DeMarvion Overshown, but I don't think Texas. And they might have gone. What else did they do at linebacker in that class? Delia Deoe, no. Joseph Osai played edge.
What's the name? DeGabriel Floyd.
DeGabriel Floyd was 2019. Yeah, unfortunately never played a snap at Texas because of the spinal stenosis. So, yeah, man, that's if Texas can get these two guys, two in-state off-ball linebackers, man. Jeff Choate definitely left that room better than he found it.
For sure.
Jack, I know you jumped on here late. I talked about D-line coach at the top. No, neither one of us went to
yeah, I was going to say, no, none of us went to Skyline. We were just talking about Elijah Barnes and Riley Pettijohn. Riley Pettijohn goes to McKinney, Barnes to Skyline. And then he brought up Anthony Wheeler, who had also gone to Skyline. So
nothing on the D-line coach. I would stress patience, and if it continues to trend the way I've heard it's trending, I think Texas fans will be happy with the outcome.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say on defensive line coach.
Yeah, I forgot. DeGabriel Floyd did end up somewhere. It's kind of wild how he still might have eligibility because, I mean, he did take like a year or two off.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And then you got a COVID year thrown in there. I don't know if that applies to him or not.
Why? Why would it not apply to him? Like, hey, your spine's messed up, so the COVID year doesn't apply to you.
DeGabriel Floyd. How about East Los Angeles College? Oh, he signed with Charlotte. That was back in December. Man, that means DeGabriel Floyd's going to go play for Biff Poggi. Man, Biff Poggi. I'm just going to say this. I don't like to disparage many college football head coaches, but Biff Poggi, that dude's stealing money from Charlotte. You ever seen this dude coaching on the sidelines, Jordan? This is the dude that wears this cutoff, the sleeveless t-shirts with the slit in the neck, like he's going into the weight room to get a workout. Just it looks like a redneck on the sidelines, like he just needs a trucker hat that says "I farted" and he'll fit right in with any redneck dive bar in America. I'm like, this dude's stealing money, doing bits. I was just blown away. No, I don't know how I ended up watching so many random Sun Belt or Conference USA games during the season. But I texted our guy Eric Henry because Eric used to cover those leagues. I'm like, what's Biff Poggi's deal? And I told him I was watching the game. But I was like, by the way, don't judge me for watching a Conference USA game on a Wednesday night, please.
We all have our guilty pleasures.
That we do. Mine might be midweek Conference USA football. Jordan, how big is this visit coming up this weekend with I know Ryan Williams is going to be on campus, and look, I know you get asked about Ryan Williams. I get asked about Ryan Williams. The odds are what they are until he gets on campus and then take your shot. I still think he ends up at Auburn, but we'll see. How big is this visit, though, for KJ Lacey? Just to maybe solidify some things. Because, man, that's going to be a recruitment that Sark and AJ Milwee, they're going to have to recruit him pretty much until it's time to put pen to paper like he's not in the class.
Yeah, KJ Lacey's he was at Alabama this past weekend. That got reported, and to be honest, I think if Ryan Williams, again, I still feel the same way about everything I've said about Ryan Williams. Texas, do they have a shot? Yes, they have a shot. Do I expect them to end up at Texas? No. We're expecting Auburn just like pretty much everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
With KJ Lacey, I think him taking visits is going to slow down once Ryan signs. I think a lot of the visits he's taken have been kind of going with Ryan. Not that he's not being recruited by the schools he's visiting, but just that, maybe he wouldn't be going on these trips if Ryan wasn't already going. So,
right.
I think it's going to slow down a little. I also think eventually, Sark and Milwee don't, and not just Sark and Milwee, it's the whole Texas staff. Like, whenever they have a commit that keeps visiting other schools, like, it reaches a breaking point where they talk with them and they're like, hey, like, you're in or you're out. Because we're tired of doing this. It's you're in or you're out. And we obviously want you, but, it's Texas. They can go get whoever they want pretty much. Most of the time they can. Not sure if they've done that with KJ Lacey yet. Honestly, would kind of be surprised if they have at this point, especially with Ryan, not having signed yet. But I think things are going to slow down for KJ after Ryan is official somewhere. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at the top quarterback prospects. There's not that one guy in the state of Texas this year. I was just looking at our in-house rankings. Adam Schobel, is he Bo or Aaron's son? Do you know off the top of your head, Jordan?
I don't. He's one of their sons.
Matt is his father, so I was wrong on both accounts. Aaron's his uncle. Yeah, you got Bo Schobel at Columbus. Just not a really top heavy year or a deep year for in-state quarterbacks. So, I mean, I think everybody probably figured that out when they went out of state to get KJ Lacey in the first place.
Yeah, and thing too, like I've written about it, but I don't want to say they'll be shit up creek if KJ Lacey decommits, but it's gonna be rough. Obviously, I have faith that they figure it out, but the other quarterbacks they've offered in 25 besides KJ Lacey is Bryce Underwood, who has never visited and have never heard anything on Texas and him. Committed to LSU right now. He's the number 1 player in the nation. The other kid is Julian Lewis, who's our number 14 player in the 25 class. He was originally in the 26 class, and he was the lone 2026 quarterback that Sark had offered up until this point. Now he's in 2025. He's committed to USC. He visited Texas like 2 or 3 times. He's been getting recruited since like the 7th grade. While he is committed to USC, he's also still taking trips to like Georgia, Bama, some other schools as well. So that one has more of a shot than Bryce Underwood does, but it's still probably like as great a chance as getting struck by lightning.
Yeah.
At least at this point, that's what it feels like, if I'm just being honest. So I really think if they lose KJ Lacey, they're going to have to evaluate guys they haven't offered yet.
All right. So
in 26, they had Will Griffin on campus, who's our number 4 quarterback in the 26 class. Thing is, they haven't offered anyone in 26 a quarterback because Julian Lewis reclassified. So we're also in kind of wait and see mode for the 26 class as well.
So I was just looking at the in-state quarterbacks for 25. You got Adam Schobel and Ty Hawkins at San Antonio Johnson. Schobel committed to Baylor. Hawkins committed to TCU. Then you got to go. Those are the only 2 4-star quarterbacks in the state. Lloyd Jones at Hitchcock is just outside the top 40 in our in-house state rankings. He's committed to Texas Tech. See, this is the other thing. A lot of these guys make commitments early. Keelan Russell at Duncanville, committed to SMU. And then after that, you go down to, it is down into the 60s, get down into the 70s. It's not looking good, Jordan, for in-state quarterbacks at this point. So that you've got basically, unless I see one coming up, Keldon Ryan from All Saints committed to Virginia Tech. So yeah, it sounds weird saying this. Not a great year for in-state quarterbacks.
Yeah, and to be honest, 26 isn't great either. We have Roman Seymour, who's now at Fort Bend Ridgepoint. He was at Manville, and before Manville, he was at Iowa Colony. He's, I believe, like our number 96 player or something like that. He's probably getting moved down in the next rankings update. Outside of him, there isn't a quarterback currently ranked in 2026 that resides in the state of Texas. So probably gonna have to go out of state for that one as well.
Yeah, man. I don't. From that standpoint, I don't worry about. Roman Seymour right now, 93 overall is where we've got him. From that standpoint, though, Jordan, I don't worry about Sark and AJ Milwee being able to find quarterbacks, but depending on where you get them from, it could be a hell of a time hanging on to those guys. That's what you brought up, though. I didn't think about that because Ryan Williams He's going to sign with somebody sooner or later, in the next couple of weeks. Does KJ Lacey just shut it down and not take any more visits at that point? No, that's something to follow.
Yeah. I doubt he'd completely shut it down, but I think a complete shutdown would be coming somewhat soon thereafter.
Yeah. Like you said, at some point, that's not just a Sark and AJ Milwee thing. That's a any staff thing. Like at some point, if especially a guy at a position where it's almost impossible to get a fallback option that late, a guy at quarterback commits to you and he's still taking visits at some point, it's like, all right, you need to. It's or get off the crap or get off the pot time. Like what are we doing here? Like if you want to take visits, we got to go find something else. If not, let's go ahead and do this thing. So, anything else junior day wise, Jordan? We got about 5-6 minutes left. Anything else junior day wise that we haven't hit yet that you think is worth mentioning?
Pretty much every linebacker we talked to raved about Nansen. Seems like that's really been a home run hire so far.
Seems like Johnny Nansen was a big hit. Yeah.
Outside of that, not really. I didn't see this myself. I didn't hear this myself, but there's another reporter I talked to that was in the parking lot, I guess with kids before they got on the bus to go to the junior day when it began. And some people were getting upset about having to wait for buses. Apparently one parent got mad. Outside of that, I didn't hear a single thing about anyone being upset with their experience. So do want to say that's a good thing because usually you hear a lot more than just one parent being pissed about having to wait out in the cold for a few more minutes. Pretty good overall. I think, you got 2 commits, and as far as we know, 36, 48-ish hours removed. No families are pissed off.
It's a good thing, man. It's a good thing. In terms of organization, I mean, that was the 11 a.m. basketball game certainly didn't help from from a logistic standpoint. Because I talked to Hank because I was seeing some of the pictures coming in from the guys where they were having to park and get on buses. I texted Hank. I was like, dude, are they busing kids over from the intramural fields?
Yeah, they are.
Like, yeah. I was like, man, that's a hike. But really, man, if there's events going on campus on a Saturday, you really kind of nowhere else to do it. Yeah, exactly. Because even like the parking garage at Dishfalk, they're going to use that for Moody Center parking. It was nice to see that from a logistic standpoint, everything went well. But I just, in terms of organization, man, just the fact that it doesn't seem like Sark's junior days or Sark. The one thing we talked about this last week, the one thing that they really need to maybe look at and do differently is the pool party during the summer. But it seems like Sark's junior days anyway, like there's nothing stale about them. Like kids usually, the reviews are positive. And honestly, and I say that and you're like, okay, Jeff, what kid has a bad experience? Trust me, by like the end of Mac Brown's time, during the Charlie Strong era and even during the Tom Herman era, there were kids that were pretty open that they didn't have the best, most positive junior day experiences. So it says a lot that, the reviews continue to be really positive for the staff.
Yeah, it does. It also, people are willing to put up with more shit whenever the program's better.
That's true.
Like, if I'm just being honest. Like,
that's true too.
That's got to be. It's part of it as well.
That's true too. No, I say that with the Bama offer. Like when Alabama under Nick Saban, when they offer you, unless you're one of those dudes that everybody else in the country's offering, that's your offer to come to camp and try to prove yourself, and then they'll see how interested you are, and then based on your performance or what they think of you, they will either reciprocate that interest or you'll get the hint really quick that you probably need to take Alabama off of your list of favorites. And it's like, man, that seems kind of cutthroat, but you know what? It's Alabama. They can get away with doing that.
Yep. Just like the same reason Urban Meyer could get away with what he was doing and Tom Herman couldn't. Tom Herman didn't win.
Yeah,
Urban Meyer did.
Yeah, it's really weird too. We can get more into this. I was thinking about this too, Jordan. Like if you look at so this is, Sark is going into 2025 will be his fourth full cycle. He did 22, 23, 24, 25 will be his fourth full cycle. Charlie Strong was gone by that time. Tom Herman's fourth cycle was that 2021 class, which ended up being a transition class. You've got to go back to Mac Brown's fourth year to find the last time a Texas head coach, after they might sign a couple of good classes in that third or fourth class, it's like it's a transition class or things are already on the downtrend or whatever, that's how you've had giant gaps in the talent pipeline, even though Sark has the portal as his advantage. And even though he doesn't have scholarship counter limits like the other coaches had, you're seeing like Texas could, in theory, put together a top 5 class for the 4th year in a row. Like that's how 25 is shaping up. And it's kind of, I mentioned this before talking about Sark, man, it's kind of scary to think about because early Mac Brown was the last time Texas recruited at a consistently elite level, like it looks like Sark is recruiting when you're talking about stacking like 3 or 4 classes. You can do 1, you can even do 2, but to stack 3, 4, 5 elite classes on top of each other, that's when you get to where Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia and these other national championship contenders have been.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. And honestly, this 25 class has the potential to be the best class that they've signed. The Sark staff at Texas.
Saying a lot because I went back and just some top 247 data. I went and looked at the 2023 class. The 2023 class, 11 signings in the top 247, 9 of the 11 in the top 100, and you had 3 5-stars with Arch Manning, Anthony Hill, and CJ Baxter.
Look, I went through the 2025 top 247 whenever I was putting the list together to tweet out, how many of the top guys would be there. And dude, they lead for a lot of guys, a lot of guys. And I've even talked to Hank about this. Like a big part of how covering Texas is so much different for us compared to even Mike and Hudson is there are guys Texas has to say no to now. Yeah. Earlier, under Mike and Hudson, a lot of it was, kids saying no to Texas because Texas was 5-7 and whatnot. So I really think this 25 class again can be the top class that they've signed so far. Like it's loaded in state, it's loaded at receiver, it's loaded at linebacker. D-line is pretty decent, O-line is great. The really only weak spots are quarterback and DB. Yeah. Outside of that, it's pretty damn good, strong class.
Yeah, I was just looking at the top 247 for 24, and I think it just, I don't think any coaching staff will ever run the state the way Mac Brown did back in the day. Yeah. But what you're talking about for 25, if Texas goes in the SEC and has a 9 or 10 win season, year 1 in the SEC, Texas could be the team that just dominates the state in 2025. Because if you look at 24, Jordan, I mean, it's kind of a hodgepodge. Like your top 5 guys, actually your top 6 guys in the state in the top 247, all going to different schools. DJ Lagway to Florida, Justin Williams to Georgia, Micah Hudson to Tech, Terry Bussey for now to A&M, Colin Simmons to Texas, and then Bryant Wesco going to Clemson. Taylor Tatum to OU. OU's first one comes in the top 10. So you had Florida, Georgia, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Texas, Clemson is 6, OU's 9. 9 different schools signed a top 10 guy, or actually 7 different schools signed a top 10 guy in the state in 2024. And I mean, Colorado got one, Tennessee got one, LSU got a couple, TCU, Notre Dame, Oregon. Like it was just kind of a hodgepodge. And I think the state by and large is going to be like that going forward, but you can have one of those years where you dominate. Maybe that's it for Texas in 2025, like you were pointing out. As Trey gets on and BK will be here momentarily. CB mentioned the 4th cycle for Mac Brown was the 2001 class. Even though I say 02 is the gold standard, you can make an argument that 2001 was the best class, the most talented class Mac Brown ever signed, because Aaron Ross was in that class initially. So you had 2 Jim Thorpe Award winners in the same recruiting class. Michael Huff and Aaron Ross were both in that class. That's those 2 guys, Cedric Benson, Derek Johnson, Jonathan Scott. It's a lot of really freaking good players in that class. So, yeah, the 01 class it's up there for the best class Mac Brown ever signed. Pound for pound, 05 was Mac Brown's best class. They only signed like 13 guys, but Colt McCoy, Jamal Charles, Quan Cosby. Quan was in the 01 class initially, by the way. I think that came back from baseball and signed in 05. Mentioned Roy Miller, Henry Melton was in that 05 class. Just a really top to bottom, just really damn good class.
Was Arakpo?
Arakpo was 04.
Okay.
Arakpo was 04. But yeah, that's it's fun, BK, that we're talking about Texas. Kind of like Jordan said, the 2025 class could be one where Texas kind of dominates in state, at least right now it's shaping up to be. It's nice when we can talk about Texas in those terms and stacking elite classes on top of each other for a long time. I said it before, man. It's something that hadn't been done since those early days under Mac.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to talk about recruiting without having the giant caveat of if these guys get developed, right? Because that's what it's been. Like Texas has recruited well. Y'all mentioned it. I mean, this next class has a chance to be something special, and obviously Sark has put together a few really special classes in a row. But man, end of Mac, all of Charlie, all of Tom, start of Sark. Oh yeah, it's great. Another top 10 class, but we're not sure if these guys are going to get developed. Now that we have seen guys get developed around here, it's like, oh shit, no, this is the start of something that could be really, really good for a long time.
I'll give you an example. The 2019 class, in the top 247, 11 total guys, 6 top 100 guys. You signed 2 5-stars, but 5 of those guys in the top 100, Brew McCoy, DeGabriel Floyd, neither of whom ever played a snap at Texas, Tyler Owens, Tyler Johnson, Jake Smith. Jake Smith gave you something, but the injuries mounted up. So really the only guy that you got multiple years out of as a contributor among 6 top 100 guys was Jordan Whittington.
God, all those dudes were in the same class.
Yeah. That 2019 class is brutal from an attrition standpoint. Like, dude, top 100 guys in the country, BK, that pretty much gave you nothing.
Was that the signing day where Tom Herman gave us this too?
It was.
Because if it was, there was your foreshadowing wasn't it?
I don't remember if it was that one. I think it was the following year, actually.
Okay.
Why did Tom Herman give the double birds on signing day?
He was flipping off Emmanuel Acho. He's like, oh, I was telling about the bus story. So that's why you were looking right at the camera when you popped the double bird after Emmanuel Acho. I forgot what Manny Acho said. Trey, do you remember? It was something that wasn't putting Tom Herman in a favorable light.
I think it was just saying hello to Tom Herman in the football offices.
That very well could have been it also.
I don't remember.
But yeah.
I didn't even know that nugget, Jeff. This is why we have to turn to you with these things.
Yeah. Emmanuel Acho had said something, and then it cuts to the war room on signing day, and Tom Herman is giving the double bird right at the camera. And like Brian Carey, pretty much everybody in that room except Bob Shipley was laughing. I think because Coach Shipley probably had the foresight to be like, I hope that camera's not running right now, because if it is, it isn't going to be good.
And thankfully it was, because it was good. Grateful for that moment in Texas football history.
All right, gentlemen. Again, if anybody needs junior day content, Hank and Jordan have plenty of Horns 24/7 and more to come. So get over there and check it all out. So.
Definitely. Great show today, fellas. See y'all tomorrow.
See you.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, no kidding. Jordan's been all over it all weekend long at Horns 24/7, recapping the tremendously successful junior day that Texas had on Saturday. More than 100 Longhorn recruiting targets were in Austin, Texas. Trey picked up a couple of commits, one for the class of 2025 and one for the class of 2026. And it feels like the rich are getting richer around here, and that's a great thing if you're a Longhorn fan.
Agreed. I know very little about either of these two dudes. Watched some highlights after the commitments dropped, and especially with the running back, it seems like they got somebody who has the potential to be really, really special at that position at the college level.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal if you get offered that far away from college. Like, clearly this coaching staff thinks incredibly highly of Racine Guillory, the class of 2026 running back from Aledo, who played a lot at Aledo, which is a big freaking deal because that's a powerhouse football program in the state. Yeah, and Tashard Choice, you tip your cap to him. Bucky and I spent some time talking about that this morning. Just that guy continues to do tremendous work, both as a recruiter and as a developer, right? I mean, he took over his first year here. Bijan Robinson wins the Doak Walker Award. Rojo becomes a third-round pick. And then those guys leave. Everyone was curious about what the running back room was going to look like this season. Jonathan Brooks turns into an All-American candidate before he got hurt. CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, and obviously you've got a few more reinforcements coming in this year and in the next few years too. So that to me is the overarching takeaway that I have from this Junior Day weekend that Texas just had. They've got a really, really good running backs coach in Tashard Choice, and enjoy him while you have him, Longhorn fans, because I'm a little surprised that guy hasn't gotten poached. I'm going to knock on wood and keep praying and hoping that it doesn't happen, but that dude is a star in this coaching industry right now.
Star as a recruiter, star as developer of talent too. Yeah, in fact, Texas found a home run hire as a position coach, and eventually they are not only going to have to continue paying him more, which I'm assuming is happening each offseason, but they're going to have to find ways to increase just what his responsibility is on this coaching staff. I know there can be as many co-OCs or DCs as a guy wants, but don't be surprised if he doesn't end up with that label at some point in the not too distant future. I'm not saying this offseason necessarily, but at some point that has to be in the realm of possibilities, because you would assume Tashard Choice has higher aspirations than merely remaining a running backs coach somewhere.
Yeah, the last running back coach at Texas got a head coaching job at Temple. So maybe that's next for Tashard Choice, right? Maybe he works his way up. Maybe he goes to the NFL, wants to be a running back coach up there. Maybe he goes the offensive coordinator route, or maybe someone thinks highly enough of him to where they're willing to give him the keys to the car and he becomes a head coach somewhere else. So, hey, that's future us problems. Thankfully, we've got Tashard Choice on staff right now, and he just continues to do a phenomenal job, like you said, both as a recruiter and as a developer as well.
Yeah, I know the Texas coaches went out and did get a running back in the transfer portal a few off seasons ago, but running back is one of those positions that, like, I'm not really flinching at the guys who have entered the transfer portal and whether or not there's going to be an upgrade that can be provided for the running back room, because the running back room is so healthy right now because they've recruited and developed it so well.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And I think everyone feels good about the future of that position too, especially with what we saw from CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue, minus the fumbles against Washington in the second half of that game. But it feels like those two guys have some juice to them. Jarrett Gibson coming in as well. Yeah, that is a healthy position group right now for Texas. And as long as Choice is in charge, I'm going to feel good about that remaining the case. All right, plenty to get into on a Monday edition of the award-winning midday program. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We'll get back into Texas football. We've got some Texas basketball to talk about as the Longhorns picked up their biggest win of the season against Baylor on Saturday. And, of course, the Final Four in the NFL is set. We'll recap the divisional round of the NFL playoffs and start to look ahead to these conference championship matchups coming up on Sunday. And, of course, at the end of the hour, we will have Where Are We At in Society? Any tease for today's story, my friend? Putting you on the spot here.
We have some options.
Uh-oh.
Including Chinese marathon runner disqualified for chain smoking through race. You'd figure a hero like that would be lauded, but instead he's been disqualified.
What?
And Ford's self-repossessing cars in our continuing coverage of the inevitable war between man and machine.
All right, those coming up at the end of the hour. Where do you want to go first? We've already been talking for 15 minutes. Where do you want to go, Texas basketball or NFL?
Oh, I think we spare people starting with Texas basketball, don't we? At this point in time, people can't even enjoy a win over a top 10 opponent at the Moody Center. After all, I saw so much griping about Rodney Terry after that game, and look, he deserves some of it. We will get to that eventually. Let's start with the NFL though, BK, because I have to congratulate you. You, my friend, understand that if you are really going to go down and lose a second bet in our season-long football picks gambling experience, you know how to go down in flames, my friend. Congratulations on an 0-4 weekend to secure a second W for me this season.
Yeah, the first winless weekend for either of us in our season-long pick'em contests of games. And yep, I had the Texans covering against Baltimore. I had the Niners covering against the Packers. I had the Bucks covering against the Lions, and I had Buffalo covering against Kansas City. And if you faded BK, which hopefully you've been doing all season long, you made yourself a lot of money over the weekend. So yeah, an impressively bad showing by me with a chance to get back on track and really make this an interesting final couple of weeks of the NFL postseason. Instead, I did the exact opposite. I blew it.
So we have 3 more NFL games that we could potentially bet on. Are you sure you don't want to go one more round here?
You know, I was hoping I'd be close enough to where I'd make a deal with you and you'd be willing to make a deal with me to where it's like, these games count twice or something to get me back on track. And maybe you'll have to do the punishment. But because I went 0-4, I'm not even going to offer. Like, I don't deserve the mulligan here. I don't deserve the shot at redemption like we're playing a game of beer pong here. I don't deserve it. So, no, I'm not doing a third freaking punishment. Like, I know you threw me the life vest thinking that, you were helping me out by resetting the standings like a month ago. Deep down, you probably knew I was going to lose again and I was going to have to do another punishment. I'm not letting you and everybody else witness me do a third punishment because that's exactly what would happen if we restarted this thing.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that you've wised up, but the good news is that the people get to see first, secondhand. I don't know what you consider it when you're talking about live streaming or posting a video after the fact, but people get to experience in the next year. And this first one is going to be sooner than the second payoff, even though the second payoff was clinched, or the first payoff was clinched second. You are going to get your chest waxed during the midday show at some point in the near future. I think you and I need to be in person for that one. So that might require you to drive up to my home studio here so I can get the multicam set up. We can get the mobile chest waxer, make sure that she has some availability. And then the second bet payoff is you dressing head to toe in burnt orange and sitting in the OU section at next year's Texas OU game, which hopefully doesn't get you hurt. It's just, I think a lot of that is going to depend on how hardcore you're rooting for Texas in that game. But, oh boy, that one's going to be its own form of pain for you when you actually have to pay it off.
I got to be careful at the Cotton Bowl, right? I can't be the diehard WNBA super fan that I was.
No.
At one time, we went to a San Antonio Silver Stars game, the now defunct San Antonio Silver Stars. If I do stuff like that, yeah, I'm going to get murdered. Forget my ass getting kicked. I will get killed in broad daylight at the Cotton Bowl. But I got to cheer. I can't be silent the whole time. I got to make some noise. Hopefully it's closer to the 2022 game than it is the 2023 game, although you fans will be pissed about that. But I'd rather deal with that than deal with what we just saw last year. And then the chest waxing, I got to grow some chest hair, man. I've got that's part of the bet payoff here. So I got to find a way to grow some chest hair. And by that,
you've got something in the middle of your chest.
Yeah, by that I mean I'm a chest shaver. I'm sure people are going to give me shit for that.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
What?
Yeah. Dude, like when I was in college, in the span of like a week, I hooked up with 2 different girls who both said my chest hair like looked dumb and I should shave it. And I did. I took their advice and I've just like kept doing it. And no woman has ever been like, you should grow it. They just like, I don't know. So part of this bet payoff is that I have to let it grow. So I got to let it build for, I don't know, a month, 2 months, whatever, to make this actually painful.
Yeah,
for me and worth it for you and everybody else out there. But yeah, so I can't there's nothing to show right now. It's going to take some time to actually pay this off. I will pay it off. I promise. This is not like, I'm not going to do it. It's just, if we did this today, there's nothing to wax. So it wouldn't be a punishment.
You know what? I appreciate the admission. First and only time you've ever listened to women telling you something that you are hooking up with. So I guess way to take that cue.
Yeah. First and only time I've ever listened to a woman, I think, in general. That was my mistake.
As far as
So
the
yeah.
NFL games, though, go, which was your favorite game this weekend, BK? We had 3 of 4 of these games turned out to be pretty darn good, and really came down to a final offensive drive for the team trying to come back and tie or win the game. Unfortunately for Texans fans, that Houston-Baltimore game was the one that turned into a blowout by the end. But even halfway through that game, as a Texans fan, you felt pretty good. Your defense was playing with their hair on fire. You get that special teams touchdown too. But ultimately, Baltimore is just too damn good, especially running the football in those sorts of conditions. And MVP Lamar did finally show his face in the second half of that one as well.
Yeah, we had 3.5 great games, right? Because the first half of Houston-Baltimore was phenomenal. It was 10-10 at the break, and you were thinking, all right, the Texans really had a chance to pull off the upset there. But like you said, yeah, Lamar Jackson flexed his muscles a little bit, and the Texans just couldn't get anything going offensively. And that was the case in both of their games in Baltimore this year, right? The season starter back in week 1, and obviously their season ender in the divisional round of the playoffs. They just could not figure out that Ravens defense. And for as good as CJ Stroud was, yeah, that was the kryptonite for him this season. To answer your original question, the best game of the weekend or my favorite game of the weekend, last night. Yeah. I mean, we're rocking the Chiefs shirt today.
There we go.
Of course we are. Come on now. It's that time of the year where the Super Bowl champion Chiefs shirts that I have find their way out of the closet. But that game was epic, dude. Epic. And it was close throughout. You had 5 or 6 lead changes. You had drama. You had controversy. You had a little bit of everything. And that's been the case all 3 times those two teams have met in the playoffs. And just like the first 2 times, it was Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs who found themselves victorious. But what a game. What a finish for Buffalo. The ghost of Scott Norwood showed up at the worst possible time. And they've got to be kicking themselves because they had plenty of opportunities to win that game yesterday. But you kind of knew that was the headliner of the weekend, and it lived up to it, man. That was spectacular theater for all 4 quarters. I mean, if you missed 2 minutes of that game, you missed something good. That was close and tough and tight throughout. That was awesome.
Yeah, you got a little bit of everything also in terms of the drama. You got really good offense in the first half, defenses tightening up in the second half and not allowing nearly as much down the field. It felt, though, like Kansas City won that game by more than what the final score indicated. They had what could have very well been a touchdown or a touchdown drive, I should say, on the Hardeman fumble into the end zone. That was such a close play. I think they got that call right, though. It did look like the ball was coming out just before his body was on the ground to signify that he was down. And Jeff Barker pointed this out on Friday. I'm sure others had throughout the week as well. This is the first time that I had really heard this. Last weekend, the Kansas City receivers stopped doing what had been a problem all year long, and that's dropping the football. And that same thing happened last night, too. These Kansas City receivers are all of a sudden much more reliable than they had been throughout the course of the 2023 season. And so if you can get that to go along with playoff Patty and this Chiefs defense, even losing some key guys that continues playing a salty brand of defense that they've been doing all year long. And watch out, this may be another year where we celebrate a Chiefs championship when it's all said and done. It's not going to be an easy task going into Baltimore next weekend, though, especially if some of those injuries for that Chiefs defense do linger. But we're at that time of the year, as you just said, where you should be pretty hard-pressed to bet against Pat Mahomes' team losing.
Yeah, the Chiefs had 8 offensive possessions last night. They punted just 1 time. Like that's
bizarre in terms of time of possession and the overall offensive plays run. If you look at those 2 things, you would assume that, oh my God, Buffalo dominated this game. They had the ball for 2/3 of the game. They ran that many more plays than the Chiefs. No, as you just said, the Chiefs, when they did have the football, were hugely successful in getting it down the field.
You're right. Yeah, the Bills had a lot of long drives, and they were able to score early, but that Chiefs defense, they clamped down. And I remember, Nance and Romo on the broadcast at one point were like, oh, the Chiefs defense hasn't given up 30 points in a game all year. It looks like that's going to change. And it did, because the Bills got to 23 like midway through the third quarter. And it's like, oh, like the Chiefs defense is doing what it usually does in the playoffs. And they're going to need Patrick Mahomes to put on his Superman cape and guide them to a shootout victory. But no, the Chiefs buckled down. Stephon Diggs had a bad drop. Josh Allen on that last drive with the missed field goal. Instead of, trying to pick up first downs and move the clock or move the ball and kill some clock for either a go-ahead touchdown or a game-tying field goal at the end. He just started taking shots at the end zone. It made no sense. Like, obviously you wanted to score. That was priority number one. But remember what happened last time you played those guys in the playoffs? You gave the Chiefs 13 seconds. That's all they needed to go down the field and force overtime is what they did. They ultimately won that game in Arrowhead at overtime. But, like, you want to kill the clock. You don't need touchdowns there. You need first downs, bleed the clock out, and then find a way to score. And instead, he just panicked. He, like, freaked out. He played such a good game. But at the end, he just kept taking these low percentage shots to the end zone. They didn't hit. They had to settle for a field goal that should have been made. But in those conditions, that pressure, not a sure thing. It just, the Bills, they had it. The receivers were blowing it. Josh Allen made a couple of questionable mistakes. Clock management wasn't great. Obviously, the kicker at the end was the nail in the coffin. It was just a comedy of errors by Buffalo. It almost felt like, Trey, you're right. Like, both teams were great on offense in the first half, and the defense has stepped up in the second half, but it was almost like both teams wanted to give the game away.
Yeah.
With the Hardman fumble, one of the DBs on the Chiefs, instead of trying to fall on that Josh Allen fumble, he tried to scoop and score it, and instead the Bills got the ball back in that spot. Like, whoever lost the game was going to be just kicking themselves forever because of missed opportunities, and the Bills just missed one more, and the Chiefs were able to take advantage.
Yeah, that punt fake by Buffalo where it was an impromptu call. And look, I get that Kansas City only had 10 men on the field, so that is that's an obvious call to make there. But what kind of effort was that? They didn't even get anywhere close to the first down on that play. And CB is right, too, by the way. I know this is a side note to this game. What the hell has happened to Tony Romo as a broadcaster? Like, it's like I don't know if he's just not doing prepping into the game, but, like, even as far as calling the game itself, like, he's not adding a whole lot of insight anymore. He's basically stating the obvious or repeating something that Jim Nantz has just said.
Yeah, I think I'm the last person in the world who likes Tony Romo as a broadcaster, because I think most people agree with you and CB, but I still think he does a good job. The sound effects are ridiculous, but to me, they're hilarious. I'm a bits guy, so I like that bit from Romo. But I still think he brings a good amount to the table, but no one agrees with me anymore. I think people are being herded like sheep here. I think one person started hating on Romo and it became the cool thing, and now everybody hates on Romo. I don't think he's that
heard
bad.
the hate, and I was like, oh, well, we'll see. I'll listen here and there. And I listened, and I didn't necessarily agree, but last night it seemed to be on full display, where it's like you had one game that you needed to worry about right here, and it kind of seems like you're not as prepared as you should be as the analyst for this broadcast. But
yeah, no, most people agree with you.
Romo fan on the planet.
I know. Maybe it's the Cowboys fan in me. Yeah, I saw this on Twitter. Here's what Sean McDermott thought the Chiefs were going to do if he ran that fake punt to Damar Hamlin here.
Oh, come on. Good with cancer play?
We're going to give him the Make-A-Wish treatment.
Oh, man.
Hamlin's got the ball. You can't tackle him. Don't you know what he's been through? This is the feel-good story everybody wants to see. You got to let him go, Chiefs. It's like that. That's not what the Chiefs did in that playoff game. Yeah, so that's an interesting call. You work your whole season to get to that spot, and with your season on the line, you run a fake punt to defensive back who almost never plays. Bold strategy.
Damar Hamlin played too. I mean, you want to talk about the punch. If he could have actually picked up the first down there and the Bills win, holy cow.
Oh, yeah. McDermott's a genius if they get it. That's the hindsight is 2020 thing, although that was just a dumb call. If it would have worked, it would have been like, yeah, of course, we're giving him credit, but still dumb as hell. But, yeah, because it didn't work, McDermott's got some egg on his face, and I don't know if he's coming back. I think he should be fired. I think he's a solid coach, but at some point, you got to get over the hump that is the Kansas City Chiefs, and obviously you got to find your way to the Super Bowl. The Bills, hell, they've been more consistent in making the playoffs than the Cowboys, right? Every Cowboys fan is like, we need to be able to win more in the playoffs, and we should fire our coach because we're not doing it. The Bills, I mean, it feels like every single year they are a favorite to make a deep postseason run, and they come up short. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see some sweeping changes up there in Buffalo this offseason.
They obviously made the change at OC, bringing Joe Brady in. I wonder if they try and roll with that for another season, or at least part of another season. The biggest problem for Buffalo right now, BK, in my opinion, is not McNervin on the sideline. It's the fact that they're having to be too reliant on Stephon Diggs, and that guy has turned into a shell of himself over the second half of the season. I mean, at some point, you may want to change your attitude. Otherwise, you're going to very quickly find yourself in that Des Bryant camp where the attitude is not outpacing the caliber of play on the field, or is it vice versa? Anyhow, there's obviously that balance for diva wide receivers. If you're that talented, you can get away with being a diva. But at some point, if the talent is not as good, you being a diva on the sidelines, in the locker room, on the field, becomes an enormous distraction to everything else that's trying to go on. I know Gabe Davis wasn't playing in this game for Buffalo. Buffalo may be ready to move on from Diggs this offseason. It seems like an every week thing that they're having to either stick up for the guy or defend the guy, or in some cases push back on the guy if he's just being extra ridiculous. I feel like we see a change in terms of that receiving core this offseason, assuming everybody else does stick around.
Yeah, that could be one of those sweeping changes, right? I mean, Diggs has been incredibly productive there, and he and Josh Allen have had great rapport over the years, but struggled a lot down the stretch. And once again, a huge drop. I mean, that was a perfect ball from Josh Allen. Not that that was an easy catch that far down the field, but if you're a number one receiver and you're paid like one of the top receivers in the league, like Stephon Diggs is, you got to come down with that in that spot. And he didn't do it. So, yeah, that's another thing that could absolutely change. We know Josh Allen's not going anywhere, but Buffalo's got to do something. They can't keep running it back with the same coaching staff and the same group of core players and just hope that they can get over the Mahomes hump. They've got to mix something up in an effort to get to a Super Bowl. Heartbreaker for them.
And look, this is not an excuse because the Chiefs were dealing with injuries too, but they did have to deal with a rash of injuries, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, before we get to,
I believe.
Say that again?
At all three levels too, I believe.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and they had some guys go down in that game too, and they were already banged up going in, and a few guys had to leave throughout the game last night. Okay, before we get to the other games of the NFL weekend and get into Texas basketball, some shout-outs to some of our great sponsors. We'll start with a TV spot from our friends at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Covert BK. Also, shout out to Olipop. Great tasting soda. That's actually good for you. If one of your New Year's resolutions this year is to treat your body a little bit better and be a little bit healthier in 2024, well, Olipop makes it easy because it's good for you. They've got ingredients in there that will help with your digestive health, but most importantly, it tastes great. Olipop tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but you get tons of health benefits as well. Normally, when you're talking about a healthy food or drink, it's going to taste like ass, and you got to power through it, and you're going to hate yourself for drinking it. No, not the case with Olipop. Tons of great flavors, and they're all good for you. Pick it up, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries, you can find some Olipop. And Trey, I was talking to Tom McKay at AV Consultations earlier today. Did you get the invite to his upcoming birthday?
You just trying to rub it in now?
Rub what in?
The fact that I didn't get an invite to his birthday?
He didn't invite you?
No. When is his birthday?
Oh, no. Well, now I'm not sure I can tell you anymore. Ah, shit. I might be getting in trouble with him.
I'm fucking showing up a bad motherfucker. Don't tell me on the air. Tell me off the air. I'm crashing that son of a bitch.
Oh, no. Yeah, I kind of figured he had already told you. That's why it was. Maybe you were never. Oh, boy.
I may get an invite, I may not. Regardless, I am still a big believer in audiovisual consulting. Oh, no. Oh, dude, what a great backfire that was. Audio-visual consultations. Look, regardless, I love Tom. If I don't get invited to the birthday, that's okay. I'm not the biggest party guy. I'd probably just show up and just be awkward the entire time anyhow. That's typically what happens with me at parties. Audio-visual consultations, they do not make it awkward for you when they hook up your home with that dream home entertainment center. I know, because they have come to our place a couple of different times over the years. First, to get that dream set up downstairs. After that, they provided a video game nook in our upstairs loft area that is probably used as much, if not more, than the downstairs television area. I will say this, though. Last night, we had a lot of fun as a family watching the Buffalo-Kansas City game. The ladies in my life, they were all about the Taylor Swift cam. My son and I, we were much more about the football, but it was family fun in large part because of that kick-ass television set up downstairs, the surround sound to boot. We have audio-visual consultations to thank for that. Find out for yourself. Go to avconsultations.com to see everything they can do for you and your home or place of business. Once you decide on that service, you can give them a call at 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 for audio-visual consultations.
Was it the T Swift cam or was it the Jason Kelsey cam that they were locked in on last night?
They may have to get him a different suite for next weekend's game. I don't know how much more Taylor Swift can handle that guy.
Oh, or vice versa.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, that was the best part of having to see Taylor Swift 50 times during the game, is that we got to see shirtless Jason Kelsey just blasted out of his mind. That was spectacular television.
At first, when they panned to him, they may have done it at the beginning of the game and I just missed it. But the first time they panned to him that I saw him, I'm like, oh shit, is Bert Kreischer in the Taylor Swift seat this week? No, it was Jason Kelsey.
Yep. Having the time of his life, the recently retired Jason Kelsey. Yeah, that was apparently he jumped out of the suite and started drinking with some Bills fans in the crowd too. Man of the people.
I did see that video, and I also saw him drinking with fans before the game too. So yeah, he was on one yesterday, getting ready to root his brother on to victory. Travis was interesting because Travis was good in the beginning of the game. It felt like he was, I know he was on the field, but he was kind of nowhere to be found in terms of productivity in the second half.
Like you said, the Chiefs just didn't have the ball that much.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, Kelsey, that was the best game Kelsey's played in a long time, right? Like, he looked like vintage Travis Kelsey when this year the narrative's been like, oh, has he lost a step? Is Taylor ruining his career? Like, what's going on? Like, he looked like the classic future Hall of Famer last night, which was much needed. But yeah, a lot of his production, his 2 touchdowns, I think, came in the first half. Hell, this was a pretty low scoring second half of football, especially after the start of the second half. I think both teams scored on their first drives of the third quarter. And then after that, it was just kind of stagnant both ways offensively. But yeah, Kelsey, nice game for him. And the Chiefs, 6 straight. Amazing. 6 straight AFC championships. Every year Mahomes has been a starter, they have made it to the Final Four in the NFL. Obviously, this will be their first one away from Arrowhead, but regardless, stupid what he and that team are doing.
The Ravens are 3.5-point favorites right now, or at least they were a couple of hours ago when I checked that line. I don't know how I guess we're not really having to do picks anymore, but I don't know how I could pick against Pat Mahomes at this point.
Yeah, we'll still do picks, I'm sure, because people want to know how to make money, and they're going to fade me. So if you're a Chiefs fan, you better hope I pick Baltimore and vice versa. But yeah, I saw this stat earlier. I think Mahomes has been an underdog 11 times in his career, regular and post. 9-1-1 against the spread.
Yeah.
8-3 outright. Like, that's pretty damn good right there.
Hammer the money line.
Sure feels that way. Yeah, he's special, man.
Right now, I think Baltimore does win the game. They're a little bit healthier as a team, and I think that they will be able to stifle that Chiefs offense enough to win. But then again, Pacheco was playing like a man inspired yesterday too. The Chiefs look like a completely different team from the one that we watched throughout much of 2023.
Agreed, 100%. So Chiefs get the win. We talked a little bit about Ravens-Texans. Close game at halftime, but the Texans, they didn't run a single play inside the Ravens' 25-yard line. I think the other games were good. I think the other best game was the Saturday night game, right? Packers-Niners. Oh my gosh. I had about 50 changes of emotion watching that game. I couldn't figure out who was going to win, right? Every time I thought one team was going to win, the other team did something, and it was just back and forth. And ultimately, San Francisco took a late lead. It was a very inconsistent night for Brock Purdy, but on the final offensive drive of the game, he marched the Niners down the field and helped them get into the end zone. And Jordan Love, on his final possession, went full Brett Favre gunslinger. It's like he went Hail Mary. He had plenty of time. He didn't have to do it. He could have thrown that ball away and lived to die another down. He takes a shot across his body over the middle of the field, and it's intercepted. And San Francisco is headed back to the NFC title game. What a thriller.
Yeah, San Francisco, in a way, won in spite of themselves. And look, what have we said all along about San Francisco? Back when they were the heavy favorite, I think you probably put Baltimore as the favorite now, especially with what Baltimore was able to do in the Bay Area over the final month of the season in a game that nobody was really giving them a chance. San Francisco's success is dependent on their ability to stay healthy. Their most important pieces on offense staying healthy. Deebo Samuel suffers that shoulder injury early in that game, and that offense did not look the same after that. Did not look like what we've the juggernaut that we've come to expect throughout the course of this season. Brock Purdy is turning into, I don't know if you call him a problem at this point. If and when the 49ers lose this year, my guess is that a lot of the blame will be put on Brock Purdy's shoulders. He was inconsistent, had the glove to start the game in those wet conditions, and was kind of all over the place throughout the course of that game. I'm actually picking the Lions to pull off the outright upset this coming Sunday, and I think a lot of that is going to have to do with Brock Purdy and him having limitations at the quarterback position.
I know you well enough to know that you're going to change your mind because everyone else is picking the Lions to pull off the upset, and you're going to be freaked out by that, and you're going to end up picking San Francisco at the end of the week.
You're right. I don't like going along with the masses.
Yeah, I've heard like 50 I have people on Texas Sports Unfiltered, people all over the place, like, Lions are 7-point dogs. I'm picking them to win outright. Like,
49ers by 21, BK. I've changed my mind.
Purdy was terrible until that last drive. He was 6 of 7 for 47 yards on that last drive. But, dude, he was just missing everybody. Overthrows, underthrows. Like, it was just – guys were open, too, even without Deebo. Like, guys were open. He just wasn't hitting them.
Dude, there were balls that he was throwing where the lack of spiral looked like one of my kids throwing the football.
Yeah.
And like, not only was it not a spiral, it's like the ball was almost going like end over end or something at times.
And it was like, what, Tirico and Collinsworth had that game, right?
Yeah.
And Collinsworth was like, oh, he got hit. It's like, no, he didn't. Like, no, there's no pressure here. He's just like, I don't know what he's doing. Looked like freshman year Quinn Ewers out there at times. Like, just what is happening right now to this guy? It was bizarre to see. Once again, he stepped up. But you're right. Like, whenever they lose, it'll be the same conversation that has happened around San Francisco for the last few years with Jimmy G. It's like, he's the reason why. So as good as Purdy's been, hell, that guy was the MVP frontrunner for a large portion of the regular season. Like, I don't know how confident you can feel in that guy in these final two games that San Francisco hopes to be playing in.
If there is a reason to believe in Detroit right now, other than them obviously having the mojo, is that matchup wise, I feel like this is a pretty good matchup for them with what San Francisco does well versus what Detroit defends against well, and where you can really get Detroit as a defense. We saw it again this last weekend. Baker Mayfield throws for a lot of yards, has 3 touchdowns, throws a couple of interceptions too as well, of course. But Brock Purdy's got to be a lot better certainly for them to cover the line as it stands right now, but for them to win, because Detroit is going to come out very inspired. Big fan of what they're doing offensively, both running the football and with the passing game. Jared Goff going back to the Bay Area, which is obviously where he played his college ball. Detroit's going to be juiced, and if San Francisco is not ready, they could find themselves down early on in this one.
Yeah, and I'll give Kyle Shanahan some credit, right? He got a monkey off of his back on Saturday. I think everybody had seen the stat at some point in Shanahan's coaching career. The Niners were 0-30 under Shanahan when they trailed by 5 or more points in the fourth quarter. Now they are 1-30. They were able to come back and get a win, but like, they are used to playing with the lead. You talk about injuries, they need to get out to a good start because they are not built to play from behind. They finally found a way to overcome a fourth quarter deficit, but still that number obviously not in San Fran's favor.
How the hell is that even possible? 0-30, my God.
I know.
We're talking about like trailing by 2 touchdowns. Trailing by a single score, and you didn't have a win until a couple of days ago.
And Shanahan, like, he's one of the best coaches in football, too. We're not talking about, like, fat-ass Mike McCarthy or something. Like, we're talking about a guy people regard very highly in this league, and that's just been his one sort of bugaboo as a head coach. So, big win for him. And Jordan Love played great for the most part, but he is next in line. Packers quarterback owns the Bears, beats the Cowboys in the playoffs, and then loses to the 49ers in the playoffs. That's just what Aaron Rodgers did all the time. He fits in perfectly there, doesn't he?
He is a mushroom trip and some dick pics away from fulfilling his destiny as a Packers quarterback, past or present.
That'd be hilarious if he did both of those things, like just the worst parts of Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. Like he just starts stealing money from the poor and giving it to the rich, also like Brett Favre did. And then, random darkness retreats and drug trips. Like if he does all that stuff, then I'll be a fan.
Oh, that'll turn into a bigger fan. Okay.
It will be. Yeah, I hate him right now because, screw him. But if he does all that stuff, then everyone else will hate him. I'll support him. Good luck, Jordan. So there you go. Niners get the win there. We'll hit some Texas basketball here because I'm sure we want to talk about it for a little bit.
Boy, unfortunately for a couple of fan bases, Packers and Bills, they're having to live with the fact that an idiot kicker ruined their chances of winning games over the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Green Bay's kicker, Anders Carlson, missing. And it's funny, one of my good buddies here is a Packers fan, and I was watching the Texans-Ravens game with him. And I was like, hey, what are your thoughts on Packers-Niners tonight? He's like, feel pretty good, but if the game comes down to our kicker, he's going to miss it. He's like, anything over 30 yards, I don't feel good about. And Carlson was 2 of 3. The 2 makes he had were from 29. And the one kick he had over 30, it was 41, 40. I can't remember what it was, but obviously he missed it. It was like to a T. My buddy predicted what was going to happen. He's like, I think we're going to hang with him. I think we'll be right there. But if this comes down to a field goal, I don't like our chances. And that's exactly what happened.
Get rid of that Swedish asshole. Sorry. You got to be better at kicking. I mean, the Packers had Mason Crosby for so long, and he was Mr. Reliable. They got the opposite of that with that dude right now.
Yeah. Crosby, even when Crosby had bad years, which were so few and far between, he was still incredibly clutch. There were years where Packers fans were like, cut this guy. We don't trust him. They'd get to the playoffs, and he'd make like 3 huge kicks in a row, usually to beat the Cowboys. Carlson, not so much. He doesn't have that clutch gene in him. So that hurts. Nice win for San Francisco. They move on to the NFC title game again. Yeah, 2 great matchups. The 1s and the 3s remain in each conference. You got Baltimore and Kansas City in the AFC. That'll be the early game on Sunday. And then the San Francisco 49ers hosting the Detroit Lions. I'm sure Chip and Zay will talk plenty about that game. Of course, Chip, our resident Lions fan. Hell, we have 2. Megan is a Lions fan. We have 2 Lions fans on this network right now. And I feel like just about everybody else in the country is becoming a Lions fan too, with how long it's been for them to be in this spot.
I know I am an adopted Lions fan, and I will very quickly dump them if I am no longer entertained by them. But I have been saying since the beginning of the year that I am a Lions fan. They are one of my adopted teams this season. So 2.5 Lions fans on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, I've been saying since like the day I was born that I'm a diehard Lions fan, dude. Like I went through 0-16. Don't question me. I went through all those. Oh, no, I don't know. That's
you already got away with that with the Chiefs a couple of years ago. All of a sudden, hearkening back to his Kansas roots and rooting for the Chiefs, right? When they start to become a dynasty.
Hey, first jersey I ever put on, first stadium I ever went to, first team I ever liked.
Yeah, big Steve Bono guy back in his infancy.
Yeah, diehard Steve Bono fan. I like Bono too. Like, all of them. The best. I went through the Trent Green days as a kid. Those weren't that bad. He was okay.
Yeah, he was actually okay.
Solid quarterback for a while. Chiefs Lions would be a fun one for sure. I'll be rooting for the Lions against San Francisco. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, you as a Cowboys fan, there's no question.
Yeah, I didn't want anyone to win on Saturday, but now I'll root for the Lions against the Niners.
So we're either going to get this is going to be one of 2 storylines with the from the AFC side for the Super Bowl. It's either going to be the Taylor Swift game, or it's going to be can the Harbaugh brothers dominate football in a given season with Jim obviously winning the college championship not too long ago, and John going for another Super Bowl title.
Yeah, some great storylines out there. Either way, regardless of what matchup we get, I think there's a lot that'll be worth paying attention to. 4 great teams, 4 teams that have been amongst the best in the league all season long, and we'll see what we get. We'll know next week at this time, I should say. All right, we'll dive a lot into Texas basketball tomorrow because Texas plays OU, but obviously want to weigh in on Saturday's game a little bit today before we get to where we at in society. Biggest win of the year, Trey, for Texas. They knock off Baylor in dramatic fashion. Tyrese Hunter, the game-winning layup at the buzzer. Tremendous play by him, a tremendously high IQ play by him. I tweeted this out from the TSU account on Saturday. Like, you see a lot of guys in the waning seconds of a game like that just pull up from 3. Right? They lose track of time. They want to be a hero. They just pull up and take a deep, low percentage shot. Tyrese Hunter knew exactly how much time he had. He knew how much time he needed to get down the floor, and he was able to get all the way to the 10 and bank in a contested layup, but still a layup nonetheless at the buzzer to get the dub. That was a great play by him and a much, much needed dub for the Longhorns.
Since the beginning of the year, I have been clamoring for Tyrese Hunter to really step up and assert himself as the guy. And we've seen ebbs and flows with that process. But for this basketball team going forward, BK, if both Dessou and Hunter can take more ownership and try and be the alphas for a basketball team that badly needs some alpha personalities. Jeff Barker talked about this on the 3 to 5 show on Friday, made some great points in this regard. I feel much better about the Longhorns prospects of leveling out and possibly playing their way into a postseason. Now, I'm still skeptical that that's going to happen because the body of work up to this point before Saturday spoke to a team that didn't have it game to game, especially against really good competition game in, game out. As we know, 5 more straight games against ranked opponents. But for at least one night, at least one afternoon, I should say, this team showed to have the medal. There were a lot of people questioning their resiliency, their heart heading into that game. Obviously, Rodney Terry and what happened at the end of that loss to UCF last week was a pretty ugly moment for this program. We can certainly get to what happened at the end of the game on Saturday and Terry's comments after that as well. But for at least one moment in time, Dessou and Tyrese Hunter, along with Ace Miss, and I know that he wasn't very good in the second half, showed the guys who really need to be the biggest pieces for this Texas basketball team for them to win games against good competition.
Yep, those are the 3 best players on the team. And you're right. If you can get that version of Tyrese Hunter every single night, then you've got a chance to get back into the NCAA tournament. He's really talented. There's no doubt about it. You just need him engaged. Yeah. You need him locked in. When he is, he can be one of the better players in this conference. When he's not, it can be ugly, but he was great both halves. 4 of 7 from downtown, led Texas with 21 points, and Dylan Dessou had 19 right behind him. Good to see those guys bounce back. Texas did a much better job on the glass than they did against UCF, where they got bullied at times against the Knights. And the defense, it stepped up. Like Baylor went damn near 9 minutes without a field goal in the second half. Felt like a Shaka Smart coach team or something on the other side. But yeah, I mean, Baylor went from like the 9-minute mark until they hit that game-tying 3 in the final seconds without a bucket at all. So credit the Texas defense, right? The offense started sputtering a little bit, and you kind of figured in the second half, all those shots that were falling in the first half where both teams weren't going to keep falling. It was just ridiculously high shooting percentages on both sides in the first. You figured that would come back down to earth a little bit. Texas got a bunch of stops that it needed, and that was able to overcome some of the offensive woes that the Longhorns had on the other end.
Yeah, and I know Billis was pointing it out on the broadcast. Just things started to stagnate for Texas offensively in the second half. Guys, they weren't moving nearly as well, weren't getting as crisp of passing. It turned into a little bit more hero ball at times. Fortunately, they did really tighten the screws on the defensive end, and they were getting contributions from everybody on defense, it seemed like. Especially guys like Dessou. You saw some good moments out of Shedrick, Dylan Mitchell as well. And then the guards really stepping up, even though they are undersized or diminutive. And how about Kendall Weaver? Also did a really good job of bringing that lunch pail to the game, I guess you could say, and doing a lot of dirty work plays that we've become accustomed with Brock Cunningham he was doing more of those sorts of things at that guard position, because Cunningham, he's almost becoming an afterthought to this team right now. I think he only played 10 minutes in this game. It's just, I know this has kind of been his reputation from the get-go, but like when he's in there, it seems like he's getting into foul trouble pretty quickly. So fortunately, we've seen some other guys really step up in his absence.
Yeah, glad you mentioned that. Yeah, Weaver getting 19 minutes and Cunningham getting 10. I want to see more of that in the future. Like, Weaver needs more minutes than Cunningham right now. He gives you a little bit more spunk. He's got obviously a little bit more game on the offensive end of the floor. And yeah, he could be that grit and hustle guy too. So nice adjustment there.
People really sleep on also. That really surprises opponents, that athleticism that he brings to the table too.
Freak athlete. I remember at the orange-white basketball scrimmage watching some of the dunks that guy did in warm-ups. It's like, oh, shoot. I didn't realize he was capable of that. So, yeah, much more athletic than Brock Cunningham. It's not because Cunningham's white. It's because it's a true statement, just so everyone knows out there. No reverse racism today, Trey. Never. You said it. It's the biggest stretch of the year for Texas basketball. 6 straight against ranked teams. They started perfectly. 1-0. We'll see how they do tomorrow night in Norman against a very good Oklahoma team that I didn't see the new AP poll. They were 15 last week, but they went 2-0. So I assume they're closer to 10 in the new AP poll. Let me filibuster and see if I can find it. Number 11. So Texas on the road at number 11, Oklahoma tomorrow night, 6:00 tip on ESPN. We will talk more about that. And we'll get into more of what Rodney Terry said and did after the Baylor game, maybe during tomorrow's show.
Or should we do it right now?
I want to do where are we at, because you got some good stories.
I was gonna turn that into where are we at, but okay, we can get to one of these other stories.
I don't know. Your tease was good back at the start of the show. So good that I don't remember what it was, but it was good. But
it made an impact.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. I want to give some love to Altstadt beer. I always remember that. It's the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. It's the only beer that I drink all across the state of Texas. I was drinking some Altstadt watching the football this weekend. My fridge at home is stocked with it. Yours should be too. They've got a bunch of different brews out there, something for every beer drinker. And every Altstadt is brewed with just 4 simple ingredients. There are no additives. There are no preservatives, no unnecessary sugars in any of the Altstadt family of beers. You can feel good about what you're putting into your system. You look at the ingredients of some of the other local brews or some of the big name beers, and you're going to see a bunch of stuff that you don't want to see. You don't have to worry about that with Altstadt. But most importantly, the taste, right? That's what makes you go back to the beer that you love to drink. The taste is absolutely there with Altstadt beer. Don't just take my word for it. Pick up a 6-pack wherever you buy your beer. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. Trey, live or recorded for Pest Wranglers today?
Let's go. Recorded with Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
Right, it is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. Today, and where are we at, BK? We put our focus on a global hero who unfortunately is being treated like scum by the country with which he is pulling off some heroics. What would it take for you to try and complete a marathon that would be 26.2 miles?
Nothing. I mean, there's no way that it would ever happen. Like,
I'm with you. Like, I hate running. Running a mile is a colossal pain in the ass for me, believe it or not, even though I take pretty good care of myself. To try and run, 5 miles would require a lot of money. 26.2 miles. No, thank you. $1 million, somewhere in the 6 figures. It's going to have to be a 6-figure payout for me to consider running 26.2 miles. That's how much I hate running.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. If my 2 options were run a marathon or die, kill me. I'm not doing it.
Yikes.
Seriously. I think I would die running the marathon. So
Yes.
I either just die or I die, but my last memory of being alive was trying to run a marathon. So just go ahead and end things before we even start, please.
So because I am unwilling to run a marathon, I am at least a little bit impressed by people who subject themselves to such torture.
Sure.
If you do that, kudos to you. Congratulations for completing a marathon. If you do it at 52 years old, that makes it even more impressive. To do it in 3.5 hours, even more impressive. But to do it like a Chinese man did a little bit earlier this year, a guy by the name of Uncle Chin, that's a nickname, not his birth certificate name.
No disrespect.
To do it while chain smoking the entire race is where the heroism comes into play. But unfortunately, Uncle Chin, who did do this during the Xiamen Marathon in China earlier this year, was disqualified as a result of smoking on the track.
How is that a disqualification there?
The marathon committee issued a statement announcing the disqualification for violating an article in the marathon rules and regulations, which states, quote, uncivilized behavior from runners such as open defecation, smoking, or trampling on flower beds or green spaces that affect the race and the safety of other runners will result in disqualification. We need to put a very clear distinction between shitting on the racetrack and smoking while you're running the race, because those are two very different things. Which, by the way, if you're shitting on the racetrack, I kind of want to see that as well. I don't know if that should lead to disqualification. I understand why that gets you disqualified, but if a guy wants to smoke cigarettes, if he wants to burn heaters the entire time that he is completing a 26.2-mile run, good for him. You've just added the challenge to yourself. That has become that much more difficult because of what cigarettes do to your lungs. Ah, shit. BK just froze. So as I mentioned, Article 2.12 states uncivilized behavior from runners such as open defecation, smoking, or trampling flower beds will get you disqualified. He did cross the finish line just 5 minutes slower than his 3:28 finish from 2 years ago and actually placed 574th out of more than 1,500 runners this year. And he's been doing this sort of thing for a while as well. Uncle Chin was first photographed during the 2018 Guangzhou Marathon, which he completed in 3 hours and 36 minutes. Previously, he'd been allowed to compete while keeping up the smoking habit, but the Chinese Athletics Association implemented a new rule last year in an effort to promote healthy participation and curb smoking during events. So it looks like Uncle Chin's own viral popularity on social media has led to his downfall. Reaction to Chin's unorthodox methods have drawn both praise and criticism online from fellow competitors. While it is no doubt inconsiderate to others in the race, many applaud him for being able to complete the grueling race while actively harming himself, which is kind of where I fall on things right now. For those of you wanting to see a picture of Chin in action, just burning a heater mid-race, there you go. Let me see. I just got a text here. I'm guessing this is from BK. As you look at the picture of Uncle Chin burning a heater mid-race. Zay about to pop on here. There he is lighting one up while running a marathon. I wouldn't do it. I'm not looking to smoke cigarettes mid-race, but I understand why that's impressive. I certainly don't think that it should be in the same category as shitting on the racetrack as something that's harmful to other racers. As I bring Zay in right now. The Chinese guy nicknamed Uncle Chin, who has become notorious for running marathons while chain smoking the entire time that he's running the 26.2 miles, was disqualified from a race that he finished recently. He was disqualified for engaging in something that is considered harmful to other runners, that is on par with shitting on the racetrack, which I completely disagree with.
So what kind of cigarettes are we talking here? Are we talking like American Spirits? Are we talking Marlboro Reds? Are we talking Cool? Like I feel like that has to, take a part into why this is successful for him, right? I mean,
I think that's a great question because the menthol is supposed to be worse for you, right? You go unfiltered. Go without the filter, that's supposed to be worse for you than the filtered. I think the caliber of cigarette, what type of cigarette it is, should actually matter too. Unfortunately, this Toronto Sun story does not give me any of those details.
Yeah. I think that dude should be in the Hall of Fame. Whatever hell Hall of Fame there is, running marathons. He's doing this thing. That's a yeah. I'm in awe. I'm not gonna lie.
Crazy shit. And we are all in awe of the Detroit Lions winning a second playoff game in this year's playoffs with our guy Chip Brown. Very happy to see them try to pull off an upset in San Francisco next week. And Chip, I know you guys are going to get into the Lions' big win over Tampa over the weekend, but look, the Lions tend to give up a lot of passing yards against teams who are decent throwing the football.
Cameron Sutton.
So, with Brock Purdy turning back into pump fake Purdy from his Iowa State days, isn't exactly lighting it up through the air. You guys have a legit shot to pull this off next weekend.
I mean, I can breathe again because now the Lions go from being the favorite to being the dog, and they were really good on the road, except playing the Baltimore Ravens this year. I got a funny feeling, man. I hope it's not gas. I hope it's the Lions' time. And yeah, they're not facing Joe Montana or Steve Young or Colin Kaepernick. They're facing Brock Purdy, and Deebo Samuel is questionable.
Yeah, they're facing a guy who's having to wear a waiter's glove from a fine French restaurant if the conditions are a little bit too slick.
I mean, Green Bay absolutely should have won that game.
He was dangerously close to one of those bewildering Brock Purdy turnovers that we've all become accustomed to over time.
Yeah.
Anders Carlson, come on, man. Come on, dog. Tyler Bass, it's a little different. Carson, nah, you got to knock that down, baby.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Kickers. I mean, the Packers and the Bills today are pissed at kickers.
Yep. It's brutal. That's the game.
They had it.
Knock them down.
All right, guys. BK had some technical issues that I need to help out with behind the scenes. So y'all have a great show. I'll talk to y'all at 3 when Jeff and I come on.
Appreciate you, Trey.
Later.
Appreciate you, Trey. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on an Overreaction Monday. And Zay, I mean, what a weekend. I am just oops, there we go. There's our screen. I am just, I don't know. I'm floating around, man, because the Lions are taking care of business, man. They're in the Final Four. Now they, need to get after Brock Purdy, but I feel like it's possible. Now, I thought Green Bay was going to win that game and the Lions were going to get another home game. That didn't work because of the kicker and because my man Savage dropped a pick 6.
He had a tough game. He had a horrible game. Horrible. He had that tackle on Christian McCaffrey that went for a touchdown, like 30-something yards. He was right there, pulled a Jaron Thompson and completely smoked that thing. And then that he got mossed by George Kittle on that George Kittle touchdown for the first score of the 49ers. ball game. So yeah, he Savage from pick 6 the previous week in the Cowboys game to the performance he put on against San Fran. He got too much love this past week, Chip. Got too much love. Free meals. He in Wisconsin eating free meals, eating good. People paying for this and that. People telling him how great of a player he is. And all of a sudden he get to the Bay and he don't know how to play no more. Savage, that's a tough one, dog. Green Bay fans will remember that for a long time. Your performance.
The Green Bay receivers were doing like an unbelievable job of blocking defensive ends and just doing everything they needed. And then what was my man Jordan Love thinking there at the end? You need a field goal. And he's throwing it like it's the last play of the game.
Hey, man.
I was like, come on, dude. You're like, we all had a whole new impression of you. You completely rewritten your script this year. You were carving up those Cowboys like it was nothing. Ho hum. And then he was wheeling and dealing against the 49ers. But on that last drive, you need a field goal. And he's throwing it up desperation style.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, hell of a run for Green Bay Packers, Matt LaFleur's team. They weren't supposed to be here at all. And the fact that they won all those games at the end of the season, and then Jordan Love started to find a rhythm, and Aaron Jones started to find a rhythm, and the defense started playing a lot better. You get Alexander back and Simone Biles, baby daddy or whatever the hell he is, husband Owens. That dude's playing some good football too. So, yeah, it's a tough one, but kickers got to make kicks. You make that kick, it goes from 21 to 24, 24-17. That puts a whole new pressure on Brock Purdy in them. And right when you missed that, it just seemed like the whole team deflated. And Brock Purdy just kind of dink and dimed his way up the field like he likes to do, a lot of check downs, and he'll throw it over the middle every once in a while, but he's going to play safe. And until that last drive, he was having a pretty mediocre game. So, yeah, Green Bay, they're kicking themselves in the butt. And for Jordan Love, yes, that was a bad interception. Brett Favre threw a ton of those type of plays when he was wearing that green and gold back in the day. But, when you get to this level and everybody's good, pressure bust pipes. We saw it with the kickers. We saw it with Baker Mayfield. We saw it with Jordan Love. That's just what happens. You're playing against good defenses. You feel like you have to make a play. You haven't been in these situations really in your whole entire life. Like, Jordan Love wasn't playing this type of football in Nevada. Come on now. Utah State. Like, he wasn't playing this type of football. So, again, you wait 4 years, you finally get your turn. You feel like you have to press it a little bit just to put your team in field goal position. And Dre Greenlaw got his second interception of the game and made a great play and iced that thing. So, hey, hats off to the Packers. The 49ers did exactly what they needed to do to win. It wasn't ugly. And yeah, man, you rocking your Lions blue right now. You have every right to feel confident, cocky, a little arrogant. Like, yo, Lions, man, that's an arrogant team. I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. For him to do Baker Mayfield's dance that Baker Mayfield went viral for back that's not it. I don't know what that was. That's not it. I like what you're trying to do there. That's not it. But yeah, Amon-Ra, he hit that thing. It's just a petty team. You got Gardner Johnson. He picks off Baker in the first quarter, and he throws the ball to Baker on the sideline after the refs blow a whistle. This team is so much Dan Campbell, and I love it, man. Y'all deserve this. Y'all deserve to feel this way. Aiden Hutchinson, the way he plays, you saw him emotional after the game. It's Jared Goff, the love he's getting. The Lions are America's team. I'm going to say it. They're the team that I feel like if everybody had to have a vote that was a football fan that didn't have a dog in the fight, who they want to see win at this point with the history that y'all have and just how fun this team is offensively and defensively, everybody would pick the Lions. I love Lamar Jackson. I hope he goes far, but, man, Lions, that's what the NFL and sports is about, man.
I mean, I love that you're saying that because I was just like, oh, please just win the games you're supposed to win in these playoffs, And now when you see it's just 4 left, and the 49ers were not playing great down the stretch. And Brock Purdy. And the thing about Jared Goff is he's played the 49ers when he was playing with the Rams. So it's not like it's some foreign experience for him. But this team's been really good on the road this year. And I just think that they're going to go out there. I think they're the most connected they've ever been. And that's huge because we certainly saw the Eagles fall off and we saw the Cowboys inexplicably fall off right as the playoffs were starting. I think these Lions are connected, man. And, their center, Ragnow, that dude has a knee injury, played through it, and just was a warrior.
You see the way his ankle went when Jared Goff fell on him? Holy shit.
Yeah, his knee buckled the wrong way. I mean, I was like, oh, geez. And they'd already lost their left guard. And, I mean, to see that run into the end zone late where the run went right through the hole created by Ragnow, it was like, oh man, this team is gutting it out. And then for Amon-Ra to get the insurance touchdown on that wheel route, it was, I don't know, man. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. And to see these young guys, I mean, these 4 first round or whatever, not 4 first round, the 4 rookies, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch. I mean, I love watching Brian Branch play because he doesn't play like a rookie. He plays like a veteran. I wish they could find a Brian Branch at corner for my man Cameron Sutton, who is just, he's got like a siren on his helmet for teams to go after him. Oh my heavens. I gotta hope that maybe Cameron Sutton gets the last laugh. Maybe he gets a pick in the NFC Championship game.
It was a tough matchup. It was a tough matchup. You're dealing with like Hall of Fame receivers on the other side. So I'm going to give Sutton the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? Like, same with, Savage with Green Bay. Like, you're dealing with some pretty good guys on the 49ers. Like, you're going to play against great players during this time of the season. It just is what it is. And, yeah, he's struggling a little bit, but they're doing just enough. Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, calling all the right shots. Jared Goff, yeah, like you mentioned him going back to the Bay, being in that NFC West for all of those years. Like, that's not unfamiliar territory for him. He's a California kid. He went to Cal Berkeley. Like, that's not too far from the crib. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's home. Like, this is how he's going home. So for him to say, like, usually, I mean, again, this is why I'm not a professional athlete, or there's a lot of reasons why, but this is another reason why. For them to chant his name at Ford Field and for him to say he got a certain, like, calmness from that, like, that freaked me the hell out. Like, I don't know about you, Chip. Everybody chanting, yeah, that's Olipop worthy. That freaked me the hell out. Like, all right, they're chanting my name. That means if I mess up, things could go real south. So this whole just franchise and fan base is relying on me, and this dude Jared Goff is getting it done. Now, he almost had an interception early in the end zone, which resulted in a field goal, and that could have swifted momentum a little bit, but it wasn't no pick. Everybody throws bad passes. Lamar Jackson got off to a bad start this weekend, even though they went for 24 unanswered points in the second half. Like, you're human, but for him to just stay calm and cool. You talk about those rookies like Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm telling you, man, like, look, it was a nuts pick. It still kind of is. I get it. You want Jalen Carter. You've been talking about it ever since we started this show.
I'm starting to come around, though.
You're starting. I'm about to say, when he hit Winfield and scored that touchdown, I was like, yo, man, sometimes you just got to get necessity. It might not be the smart pick for, this day and age of the NFL. But if you feel like you're that close and you feel like a certain player can change just anything for your team, it might not be what you need in the long run, but what you need right now, hey, make that move, take that gamble. They did with Laporta. They did with Gibbs, taking them that early in the first round. And now, man, that dude, when he gets the ball in his hands, different. Straight up, that's a different type of speed. And I love me some Bijan Robinson, but Bijan don't got that speed. Bijan got a little more wiggle and, this and that. I don't know, but it's a perfect fit for Ben Johnson in that offense. And with Jared Goff, how would you not want a check down guy for like a Jahmyr Gibbs? He gonna make you miss. He's just too elusive. He's just too quick. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't even a hard cut on Winfield to get up the field. That was just like, I'm gonna barely hit you and then I'm gone because my speed is different. And
and then once he gets into the end zone, he takes him by the side of the helmet and throws him into the ground. I'm like, okay, I'm coming around on Jahmyr Gibbs because I found myself like they were giving it to David Montgomery early and he wasn't going anywhere. I'm like, I need some more Jahmyr Gibbs in my life. And remember, Jahmyr Gibbs was recruited to Georgia Tech by Tashard Choice. Tashard Choice recruited Jahmyr Gibbs to Georgia Tech. And then once NIL came in transfer portal, he transferred to Alabama and became, the top 12 pick. And I'm coming around on Jahmyr Gibbs.
Who did Tashard Choice compare Jahmyr Gibbs to? That's on the Horns. Was it Jaden Blue?
Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue. Yeah. A lot of Longhorn fans are like, especially after the Sugar Bowl game, like, why ain't we in the portal for a running back? All these other positions getting locked up, but why aren't the Horns looking in the portal for, an RB1? Because, Texas fans, they could get a little carried away when they feel deflated. And what CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue did, fumbling that thing, some Texas fans went a little crazy. So I believe in those guys. I think they're young. I think, again, yes, they miss Jonathan Brooks, but to hear Tashard Choice say that, and what we're seeing in Jahmyr Gibbs, like, it wasn't like Jahmyr Gibbs was a big-time superstar his first real year playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, give him those reps. Give Jaden Blue those reps that Jahmyr Gibbs did when he was at Alabama that last year, which made him a first-round pick to Detroit. And, man, this Longhorn offense, they really going to take off, especially with all the transfer portals and recruits, early enrollees that they got in right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, last thing, Aiden Hutchinson, man, that dude, I think I told you when we went to the Lions Bucks game in October, he was limping. He had an ankle injury. He was not effective. That dude makes a difference. And he's a guy who I just want to see him get after Brock Purdy, because that dude has a relentless motor. And then they got that 54 McNeil, the fire hydrant at nose tackle, who just finds a way into the backfield. I mean, this Lions defense is completely dependent on that front to get pressure because there are some soft spots in that secondary that not a lot of safety help over the top.
True, but Baker was making some throws.
Yeah.
Like I know we clown Baker on this show for obvious reasons. Baker was making some throws where I was like, yo, dog, you look like you could be in the league for a long time. Well, I thought Baker was done. After last year, when you saw him with the Carolina Panthers on scout team and the 3-point stance, I was like, yo, Baker, this is it. This is it, dog. USFL, XFL, here we come, boy. And Baker said, nah, just give me one more chance with the right people in the right spot, with the right receivers and weapons. Just give me one more chance. And in a weak-ass NFC South, where, some of those stats could kind of get fizzled out because, again, it was a weak conference. But still, Baker, he did his thing this year. He did his thing, and I got to salute him for that and give him credit. Like, he really showed me something, especially yesterday, man. Yeah, that interception was bad at the end, but, a couple of them throws, they had Chris Collinsworth going crazy in the booth. Chris Collinsworth was going nuts, but he said something. He's like, all right, there's Baker. He's getting hot. You can see him getting hot. Baker's one of those guys, kind of like in basketball where you hit about 3 threes in a row and then you have a heat check and you almost shoot it from half court. He's that guy where he feels like he's hot, but you're going to get a bad shot soon enough. And that's just Baker. That's the way he plays. He's that gunslinging mentality. There's not one throw he feels like he can't make. He thinks he's going to squeeze it into those tight, holes and stuff like that. That's Baker Mayfield. But I saw something out of Baker that I haven't seen since his OU days this past season. And, he showed me the Austin Knight Baker, not the OU Baker. The pick was the OU Baker.
All right, Joe, would you rather have Baker Mayfield than playoff Dak? I'm just saying. Here's the other thing that gives me hope, Green Bay was able to run the ball on San Francisco. Like Aaron Jones had 18 carries for 108 yards.
Yeah.
And I thought the Lions got themselves into trouble when they were throwing it too much. Because this offensive line, they can pound you. You can run the ball. So they're going to have to run it out there against the 49ers, eat some clock, long drives, all that. But we've got a lot to get to from this NFL playoff weekend. I mean, the Texans, Lamar Jackson's legs killed the Texans, and Lamar Jackson looks healthy. I mean, he looks fresh. That's bad news for everybody.
Yeah.
he looks like he did at Louisville.
Well, he's not taking hits, man. That was the fear on him when he was looking for all that money before Baltimore was like, well, we're not going to get much better. Let's just pay the man and see what happens. Like, to get his money and to play the way he is, about to get his second MVP, like, he doesn't take hits. Like, he does a great job of just stopping in his tracks. Like, he goes so fast and he just stops in his tracks so often. And the defenders just keep on flying, and all of a sudden he'll just dive on the ground right after he gets like 13 yards or so. Like, he's not getting hit at all. They had a couple of sacks on him early to end the second quarter. But other than that, if he's taking off and running himself, he's just not taking those shots that make you so scared, these past few years about his career and just how long he'd be able to stick around. Like, he's making great decisions with his arm. Zay Flowers, talk about great pickups. Like, Zay Flowers is incredible, man. That dude, to do what he's doing as a rookie, he's so reliable because, again, they don't have Mark Andrews. The former Sooner is one of the best tight ends in the NFL, and him, Lamar Jackson, they have terrific chemistry over the course of Lamar's career. So for him to be out and then to find Isaiah Likely all the time now, like, he's like, okay, well, the system's still the same. Isaiah Likely, can you do what Mark Andrews does? He was like, I can do a little bit of that. All right, cool. We're going to believe in you. We're going to give you the same routes. We're going to give you the same concepts, and you go do you, fam. And he's been big all year long, and Mark Andrews has been out. So if Mark Andrews is able to come back next week, that's bad news for the Chiefs, which the Chiefs, they're playing good football, especially defensively. But I don't know, man. Lamar, 2 touchdowns through the air, 2 touchdowns on the ground, over 100 rushing. Like, that dude. And they said he was cussing folks out in the locker room at halftime, Chip. Like, that's where he is in his career. Like, he has that confidence to go into the locker room. It's tied 10-10, and to let everybody know, hey, this is some bullshit. Yo, we're the number 1 seed for a reason. These dudes can't play with us. They got a rookie QB. I know he's going to get rookie of the year, and he's about to have a terrific career, but he ain't ready now. Like, this is our time. Let's not muck it up. And 24 unanswered points later, they're going to the AFC Championship game. So,
that was. I mean, he answered all the questions about the MVP.
Yeah,
and that's why you got to vote for these things at the end, like after the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I mean,
in every sport.
Every sport.
Michael Jordan should have 9 MVPs.
Vince Young would have won the Heisman.
Yeah.
They voted after the national. If they voted after the season ended, which is what absolutely should happen. I mean, my God, Vince Young.
Now that one, I don't know, because I remember when Vince looked up, when Reggie had his name called, who knows that Vince Young would even have that same killer instinct. I would say he does, just because it's VY. But that moment, I tweet that moment out all the time on some petty stuff when it comes to revenge. Like that moment there where Reggie's hugging Matt Liner and Vince is looking up in disgust, and you hear the story about the 05 team where Roderick Wright is talking about, yo, I know Vince. When he looks up, he's pissed. He's pissed. So for that specific scenario, I'll take the rules at what it is. But for here on out, yeah, man, you got to do it at the end. Like, come on. It's just – but I like the motivation factor that it puts in the guys that feel like they got screwed. I do love those stories. Like, you know, you hear about guys saying, hey, man, we thought our QB1 should have been MVP. We were playing for him. We were pissed off. I love those stories. I just love that stuff. That's what makes sports great also. But, yeah, have it at the end. Make it easy for everybody. And Lamar Jackson, I mean, can't count out Patrick Mahomes ever. That dude. If I'm Baltimore fan, I'm nervous.
The Texans couldn't run the ball at all.
No.
On Baltimore. So I don't know what was going on there. Bobby Slowick's been so good all year, but man, they were putting it all on CJ, and you gotta be balanced, man. You gotta be balanced. And good heavens, the Ravens are balanced because of freaking Lamar's legs. I mean, if you look at the rest of their running game, Justice Hill had a good day. Gus Edwards averaged 4. They ran it 42 times for 229 yards.
Oh yeah, old school.
That's like what Michigan did to Washington. Yeah. Like 229 yards rushing in the NFL is like 300 yards in college.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, play man if you want to. If you want to play man against the Ravens and turn your back on Lamar Jackson, go ahead. Go ahead. Don't have no spy. You got to have a spy the whole game. But again, we all know what the spy does. It takes away. You throw out an empty set and you got a spy now. You got more receivers than you do people covering, really, that you want. Or over the top, you're going to get beat. Like, they're in a pick your poison situation for the Ravens. That's what makes a scary team. That's what you're trying to go through, as a coach. Like, what can we do? What are we going to decide that we'll live with? You know what I'm saying? Like, and just kind of roll the dice and see what happens. Hopefully, if they could dink and dunk their way up the field, it results in 3s and not 6s. Like, that's all you can really pray for at this point if you're dealing with Baltimore. Because, I mean, that just it was impressive. It really was. And then defensively, Chip, Robert Quinn and Patrick, what's my man's name? Patrick Quinn, and Roquan Smith. Those dudes, man, that's the best. I don't know. Greenlaw and Fred Warner, they might have something to say for it, but we could possibly see like the best 2 linebacker duos in the league in the Super Bowl. I know you definitely don't want that, but again, yeah, Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, those dudes, and they rock those single-digit numbers too. They look terrifying on that other side, like CJ Stroud. That's why they weren't running it. What you running on?
Yeah.
Those dudes flying around. They some of the most athletic linebackers you're going to find in the National Football League. So, hey, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. Man, I mean, the Ravens made some really good teams look silly this year. They paddled the Lions and they paddled the 49ers. And I mean, that they paddled the 49ers like feels like 2 weeks ago. I mean, it was near the end of the season. It was in San Francisco. They made Brock Purdy look like he hadn't practiced. 4 interceptions Purdy had in that game.
Yikes.
I need him to have that game against the Lions. I need a 4 interception game coming up this weekend.
Your boy
We
Thor
take
played
Purdy.
all right. What's my man's
Huh?
name? Thor, the linebacker with the long hair.
Oh yeah, Azaloni.
Azaloni. I like him. Plays
He's their
hard.
cover. He's their cover guy. He would probably, I don't know if he'd be the spy. He might be the spy because he's their best like guy in space, and Campbell's kind of a heavy, downhill linebacker. Same with Barnes.
We're spying Brock Purdy now?
No. Sorry.
Will they move on?
Yeah, when they get to the Super Bowl against Lamar.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just making sure. I love how we're looking ahead. There we go.
But
Oh, you
how
didn't
about
want
that?
this matchup. You didn't want it.
Yeah.
You were hot. You were hot at my dude, Anders Carlson, on Saturday. You sent that message in the Texas Sports Unfiltered group chat. You were hot because Green Bay, they were right there. 3 straight home. You would have drove John Brown nuts. 3 straight home games in Detroit. John's probably so happy to go back to his home state.
Oh yeah. Oh, he probably got on that first bird back to Cali.
Yeah.
But oh man, how about the Bills Chiefs last night? Like, you're sitting there watching that game and you're thinking, okay, this is the Bills' best chance. Like, this is the Bills' best chance because the Chiefs have been up and down. Their receivers been dropping stuff, and they're playing at home. All those fans shoveling snow to help get them through the playoffs. And Stephon Diggs, all he did was bitch about not getting the ball, and then Josh Allen throws him a dime when it's all on the line, and it goes right through his hands. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, you're known for the miracle in Minnesota. You could have been known for the miracle in Orchard Park. And instead, that ball goes right through your hands.
That was a ridiculous throw.
Yeah. Like
I want to say it was in the air at least 70 yards. It looked like that. And
Josh,
I don't know.
Josh Allen was playing his ass off. Like,
I love him, man.
Yeah, you gotta make a play for him when he's playing like that. And man, that was like, you're not gonna get a better chance than that if you're Buffalo, because you kind of were up and down in the season. Joe Burrow was hurt, the Bengals weren't around. I mean, and you were getting the Chiefs at home. And if not last night, I don't know when. Because I don't know. I mean, their safeties used to be. The Bills didn't have Brian Milano. He's one of the best linebackers in the league.
Yeah.
They had some injuries.
They missed White too, the corner.
Yeah,
that's been all pro before. He tore his Achilles, so they missed a few of their heavy hitters on D.
Yeah, but man, they were answering. I mean, that was a really fun game to watch because it just seemed like whoever had the ball last was going to win, and could have gone that way. But wide right again, like Scott Norwood, wasn't the Super Bowl, but it could have been the ticket to get there.
Yeah, Bills fans have it rough, because this is all they got to look forward to. At least other franchises, like when their team loses, like, oh, on to baseball, on the basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is it. This is it. When they lose, they got to wait like 8 whole months until September comes around and hope and pray that maybe this year is different. But yeah, those Jim Kelly years, like that aged you about 15. When you saw homeboy in the stands crying with the beanie on, I was like, yo, that was some down bad stuff right there. And
Look at you laughing at that man crying his eyes out.
I'm sorry. I did. When grown men cry, it's funny. I'm sorry. It's funny. It's just, especially in sporting events, like it's funny when they show the Cowboys fans boo-hooing and you got your women just consoling old boy. That stuff's hilarious to me. I'm sorry, but then I feel bad about it later on. And today, I feel bad for Tyler Bass, man, because again, just the history, like you said, like wide right, like. When you heard, Jim Nantz said it on the money too, which Jim Nantz, Romo, they were terrific. But Jim Nantz said it too, and I know Buffalo fans were like, oh my gosh, did Jim Nantz really just say that? And did Tyler Bass just do that? Like, and he felt bad after the game. He said it was on him. And, Josh Allen, which a big reason why I like him, he was like, nah, I hate that we put him in that situation. If we would have scored, then he wouldn't.
Yeah, if Stephon Diggs would have caught the freaking ball.
Yeah. He's always bitching too, like you said. He's one of those guys cut from the same cloth as a Terrell Owens, but at least T.O., I take T.O. way over Stephon Diggs, like in a heartbeat. Like Stephon Diggs is a good wide receiver, top 10 probably, but just I remember last season or maybe the year before where he just walked out the locker room before Sean McDermott could even address the team after the loss. He's always doing stuff like that. And everybody thinks that photo of when he was at Arrowhead watching, the Chiefs celebrate in the Super Bowl. Like everybody thinks that photo's so cool. No, get your ass to the locker room, bro. That photo's not cool no more. With the way that you bitch about things, you know what I'm saying? That's why CeeDee Lamb, get it together. Because, hey, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like, you just never know. Like you said, Chip, if not now, when? You never know when you get these opportunities. What'd you say about Dan Marino last week? Dan Marino.
Warren Moon, Dan Fouts. I mean, those poor bastards they're in the Pro Football Hall of Fame and never sniffed a meaningful playoff game. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, it feels like when you're young, like what Mahomes is doing 6 straight AFC championship games. Like Kansas City fans, you are loving it. Yeah. And good for you. Because Patrick Mahomes showed up when he had to.
Brady's like what Jordan is. Mahomes is like what Braun is doing. Like what LeBron did. Just always showing up to the end, always going to the Super Bowl. Might lose one or so, but it's always getting there. You know what I'm saying? Like that dude, you just can't count him out. Some of the throws that he was making yesterday, come on, man. Isaiah Pacheco, who runs like a cartoon character, that dude's tough as hell. The fact that they found him in the 7th round out of Rutgers, like, you serious? That's why you were mad earlier about the Jahmyr Gibbs thing, because you look at what the Chiefs are doing, but like, you can find these guys. Like, they're out there. You just got to really do your
homework.
Do your homework for sure. Like, that's it. But we ain't going to knock Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs was special. He showed that yesterday. But still, like, that's Kansas City, man. They got Buffalo's number. It's just one of those things. And, CBS, they were cute by doing their little Peyton Manning versus Tom Brady comparisons. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Like, it kind of felt that way maybe if you were a Colts fan, you were watching Peyton and stuff for a long time. Just Peyton couldn't get over that hump. New Orleans boy going to Foxborough, it was too cold for him. Remember that stigma that was over his head? And Peyton finally broke through, but Josh Allen ain't broke through yet. Josh Allen's looking more like Phillip Rivers, Chip. Looking more like Phillip Rivers, getting so close, having good seasons, probably in the Pro Bowl all the time. Maybe Hall of Fame guy when it's all said and done, but just never get into that big game. Can't get past Brady. Can't get past Roethlisberger. Can't get past Manning.
And Peyton Manning won his Super Bowl with the Colts against Rex Grossman.
Yikes.
Like, I'm hoping Purdy goes Rex Grossman this weekend.
Yeah,
I need Hutchinson to get some pressure on him and have him throwing it all over the place, because if that dude sits in a clean pocket, and Trent Williams is a problem, man. I mean, he's still got it. But hey, Final Four, anything can happen. But yeah, man, I'm done with Stephon Diggs and this Joe K. Yeah, I mean, he was putting some heat on his own quarterback, and you're like, damn, does Josh Allen even like his own team at that point? Yeah. But yeah, Stephon Diggs, he can go.
I really don't understand why wide receivers do this. Like, the pressure on the quarterback more than anybody in not even football, pro sports, the pressure's on the quarterback. Your job is to make their life easier on and off the field. So again, like, they always try to confuse it with, they're just competitive. You know, this guy's just competitive. He wants to win. No,
he's just trying to help.
Yeah, you're just trying to help. No, you're showing up your guy on camera in front of millions. Like, this is not a good look over and over again. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a good look.
Dak responded to it by forcing a throw that led to a pick six.
That's what I'm saying, man. Was Michael Irvin ever like that? You would know more than I. I was a child during those. I don't think he was.
No, I mean, he believed in, first of all, Aikman was the most accurate passer in playoff postseason history.
Sure.
So if Irvin usually did his talking before the play, like, I can beat him here. Like, I'll be open. You can trust me. And then he would do exactly what he said. You know, like, if he felt like he had a matchup he could win, he would tell Troy, and then Troy would do it. And, you know, and Troy had Jay Novacek as a check down, who's like a 6'5" tight end, or 6'4", and long arms
for check down.
I mean,
Daryl Moose Johnson for check downs and shit.
And Eric Williams,
man,
left tackle, just beating people up. He was like Trent Williams, like, he would just beat you up.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love to see Eric Williams go up against Max Crosby. That would be an insane matchup. But those guys at left tackle and Tyron Smith did that for a while.
Oh, yeah.
You know, before his body started breaking down, that was a great pick. But you got to have those dudes, man, because if you have those dudes, you got a chance. And look, the Lions, that's the thing. Their strength is their offensive line. So they got to get Ragnow as healthy as possible. That I'm worried he might not, like, if they find a bunch of swelling today, I mean, he could be in trouble, and that'd be a problem.
They get that needle in there, he'll be all right.
Yeah.
So shoot that thing up, he'll be all right. All adrenaline.
You get Dan Neal going.
Then you get that 2 weeks until the Super Bowl. Get that rest. Yeah. That
you get Dan Neal going about all the pain medication that NFL.
Oh man, when you hear the stories about guys that get addicted to just painkillers and stuff.
Yeah,
the counter stuff, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's pretty fascinating. Like, they don't even know it. Like, they have no idea they're addicted. They're just like, to prevent it, they're taking it. When pain's really not even there, like, to prevent it, they're taking stuff before, and it can get dangerous, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's the better matchup for Lions 49ers when it comes to offensive line, defensive line, because you got Aiden Hutchinson and Trent Williams going at it, hell of a matchup. And then on the other side, you got Nick Bosa versus Penei Sewell and all those guys.
I know. Yeah. I mean, I need Jared Goff to be just seeing the field and just super present in the moment, in the pocket, and not hanging on to it, making good, quick decisions like he did against the Rams. I thought, look, he was fantastic against the Rams. He's completed his first 14 passes, and he was fine against the Bucks. But I mean, he wasn't as sharp as he was against the Rams. But he made the throws he had to in the second half. They got that 2-touchdown lead. But I mean, I couldn't believe they gave up that touchdown drive right before the half. That was like, what are you doing? Playing that prevent defense again. Stop. Stop.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Baker made some throws.
Yeah, he did.
Fourth and 14. They send that blitz. Baker escapes out the pocket, throws that thing on the money. Come on, man. That's why you were picked number one. He does things really like, oh, yeah, that's why he was picked number one. That's what he learned from Lincoln Riley. I get it, because then you see some things that are like, yo, Cleveland, what the hell were y'all thinking? Which he wasn't the number one pick, but, he has flashes of those moments. And yesterday, a lot of the time, he was throwing that thing on the money. He looked really good. So
he's playing for a contract.
True.
I mean, they asked him in the post game, and he said, yeah, man, I'd love it if I could come back and keep building on this. And I mean, he and Mike Evans had a great relationship, and it was interesting because a year ago, I went to watch the Bucks play the Ravens just to see Brady before he retired. And Brady he looked miserable. He's going through the divorce, all that. But, that Cade Otton, that tight end for the Bucks, like Brady was frustrated with that dude as a rookie because he wasn't Gronk. And now Cade Otton's making plays. Like Cade Otton's becoming a player. And I don't know how much longer you can hang on to Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and whoever number 10 is. That dude's a lightning bolt. That's not Scotty Miller anymore. But
that's what's his name?
What's his name?
Palmer. Trey Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer. Yeah, the rookie. Yeah, I mean, hell, Baker, I'd give him a 2-year deal. I'd give him a 2-year deal, $14 million.
I need hungry Baker. I give him a 1-year deal. Baker, 2 years. That's too much comfort. That's too much comfort. Like I do it like this, Chip. I say, all right, Baker, you can't live in the stadium, but I give you 1 year, $10 million. That's it. You go, I want two. You might get $10.5 million. But we ain't gonna push it. We know you. You do something crazy in a heartbeat. Yeah, I don't know if they can tag him. But maybe if they could, probably would tag him, Rob. Shit. Again, Baker, you just never know. He's that guy that throws the interception and then tries to make the tackle by trying to hit stick somebody with his shoulder, and now he's dealing with a hurt shoulder for the next 15 weeks. That's what you're dealing with, because he's gonna throw that pick, so he's gonna try to get it back and show how tough he is. Baker Mayfield's a football player. That's what I respect about him. But they gonna get somebody in the draft too. They're gonna draft higher than what a normal team would draft that made the playoffs, just because you have to with Baker. But
he's made $55 million in 6 seasons. He got $6.85 million to be in Tampa this year. So 1 year, Rob says 1 year, $10 million. Okay, all right.
Baker take that 3 year, $20 million. He gripping someone. That's a good deal for Baker. That's a good deal. I mean, who's risking that though? With the draft class coming out, who's really risking that? That's where I'm at, because I don't
Yeah,
know.
and his time in Cleveland, man, was kind of like Colt McCoy's time in Cleveland. It was a revolving door of coaches. I mean, Freddie Kitchens. Like, really? You get rid of Hugh Jackson, you replace him with Freddie Kitchens, who had never been a head coach before. He'd never been a coordinator. I think he was the running backs coach or something. But like Cleveland, man, they just needed to get out of their own way. And then they go give Deshaun Watson that massive guaranteed contract, knowing that that dude is got all kinds of stuff to work through.
Yeah.
And look at old Baker getting Tampa to the divisional round of the playoffs, won a wild card game against the Eagles, who I don't know what happened to the Eagles, but yeah, man.
Jalen Hurts happened.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Shane Steichen, or was it Jonathan Gannon? I always get those guys confused. Both of them, both their coordinators, offense and defensive coordinators, got head coaching jobs. Like, that's a big deal. I don't know why, in the NFL, it seems like we don't pay the attention to coaching as much, or just professional sports. We just think these guys are getting paid, so it's on them. Nah, man, coaching matters. Like, coaching matters. Ask Troy Aikman when he had, Norv Turner when that dude came in. Troy Aikman was trash, like, for a while. Turner comes in, Super Bowls, just like that. Just like that.
Well,
Coach comes in,
Aikman
coach leaves, like.
Remember what Jimmy did, though? Jimmy came from Miami and took Steve, the Miami quarterback. In the supplemental draft. So Aikman is competing with Steve Walsh from Miami. Like, Troy didn't think Jimmy liked him, and he might have been right. And so Aikman he finally bowed up to Jimmy and was like, look, dude, I can win for you. I just need you to believe in me. And Jimmy was like, okay, let's see it. And he sent Steve Walsh away on his way. Yeah, that 1-13 season, Troy's first year, the only game they won, Steve Walsh was the quarterback. Like, Troy was over as a rookie.
Damn.
And it was rough, man. But Troy, he bowed up to Jimmy. Jimmy, they ended up having a love affair, to the point where Troy he couldn't stand life under Barry Switzer and was like constantly, like, Troy ran the offense the year that they won the Super Bowl in 95. Norv was gone. I'm trying to remember who was Jack. No, it wasn't Jack Riley.
Somebody let us know.
But Troy was running it. And it was good enough. It was good enough. It was amazing. Like, Troy, I don't think Cowboys fans appreciate Troy enough.
Right?
Troy was so much better as a player than he is as an announcer.
Damn, wow. Gee. Oh, man.
But
yo, shots fired. What is this?
No, that's why you love Troy, because he was such a dog. He was such a warrior. And he threw the football the way Matt Stafford throws it. It's a perfect spiral every time. Like, I'm watching Jared Goff yesterday. He throws wobblers. And I'm like, dude, you got to tighten that zip, man. Get that ball
Peyton
right
Manning.
in there.
Peyton Manning.
Yeah, Peyton
One
threw
of the
wobblers.
greatest wobbler throwers ever. Them things. Yo. I used to be like, how is this? Payne, he got those feet and stuff. He'd be moving and he'd throw a wobbler. It'd be on the money. It'd be accurate. But yeah, some guys just do. It's interesting.
Troy threw the most beautiful ball, and it was so catchable. It was like Matt Stafford. Like, watch Matt Stafford throw the football. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Some guys just have it.
That's what going back to Stephon Diggs, man. Like Jerry Rice wasn't doing that to Montana or Young. He wasn't showing those guys up. Like,
No.
what are you doing that for? Like, that doesn't help their confidence, especially if you're a weak-minded individual like Dak Prescott was in that game in the wild card last weekend. Like, again, if I hear that, I'm cussing your ass out like, CD, you ain't going to show me up because everybody looking at me. They looking at you after me. Like, that's not – don't try to show me up, bro. And I'm not going to get you the ball just because you bitching. Like, they are playing a specific coverage on you. It's a little tight. I'm not going to force that thing. But nah, Dak don't got that in him.
I gotta tell you this story, Zay. Chris Bennett just reminded me. But Mac was the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma in '84 when Troy was a freshman. And they're up playing Kansas, and Danny Bradley goes down with a broken leg, and they got to take the red shirt off of Troy Aikman. And they're down 7-3 at halftime, and Mac Brown is in the locker room yelling, screaming, if we don't play better, we're going to lose. And sure enough, they went out. Aikman got intercepted. They lost to Kansas. And they hadn't lost to Kansas in forever. And the first story is Switzer went up to Mac Brown, and Mac told me this story and said, hey, we don't ever talk about losing in my locker room, ever. Ever.
I've heard that one. Yeah.
And Mac, that's when he became kind of Pollyanna Mac, like when they were down 28 to Oklahoma State in 2004, he walks in, he puts the winning score up on the whiteboard. He's like, we're going to win this. You know, he turned into positive Mac. And Troy. So Troy told me that freshman year at Oklahoma, Mac was micromanaging everything, like footwork, ball placement, every practice. He's like, do it again, do it again. He said that Mac Brown almost broke me his freshman year at OU. And I'm like, Mac? He's like, I don't know, like the guy that you see at Texas, that was not the guy. He was intense. He was cussing us. And Sally changed that in Mac. Mac was a cusser, man. He was up guys' backsides. And she changed that in him at North Carolina when, you know, Mac went through some stuff. I mean, his wife and John Swofford's wife both left their husbands at the exact same time. John Swofford, the ACC commissioner, not anymore, but he was then the athletic director at North Carolina, and like Mac's wife and John Swofford's wife were like, we're sick of this. And they left. Damn. So Mac's like a single dad, 2 girls. He's getting his ass beat at North Carolina. He went 1-10 and 1-10 his first 2 years there. And Sally came in. She changed everything. Turned him into, you know, because he was cussing players at practice. She's like, would you cuss? Like, would you want someone cussing your daughters if they were doing something that they love to do? And Mac was like,
no, I guess not, babe.
And then she got involved in recruiting. Like, Greg Ellis and Eb Ekibon were both on the Cowboys when I covered them. I was like, hey, man, tell me what was going on at Carolina when Mac was there with Sally. And they were like, oh, we love Miss Sally. She was the best. You know, Mac was okay. But like she helped in recruiting. They got Brian Simmons, Vonnie Holiday, Dre Bly. I mean, Greg Ellis, Eb Ekibon, like they had it going. And she would never talk to the media ever, because she never wanted the players to worry that what they told her would end up in an article. I'm telling you, man, she's one of the smartest people I've ever met. She's one of the most successful people I've ever met. She's one of the most driven people I've ever met because her husband left her when she had ovarian cancer, pregnant with their second child. Her husband was the head of the Duke Medical Center. He's like, you need to abort this pregnancy and start chemo. And she's like, I'm not doing that. And he left her like mid-pregnancy. And she got the horse farm that they owned in Chapel Hill and in the divorce and taught herself how to build houses on that property, built 6 houses. And she made a little bit of money, but word got around town that Sally Jesse, this amazing single mom who's trying to make it, and this rich couple that had willed 600 acres of prime real estate in Chapel Hill to North Carolina with the stipulation that you don't build anything on this property until we are both gone. Well, the husband died. They broke ground on the Dean Dome, and the wife said that was not the deal. She took 300 acres back, gave it to Sally Jesse, and said, pay me when you start making money. And she built 2 gated communities in Chapel Hill, had $15 million in the bank when she met Mac. Like, she saved him. There's a reason that Mac dotes on her. And Miss Sally, Miss Sally's right here. I mean, she's a rock star, man.
Yeah, I'll never forget like his arm around her on the way out the tunnel at the Alamo Bowl for his last game ever. That's a pretty memorable moment with those two because they both knew that was the last ride here at University of Texas. So yeah, ain't nothing like having that ride or die, woman by your side that makes you a better person, So that's crazy. Never knew that. That nuts that Mac almost broke Troy Aikman. As tough as Troy Aikman was, and as mentally tough as he was, to have Mac almost do that to him, which Troy is only 18, 19 years older at that time. But still, that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild.
Mac left. Like, it was one of those situations. He went to become the OC at LSU in 85. And then in 86, he got the Tulane head coaching job and started to, build his way. But like, there are times where you get a nudge from the head coach. Hey man, if you get another job offer, you should take it. That's code for, yeah, we need to go in a new direction.
Yeah.
Mac did that to Brian Harsin. Mac told Brian Harsin, hey man, you get a job offer, you should take it. And he took the Arkansas State head coaching job and, parlayed that into Boise. But, Mac wanted to give the play call in to Major, and it got cloudy there toward the end for Mac. But hey man, I'll give him this. He had Paul Chryst too. This is a story that not many people know. So Paul Chryst was going to take the offensive coordinator job that ultimately went to Harsin. And then all of a sudden the Pittsburgh job opened and they wanted to interview Chryst. And he's like, hey, I know I just took this offensive coordinator job, but Pittsburgh wants me to interview for the head coaching job. And Mac goes, if you go to that interview, I never offered you anything. And Chris is like, well, I got to go interview because it's for a head coaching job. And Mac was like, okay, see ya. So Mac's tough, man. Like behind the scenes and man.
Yeah. Hey. I mean, I get that, either you're with us or you're not. Like, it's hard for somebody to take a job and then have it and then all of a sudden be like, oh, something else better came up. I got to go do this. Like,
well, yeah, like Dwayne Aquina. So Dwayne Aquina, he's like, oh, I'll go do this defensive analyst, because there was a guy named Joey Thomas who was a defensive analyst for Sark, who helped with the secondary after Gary Patterson. And Joey Thomas ended up going to Nevada with Jeff Choate. And so they're looking for a new analyst to come in and help with the secondary. And Dwayne Aquina. Well, Brent Brennan ends up offering him the defensive coordinator job at Arizona. So Aquina's gonna do that. And that's great. He's 71. I mean, if he still loves it and he still wants to do it, then great. So sometimes the timing of it is just something better comes along. And next thing you know, a hire you think you just made is headed somewhere else. So let me tell you something about Apple Leasing. Apple Leasing is going to get you into the car you really want to be driving. I mean, it's a new year. How about a new car? Some of you only buy used cars because you don't want to pay for that future trade-in value, which is the single biggest source of depreciation when you buy a new car and drive it off the lot and it drops thousands of dollars. You're not doing that when you're leasing from Apple Leasing. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it, and you're paying for the new part under warranty, and you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. So whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, they're going to get you whatever you want. They don't care what car you pick. They're going to get you any make or model of car. You go to a dealership, you're going to get the hard sell on their stuff. If you had a bad leasing experience in the past, it was probably because you leased from a dealership. And if you wanted to change make and model, they're not going to let you out of the penalties. That doesn't happen at Apple Leasing. You want to change make and model 2 years into the lease? No problem. The easy lease. Everything about Apple Leasing is easy. Just give them a call. Talk it out, because they don't care what car you pick. You're not going to get hassled. It's amazing. 346-9977. Visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Brain Vault mouth guard. I love this. I mean, the Brain Vault mouth guard, all of us who've been in competitive sports, who've had the, boil the mouth guard, and this is so far advanced from that. The Brain Vault mouth guard developed right here in Austin from Greg Eckert, Austin's dentist, Dr. Ueckert. Brain Vault is amazing. Patented, proven to reduce the effects of concussion. They got the upper mouth guard, the lower mouth guard, for whether you're playing flag football, lacrosse, cheerleading. For the cheerleaders, this is the mouth guard for you when you're doing all those, those flyers going through the air. You need to have a mouth guard that's going to protect you. Brain Vault. All you do is go to brainvault.com to set up an appointment, a fitting. And if you're the coach or you're the head of the team, they'll do group fittings and come to you. Just go to brainvault.com. All right, Zay. We should probably talk about the fact that Texas basketball got themselves a big W against number 9 Baylor over the weekend, 11 a.m. on Saturday. Another buzzer beater. This one from Tyrese Hunter on a nice setup. Inbound play, Dylan DeZoo with a little basically handoff to a streaking Tyrese Hunter. I mean, he had his clothes on, but he was streaking down the floor, gets it all the way to the rim, up and in. Ball game. And Vegas had Texas as a 1.5 point favorite. And they won by 2. Amazing.
Yeah.
Big win.
Huge win.
Finally, a quad 1 win.
Yeah. They need them. They need him. I mean, Baylor, they got some guards per usual. Jacoby Walker, he was lining it up. And for him to be a freshman and just come into the Moody Center and have the performance he did, there's a reason why he's going to be selected pretty high in the draft this year, 2024. So, yeah, Rodney Terry and this Texas team needed that dub. I mean, Tyrese Hunter, like I've been saying, like there's no reason why he should not be playing under 30 minutes. Zero reason. Zero reason. Unless if he's having a serious discipline problem to where you ain't playing him at all, he's always getting 30-something minutes on my team. Like you just don't have enough all around to not play somebody of his caliber that type of minutes. And look what he does. Gets you a last-second shot, gets you 21 points. And there's something about a player, Chip, that knows he's not coming in the game. It's like knowing that you're going to coming out the game, It's like knowing you're, I can mess up. And then coach is still going to have confidence in me to stick around. I'm not going to get disciplined. I'm not going to get taken out for a certain turnover or just I miss a read or I'm not taking a shot. No, let me know, hey, look for this and not that. Hey, look for your shot more. Like keep them confident if you're Rodney Terry and the rest of this coaching staff. And it looks like they did. And look what the guy gave you. Like, again, a buzzer beater. He dropped 21. He was getting to his spot, especially in that first half, knocking down off the dribble jumpers, knocking down spot up jumpers, using that pump fake to get to the rack and finish a couple of times. He hit a floater in the second half. Like Tyrese Hunter, yes, he had a couple of bad misses, but he was huge all around. Like if it wasn't for Tyrese Hunter, you'd lose that game by 20-something. And then Kendall Weaver and Caden Shedrick, what they brought to the table. Like that's what you need for the guys coming off the bench. You need them to play with that tenacity. If you're not going to score, you better bring something else to the table. Kendall Weaver's tip out to Max Asmus to put them up by 3. Huge. That was huge. Because you knew that Baylor was going to hit a shot. It was either to tie the game or go up. And Jalen Briggs, he knocked that 3. He was knocking threes down all game long. Like you knew it was going to happen. Their guards are just too solid, and Scott Drew, his offenses are just too good. So you knew they were going to get the shot that they want. They put it in the hands of a guy that was cooking from the 3, and he knocked that thing down in Dylan Mitchell's eye. Rodney Terry, who does a hell of a job of letting your guys play. Like Scott Drew said after the game, he should have called the timeout. If you're in that situation as a defense and you just score and you tie the game, always call the timeout. Always call the timeout. You never want your team to be scattered, looking around, trying to figure out, okay, where's my man? And we only got 5 seconds left. It's just too sporadic. You can't do that. And that's what happened. Like Tyrese Hunter threw it into Dylan Mitchell. He's running full speed. Dylan Dessou. Dylan Dessou throws it right back to him, and now he's going downhill. Like, you got to call that timeout, Scott Drew. And even the national championship head coach, they can get caught slipping too. Rodney Terry, he did the great thing by not calling the timeout. You never want to call the timeout when you're the offense. Like, it's just a different scenario because everybody's all sporadic, trying to find their man, trying to figure out what's going on. And, hey, you could give up a bucket, and that's why the Horns have had 3 game winners this season, 2 from Max Asmus, 1 from Tyrese Hunter. Coach Terry had a chance to call a timeout in all 3. He didn't, and look what happened. So, hell of a performance. Caden Shedrick blocking shots, scoring at the block. That's what he has to do, man. I know he's been injured with the back spasm and stuff, but if he's able to be healthy, he's got to give you something. And he was knocking down free throws. Those 10 points that Caden Shedrick gave you were huge. His defense was solid. That play that they had in the second half when Baylor had the shot clock violation, that was right there. You had to go review it. If Caden Shedrick doesn't get back to just kind of, get in the way and kind of slow down the finisher's movement, then who knows? That's a bucket, and the game's different now. So in college basketball, every possession counts. You don't get too many, and hopefully this Texas basketball team can ride this momentum when they go to Norman tomorrow.
Well, that was the craziest game from a three-point shooting perspective because Texas was 9 of 11 from 3 in the first half, and they were still only up, I think, by 1 or 2 at halftime. They were up 42-41, and they had hit 9 of 11 threes. I was like, there's no way they're winning this game. Like, there's no way they can sustain this shooting. and they're only up by 1 point after hitting 9 threes because Baylor had hit 7 of 12 threes in the first half. And they kind of kept hitting their threes in the second half. They were 4 of 10. But Texas did a better job of guarding the 2-point shots. And Baylor only hit 8 of 21 shots in the second half. And they started having those lapses. Hell, I think they only hit 2 of their last 13 field goals. And that Bridges 3-pointer you mentioned with 5 seconds left. This was a gut check. And Kendall Weaver he's that guy that you have to have on the floor. He needs 20 minutes a game because he just gives you that relentless effort. He gives you second, kind of what you and I've talked about before with him. He doesn't give you points. He gives you extra possessions, or he gives you an offensive board so that you get 2 or 3 shots per possession. And, hopefully not 3, hopefully just 2. But, that dude brings serious energy. I know that it's not a great situation for him to be a starter, but if he can come in and give you some good minutes off the bench and, man, just build that guy up because of his effort. Because, like you said, he tips that ball back out to Asmus, and Asmus ends up, hitting let's see here.
Asmus got fouled.
Asmus got fouled and hit the free throws. And that's what gave him a chance.
Yeah. Kendall Weaver for this Longhorn team is what Jordan Whittington was for the football team. Like, he's so much out there. Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, JT Sanders, Jonathan Brooks when he was healthy. You forget about Jordan Whittington and the heart that he brings and the toughness that he brings. And you look at the stat sheet and you're like, dang, Jordan Whittington even play? But he has that play against TCU. And he has different types of blocks that just help open up everything else for your team. Kendall Weaver's that. And I'm right there with you. 20 minutes a game. I don't know why you're playing Chris Johnson. His time ain't now. Those 4 minutes were a waste because he came in and turned the ball over, and I know it led to a Dylan Mitchell dunk, but that should have been a foul where my man, he tried to go finish, and Chris Johnson and IT Horton were just there. IT Horton kind of fouled, and it led to a Dylan Mitchell dunk. But still, that was 4 minutes. No, give those to Kendall Weaver. I think his stamina is good enough to take him. And, yeah, man, he's the type of guy that doesn't matter if you start him or bring him off the bench. He's going to give you that same effort. While you have IT Horton, if he comes off the bench, he ain't going to give you nothing. If he's starting, at least he's feeling good about himself and he could play. I don't like those guys, but – hey, they've been there for hundreds of years, ever since James Naismith threw out the basketball. There's been those guys that say, I don't come off the bench, I just start. If I do come off the bench, I'm not going to give you anything. IT Horton, he's that guy, so he's going to have to start. But Kendall Weaver, hey, play him. You have to. He just has too much heart. He just has too much passion, and he's going to win you some games just doing the little things, and he's going to guard on that other end. Yo, those Baylor guards, they were abusing Max Asmus. Abusing him. Just taking them to the block. Just going right at him, taking them to the block. Langston Love was giving them Andre Miller-type moves and stuff, and thank goodness the help was pretty good. And like you said, they went on that drought in the second half. Baylor did 9 minutes, I want to say. No field goals until Briggs' 3-pointer at the end. Like, if you just quit fouling, you win that game by double digits, But Texas, they're going to foul just because they're so small. And when teams figure out, okay, we could just offensive crash on them, They're going to get in the foul trouble because they're fighting and scrapping down there, and the refs most likely are going to make that call. They did. So that's why you had the dogfight that you had. But, yeah, Coach Terry, that game, you need to figure out your identity. That game, I saw the identity there. It's Tyrese Hunter plays 30 minutes, regardless if he's playing really well or not. He's going to give you the best option. Kendall Weaver plays 20 minutes. Dylan Dessou always starts. Dylan Mitchell, you know you're going to start him. Start IT Horn, Max Asmus, Tyrese Hunter, like Zurich Oyema. I don't know. If Caden Shedrick's going to play that way, your minutes might be gone. Chris Johnson, your minutes shouldn't even been there in the first place. Like, you might have to ride it out with this 8-man rotation. Brock Cunningham, 10 minutes is perfect. Nothing above 10. Nothing above 10. That's all Brock needs right now. If he's not making that outside shot, don't give Brock those minutes. He ain't even looking at the basket. He had a couple of good passes there, but Brock can't get that many minutes, man. I saw him with Jay Billis talking, on campus and stuff on TV. Like, why is Brock getting the love? Why aren't we giving the knife man love? That's what we're doing. I get it. It's a cool story, 6th year. And, this whole thing, like he travels during the off season and stuff. People think that's a good story. Brock, work on your game. All that time you should be traveling. Why aren't you in the lab? That's what I'd be saying. If I'm Coach Terry, I'm like, dude, you're going where? You're going to Yellowstone by yourself. You're going to be standing in the wilderness. Is there a gym there? Is there a goal there? Is there a park where a basketball court? No, you don't need to be going, dog. You don't need to be going. I got to get away from the game, coach. Nah, you need to stay as close to the game as possible. Like, not everybody's Jordan, Chip. Not everybody could be Michael Jordan and go gamble over 6 figures and lose it all and then come back and drop 50. Not everybody has that in them. Some people have to work on their game consistently just to be able to get on the court. So that story, I'm so tired of hearing that story. I've been hearing that story for 6 years. Oh, Brock Cunningham, he's such a different guy. He loves traveling, and when the season's over, he goes by himself and he camps out and all of these national parks and stuff. No, go work on your game, dog. The offseason is made for you to work on your game and work on your craft. I need that from you. You help your team could be in the tournament if you knock down some outside shots and take away the pressure that Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter have every time they come off a ball screen, And Scott Drew, they were switching that thing, and those bigs for Baylor, they were long, and they were contesting all the Asmus and Tyrese Hunter shots, and they were airballing. And, yeah, man, Scott Drew's a good coach. He's good. He's good. I love the turnaround that he had at Baylor. What that job was, how dark it was there. For him to win a national championship, I know he got 20 years to do it. Not that many. Coach Terry definitely don't have 20 years to do that. But in Baylor, hey, he made it work. And I applaud him for that. Brand new arena. Come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Brock, it seemed like last year when, he had a really good 3-point shooting percentage last year. And it seemed like the pressure was off because they didn't really need him to do it, but he did it. This year, they needed him to do it. And it hasn't happened. I mean, you look at Brock's numbers right now, and it's not good. I mean, this is a guy who, has typically shot 50% from the floor. He's shooting 37% from 2. He's 26 of 70. And then he's 14 of 41 from 3, which is 34%. And
isn't bad.
It's not great. I mean, last year, he was Brock Cunningham shot 48% from 2 and 41% from 3. He was 26 of 63. He was one of the best 3-point shooters by percentage on the team. Actually, he was, if you don't count, Alex Anamekwa going 2 for 4. from 3. So that's, last year they didn't really need him because they had Marcus Carr or Jabari Rice and Timmy Allen and Tyrese Hunter. This year they needed him to make some threes, and it's just, I don't know, it's like a different vibe for him, and he hasn't really responded to it. So
He don't
now
have
you
no
gotta,
confidence.
yeah, he's lost his mojo.
That's what I'm saying. Like, get in the lab. Where are you
Yeah.
going on vacation? You should be in the lab getting up shots at the beautiful Kevin Durant Center, getting up just multiple shots all the time, because you should know. Like, that's what's frustrating. It's year 6. Like, David Bender's going in year 6. I'm expecting David Bender to have a huge season, because from year 4 to 5, you saw the growth. You saw the development. We were scared as hell coming into this season, like, yo, who gonna be by Jalen Ford? Who gonna be that dude? Dave Bender, I don't know about him. David Bender said, yo, hold my drink. I got y'all, chill. Anthony Hill came through, and he was a freshman. Michael Penix in his 6th year was up for the Heisman. Like, in your 6th season, you have to be getting better. You can't be getting worse. That doesn't make sense. That just doesn't. That's what rubbed me the wrong way, Chip. Like, I love Brock Cunningham. He's an Austin Knight. He's a lifetime Longhorn. You know how much he loves this university. But like you just said, this team this year in 2024, they need him more than ever. And for him to look significantly worse than what he's been in past years, that's troubling to me. I don't like that at all. Because again, his hustle, that's infectious, but that can only take you so far. Like, Kendall Weaver's going to have some bad games coming up. It's just what it is. Like, sometimes that's why Charles Oakley ain't in the Hall of Fame. Like, sometimes just being tough, it only gets you so far. But Kobe, he was tough and skilled. Look at that. Took him to a different stratosphere. Same with Mike. I could go down the list. Barkley, like, you could go down the list. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just looking at this guy like, dog, this is year 6. You gotta be, this is it. You can't come back for year 7. I mean, he'll probably finesse his way to do that, like that, tight end that's on year 9. But realistically, you can't come back. So this is it. You got to put everything into this year and, see what happens. And he's not giving the Horns what I thought he would have coming into this season. Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll let me get to the chip shot, because my chip shot is about this apology or whatever that was. But let me real quick tell you about audio visual consultations, because my man Tom McKay is going to make sure that you get the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, new lighting, electronic shades, surveillance, anything audio or visual in your home. He's got it. And here's the great thing. He's going to bring you the best price on the big screen, the surround sound. All you have to do is call 255-8678. And from the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't have to go shopping for anything. It's amazing. AV Consultations is, taking care of me in 3 different houses. They've put TVs and surround sound into a bunch of your favorite restaurants in Austin. Let them take care of you. Audio visual consultations, just make the call 255-8678. I know that AV Consultations TVs are in cover 3. Cover 3. Oh yeah, baby. I mean, look, for high-end food and the best place to watch your team, it's cover 3 right there in Anderson Lane. My go-to forever. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. I know some of you are hungry right now listening to the sound of my voice. Head over to cover 3. Get that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich and thank me later. Get some Parmesan fries and just enjoy cover 3. Love it. And okay, so for the chip shot, Rodney Terry apologized, sort of, but I don't think he really got it, what was going on here. So take you back to last Wednesday night. They lose a 16-point lead. They lose to Central Florida. Some players in the handshake line from Central Florida are doing horns down to the fans, and Rodney Terry kind of loses his mind. I mean, he's like, don't do that shit. Said it about 6 times. And then comes into the post game and talks about it for like 10 minutes and becomes kind of the laughing stock of the sports world the next day. And so the next home game is Baylor on Saturday, and Texas wins it, buzzer beater, as we've been talking about. And, you know, Rodney Terry gets asked, how's this week gone for you? And RT, you know, says, I'm sorry if I offended anybody. You know, and it's like, no, don't be sorry you offended anybody with that. Be sorry that you were an embarrassment. Be sorry that you were soft and an embarrassment. That's what you should have been sorry for, because it was that's what happened. Like, that's where you went off the rails. It wasn't, you know, sorry if I and here's the direct quote from Rodney Terry. He said, I had no intentions of trying to show up anyone or offend anyone in terms of what happened at the end of that game. Johnny Dawkins is a really good friend of mine. He has a good program. They're having a good year. If I offended him, his program, or anyone for that matter, I apologize, because that wasn't my intention. I'm a God-fearing man, and I lean heavily on my faith. There are no obstacles in front of me that I can't overcome, because God never leaves my side in good times and in bad. And I'm like, okay, then don't even apologize, because what you should have been apologizing for was being soft.
Didn't he apologize again a little bit after that?
Yeah, he did. You know, he said, if I embarrassed our own fans, let's see here. No, I don't have all of it here, but he basically said that, you know, if I embarrassed our fans, I apologize for that too. And it just, I would have worded it. I would have said, hey, I got a little carried away. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have, you know, that's on me. And that won't happen again. Because I took out my frustration on Central Florida's players when I needed to look in the mirror and do a better job of coaching my own team. And I would have left it at that.
Yeah.
And everyone would have been like, okay, all right, RT.
Yeah, he did it, but he danced around a little too much. I mean, I'm glad he even said the words apology. He did say, I know what it means to be the head coach at this university. And yeah, you're right. You should have said, my pride got a little carried away. Apologize to Coach Dawkins. Apologize to UCF and their players. I shouldn't be disciplining them. I need to worry about my team right now. That's it. Like, you know, that's really it. Like, I love the University of Texas. You know, I'm very prideful of the university, and I let it get the most of me in the worst way, and the handshake. You know what I'm saying? But hey, whatever. Move on. You got yourself a good win. You got another one tomorrow. Not just that team in Norman. They ain't no punks either. So they're a ranked team. This is a big stretch. Like we said, 6 Next 6 games, ranked opponents. It started with Baylor. If you could go 4-2, and obviously not be trash for the rest of the season, but if you go 4-2 in this stretch, that's a tournament team to me. Like that's a tournament team to me, especially if you win the away ones. Like if you could go 4-2, you might be a 8-9 seed waiting to happen, or a 10th seed or 7, maybe even an 11. But getting in the tournament, hey, you're in. I'd rather see y'all play March Madness than the NIT. So a lot of people in their bracketology still has Texas out. I get it. Still got work to do.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to the right call, my man.
Yes, sir. Before the right call, we definitely got to talk about Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group. I've been doing it over for 100 years in the greater Austin area at the beautiful 42 acres in the Hill Country on BK. And they got 7 terrific brands to choose from, and GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Buick, Jeep, and Ram. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK because they've been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Hi, Chip. This is an interesting sports story. I'm going to get a little petty because I don't know how I feel about this yet. I'm kind of on both sides, and yeah, I'll present it to you right here on the right call. So, Udonis Haslem, Miami Heat legend? I don't know. He played 20-some years in the league. They were all for the Heat. Pat Riley never traded him, never even thought about it. I don't ever remember him being on the trading block. He played for D-Wade's 06 team that won it all with Shaq. He played for the Heatles teams with Chris Bosh and LeBron. And he just retired last year, which I kind of feel a certain way about the old vet that doesn't get any playing time but is taking up a roster. Like, he could be an analyst. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's somebody working hard overseas that could take that spot, but whatever, Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley, Heat culture, do what y'all want. So he got put into the Heat Hall of Fame this past weekend, got his jersey in the rafters, and Steven Jackson went on Instagram to congratulate his homeboy, said feels like one of the real ones, got the jersey retired, being sold still in style, earned not given, salute my boy, big congrats for all the real ones who will never see this day, be proud, a real got his just due. This is where it gets petty. Former Miami Heat rival Paul the Truth Pierce, he commented by saying, "This one given, bro, just saying." So not basically saying not earned, this one given. Now, look, I can't knock what Paul Pierce is saying right here. This is some serious hating. I will admit that. Paul Pierce, you are a hater for sure. But he ain't lying. Like, if you go look at the jerseys that Udonis Haslem is right by in the rafters, you see Tim Hardaway. 1-2, UTEP two-step, killer crossover. Shaquille O'Neal, one of the most dominant big men of all time. Dwayne Wade, whose jersey just got put up there. You see where I'm getting here? And then you go Udonis Haslem, who's never made an all-star team. Yes, he has 3 rings, but again, if it wasn't for those guys I just named, LeBron's is going to be up there. Chris Bosh is up there. He wasn't that either. So I'm not a Heat fan. I don't have a dog in the fight. I kind of get what they were doing. Like, the dude's been there for 20-something years. Like, he is what the Heat culture represents: toughness, accountability, just doing your work. Like, it's Miami. You would think all these guys would be big-time partiers. You would think it could get carried away fast. Like, no, they're one of the most responsible franchises, not only in the NBA, but in all of sports, with their front office and what they do on the court with that too. So I don't know. Udonis Haslem, he commented on it and said, Paul Pierce, my first reaction was to choose violence, but I'm going to spare because I know you ain't like that. You're entitled to your own opinion, my boy. So Paul Pierce, he's a hater, but he has a point. Udonis Haslem, congratulations. Would I have done it? No. I would have not put him up there. You know what I'm saying? Like he gets his respects, but he wasn't a good enough player. I'm sorry, but your talent has to mean more than you just being there for longevity. I agree with Paul Pierce on this one. I'm not a hater, but I agree with Paul Pierce on this one.
He's a career 7.5 points per game scorer and 6.6 rebounds per game rebounder.
Yeah. I can't do it. I can't do it.
That equals jersey in the rafters? Just stitch his name on those championship banners.
Right?
Like, you don't have to give him his own.
Yeah, like have his photos around the arena and in the locker room, like holding the trophy so everybody knows, oh, yeah, Udonis. You know what I'm saying? Like his jersey. That's a wild scene, Miami. And again, this goes back to the rivalry. Heat, Celtics, because I've heard Udonis Haslem, he has a good podcast with Mike Miller. Both of those guys went to University of Florida and played for Billy Donovan. And I don't know if you remember, they got to the championship game in, 2000? I think they lost to Mateen Cleaves in that Michigan State team, but still, they got a good podcast together. And Udonis, he's on record saying, yo, I like the Celtics now, but KG and Paul Pierce, nah, I don't mess with them. He's saying that now. To this day, he doesn't mess with those guys. I want to say that, video came out before Paul Pierce said this. Paul Pierce just said this because, again, Udonis just went into the rafters. But, yeah, this is a petty, old school, just hatred. Even though these guys are done playing, they don't care. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, again, I've been saying it all show. That's the best part about sports. The fact that you could still be mad at somebody, like, you're millionaires. Life's good. Like, families paid for, your grandkids probably paid for. Life's good. But the real competitors still hate the ones that got in their way of getting to the ultimate goal, and that's hoisting that championship trophy at the end of the season if you're lucky. And if you got in my way, yeah, I still don't. It's still personal. It's still personal. And I know KG and Paul Pierce feel that way too. Because if Paul Pierce didn't feel that way, he wouldn't have said nothing. He wouldn't have said nothing. So I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I'm with it.
Well, and Paul Pierce, who was part of the most underachieving college team in the history of college basketball at Kansas with Jacques Vaughn, Rafe LaFrentz, and Scott Pollard. He has one ring. Paul Pierce has one ring. Yeah. And he won it with Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen. And I get he was the finals MVP. But let's not act like, but that one ring is enough for him to clown Udonis Haslem.
Yo, nobody celebrates one ring more than the 08 Celtics. Nobody. Look at what Doc Rivers' career has been since that. Like, Doc Rivers might be one of the most overrated coaches of all time. Like, you could say that. Besides that 08 championship, it doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good at all. You got KG on your team. You got Ray Allen on your squad. Like, that 08 team, they'll definitely let you know that they were champions for sure, but they didn't expect Miami to become Miami. That's why Paul Pierce is bitter. And you keep going back to that Kansas team. Jacques Vaughn wasn't shit in the league. Rafe LaFrentz was shit in the league. Scott Pollard, what? These guys were barely making some money in the NBA. Actually, Mark Cuban got gripped by Rafe LaFrance. Did he not? Didn't he give him a big contract? Yeah, grip.
He gave him $72 million.
Woo! Gosh. To get dominated by Shaq and get dominated by Chris Webber and KG and all that heat that you had to guard in the Western Conference back in the early 2000s, yeah, bad move, Mark. Bad move. Rafe LaFrance, he wanted no contact. He just wanted to sit on the three-point line and shoot that lefty three. It was a pretty shot, but, hey. Yo, Steven, man, we're going. Nappy is the new wave, man. This is natural. This is natural, bro. Like, you don't know nothing about this. Yeah, it's a little nappy right now. I'm getting the cut in February. Like, these barbers, they charging the arm and the leg. So, I'm going to be nappy a couple of times. Y'all need to see the authentic me. I got nothing to hide. Boy, married, beautiful woman, just had the second anniversary and stuff. I'm living good. You know what I'm saying? I still get catcalled. I still get catcalled when, a group of ladies are in the pile and stuff. Don't hate. What you say last week? Black don't crack, Chip. Y'all looking at the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what Cam Newton's rocking right now? Have you seen guys like Devin White for the Celtics? You can make it work. You can make it work. I make this work. So yeah, you call it cabbage what you want, call it a little nappy. I'm just going back to my African roots, man. I don't know what kind of African I am. I haven't done the ancestry.com, but I know the ancestors definitely had some nappy stuff going on back in the day. So hey, this is just natural, baby. But see, I appreciate your concern, Steven. I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
Hey, let me ask you this, Zay. What did Cece think of RT's apology?
I haven't talked to him about the apology. Yeah, of course he didn't like the way he went about the handshake thing, but he knows that Coach Terry's going to make some mistakes. It was a tough one, but yeah, I haven't talked to him about the apology. I should call him because we usually talk about.
Well, because you had some strong feelings about it the day after that game.
Mm-hmm.
You were like, he needs to apologize. You said that.
Yeah.
And I agreed with you. I just thought that RT missed it a little bit. You know
what else he needs to quit doing? He needs to quit celebrating the way he does after these game winners. You remember I called him out against Louisville? You remember that, Chip? I called him out against Louisville at the Garden when Max Asmus hit that, clunker to go in. I was like, yo, Coach Terry, I get it. You're excited, but you the head coach, bro. Chill out. Chill out. You ain't win no national championship. The way that he just jumped for joy against Baylor, like that was a man that knew that heat was on, that knew that pressure was on. Because if you lose that one with what you pulled after the UCF game, it ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good. Now, I get the enthusiasm, but we gotta, we gotta act like we've been there before. At least act like. I know you haven't, Coach. I know you haven't been there before, but you gotta at least act like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tone it down a little bit.
I'm be real interested to see what Texas takes up to Norman, Oklahoma tomorrow night. Let's see if RT's finally got some rotational consistency with this team. Kind of what you were talking about earlier in the show. Okay, IT Horton ain't going to give you nothing off the bench, so start him and see what he gives you for the first 10, 12 minutes of the game, and then if he's not giving it to you, here comes Kendall Weaver. And Kendall Weaver gets, support minutes for whoever's coming out.
Kendall Weaver. Brock Cunningham asked if you want to come on a trip after the season. Don't take that offer. Get in the lab, bro. Get in the lab.
Yeah, because Kendall Weaver strikes me as a guy who's going to get better as his confidence increases. Yeah. And so they got to coach him up. They got to make him, and I get it. If his shot's not ready, you don't want him taking that shot. But you tell him to hey, man, I need you to take the shot that you're most comfortable with 100 times after practice every day. Keep grinding because we're going to need you as this season goes on, and we need you to have a spot on the floor that you can get to and give us a bucket.
I mean, he had a tip dunk against one of the trash teams they played this year that was just vicious. Like, he has everything you want, just the skill needs to be tightened up. If he could get an outside shot, which he shot the ball well from 3 at UT Arlington.
Right.
Shot the ball really well. I mean, clearly that's a different level of play, going from that to the Big 12. That's obvious, but it's there. Like, his form, it's not bad. It's nothing crazy. Like, he could get a lot better. He just has to work on it and stay consistent and stay confident with it. But he's one of those guys, he doesn't know how many minutes he's going to get from game to game. Like, the only people that know that they're going to get a lot of minutes no matter what is Dylan DeSue, which he's his own worst enemy because he'll get into foul trouble, Dylan Mitchell, and Max Asmus. It should be Tyrese Hunter too, but Coach Terry has shown us in a few games, Tyrese Hunter will get like 22 minutes, 24 minutes. No, always 30. Dylan Mitchell, sometimes he might get just 25 minutes, depending on how he looks. He could be hit or miss at times. He was kind of invisible against Baylor. He had that tip in the second half. But other than that, do you really remember Dylan Mitchell in that game? I don't. I really don't. I remember him getting his eye busted for Jalen Briggs on that 3 to tie it before Tyrese Hunter went and hit the game winner. So, yeah, you're right, Chip. Like, Coach Terry needs to figure out, especially at this point, what the minutes are all around. You would like Zurich Oyema to kind of get in there every once in a while, and thankfully, with him, he's a hustle guy too, so it doesn't matter if you play him 5 or 10 or 15. He's going to give you that same effort. But, yeah, this is what you saw against Baylor. That should show you what everything should be here on out as far as rotation and who gets minutes and who doesn't at this point of the season. That's just what it is. Like, stick with it. Stay on those guys. Chris Johnson, your time is coming. We know this era of the transfer portal, you always kind of don't like not playing guys because, of course, they'll get disgruntled and they'll start pouting. And then Uncle, Jim Bob back at home is talking all this shit about you, about how you should be, if you stuck at Kansas, you probably would be playing. Don't listen to that. Stay the course and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, stay the course. How about all night happy hour tonight at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, baby? Oh, yeah. Get over to Salt Trader. You got the location at Zilker up in Round Rock. This is incredible seafood. And you're getting $5 off the beginnings menu on Monday, all night happy hour. So you're getting the grilled oysters. You're getting the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the chowder fries, and get in on those oysters because they're incredible. I mean, if you love oysters, then Salt Traders Coastal Cooking has got you covered. So go just eat off the beginnings menu and order those grilled oysters. You can order, cold oysters, $1 an oyster. I mean, it's ridiculous what they got going at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Great seafood from our man, Jack Gilmore, who gave you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Yeah. Well, Zay, I got to give some love to the Texas women because they are forming an identity without Rory Harmon that is going to be a problem for the rest of the league. And they're playing Oklahoma Wednesday night at Moody Center, and Oklahoma is ranked. And what they did up in Stillwater this weekend, Madison Booker, the freshman, I mean, she's making this look easy. Now, she had 6 turnovers. That's a problem, but she had 5 steals. So if you're going to have an off game with from a turnover perspective, at least she's making up for it on the defensive end. Finished with 19 points, 7 of 16 shooting, 5 of 5 from the free throw line. That's the thing you love about her too, is that she's got the ball in her hands and she's going to make free throws late in a game. And winning at Oklahoma State is impressive because Oklahoma State is an up and coming program, and Texas really controlled this one from start to finish. Taylor Jones had a big game. She's so efficient. She was 5 of 7 shooting, 8 of 11 from the free throw line, 18 points. Aaliyah Moore had a big game, 17 points. Shaylee Gonzalez.
Aaliyah Moore is getting back in that groove. Before she had the ACL injury and her career looked really promising, like she's getting back in that groove again. And her and Taylor Jones, that's a tough front court, man. And going back to Madison Booker, like those 6 turnovers, you never like that. But it's kind of like a quarterback that has 50 touchdowns and 14 interceptions. Like they're coming off of her being aggressive. They're not just like ill-advised turnovers or unforced turnovers. Like it's coming off of her playing the point guard position at this level as a freshman for the first time and figuring things out. But, she's still getting to her spot. She's still knocking down that mid-range jumper. The fact that she is playing point, she could see over the top of smaller guards, because she's 6'1" and has good length about her. Like I'll take 6 turnovers with those 5 steals that you said and her being aggressive and getting everybody else involved, like a Shaylee Gonzalez and a Shea Holly.
Yeah, that was impressive. They're starting to play with a new confidence because Madison Booker's getting more confident at the point guard position, and that's a fun team to watch. They're talented. I think if you poured truth serum in Vic Schaefer, the head coach, before the season when Rory was healthy, he probably felt like this was a team that could get to the Final Four, maybe win it all. We'll see how far they can go without Rory, but man, it's impressive what they've done the last 2 games. They completely dominated. And I mean, dominated Kansas. And that's a Kansas team that had just beaten Baylor. Texas beat Kansas 91-56. And then they go on the road and beat Oklahoma State by 10. Yeah. And got to give a shout out to Steve Sarkisian, who's going into the East-West Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame. How about that action?
Yeah.
Sarkisian.
They showed Sark on the Jumbotron at the Moody Center. Talk about a dude that hasn't had much sleep lately.
Oh my gosh.
That's tired. I saw them bags under them eyes, man. I was like, yo, you gotta get at least a 12-hour nap in. I know it's tough, but you got Del Banks, Milwee, all those Flood. Let everybody know, yo, I just need one day. Y'all take over everything. Don't call me. Don't text me. Me and Lorelai are staying in the bed all day long. L'Oreal, excuse me. We in the bed all day long. We chilling. I need to get some sleep because, my man Sark, which this is college football. If you're a head coach, I need to see them bags on their eyes. I need to see you really grinding. I need to see that you want this. I need to see that you taking this for real. They know that pressure. I need to see that. Just because you got to a CFP Sugar Bowl, they ain't good enough. Still, great season and all, but what's next? Now we turning the page. I need to see that on your face. And I saw that. He needs that sleep. But I was proud to see that on Steve Sarkisian's face at the Moody Center the other night because that grind is real. That 365, college football doesn't stop. It is real.
Oh, yeah. And we'll get into Junior Day tomorrow when we talk to our man, Hank South, because it was a good Junior Day for Texas over the weekend, starting to, build their 2025 recruiting class. And we'll get into that. And how about this? Texas with their transfer portal additions has gone up in the rankings from number 5 to number 4. So it's 2024 recruiting class now number 4 nationally, behind only Georgia, Alabama, and Ohio State. So
Alabama still?
Yeah.
That don't even make sense.
I know.
Yeah, they need to do the numbers on that again. I don't think that ain't adding up the way it should be added up. That's not adding up. They need to go figure that out again, because ain't no way Alabama, with all the players that we just stole from them, Isaiah Bond, Amari Nyblack, Kendrick Blackshear, why are they still ahead of us?
Well, this is for the recruits. This is for recruits in the 2024 class. So it's not their roster. It's not their overall roster. Remember, they had 26 guys in the portal who were not incoming freshmen.
But that's what I'm saying. The recruits, like, they not
right.
dip too?
Right.
Are they not leaving too? Like, that's...
We'll see.
Like...
Stay tuned.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
There we go. By the way, before Trey and Jeff get on here, I saw a Spurs commercial doing the HEB stuff. Yo, man, you got the worst record in the West. You don't deserve that HEB shit that Manu and Timmy and all the guys that we come to love. They don't. HEB's too good for that team to be getting in those commercials. I don't give a damn if you have Wembanyama or not. They are an Albertsons type team. That's what they're playing like. Extinct, not even around no more. Ain't no way. Hubert, whatever HEB's name is, he should have let those guys know, like, yo, we'll see y'all in a couple of years or so, because y'all can't be out here promoting our product with what y'all doing on the court. That don't add up.
Kmart?
Yeah, God, yes. Something, whatever grocery store that's on their struggle shit, that's what they need. Because HEB, I love HEB too much. I have too much pride in HEB for this San Antonio Spurs team to be representing them. Again, I get it. They have a good history. Those commercials are classic with Tony and Manu and Tim Duncan. And sometimes they'll bring in the legends with Sean Elliott and the Admiral and stuff, etc. But this team, where you got Vassell, and I love Wembanyama, but he should be in these commercials by himself, alone. Those rest of the guys, they don't deserve HEB. They don't deserve it. That's all I got to say.
They're just trying to build, they're trying to connect, build some culture amongst the members of the team by sharing in the commercial.
Dave's right. They need to be advertising the San Antonio Food Bank.
Jeez. Hey, maybe that's what it should be. They should have to donate extra to the San Antonio Food Bank after they're in those HEB commercials until they earn it.
Oh, they need something. They don't deserve tortillas. They don't deserve Creamy Creations ice cream. None of that.
Meal Simples.
Hell no. Definitely not the Meal Simples, Jeff. Hell no. No, absolutely not. That is bogus.
On that note, I'm going to go get something to eat.
Chip's not taking that Lions gear off for a long time.
No way.
Leave
staying
that.
on.
Got to.
I don't want to mess stuff up.
Oh, man.
Can't mess with the mojo.
Can't mess with the mojo. All right. You fellas have a great show.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate ya.
Appreciate y'all.
Hey.
Happy for Chip. Happy for Chip. All of Motown. Anybody who roots for Detroit and is stuck with Detroit. That was one of the cooler moments. I mean, I did have the Bucks plus 6.5, but it was a nice way to bring me back down. Watching Aiden Hutchinson, Michigan native, just soak up that whole scene. That was pretty cool.
So you went 6-0 during the wild card round. You were texting me before today's show, and 0-4 this last weekend.
I got absolutely, and those are just my picks against the spread. Not that the other ones did that much better, but at least salvaged a little bit of it with some other props. And I've been getting into the touchdown bets, so those were good to me. But
touchdown yardage total bets, I feel like the touchdown bet obviously pays a little bit more because it's usually over under this yardage total for your for double your money or lose your money.
Yeah, the
But
only thing that spared me was like Mike. I've been doing a lot of the like parlays, but you lower the amount of yards, the amount of catches, so it's more like minus 170. But then you combine two of them. So I did like Mike Evans 5 catches, at least 5 catches, at least 60 yards, and I mean he hit that in a half maybe or 2.5 quarters, somewhere in the third quarter. But yeah, Trey, as you texted me back. What goes up? You said somewhat. What goes up must come down, something like that.
yeah.
Very, very true, especially in the gambling world.
Oh, in the gambling world, it's if it goes up, it will eventually come back down, and you will probably end up in the negative before it's all said and done. Otherwise, gambling as a business wouldn't exist. These entities wouldn't take bets if they were losing to everybody.
And even most of the time, it's like even if you break even, you're still losing because if you're betting, regular games, it's all minus 110.
Yep.
So your 10's getting you 9 and all that stuff,
Yeah, 50. You have to win 52.8% of the time to actually finish even, I believe. So 53% makes you a small profit,
which is really no profit with the peanuts that I'm throwing wagers down with.
Yeah, the only thing I wager on is going against BK's picks, and we've done it all season long this football year. We've done it every year that we've had a show together. And I beat him so badly this year that we reset things, and he basically waved the white flag the first time around to where he's going to have to go dressed head to toe. Next year's Texas OU game, sit in the OU section. So we reset things for the playoffs, or it might have been like week 17 on. And the stakes this time are getting your chest waxed. And
the OU bet.
And the OU bet. Well, the OU bet was already settled. So
okay. I didn't know if it was like
settled. This is new stakes. Whoever loses is going to have to get their chest waxed on the midday show. And he jumped out to a lead through 1 week, but then I got it back and then some. And this last week I was up by 4 games. So if I even broke even, then it would have been over with because there's only 3 games left. Well, I went 4-0 and he went 0-4. So needless to say, BK is going to be getting his chest waxed on a future midday episode. He admitted to me today, and this can be an interesting sidebar to today's 2-hour conversation, Jeff, that he shaves his chest, I guess. He had received some negative feedback from a couple of the young ladies that he was hooking up with during his college days. And they're like, dude, whatever squirrely little hair thing is going on with your chest right now, you need to get rid of that. It's a bad look. And so since college, he's been shaving his chest. So he's like, I'm actually going to have to grow my chest hair out for a couple of months before we can do the waxing just to make sure that it hurts.
So the feedback from the nice, respectable ladies that BK is having relations with was that you need if you're going to have it, it needs to look awesome, or you need to not have it at all. Was essentially the feedback.
I mean, the heifers that he's probably bringing home in college based on his reputation, it's not like they're setting any high bars here. So for them to give that sort of criticism in return, BK doesn't even listen to his lovely mother, Shoshana Kellner, who is an awesome person. And unfortunately for her, raised one Brad Kellner. He doesn't even listen to his own mother. That's like the one piece of advice he's ever listened to from the opposite sex, because it happened consecutively in a matter of like a week or less. And so he's like, I guess I have to shave my chest for the rest of my life.
And hey, why not put it as stakes for a friendly wager with Trey and turn it into some good content.
Turn it into a bit. How far do you go on the whole manscaping bit?
Like how far? Like what do I do basically?
Yeah. What do you do?
I mean, I don't really have a lot of hair, honestly. Like,
oh, is that right? You're like a Persian.
This is kind of embarrassing to admit. Like, I barely even have to shave my face. Like, what I have now that's about a day and a half, and then it gets like the sides just get like patchy.
Yeah.
Like if I let it grow out, it would just be like it wouldn't look like full. And I don't even get like the good goatee that you get. It just ends up looking like, dude, just shave that off. Like, it's basically the feedback that I end up getting whenever I go about a week without shaving.
Hold on to that as long as you can, because shaving becomes a giant pain. The beard that I'm usually growing is sheer laziness because I don't want to have to do this every day. And so thankfully it's over time, it's come to look a little bit better. Although I have to be careful now. My mustache comes in pretty dark. And so if my mustache is coming in at the same time as my chin and jawline and the undercarriage of my face, that hair, I've got a pretty gnarly looking mustache until the connecting bars really start to become more visible. So I have to keep the mustache hair a little bit lower because otherwise I just look like an even bigger trash ball than I do regularly.
I think the mustache is on certain guys, just the mustache can look really good. I'm not in that group. I've
No.
never seen you with just the stash, but sounds like you haven't gotten good response from it.
No, and I think the guys that I do not look good with just a mustache. The guys who look good with a mustache, I think tend to be guys who have a really thin upper lip. So it's like a short guy who drives a pickup truck, right? Like it's making up for the lack of upper lip that you have to be able to grow a mustache out.
Yeah, my grandpa used to have one back in the day, but I mean, that was kind of I think that was just kind of the style back then.
Yeah, it's generations. There's definitely a generational thing there for sure. And there's I think there's an ethnic element to whether or not you can pull off the mustache too. Like, some dude living in Lake Whitney north of Waco is growing out a wheezy mustache. It looks like the trailer park that he comes from. Like, that's just going to be a bad look versus some of my Armenian relatives who, unfortunately for them, they've got like full on sweaters with the hair that's on their upper torso. But with that comes the ability to grow one of those really beautiful, thick push broom looking mustache like the Mario Brothers popularized over the years.
See, that does check out because that is my Portuguese grandpa. So he's got the little bit darker complexion and the full blown like stash with a little kind of shaggier hair back then. I was like, hey, that was a sharp look. Like he's not around anymore, but even if he rocked that now, I still would have thought, it would have been a good look in his later years. My dad tried it. No good. No dice. And then that's why I've seen those pictures. And I don't even try, Trey. And just like shave the face once a day, every other day, whatever it is, depending on how many times I'm going to be on TV at the station and just call it at that. And then in terms of, to bring it back to BK and the negative feedback towards the chest hair, I feel like I would get similar feedback on that. But I don't do anything about it. I mean, I'm married now, so there's only one person that's allowed to tell me what to do with my chest hair, and she doesn't really give a crap. So, just leave it.
Well, I'm not going to necessarily put you on the spot with this, but even as a married guy, like I still make sure to manicure things downstairs, right? And
oh, sure.
I don't know about you, but I've got two separate trimmers, if you will, for the face and for downstairs, which is how I've done it for pretty much my entire life, where I've had to take care of both things. But unfortunately, I do have a bad story for a friend of mine. When I had moved to Oregon and a friend came to visit first couple of months that I lived there, which was nice because I didn't really know anybody. But like at one point after he'd gotten there, he's like, hey, I just hope you don't mind. I just used your beard trimmer to clean up my my beard or whatever. And I was like, which one did you use? He said, I used this one. I'm like, oh, you just used the one that I used to trim my pubes. So I sorry, not sorry. You should have checked first. You always got to check when you're talking about somebody's grooming supplies as to whether it's what it is that you think you're looking for or what it is you think you're grabbing.
I thought that story was going the other way around.
Where he trimmed his pubes with my beard trimmer.
Yes.
That would have been much worse for me. This one turned out really well for me because it gave me a great story that I don't have to be embarrassed about sharing.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely makes him look a lot worse.
Yeah. So we got 3 of 4 good playoff games this NFL weekend, which is the reversal of the wild card round, where it seems like it was mostly blowouts with the exception of 1 or 2. And perhaps the best game of the weekend was the final game of the weekend, that being Chiefs at Bills. A lot of offense first half of this game, and then the defense has really buckled down after that. Jeff, if you just look at time of possession, in number of plays run, you would assume that Buffalo dominated the game. But if you look at average yards per play, it tells a very different story. And of course, the final score lets you know that once again, Pat Mahomes has the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game for a 6th consecutive year. All 6 of those years, the 6 seasons that he started at quarterback in KC.
I think this game just came down to the chunk plays. Because, Trey, you mentioned, I guess they were you would call it out possessed. They had 30-something more plays, to your point, than Kansas City did, Buffalo did. But they didn't, I don't know if they had a single play over 25 or 30 yards. I mean, they tried to take a couple of those deep shots. The one where I think it was Sherfield that almost caught it. He got up trying to claim like he caught it, but didn't. And then the one to Diggs, I mean, that's the one, man. I'm sorry. The amount of complaining and the amount of wide receiver diva that he does and he puts on over the years. And I know he's a great guy. I've seen all the fun videos with fans. I'm sure he's an awesome dude. I'm sorry. You can't act the way he's acted at times over the years and not make that catch. You have to make that catch. If you're going to be wide receiver diva, like Mr. I want the ball, you're not throwing it to me enough, fit on the sideline, got to make that catch. To me, that was the game right there. I mean, I know you can't chalk it up to one play, but that would have been, and Mahomes still would have had a chance. Either way, if Bass makes the field goal, if Diggs makes that catch, it goes for a touchdown, they end up settling for a field goal and make said field goal, or they go down and score a touchdown, whatever ends up happening. If Buffalo ties it or takes the lead, Diggs makes the catch, whatever, there was still a chance, and it was still Mahomes on that other sideline. And even I even said, I was watching the game with my wife, and I said to her when they went to kick the field goal, I looked at her and I go, this game's over. And she goes, he hasn't even kicked the field goal. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're going to give the ball back to Mahomes the way that offense had been playing with, a minute 50 left on the clock? I mean, come on. And Butker? And I guess that was probably just a total shank from Bass. I don't know what the wind was doing, but the wind was calm enough to where it was a makeable proposition to, have Butker go down and kick that field goal there. But to bring it back to the Bills, you just feel bad. I know Josh Allen's had his turnover issues, but I just feel bad for Josh Allen at a certain point because I don't really know what else the guy needs to do. I know their defense was banged up, but they could have made a couple more plays. They could have brought Mahomes to the ground a couple more times, gotten a few more stops. And yeah, you can say Allen could have gone down and scored on that drive, but guys just at a certain point in these games need to just play a little bit better around him. And he didn't turn the ball over. All the things that he's been criticized for didn't happen in that game. He played a brilliant game, used his legs. I know he almost fumbled on that one where his knee was really close to going down. And that was an unbelievable play by Kincaid to get the ball back to whoever the lineman was that jumped on it.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, at the end of the day, what have we talked about or the last couple weeks with Mahomes? Definitely last week, where we said all of a sudden, Trey, they get in the playoffs. The entire story all year long is that no one can catch a pass for Mahomes. Marquez Valdez-Scantling had the one that he dropped against the Eagles in that game. That probably would have won him the game. And he's been taking crap all year long. And then what happens? MVS makes a couple unbelievable catches. I'm trying to even think if there was a single drop. There was a catchable pass that Watson could have had, I think down in some sort of corner route or out route on the 10-yard line. That was the only pass I saw that maybe could have been caught. And look, Mahomes deserves all the credit, but that's the Chiefs' pedigree coming through right there. Is those guys made the plays around Mahomes that the guys around Allen did not make for him. And it's indisputable now. This is the best Chiefs defense of the Mahomes era.
You were the first person that I heard last week talk about how Mahomes receivers were not dropping passes in the wild card round. And so that thought was at the forefront of my head as I was watching yesterday's game. It was a great observation. And you're right. That continued. I guess the closest thing you have to a drop, even though this doesn't count, this is on the ball carrier, is Hardman fumbling the ball out of the back of the end zone. That's not a Mahomes thing. I mean, I forget if it was a handoff or a completion. That had been completed. It was in his hands and he had possession. It was just a bang, bang moment where the ball comes out just before, and it was a nice defensive play too, just before he is technically down, and it breathes a little bit more life into the Bills' being able to come out back in that game, which they ultimately did not do so. But you're right, man. There are certain individuals and certain teams this time of year that you come to expect to come through when they need to. And it's no doubt at this point that if you are betting against Pat Mahomes, regardless of when he's playing in the playoffs, but certainly in the first couple of rounds, then it's probably a pretty bad bet by you.
Yeah, and it was by me. It definitely was. As I dropped the L back on my.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand to. You're raising your.
Oh no, I was dropping a fat L on my head because I was the idiot that figuratively and literally bet against Patrick Mahomes in that situation.
I'll tell you though, this was one of those weird years where it was justifiable. Like the Bills felt like they were starting to play really good football at the right time. The game being in Buffalo, this being Pat Mahomes' first game on the road. Look, he's ridiculous as an underdog throughout his career. He's now 9-1-1, I think 8-3 overall in terms of as an underdog winning 8 of those games. But this seemed like the right conditions to keep the Chiefs out of that AFC Championship game, at least for this year, just because some of the seemingly obvious flaws that exist on that football team, especially on offense. But as you said, even with the injuries that they suffered yesterday, that is still a salty group who tightened down when they absolutely had to. I think Stephon Diggs ends up playing someplace else next year. You've got the diva wide receiver matrix. It's like the hot girl matrix, right? The hot crazy matrix. Where it's like diva talent right here. Where's the talent and where's the diva? Because right now the diva is outweighing the talent for Stephon Diggs. The guy hasn't had a 100-yard game since going back to October, and it's just like every week it's something new with this guy. And there are times where it seems pretty obvious to people that he's taking shots at his own teammates. His teammates continue to have his back ad nauseum. But at some point, it's like, dude, you're like, what you provide on the field is not near enough for the off-field distraction that we are constantly having to answer for.
100%. I mean, his name's been in headlines like that every single season that he's been in Buffalo. And look, we don't know the behind the scenes of it. We don't live in Buffalo. That's not our local market by any means. So what we're just, at least me personally, I'm just consuming what, is said on national media and the headlines there and the interviews that come out in the national media with that. But it seems like Josh Allen is a pretty good teammate to play with. I'm not claiming the guy's perfect by any means, but I flipped it over to SVP on ESPN to watch the post game, and they took the first 4 minutes of Allen's post game live. And not that I was expecting him to maybe be snippy or, take shots or anything like that. But that is the last thing that I would want to do in that situation is go up to that podium after losing to that quarterback and that team, that coach, again, and answer questions like that. So yeah, I agree with you about the talent to wide receiver diva matrix with Diggs. It's just getting to the point where it's got to be really old in Buffalo at this point. And he's a super talented receiver. Like I said, I love all the feel good stories that come out of it, that come out of there about him. He seems like a really awesome guy. I love the videos, and he plays catch with the fan, and he seems to be really involved in the community. All that stuff's great, but I'm sorry, man. You are paid to make that catch at the end of that game. Make the catch. Like, that was his moment. He's complaining about not getting the ball, all these different things over the years. You had the chance right there. You had the moment to, and again, Mahomes could have come back and scored, but you had the chance to have your moment. And now, what is this, 3-4 years of Stephon Diggs in Buffalo? Like, what do we look back on? Oh, a couple 1,000-yard seasons and had some good moments. But the only issue with moving on is then that's not really helping you help Josh Allen more, which I think was the biggest takeaway again of this is Josh Allen, for the most part, took care of the ball again. Like, how do you sit down as Buffalo this morning whenever the sting starts to wear off and you look at the big picture and go, how do we make this team better next year? Stay healthier on defense. That certainly would have helped. They were just really beat up at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Dalton Kincaid, that was a great draft pick. Do you go out and try to get a number one receiver in the draft? It seems like a really receiver heavy draft. I honestly don't know what the answer is.
There was a mock draft. I want to say it came out a month or so ago that had one of the Texas receivers going to Buffalo. And I think it was A.D. Mitchell, may have been Xavier Worthy. But yeah, I think at this point you figure it out. And maybe you find a guy in free agency, or maybe you do try and draft to get that next number one wideout. But with Shakir's emergence, Gabe Davis, when he's healthy, he can obviously be really productive for you. And then Dalton Kincaid really became a solid player for you at the end of the season. There's a lot to build on there. Dawson Knox is still a part of things too as well. And you have a pretty good rushing attack too, by the way. I know James Cook didn't do a whole lot last night. He was one of the better running backs in the NFL this year. So I think if you're the Bills, you look at that and say, look, this guy may have some good football left. It's got to be someplace else though. Like this, it turns pretty annoying to obnoxious to constantly have to answer questions about Trayvon Diggs. So you move on, Stephon Diggs. So you move on and he can find another team, and maybe that helps to rejuvenate him, because by the way, he wore his welcome out in Minnesota too. First year in Buffalo was relatively quiet. It was him going out there, and I think it may have been his best season as a pro. But after that season, when they didn't win it all and he felt like he didn't get the football enough at a point in time, all of a sudden you start to hear the chirping. And gradually it gets worse and worse to the point that it becomes untenable, especially when he doesn't have the statistics to match the bitching.
Yeah, no doubt. And we get another Mahomes AFC Championship game, 6 straight. That's just unbelievable.
6 straight, and boy, am I about to do what I caution people against and go against Kansas City this time of year. But I like Baltimore's chances in this game. I really do, especially if some of those injuries that the Chiefs suffered, Gay and the other guy's name is escaping me right now. If they end up out for this game, then that's going to be a problem for Kansas City against a Baltimore team that is really good running the football, and I think better than a lot of people realize throwing the football too. I know Lamar Jackson is likely about to win an MVP award, but this is a dynamic offense and a defense that is also really, really good.
Some of the best linebacker play I think I've seen in a long, long time. And obviously that's something defensively and at that position too, with Ray Lewis and some others that have come through Baltimore. That's kind of what they're known for, is that defense. Now they have that stingy defense that's their trademark. And then they also have insanely explosive offense to back it up. And look, I don't think it's on the Ravens front. I don't think it's a coincidence that Lamar Jackson's now having his best year when you went out and got him Zay Flowers. And they finally got a receiver that's flourished into, I would say it's pretty safe to say, a number one receiver type of role and type of production. I know he's only a rookie, but and then you go out and get complementary pieces around him, Odell Beckham and Likely, who caught the touchdown pass where he said they didn't catch the one that should have been picked by the Texans in that game. And he goes, "Hey, throw it up to me next time." And Lamar goes right back to him. And Lamar didn't even really have one of his better games passing. No. And that was the knock on Lamar in the playoffs for a long time, was if he doesn't have a great game passing, then the running didn't seem to always translate when they got to the playoffs. Well, at least against the Texans, a young but still really salty defense, that running translated in a playoff game. I don't know if it will again against the Chiefs. I think he's going to have to throw the ball a little bit better, but I also felt like he was effective throwing the ball when he really needed to be. And they started protecting him better in the second half. Whatever adjustments they made offensively in the second half, give Todd Monken a ton of credit, or whoever you want to give the credit to for those, for those adjustments at halftime, because the Texans were all over him in the first half. They were pressuring him left and right. And then I felt like in the second half, it completely flipped. Like when he needed to throw, he had plenty of time. And then when they pressured him, there were running lanes that were open, which obviously no one you'd rather have in the league to take advantage of some rushing lanes like that than Lamar Jackson. So yeah, ton of credit to them. An early lean, I think, would be for me to do the definition of insanity, Trey, which is to just keep doing it over and over again when it's not working and bet against Mahomes.
So even though the Texans finished up with 10 points, their offense didn't do jack squat.
No, they didn't. And the only touchdown was special teams.
Touchdown with special teams. And we talked about it on Friday. It was going to be tough sledding throwing the football at Baltimore on Saturday, because it was going to be really cold and it was going to be super windy too. And CJ Stroud, who is one of the best young passers in the league right now after his rookie season, 19 of 33 for 175 yards. He couldn't throw the football down the field. There were a few times where he tried and it was just off target as a result of the conditions. And so it came down to which team was going to be better running the football because you would wear the opposing defense down. Devin Singletary, 9 carries for 22 yards. Lamar, 11 for 100. Justice Hill had a great game, 13 for 66. Gus Edwards, 10 for 44. Dalvin Cook, 8 for 23. So Baltimore continued to wear down a Texans defense that I agree with you. They were playing with their hair on fire in the first half, and is a big reason why Houston was tied and should have had a lead heading into halftime if Fairbairn hadn't missed that field goal at the end of the half. But you can only do so much before you need help from the other side of the ball. And unfortunately, when that continued to not happen for the Texans on offense, it was only a matter of time before Baltimore was going to break through. And ultimately, they had a 7-point lead going into the third quarter. It got to the fourth quarter, and you saw pretty quickly that this game was over. And then, of course, Baltimore put 17 points on the board to ensure as much.
I mean, completely stuffed the run, too.
Yeah.
Going back to the Ravens defense, there was that one run that Singletary finally broke in the third quarter, which when I watched the replay, I was like, man, that's just an unbelievable run. There was no space, and he finally turned nothing into something. And if you look at now what the Chiefs did well against Buffalo, not as good of a defense, or at least not as healthy of a defense, definitely up front, they were really able to run the ball. I mean, even Clyde Edwards-Helaire last night had a pretty good chunk run that I think set up one of their touchdowns late. And for the most part, they were able to run the ball pretty well. Pacheco had some of his just super angry looking runs that he said. He's a fun story. I mean, it goes back to, you have superstars on the field and then superstars in the front office too, because the Chiefs, the Ravens, I mean, all the teams, the Lions, everybody left. And the Niners, of course, getting Brock Purdy in the 7th round. But I'm sure if you go look, I only know 2 of them off the top of my head, but if you go look at all 4 teams left, I bet they each have at least one, probably multiple 7th round picks that are playing huge roles for them. The one in San Francisco is obvious. It's Brock Purdy. We can talk about that more in a minute. Talk about Purdy. And then it's Pacheco. I mean, they got Pacheco in the 7th round, 2 drafts ago, because he was a rookie last year, helped them win a Super Bowl. There's just teams like this that draft and find diamonds in the rough, even when you're not picking number 1 or 1 through 10 every single year. They just find guys to do that. And, the Chiefs and the Ravens are great examples of that. But going back to, the Chiefs' ability to run the ball and whether or not that'll translate in Baltimore on Sunday, I don't know. And I think that'll be what could potentially decide this game, is if the Ravens stop the run like they did again. Obviously, they have a quarterback to get it done in Kansas City, but I do think that was key in Kansas City's win against Buffalo was really the ability to get some chunk plays in the run game and put Mahomes in more manageable, 3rd down clutch type conversion situations.
How about the Lions winning a 2nd playoff game this postseason, disposing of the Bucs 31-23. Baker Mayfield, decent game. He did turn the ball over twice, of course, at the end to clinch the victory for the Lions. And Detroit now has a chance to make a Super Bowl. I don't know how many people thought that we would be saying that at the start of this 2023 season, if they can pull off the upset in San Francisco on Sunday.
Trey, when my teams are no longer in it, which, well, I say teams, my one team, which is basically every single year in week 1.
Congrats to Pierce on getting the job full time, by the way.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we can talk more about that in a minute. But when that's out of it, which, like I said, it is basically every single year during the playoffs outside of a couple of years ago in recent memory, I go back to, especially in this round, like, all right, what are our possible Super Bowl storylines? And, what's the chance that we get this? And I look at that NFC game with the Lions. You're either going to get Jared Goff going back to the Super Bowl, and his path to get there included the first playoff win for Detroit in 32 years, and it was in Detroit, and he beat his former team to do it. They win another home playoff game the next year and then go on the road and beat the 1 seed after that. Like, that redemption story right there to get back to a Super Bowl and potentially win it, that's an awesome storyline. Brock Purdy leading San Francisco to the Super Bowl would be an awesome storyline. And then obviously on the other side, I mean, I'm interested in those storylines too. You have Mahomes could win and have a chance to win a third Super Bowl. You could have Lamar go and have a chance to win his first Super Bowl and elevate his status in the history of the game. Like for going 0-4 with my picks and my team not even ever sniffing the Super Bowl, I'm pretty excited about, just as a football fan, of what we have of championship weekend here to decide who's going to go to the Super Bowl. And I mentioned it with the Lions earlier, like just seeing Chip in his Lions gear was another example after watching that game of just how good you feel for fans when it finally goes their way, when they stick it out of a certain team like that. And they've had every reason you could possibly think of to quit on their team over the years. And look, maybe some of those fans have, but now they get the opportunity that they get to watch the freaking Lions, the freaking Detroit Lions, play for a trip to the Super Bowl. I don't even have anything else to break down about that game. It's just I just enjoyed watching that. It was so much fun watching those fans go crazy. I mean, you got grown people basically in tears in the stands, especially last week too, when they finally won a playoff game. It was awesome.
They've got playmakers on both sides of the ball. They are an easy team to like and root for as a passive observer, let's say. I've been a fan of this team really going back to Dan Campbell's first season in the league 3 years ago. He's got some compassionate meathead vibes going on, and he's just a likable dude. I know some people don't like him. I think that overall he's a likable dude, but
what is there not to like?
More importantly, some people are just like, oh, he's an idiot. He's a meathead on the sidelines. He makes stupid decisions. He always goes for it. He declines the 3 points, which, look, I can understand that gripe as somebody who used to have to root for a Tom Herman-led Texas football team. But I don't think it's that cut and dry with him. And we have seen examples of him rolling the dice and going for it and it actually working out for them. Should have worked out for them against the Cowboys the second to last week of the regular season. And it did end up working out for them yesterday as well. But regardless of Dan Campbell, the person, Dan Campbell, the football coach, has his guys playing their asses off. They were fighting tooth and nail that first year. Where I want to say they ended up with 4 or 5 wins on the year. They were in a lot of games and kept getting their hearts ripped out in those games, but kept coming back the next week, making it difficult for that next opponent. Remember, that was the year that the Lions were on the verge of beating the Ravens before Justin Tucker kicked an NFL record field goal to beat Detroit that day. There were like several examples like that year, but they kept getting back up and getting ready for that next game. And you saw some more signs of improvement last season where they play at Green Bay, last game of the year. Green Bay wins, they make the playoffs. Detroit upsets them, even though they didn't really have anything to play for other than pride and maybe ruining Green Bay's season. You got that legendary Jamal Williams interview at the end of that game as well. And then this year you're seeing more steps forward too. They continue to do a great job of drafting. They continue to do a great job of free agency. Happy for Jared Goff, who everybody had just written off as some loser that the Rams are getting rid of. The fact that he has made it to the NFC Championship game and is an instrumental reason as to why Detroit is here. It's not like he's, I don't know, a Trent Dilfer, a Joe Flacco, a figure like that. Like Jared Goff is making plays, and he's got a great rapport with a fun group of receivers. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Josh Reynolds, Jameson Williams really coming on. The tight end Sam Laporta, I mean, he is the future at that position in the NFL. And then a couple of really talented running backs too that I think accentuate one another exceptionally, with David Montgomery, who I've liked going back to his days at Iowa State, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who has been the best rookie running back in the league this year. Sorry, Bijan fans, myself included. Jahmyr Gibbs looks like the better NFL running back right now. That may change now that Arthur Smith is no longer in charge of Bijan's present and future. But for right now, Jahmyr Gibbs is a star in the making in the Motor City.
Yeah, and you clarified it there, Trey. I was like, let's be clear that I know you mean that has nothing. The Bijan comment has nothing to do with Bijan himself, and everything to do with coaching that was not utilizing him properly, or frankly just unleashing him properly. Because it's not like you got to be that big of a genius to scheme up good plays for guys like Bijan Robinson.
Arthur Smith at one point midway through the year and showing just how ass hurt he was that the team took a running back with a top 10 pick is like, oh yeah, we feel like our best usage of Bijan is sending the ball the other way from where he is to use him as a decoy. It's like, really? Is that your fucking answer, Arthur Smith? Because you're about to be fired if so. Sure enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then look how it ended. But one more thought on Detroit and LA for this matter. Has there ever been a trade? Someone please in the comments, if there's a better one, please school me. In my lifetime, I can't think of a better trade in football that worked out for both sides better than the Rams Lions trade for the Stafford Goff swap and whatever picks. I can't remember off the top of my head what picks were involved in that. But I really can't think of a trade that, looking back years down the line and also immediately for the Rams, because they won a Super Bowl with Stafford that next year. But I really can't think of a trade that worked out better for both teams. And it's just another reminder that when teams make trades like that, two things can be true, for at least from the Rams perspective here, and even from Detroit's perspective. But with the Rams specifically, McVay can look and say, we got to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff, and I think we can do better. And I think the missing piece in my offense is a better quarterback. Does not mean that Jared Goff is a shitty quarterback. It just means that McVay feels like the urgency, the time is now, and I need a better quarterback to do that. And you can also say that it worked out well for Detroit, because clearly it did. They got a guy that had a little bit of potential, needed a fresh start, got that in Detroit, and then they built a team around him. And credit Dan Campbell too, because that would have been really easy for Dan Campbell to come into that situation and say, can Jared Goff really be my guy? So credit to Campbell and that whole front office for giving Goff a real opportunity to prove that he's the guy. And now here we are.
And he has, and now he has a chance to play for a Super Bowl. And look, I know it's fashionable right now. BK and I talked about this earlier. He's like, you're going to flip because you hate to go with the mainstream, because the mainstream almost always turns out to be wrong. There are a lot of people picking Detroit to pull off the outright upset over San Francisco this weekend. The two biggest reasons why I feel like that can happen is because teams that have had success against this Detroit defense can throw the football well, especially with Deebo Samuel's status up in the air with that shoulder injury, and what Brock Purdy looked like and has looked like at times this year, especially against decent competition. I feel like Brock Purdy may eventually be the downfall for San Francisco. And so if you don't have that going for you against this Lions defense, and that front is able to be disruptive, and they hold Christian McCaffrey in check, and they can get some pressure on Purdy and force him into some of those seemingly inexplicable turnovers that he became so well known for at Iowa State and that we've seen in small doses in his time in San Francisco, and that Lions offense can get cooking like they're capable of, it is ripe for an upset. But then again, maybe pulling out that win over Green Bay served as a wake-up call for the 49ers on Saturday.
It really is funny, as I mean, everybody that's on Texas Sports Unfiltered followed Big 12 football while Brock Purdy was at Iowa State. And he was a really good college quarterback, don't get me wrong, but it is, and again, I never broke down his game or anything like that, or like the reads he was making or whatever, specific offense he was in and how that would translate to the NFL. But it is funny to see later on now Brock Purdy almost immediately, when he got the opportunity, develop into this quarterback who's just a ridiculously good processor of information and game manager type decision maker in a really complex offense like Kyle Shanahan's. Because Trey, you just alluded to it. Guy threw some really bad picks when he was in college. And again, maybe he learned from those, but I feel like he did it year over year where he made some great plays. But I did not, the way he played at Iowa State, I didn't see it coming. And I don't think many would claim, maybe now they would, but could actually accurately claim that they predicted he would turn into that quarterback he was at Iowa State to this type of NFL quarterback. Like maybe you thought, hey, a guy like that could play in the NFL, but specifically a Shanahan offense, an elite processor of information and decision maker, getting the ball to playmakers like that and protecting the ball for the most part like he has. I did not see that coming.
He was the same guy in year 4 that he was year 1 in Ames.
I know, and then all of a sudden he went to the NFL and was like turned into what he is now, and product of his environment, I guess, in a good way.
For sure, that's a part of it, but it's not like they wanted him to start as a rookie. He was forced into that role because of injuries. And I would also argue that Iowa State, as the expectations grew, you didn't see his development and growth with him. Now, his overall numbers as a senior looked good, but there were also plenty of moments where it was like one of those shoot yourself in the foot moments for Brock Purdy, where it's like, why did you just throw that ball? Or why did the ball all of a sudden just go backwards from where you were as you were trying to elude pressure? Like Quinn Ewers had a little bit of that back in 2022. Now, thankfully, Quinn grew out of that, but that quality was on display for Quinn too his first year starting at Texas.
Well, I mean, that's what, that same type of thing is pretty much exactly what we saw from Malik Murphy in his 2 games when he played at Texas. It's something that you see from really young quarterbacks a lot, especially super talented guys, like even way more just raw, physically gifted guys like a Ewers or like a Malik Murphy than you would see, than you got from Brock Purdy. So yeah, for him to not really immediately grow out of that in college and then flip the switch in the pros is interesting. But I texted you this before the show too, Trey. I want to talk about Brock Purdy because I'm not going to sit here and act like the guy had his best game by any means. I mean, he did not. He struggled early on. That whole offense struggled early on. But the whole narrative around Brock Purdy and this Niners team, even before he got there with Shanahan and his previous struggles deep in the postseason, was that this was not a team, not an offense specifically, that's built to come from behind. It's a team that's built to get a lead, go out in front, play really good defense, control the clock, make a couple big plays here and there, protect the ball, and then win games that way. Well, I've seen so much criticism of Brock Purdy still today, and even yesterday, because they played that game on Saturday. And I don't really get it because the guy now does the one thing that you said he hasn't done. Not everyone's saying he couldn't do, but just that he hasn't done this offense this team has not done. Like if any other, I'm telling you, Trey, if any other quarterback leads that drive, we are gawking at some of the throws he made. We are putting dudes in the Hall of Fame. We're legacy drive. We're overreacting out the wazoo on the positive end. If that's CJ Stroud, if that's Lamar Jackson, if that's whoever else, Mahomes has done it a million times. If Allen did that, I mean, we would be losing our minds talking about how great of a legacy drive that was. And then with Brock Purdy, it's just like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, I feel like people keep moving the goalpost on this guy. And I don't really understand it. I'm not saying he's like my favorite quarterback ever. I have no affinity for Brock Purdy specifically or the team he plays for. In fact, they used to be our Bay Area rivals. So it's not like I'm a big Niners guy and I'm trying to stick up for Brock Purdy. I just feel like the guy, like, is this just a societal thing where we love the underdog story until the underdog has too much success? We love the odds that you overcome as Mr. Irrelevant, the dead last pick in the draft, until you get put in a really good situation and you make the most of an opportunity. Like, I don't know where you stand on it, but I've just been a little confused by the pushback on Brock Purdy because some of the throws the guy made, the one to Ayuk on 3rd and 5, the very next play, 17 yards to, what was it, Chris Conley? Who has heard about Chris Conley since he was at freaking Georgia? I know he was on the Chiefs for a couple of years, but I mean, come on. And then also the other thing with Brock Purdy, Trey, last thing was, they lost the 3 games when a bunch of guys got hurt. Oh my gosh, one of the greatest left tackles of all time in Trent Williams goes down. Deebo Samuel, a unicorn weapon in the history of offensive football, goes down. And whoever else was injured, yeah, they're not as good after that. Well, Deebo Samuel goes down, and then, yeah, it took him a minute to get going. Well, check another box there. He did it mid-game adjustments, him and this entire offense. Give Shanahan credit too. Like, I don't understand why the goalposts keep moving on this guy.
We as a society like tearing people down.
Right. We love an underdog story until underdog has too much success.
Right. And then you become mainstream, then you become a success story, and people love to see success stories torn down. Now, Brock Purdy was receiving a lot of MVP love midway through the year, and his numbers are pretty good. But in terms of the most valuable player on that team who should have been in that consideration, it's obviously that conversation begins with Christian McCaffrey, right? And so I think a lot of people are like, all right, the pendulum has now swung too far in the direction of the underdog story to where this guy is getting way too much love for what he's actually doing. And so then people bring it upon themselves to help this pendulum start to swing back in the other direction. I'm somewhere in the middle right now. I'm like, yeah, Brock Purdy has been an incredible story this NFL season, but I watched Brock Purdy for long enough to know that there's a bit of a facade there. And like, it does feel to me like it's only a matter of time before the real Brock Purdy reveals himself. And the guy who had expectations heaped on him his last couple of years at Iowa State and was having to settle for Cheez-It Bowls or worse, that guy's going to come crashing back down to earth, despite the fact that he's got a pretty stellar cast around him. Maybe it doesn't happen, though. That's one of the fun things about sports, to see whether our predictions and our beliefs about what is going to happen based on what has happened, whether that formulates or not.
Yeah, I just really struggle because everyone was kicking this guy around. And I understand, like, the MVP talk. I think that's ridiculous, too. I don't think he's near the MVP of the league.
Well, this has also been a weird year, though, where there hasn't been that one obvious guy for extended stretches. Like, it's almost, not to diminish his season because he's had a great season, it's going to be Lamar Jackson by default.
Right. But that didn't, to your point, that didn't become
the entire time who played the most consistently.
Yeah, and that didn't become obvious on Lamar until late.
True.
Until the last, until the win over Purdy against the 49ers.
Yep.
And I think you'll agree with this too, Trey. I think a lot of the MVP conversation and that kind of stuff, it comes from these shock jock, daytime talk show type things, and Undisputed, a First Take. Like, they come up with topics in the middle of the season when they're running out of content. Like, they have games, but they're running out of real, like they've talked about the same storylines for the most part I'm talking about week 10, week 11, whenever this was coming up with Brock Purdy, the better part of, 2.5 months of the football season. And, college football, we're not at that point yet where we're arguing about who's going to be in the playoff, and then they can fill, an hour of a 3-hour talk show with that. I think a lot of it is like shock jock bull crap that gets thrown out there. And then, Joe Fan just bites at that because every time they turn on ESPN, it's what's on their TV. It's on even if they're not even listening to Stephen A, or they have FS1 on, they're not listening to Skip and whoever's on there now. Like, they're just seeing the Brock Purdy MVP ? And they lose their minds. Like, I don't think anybody in their right, and maybe I'll be proven wrong when the votes come out, I don't think anybody in their right mind that covers professional football was going to vote Brock Purdy for MVP. Because vote Christian McCaffrey if you're going to do that. Like, I think I'm somewhere in the middle with you as well. It just pisses me off more, like, kind of how the guy's been being torn down now. Because on that last drive, Trey, I mentioned it again, or I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. The 3rd and 5 to Brandon Ayuk, that was elite ball placement on that throw. And then he makes the heads up play to set up the McCaffrey touchdown by running for 8 or 9 yards. Guy hadn't ran all game. Makes a heady play, runs, sets up whatever it was, 2nd and short, and then they run it in with McCaffrey. Like, I just don't know why we're tearing this guy down. That's the part that I really have a hard time with.
Yeah, he was great that last drive of the game. He was great when he had to be. And the MVP conversation is perpetuated in part by Vegas, because Vegas puts out MVP odds each week after the games have been played. But the MVP conversation is, in my eyes, a lot like let's call it the college football playoff ranking conversation on the college side of things, where it's something interesting to talk about week to week. You certainly don't want to put too much stock into it. And if there is something that seems that out of whack, even if it's something in the playoff committee's case of just trying to incite conversation, to make the conversation about that, it does dupe people into going there. Even if you really think about it, it's like, well, these rankings don't mean a whole lot. They don't mean anything really until the last couple of weeks of the season. And really, they don't mean anything until after the conference championship games are played. MVP conversation is fun because there's hypothetical money on the line. You get to talk about who's playing well at a given point in time. Now, I would also argue that the MVP conversation, a lot like the Heisman Trophy conversation most years, is who's the best quarterback in the league. It doesn't typically go to somebody outside of that position. But it is another one of those time wasters, if you will, like a low-hanging fruit that keeps you from having to think harder or get more creative and coming up with the conversation that you're having in the middle of week 9 or week 10, let's say.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the reason. I mean, I don't do a bunch of futures betting to begin with. I'll maybe do one or two, like at the beginning of any given season. I actually really didn't do much with football this year, but just to make it more exciting, something I believe in. But that's why I struggle with the MVP, whether it's the NFL, the NBA. I don't know if I followed enough in baseball for, Cy Young, MVP, those kind of things. But definitely it's just too much. It's too much narrative involved for me to be putting my money on it, where like really, I mean, I'm trying to think of a good example this year, but I mean, in the NBA, it's like you could almost give it to LeBron James going back the last decade, at least. You could pretty much give it to him every year. And Joker's kind of gotten to that point too. Like maybe LeBron, that was more maybe 5-6 years ago, but Joker, like, I don't know if he got it last year. I don't even remember, but that was a conversation for a little bit because it was like, and everyone was going, well, can you give it to him a third year in a row? Yes. If he's the most valuable player 3 years in a row, you can give it to him 3 years in a row, guys. Like, it's the same thing with the Heisman. And Caleb didn't deserve it again this year, but Caleb Williams was going to have to turn in an even better performance to win it this year because of the narrative surrounding these awards, whether it's a Heisman or an MVP in the pros, and it just gets kind of silly. But it's an interesting point you brought up about Vegas and their role that I didn't really consider, because it's the same thing with Heisman odds. I've seen Quinn Ewers articles out the ass the last, for lack of a better phrase, the last couple of weeks since he decided to return. Quinn Ewers, Heisman favorite, Well, look, if Texas plays a similar brand of football that they played last year and they don't let Quinn Ewers throw for as many yards as Jaden Daniels threw for, and other guys threw for this year, then like he's probably not going to win the Heisman Trophy, guys. Like if there's somebody on his team that rushes, there's 2 running backs that combine for 2,300 yards and they're a heavy run team and he throws for 215 yards a game and 2 touchdowns, he's not going to win the Heisman Trophy. Sorry. I mean, that's why JJ McCarthy didn't get invited.
No, you're right about that. Yeah, Vegas controls a lot of those sorts of conversations. They control the preseason conversations because you have win totals, over-unders, you have the MVP odds, Heisman Trophy odds. I mean, I'm sure you get the same emails that I do on a weekly, if not daily basis during football season of updated odds over this or that. Like, and I get it. It's fun to talk about these things. I think we have the opening line for Texas, Georgia out now. See, I clearly don't care enough about these things because I didn't even look to see what the opening line is, but that was previewed on one of the TSU shows last week, a show that I don't think we ever got to that topic. But yeah, those
what was it? For like a week 7 game?
Yeah, no. That's why, like I can't even really. I have a hard time looking at preseason AP top 25 in college football, and I love college football because it's like I don't give a shit. Like I'll glance at it, but like if it feels like Texas is slighted or is 5 spots too low or out of the top 25, they should be in the top 25. It's like, calm down, embrace the hate, add it to the pile of hate.
Yeah.
If they play well enough, they will eventually find their way into the top 25. The AP will not keep them out for that long. Just take care of your business.
Well, this was a perfect example of that, Trey. I mean, the perfect example of if you're Texas and you go 11-1 and you have a win over Alabama, or I know they didn't have this, but let's say a win over OU, or, a really good win. Even if you don't, as long as the loss isn't atrocious, you're Texas. If you go 11-1, they're going to find a way to put you in, which is what happened this year. They deserve to get in. Don't get me wrong. It's not me taking anything away from anybody, but they're going to find a way to put Texas in, that brand, that team. So yeah, and this won't happen this year, but if Texas any given year comes in at 22 on the top 25, yeah, believe me, guys, like don't worry about it. Do your business on the field. And it was almost and you're going to get in, which is basically what we were saying with the, I know they needed a little bit of help while those playoff conversation scenarios that we had. Yeah, it's.
So we did talk about the Texas basketball team a little bit on Friday, and Rodney Terry's present, his recent past, and his future with this team, which needed to focus pretty quickly on a game against a top 10 opponent here in Austin on Saturday, that being the number 9 Baylor Bears, their last visit to Austin on the men's basketball side of things before Texas switches conferences next year. And this was a make or break moment for this basketball program. Not to say that they have it made now. There's still a lot of work in front of you. But for at least one game, Jeff, not only does Texas come out victorious, but we do finally see some alphas emerge, as you had called for on Friday, in the name and face of Dylan DeSue and Tyrese Hunter, who I'd argue, along with Max Asmus, are the most important guys to take ownership of this program for them to find any level of success the rest of the way.
Yeah, not that this is like a flaming observation or anything like that, or a hot take, but that's the Tyrese Hunter that Texas needs moving forward. That is the Tyrese Hunter that, and again, not that you need 21 from him every night. He shot 4 of 7 from 3, but you need that aggressive Tyrese Hunter, that leader Tyrese Hunter, that dog Tyrese Hunter. Because with a guy like Tyrese, we know it's in him. With Asmus, I just feel like we don't necessarily know enough about him. I mean, we know about the scoring and we know about the accolades, and the run to the Sweet 16 with Oral Roberts as a 15 a couple of years ago. So I'm sure there's a level of leadership that's there with Max Asmus, but he's only been with the program a matter of months. And in Texas fans, the one year that Tyrese Hunter wasn't with the program, you saw what he could do. I mean, as a Big 12 freshman of the year, true freshman, leading them to the Sweet 16. By the way, the same site that Texas was at that year in Chris Beard's first season. So that dog, that leader, that elevating teammates around him, that's there with Tyrese Hunter. And I would love to know what conversations, if any, specifically were had. Maybe there are conversations that didn't need to be had between Rodney Terry and Tyrese Hunter. Or maybe it's an assistant coach that has a great relationship with Tyrese. I mean, Rodney, I know, has a great relationship with him. He said after the game, he's like, I love Tyrese like a son. And, so I don't know if there's conversation between those guys, but whatever happened, they need to bottle that up, because Tyrese Hunter was basically benched at the end of the last 2 games. He had 7 points and 4 points in the last 2 games before the Baylor game for the entire game. So I don't know what was going on there. I don't know if he wasn't right, but yeah, that's whatever was in him, the sense of urgency, they need to bottle that up and use it again moving forward, because he's so key for this team. So key. And I don't know if Asmus can play the defense that Tyrese is able to play. Like, I feel like Tyrese he's smaller guard, but I think he's truly the athlete. If the urgency and energy is there on the defensive end, that sets a tone for the rest of the team when Tyrese does it. And again, I don't know if I want to throw that on Max, because yeah, he's athletic in his own way, but he's even smaller. And I don't know if he's athletic in the way that he can just get down and be a dog and guard somebody like that. Like, he may not have that ability in him for for everything that he brings down the other end of the floor, scoring at least.
I think Tyrese Hunter has been the victim of his own chill nature at times over the last 2 seasons, because we saw a more assertive dude with Iowa State his freshman season. Last year, he was surrounded by a ton of talent and a bunch of guys who had really been playing together for a season or more, and he wasn't as needed to be the guy to step up and be that dude. I was arguing last season that Tyrese Hunter stepping up and filling some form of that role would be important in this team, maximizing their abilities. They still made it further than a Texas program had in 16 years, so credit to them as a group for making that happen. But this year, with the amount of turnover on the roster and the fact that all of a sudden he is one of a few returning starters, it was more imperative that he be more assertive. But as a result of him being just a really laid-back dude, he's okay with other guys trying to step into that role too. But like you just questioned, I'm wondering if somebody came to him and said, look, you need to, I know this goes against your nature in some ways, but it's okay for you to step up and be that dude and to insist on being the one that has the basketball in his hands at crucial moments in the game. Not just because of your scoring ability, because you are also the best we have at creating opportunities for other guys as well. And for at least one game, we saw, and it's been more than one game too this year, by the way. We've seen some great games out of Tyrese Hunter this year. But for at least one game against really good competition, he proved that he has that ability. On top of Dylan DeSue being assertive like he was, he's still shooting too many threes for my liking, but he's making them, so I guess I can't complain too much. But DeSue asserting himself on offense and also being a force to be reckoned with at times on defense as well. And even though this Texas offense really got lazy with movements and ball movement on offense in the second half, they picked up the slack in a lot of ways defensively to make things much more difficult for the Bears to try and put the ball in the bucket.
Yeah, my last thought on Tyrese Hunter before I want to touch on Dylan DeSue's effort on Saturday, because he was really, really good. But if it were me, I would tell Tyrese exactly what you just said, Trey. I would tell him, and like we said, probably find out later. I feel like these are the stories that if they have a good season and they end up turning it around, these are the stories that slowly kind of come out later in weekly media availabilities and tournament press conferences and those things about different points in the season and turning point moments, conversations. But I would pull him aside and say, Tyrese, this is your team. Like, you are the guy. It doesn't mean that you need to score 21 points every night, but from a leadership standpoint in our backcourt, this is your team. Yes, there's other leaders on the team, but Tyrese and DeSue, they have the most, I guess, experience with this team, with this coaching staff, with Rodney Terry. Like, dude, go set the tone for everybody else. You're that guy to do that. And even on a night where, and I don't know if it was an issue of maybe, catering too much to Smith and his transition into the team, because that is a big transition. That's a guy that shoots the ball a lot for good reason. He's really damn good at it. And he scores a lot, and he needs the ball in his hands, obviously, to do that. Goes without saying. But, maybe just telling Tyrese, you can still be that guy on a night where Max has 25 points. Like, there's enough time on the clock and the ball can go around enough to where you can still run this team and be the true heartbeat of this team. Because I think Tyrese is a guy that, just going back, the guy's life story is crazy. The adversity that the guy's overcome, the way that he handled going back to Iowa State and getting absolutely reamed, some of the most classless chicken shit behavior I've ever seen from a fan base. Booing is one thing, but some of the crap that was said to him and the insults hurled when he went back to Iowa State last year.
What was said? I don't remember.
Oh, just F-bombs. And I think even Rodney said something afterwards, like stuff to where it's like, I try to be like, I know it's college kids, but come on, man, this guy took you to the Sweet 16 and then felt like he had a chance to elevate his situation after that. Like, just the stuff that was said to him, and he handled it totally well. He handled it better than a lot of adults would have handled it. He handled it better than Rodney Terry handled an indirect insult with the horns down last week on Wednesday night. So I just think the way that I've seen him carry himself, knowing his backstory of losing both of his parents before he turned, I think, 13 or 14 years old, being raised the rest away by his brother, he won state championships in high school, just like the way the guy carries himself for all the just stuff he's been through in his life. He got, going back to the other stuff, the more trivial stuff of getting booed when he got booed by the crowd when they were in Des Moines. There wasn't even an Iowa team playing. They were just in, Iowa. They were just 30 minutes from Ames. So I think all of that added together with his experience there, his relationship with the coaching staff, it lends itself to a guy who is very respected in the locker room, should be very respected by the fan base. I think he is. And a guy that can be that leader, just saying, dude, this is your team. Like, yeah, you can ease guys in, but don't feel like you need to, do too much, go out of your way. Like, you can still get yours and ease these guys in. But we're hitting crunch time now to where that's the stuff that probably should have happened in, the middle of the latter part of non-conference play.
Were you covering the game on Saturday?
No, I wasn't at the game.
Okay.
I was just anchoring. I was just watching from home.
What are your thoughts on DeSue?
Oh yeah. Thoughts on DeSue. Just, I know you mentioned that he takes too many threes for your liking at points of time, which I think too, given how much of a post presence this team needs with Shedrick, when Shedrick's in there, I think he's really effective when he's healthy, but he's just had a hard time staying on the court this year. So Dessou's post presence is really important. And you saw in the most important points of the game, they went down to Dessou, the basket and the foul. I know we didn't make the free throw to convert the 3-point play, but that basket that made it 69-66, I mean, that was huge. You saw the fire in Dessou, him doing the, to the fan base. And that's the kind of stuff I need to see more of. And I know you need to have success on the court to, be the guy that gets the crowd into it and all that. But I think that's a lot of what we've talked about the last couple of shows, Trey, of just guys just showing that, yes, please show that. Like, get the crowd involved. Like, that's what Serge Jabari Rice used to do last year. High five the guys after an and one. Like, that stuff is contagious. And Dessou going into the post on that basket, I think, was a great example of, he's not necessarily the biggest guy, the broadest guy out there, but he is strong. I mean, he's an older guy. He has grown man strength when he goes down there. He took that up in between two guys and made that basket. So a little bit more of that from him, to your point earlier about wanting to see more of him in the post, I think would go a long way. And then, my rant, my winding and twisting rant about Tyrese and the way that he's respected and his leader. And clearly he's got some dog in him too, making that shot at the end. And how about that play? I don't know if that was the play design at the end or what that was, but that was an awesome little, whatever you want to call it, give and go. Like Dylan at about, the opposing 3-point line, and then the little underhand toss right back to Tyrese. And I love taking it right at the basket, Trey. I'm a huge fan of the no timeout. To Rodney's credit, it's actually exactly what they did, or similar to what they did on the Max Asmus game winner, where Rodney didn't call a timeout. And I like that because you see so many times in college basketball where a team calls a timeout and they try to get too cute and the play doesn't work right away and they don't even get a shot off at the end of the game. Or if they do get a shot off, it's some BS heave. I mean, that's exactly what I want. I want one of my better, faster guards going right at the other guy. You either draw a foul or what happens, you lay it in, you win the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what went down. Now, Rodney Terry is not going to be able to escape last week for a long time, apparently, because did you see how Rodney Terry celebrated at the end of the game? Jumping up and down after saying, following the UCF horns down bit, that we don't jump up and down, we win or lose games, we handle it with class.
It's the classic case, Trey, of when I think your tweet put it perfectly. I'll let you say what you said, because I agreed with classic. What you do better than a lot of people is putting it into, taking that, but then putting it into perspective too of why people are running with it.
Yeah. Look, I mean, when you come out with a certain sanctimoniousness, I don't care what it's about. The world has a very funny way of getting you back pretty quickly. And that's kind of what happened there. And I completely understand why Rodney Terry jumped up and down like he did. That was a huge moment. It was an emotional moment for his basketball team and perhaps a pivotal moment in this season. But shit, man, just 3 days ago, you said you don't jump up and down over wins or losses because you try and handle it all with class. It just goes to show that typically, there's probably something to that. But there are always exceptions to that rule, Rodney. Think about that. Remember that. The next time you want to speak out about somebody doing something that you think is so egregious or such a slight to the game or slight to an opposing fan base.
And you know what? It's a great reminder and a great lesson for him in his first full season back as a head coach, where you're the one speaking after every single game. You're the one speaking more than likely once a week. Well, basically 3 times a week, because they play, do a post-game press conference 2 games a week. So twice there. And then typically one other sort of midweek between the games, before one of the big games, whatever it may be, press availability. The one I told you that they conveniently just didn't have when they typically would have, again, nothing contractually. They're not contractually obligated to have that for the local media, but it was a little funny that they just randomly didn't have one of those. I'll have to keep you posted too when we talk Friday if they've had one in between the Tuesday game tomorrow and then the Saturday game at BYU, because it'll be interesting to see. But it's a classic case for him of, hey man, when you go at somebody like that, like he did with the UCF players, and then you talk about it afterwards, people, fairly or not, are going to take every word of what you say literally. Because I don't think Rodney Terry literally meant that you never jump up and down or anything like that. I just think he was using that as a analogy for how he feels people should act, players, coaches, whatever, should act after a game. Because I've seen that dude jumped up and down after the Cincinnati buzzer beater. When the Max Asmus one, when they're on the road and won that game, he jumped up and down for a minute. But I think what his only point was like,
game at Madison Square Garden.
No. Oh, is it that one? Well, he also hit the one against Cincinnati on the road too.
Oh yeah, you're right. I was thinking about Louisville. No, you're correct.
Because what I've noticed he does every time they have a moment like that is he goes crazy for about 3 seconds, and then he pulls himself together, and then he goes and shakes hands down the line. Yeah. But again, I'm not trying to defend the guy. I'm really not. But I'm just saying, I think that's all he was saying is you celebrate for a second, but then once you get in the handshake line, then that's a different story. Then that stuff's okay. We don't need to be putting the horns down and showing up the other team. I think that's all he was trying to say. But when you come out and have again, to your point, sanctimonious, holier than thou type of quote that gets put on the internet, that's just what Twitter's going to do. Twitter's just going to dunk on you. And you know what? At this point, if you're Rodney Terry, you can't give a flying you-know-what about that. You have to just move on and say, you know what? I made a mistake. It's a nice lesson and reminder that people are going to take whatever you say literally and use it against you if they want to.
And try to avoid speaking in absolutes because gray areas exist in most cases. Like you can say, pedophiles suck and deserve to die. And you're going to be right about that 99.9% of the time. But
oh, man.
A 19-year-old kid who hooks up with a 17-year-old former classmate is considered a pedophile in some states. Like, is that person the same as some 40-year-old creep who's preying on an elementary school? Absolutely not. So there's a gray area there. Rodney Terry, just be careful about speaking in absolutes. It's as simple as that. I honestly, as somebody who is coming to his defense a little bit more than a lot of people were last week, his post-game comments following Baylor and addressing the horns down bit made me cringe a little bit because he basically said, if I offended Texas fans, I was like, dude, you definitely offended some Texas fans. Like, acknowledge that clearly that upset some Texas fans, and I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to do that. He said a version of that, but it was qualified in a way that just made me cringe just a little bit and thinking that he may not totally get it just yet. But I am also, as the tweet said on Saturday, willing to laugh about the way that he jumped up and down following that game was what's the word that I'm looking for? Hypocritical is maybe a tad bit hypocritical, but ultimately he is going to learn his lesson, and we won't see something like that again at the end of a game that his team has just lost, where it does look like he's being a little bit of a bad sport too.
And for another analogy, Trey, basically, and this goes to great comment from Melissa right here. Totally agree, especially with the first part. She said, Twitter gonna Twitter. Totally agree with that. And going off of that last analogy of all this, because both of us have had some interesting ones here. But
I don't know how I just survived the pedophile analogy.
His actions basically were throwing up the alley-oop for all these people trying to get engagement on Twitter to take it and dunk it right back in his face. I mean, that's basically all that was. But last thing on this, because I think it is kind of ridiculous, like how much traction it's gotten on the internet. But like how hard is it? And again, I'm going to say our gender and our species here, Trey, I fall victim to it sometimes too. It's just really hard for men a lot of times to just say, I'm sorry. Like he could have just said it in a better way, and you had to know it was going to get asked. That's always my thing too, is I try to be fair of, did they think that was going to get asked? Like if somebody asked him this in 3 weeks or at the tournament, that'd be one thing. Hey, you had this moment and he's like, oh man, I didn't think y'all were going to ask me about that a month and a half later. But is it that hard to just be like, I'm sorry? Like, I don't know. To me, it gets a little disingenuous when you say, and I know I apologize is basically like, I'm sorry. But when you say I apologize if I offended anybody, I'm sorry. That is not the same thing as saying I'm sorry for my actions.
It's a qualified apology. Exactly. And he said a version of that. And I'm like, God, no, just say I'm sorry. That's all. You and I are in agreement once again.
It's better. It's somewhere in the middle. It's better than doubling down. It's, to me, in a way, it's admitting fault. And he mentioned Coach Dawkins at UCF and saying like, I was about to say, I'm sorry. He's saying, I apologize if I offended Coach and his program and blah, blah, blah. Just say like, I'm sorry to those players that I chirped at. Whatever.
Yeah, the fact that he said he's good friends with Dawkins, I'm like, damn, this is like, so you're good friends with the guy and you felt the need to chastise his players versus saying something to him behind closed doors. Again, though, like we talked about on Friday, like it spoke to a frustration in the moment for him as well.
Yeah.
Even though people don't want to see that, like these things are very rarely so black and white. There is nuance, including this team really struggling out of the gate in conference play, that clearly he was frustrated and searching for answers. I mean, his team had gotten up by 16 points in the first half and was up by as many as 14 in the second half of that game that they ultimately lost by like 6 or 7 points.
Yeah. But you know what? At the end of the day, if he rights the ship, then gets these guys to the tournament, then no one's really going to give a shit anymore. I mean,
you're right. It will be a footnote versus something that people are lingering on months from now.
Yeah. And we mentioned this last week too, with the horns down thing. Always go back to what my dad used to tell me. If you give them the reaction they want, they are going to keep doing it. If you let them know it bothers you, they are going to keep doing it. And that the horns down, there's no greater example in this world of that than the horns down. When anybody involved representing Texas or whatever shows that the horns down bothers them, people are only going to do it even more. Because really, if you act like it doesn't bother you, then it just makes everybody else look stupid. Like, to me, it just makes opposing fans doing the horns down. Like, and I always crack up when like I'm at a baseball game and Texas will have like, I think Stanford did it a couple years ago when they came here, not when they played in the tournament, but when they played like a non-conference 4-game series here at the Dish, like March. They were like Stanford like, or Stanford players like, horns down, like after like a Thursday night game 1 win, and you're like, guys, please, like, you look, and Texas fans and players, their credit, were just like, whatever, there's 3 more games in the series. It's like, then when that's your response, then those guys just look like idiots, and you just let, again, to Melissa's point about Twitter gonna Twitter, you let idiots be idiots and you move on.
Okay, I brought up the workplace accident counter bit last Friday. I think I figured out what Texas needs to do. Their version of it's been this many days since there's been a workplace accident counter. There's been this many days since we've had a Texas coach freak out unnecessarily about the horns down bit. Where you put the counter on campus is on the UT tower in the windows. So like how they'll do graduating class 23, 24, 25, whatever else. It's been this many days since the Texas coach has freaked out about horns down. Then again, that probably draws too much attention to it. But yes, we need a counter somewhere, maybe online if nothing else, to remind everybody, don't freak out about this because it's only going to make the problem worse for that much longer. Because every time a UT coach freaks out about it, I think it extends the likelihood that horns down is going to be in our face for the foreseeable future by, I don't know, a decade maybe.
I would say we could put it on our screen here, but we have way too many fantastic sponsors that we could not take space away from.
We love all of our sponsors. It is a little bit of a 1980s minor league baseball wall, though, if I don't say so myself.
Oh, I love it. I
made that joke before, and I'll make it again and again. We love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered. Speaking of, I can find a recorded spot here. Why don't we play a spot for one of those sponsors? That would be Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite
Pest
control.
Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Pest Wranglers, all about that customer service, why they have a bunch of 5-star ratings and reviews. Check them out for yourself, pestwranglers.com. And also a word from our friend Tom McKay of Audio Visual Consultations. They would love to hook you up with that dream home theater setup like they have for me, BK, and so many others here at TSU.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audio-visual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Right, audiovisual consultations. You see everybody else here on the screen. 7-Eleven, Woods, Relax the Back, Olipop, Last Stand Hats, Syntex Tickets, Apple Leasing, Top Gun, Cover 3, Allstat, friends at Covert Bee Cave, and Pest Wranglers and Audiovisual Consultations to finish that off. Thank you to everybody. If you are interested in becoming a sponsor for Texas Sports Unfiltered, we'll get at BK, me, or anybody else who is a part of the team. We'll be happy to have that conversation and perhaps hook you up, see how it can benefit all of us at the same time. Any great observations from the weekend, Jeff, in the sports world or otherwise? I've got a couple of things that I wrote down that we can maybe get into.
I lived a pretty good weekend. I was trying to come up with a good word for just like chill life this weekend. I didn't have any good, usually I'm good for a random slice of life, like grocery store story or something else story. pretty low key weekend for me. I mean, went to work, got off pretty early Sunday. It was good to nice to get off a little early on Sunday. So, hey, shout out. Thanks, Bob, if you're listening for that,
Absolutely.
But got to actually watch the Chiefs game at a friend's house and then watch the Lions Bucks game at a friend's house. And they're actually Bucks fans. So that was fun to kind of live and die with them on that. And then got to hang out and come back to the house, watch the other game there, have a couple of adult beverages and just chill. So
my family watches a fair amount of football together. My wife, Justine, my 2 kids. Last night's Chiefs-Bills game, maybe the most fun we've ever had watching a football game, though, because of, and I hate to admit this, but because of the Taylor Swift effect. And every time Travis Kelce did something, the Chiefs still did something. It's like, oh, we're going to get the Taylor Swift cam. We're going to get the Taylor Swift cam. And of course, my wife and daughter, not to be too stereotypical, we're all about the Taylor Swift thing. Whereas my son and me were like poo-pooing it and booing it and looking for more hardcore football on the screen. But
yeah, you and Calvin were looking for more Jason Kelce drinking a beer shirtless.
We definitely got a kick out of Jason Kelce. My son is really starting to understand football to where if I'm like doing something in the kitchen, washing dishes or getting dinner ready or something, he's like, oh, this happened. I'll be like, what exactly happened? He'll tell me. If it's a penalty, he'll be like, he'll say it before an announcement is made. Oh, I think a guy was offside, or I think a guy held, or pass interference. And he gets it right a lot of the time. And when I'm asking him what happened, if there was like a big run or pass or something, like he tells me, so-and-so ran the ball, or this quarterback threw it to this wide receiver and he gained a first down. So it's something that you have to look forward to perhaps in the future, or maybe your stepson won't care as much about football, but that's become a great bonding point for us, is getting to hang out on Saturdays and Sundays and cuddle up on the couch and watch football. He asks questions. I provide the answers that I can. And now he's really starting to come into his own as a football fan. He's 7 right now. He's probably a year or two away from losing his piggy bank betting on Cowboys games and whatnot.
Now, do you ever hit him with the classic dad move, or all my parents did this. My stepdad did it. My dad did it. My mom even messed with me a little bit. But when you're watching the game and he's ever like, and it's a little different now than when we were kids, because you can just pause the game. But he's like, oh, I'm going to like run to the bathroom or whatever. I'm going to go do this real quick. And you pretend like something big happened. Like my parents would always do that to me. Like they would go, and if it was like the middle of a drive, they'd be like, I got to pee. I can't hold anymore. And my dad would go, oh my God. Like act like something insane happened. And I would like run in, like pulling my pants up, and he'd be like, oh, it's a 4-yard gain for the Raiders. Justin Fargas in at running back.
Incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. We haven't done a ton of that because we're pretty religious game pausers. Whenever somebody needs to go to the bathroom or something, we watch almost everything on YouTube TV. Great service, by the way. Highly recommended.
That's what we have too. But that popped in my head as soon as I mentioned that, I was like, yeah, things have changed since like 2004 when my parents were doing that. And like it was like mainly more basketball because it's just so continuous.
Yeah.
That you'd be like, I don't know if I want to wait for the next commercial break.
No, you're right about that. But I feel like I can get away with it because sometimes I'm like, do you want me to pause the game? He's like, no, you can keep the game going. We're actually to a point now where we will start games late because we can just blow through commercial breaks. Like we were at dinner last night, and so we didn't start watching the Kansas City Buffalo game until about 7:00. So at that point, the game is near halftime. So we probably watched the first half into halfway through the third quarter in a matter of like 30 minutes, which was a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie. But there is that occasion where I'm like, hey, you're going to the bathroom. You want me to pause it? And he says, no. I'm going to pull that on him now. Thank you for that idea. We love messing with one another. So I'm about to mess with him.
Yeah, it's a good wholesome trick to pull. I also, we're on the same page today because I do the same thing with starting a game late. Or like I don't even know if I want to admit like how much golf I watch. So I'll like, even I want to watch like what happened in the golf tournament yesterday. An amateur, Nick Dunlap, who's a sophomore at Alabama, won the American Express with like Justin Thomas and Xander Schauffele, like actually a decent amount of top names in the field. First amateur to win a PGA Tour event since Phil Mickelson in 1991. So I want to go back and just watch like the last like couple holes of that, but I obviously don't want like the wind whipping through when they're like picking the club and I'm like, it's Monday. Like I don't need that. But if I was able to watch it live too, I would love to like start it late and then skip through and be like, oh, I don't care about these guys. And I do the same thing with football. But funny story with that is Cowboys game a couple weeks ago. Sorry to make people, relive that. But my wife, Jasmine, she's from the Dallas area, Cowboys fan. Her dad's a diehard Cowboys fan. So we weren't watching the game with him that day, but there would have been some serious frustration shown if we did. But I was at the gym. Game? What's that?
Is this a playoff game?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got off work and I was at the gym I was finishing my workout at about like 3:20, and I had to go do the sauna, a couple of things, whatever. I wasn't going to be home till about 3:45. So I call her and I'm like, hey, can you just pause it right before the game starts so that we can watch with like no commercials? And she was straight up like, no. I was like, what? She's like, and I kind of understood when I put myself in her shoes, like it's her team. And she was like, I just kind of want to watch. Like, I'll just fill you in on what happened. And I was like, all right, if it was any other team, she would have done it. But I called like full confidence she was going to say yes to this request.
Sounds like you married a strong-willed woman. Congratulations.
I did. Again, to be fair, Raiders game, even Bills Chiefs. I did it last night with Bills Chiefs because I had to go like take the trash out when we got back and do a couple chores and all that. She had no issue with it, but just the Cowboys was a reason she had an issue with it.
Okay, tell me if this happens to you also, because we were playing catch up on the Chiefs Bills game last night, and I guess we go through Apple TV. I think this is an Apple TV bit and not a YouTube TV bit. There's an alert that pops up on the top right of the TV screen that says, "Oh, Bills Chiefs is at 17-13 right now. Do you want to tune into that game live?" And I'm like, "No, motherfuckers. I'm watching the game in tape delay for a reason. And I certainly didn't want you to spoil it for me," because at that point it was 10-7, I believe. So I'm like, or 10-6. So I'm like, okay, the Chiefs and the Bills are both about to score a touchdown here. And that's ultimately what happened before halftime, I believe. I don't know. There's probably a setting that I can go into to turn those alerts off. But the fact that I didn't turn the alert on to begin with, and I now have to go figure out through this technology how to keep that from happening again, it's just really an obnoxious first world problem, you know?
Yeah, that is definitely a first world problem, but definitely frustrating. And it's one of those things where you're like, it's almost too much technology, like bordering on that a little bit. Like, okay, I love that we can stop and start this and unlimited DVR space on the cloud. Love a lot of these features, but yeah, I don't like you're defeating the purpose of said start stop privileges that I'm paying for by just over informing me of things. But no, that doesn't happen to us. But we did run into last night. She got on FaceTime with the family, and it did get spoiled for me a little bit because they were talking about the game, and I was like, "Oh," or like I can't remember what point it was. It was early, so I didn't really care. But the Chiefs were driving, and she was like, "Oh yeah, the Bills are winning," and I was like, "Well, maybe not." And then her brother was watching, and was like, "No, the Chiefs are winning," and I'm like, "Okay, so the Chiefs are going to score a touchdown here."
Inevitably, it happens. And nobody's doing it. Well, some people do it intentionally, but most of the time people don't do it intentionally. One of my kids did that to me during a Texas game this year, where I think we were coming back from soccer games or something. I'm like, all right, nobody say anything. I'm about to go back and watch the Texas game. And they were probably in the midway through the third quarter or something when I was starting the game, and they come through the door. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe Texas is blowing the lead." I'm like, "Are you messing with me right now? Like, did you really not hear me ask you not to say anything if you happen to hear about the game?" And Justine's like, "I told you not to say anything to him." And they're like, "I'm sorry, Dad." I'm like, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I've got to watch these games anyhow. But I like, sports are enjoyable for the air of suspense. If I knew the final outcome of a game before watching it, I'm not going to be watching it as closely. I already know what happens.
Yeah,
It's like the whole spoiler alert bit, I guess, but in sports.
That's hilarious. That reminds me of, you remember when like TiVo was a big thing? Like you would get a TiVo for your cable box, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So my mom and stepdad, just like my dad, I mean, both sides, huge USC fans. And this was back in the day when like TiVo had just come out. So my mom and stepdad pay to get the TiVo. My brother's a really good athlete, so he's playing all kinds of baseball on Saturdays and that kind of stuff. And they would DVR the games, like TiVo the games, but then they didn't want anybody to tell them what was happening, which actually was I know it sounds ridiculous now, but it was way more feasible back then than you think, because not everyone was on a cell phone and people weren't on Twitter, score apps, and all those things. I mean, nowadays it's like if you're with your family and you have that kind of insulation from the outside world, like that's one thing. But yeah, if you're like at a bar or something, it's like, yeah, you can't, that's kind of hard to pull off. But they would, oh my gosh, like if I even, and that's one thing I would mess with them back when they would get me on the, like when I walked away, I would get them on, oh my God, Arizona State's jumped out to a 21-0 lead. Like, I hope we can come back. I had no idea like what actually happened in the game. But like a lot of times I would have been at home, like watching the game if I didn't want to go to my, big brother here. If I didn't want to like go to that baseball game again, like, and this guy played a million baseball games. So,
Isn't it imperative for families to mess with one another? So
yes. Oh, for sure.
Especially grow thicker skin.
But there were times, yeah, for sure. And our family was great about that. Just like, sounds like yours is, but it was like, there were times where if I watched the game before them and they came back, I would have to go in the other room and like play video games or something to stay away from them, because I would just be wearing it on like a shit-eating grin on my face. Like, wait till you MFers see what Reggie Bush did today. Otherwise I would have totally ruined it for him.
I've got a terrible poker face too. Even as an adult, I don't have a good poker face. So yeah, I feel you there. So you were at the gym on Saturday or Sunday. You were at the gym on Sunday.
For the Cowboys game.
For the Cowboys game a couple weeks ago, you were at the gym. You and I both try and get to the gym regularly. And I can't help but to notice just the lack of courtesy that exists with certain people in the gym setting at times, like on the actual workout floor for sure, but also in the locker room too. Like, why do people have loud conversations on the phone in the locker room? There was a guy, and this was this weekend. This was a Saturday, I believe. I mean, he was speaking in almost a screaming tone because the spinning machine that helps to dry bathing suits if somebody's just gone into the pool or something. It's pretty loud. And this guy was on the phone initially, I guess. Well, that thing goes off and he starts speaking louder. Well, the thing stops and he's still speaking at that volume. And we're in like the kind of the corner area of the locker room where it's almost like its own little isolated room. So him speaking at the top of his non-screaming voice, I guess, is really freaking loud, and it's amplified where we are, to the point that I turned around. I thought I was going to say something, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to smack my my flip-flops as loud as humanly possible and see how it reacts. I mean, I smack these things together like 4 times. They make really loud claps each time. He like looks back at me all startled and then just keeps speaking in that voice. And I'm making eye contact with him the entire time too. I'm like, I shouldn't have been passive aggressive there. I just needed to say, hey, can you please lower your voice? We're in a freaking locker room. This isn't an unwritten rule here, by the way. It says outside and in the locker room, please keep cell phone conversations to a minimum. You're not abiding by that. So if somebody wants to call you out for that shit, they're well within their right to do so.
So same issue at our gym, which will remain nameless. Otherwise, we are with the actual administration, of the gym, the way it's run, we're quite happy with. But same issue in the sauna, though.
Yep.
In the sauna, I'm like, I don't love it in the locker room either. But a lot of times, honestly, like I've got AirPods in and I don't even really hear it because I'm coming in off there. But yeah, when I don't have AirPods in, I'm just like, do you need to have this conversation in here? Like if it's something really quick, like, hey, honey, look, everything okay? Look, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, like a full blown, like you're in the middle of a conversation like we're having right now. Like take that outside, take that like somewhere else. I don't know. But in the sauna, it drives me crazy because that's supposed to be a place. And I'm going to sound like maybe a maniac a little bit. Like that's supposed to be a place of peace. Like I finish my workout.
Maniac, that's exactly what it is.
Right. I finish my workout. I go in the sauna, and I know some people will be like, how can you be at peace when you're sweating profusely? But that's the whole thing, is to like sweat it out, like get it out. Like I had too many beers this weekend. Sweat out all my beers. Like, whatever you're in there for, it's supposed to be a moment where you're just working on your breathing, working on your stretching, like whatever. And people will be in there just absolutely yelling at each other. Like, I don't know if they just talk loud or whatever it is. And I'm somebody that talks loud too, but I try to be courteous of it when I'm not in, when I'm outside of settings, like I'm at work or I'm on a show with you here working or something like that.
Even conversations with other people in the sauna need to be kept to a minimum. Like at least as the rules are written out on the wall next to the sauna at my gym. But people will have loud conversations with one another. If you're having a one-sided conversation with your cell phone in the sauna, you suck as a human being. You really do. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sure you're great in other areas of life. In that area, you completely suck. And you are showing a total lack of courtesy to others.
And it's just a lack of awareness, too.
It's a lack of awareness. That is an area of solitude in a sense. And you are disrupting other people's solitude because you can't keep your mouth shut for a few minutes.
Yes.
Or if you really need to make that phone call, stepping out of the sauna and having that phone call and then going back in there.
The sauna is the place that you go in to relax. Like obviously there's music, there's TVs, because the place we go, they'll play, just light generic music, like whatever it may be, like rock one day, like clean, like workout hip hop the next day. Like they mix it up a little bit. And then there's TVs.
I just want
yeah.
This
isn't a Planet Fitness that we go to, but I used to go to Planet Fitness and they have the whole like Planet Fitness playlist. on there. So yeah, it's a place where you're like supposed to be peaceful. You're going in there to get away from that, finish the workout, whatever. So yeah, lack of decency just everywhere, and unfortunately always has been. Which actually leads me to an exciting point. Speaking of lack of decency and slice of life, 13 days till Curb returns, Trey.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Which is basically what Larry David has made a living off of, is being funny about the random shit that happens to him and the ridiculous shit that happens to him in his life.
Yeah, and trumping up how he could have handled situations versus him just making an observation about how completely ridiculous people are being in day-to-day life. We've BK and I have become friendly with Jeff Schaefer, who is Larry's writing partner. He directs a bunch of Curb episodes, and he talked about it with us several years ago, where it's like most of the stuff Larry doesn't actually do in real life, but we all encounter those situations where it's like, man, if we had handled it like this, then it could have been completely different. And sometimes I'm guessing they do actually get into those altercations. I actually get into the altercations. I don't know if that's influenced by Curb or what, but you grow sick and tired of somebody's behavior enough that you feel the need to say something because everybody else is bothered by it, but everybody else is also afraid of conflict. I'm not afraid of conflict because I have the ability to keep it from escalating to something that gets really ridiculous most of the time. Some of the time that doesn't end up happening, but I'm looking forward to this final episode of Curb. The last few seasons, in my opinion, have been a little bit uneven, but I feel like they're going to finish strong and they're going to stick to the landing when it's all said and done.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the great part about Curb is there's no, like, I'm pretty sure it's just been a running contract with HBO. Like, and I may be wrong on that. You probably know more about it than I do, but I think that's what I remember reading is that it's basically just whenever Larry wants to do another one, they do another one. Whenever Larry wants to be done,
their final season, but he's like, you know what, this is it. It's time to be done with this.
Yeah, and I think it's probably a good spot, to end it, just because I don't know. I mean, it's been a great run. This is going to be what, season 11. It's hard to sustain that kind of success, comedic success at that too, over that long a period of time, which is impressive too, because when you go back and watch like the first episodes, the first season, like the pants tent and those kind of things, it's unbelievable how well some of it has just held up.
Yeah.
But still,
there's a little bit of season 1 and 2 of Seinfeld where you can, like, the lighting and the cameras being used are a tiny bit dated, but the content itself, it's like, oh yeah, you knew what you wanted to do here, and it just needed to be refined a little bit. But like for Curb, you're right. Curb was better in the beginning than Seinfeld was, but it really only took both shows 2 to 3 seasons to become epic television.
Yeah.
And a lot of people prefer Seinfeld to Curb. I like Curb a little bit more myself because it works bluer. And so it allows Larry to go places where Seinfeld had to be a little bit more careful. Although you can do that really well too, as the contest showed us so many years ago on Seinfeld. But yeah, Larry's ability to poke holes in a lot of societal tropes has been so much fun over the years, as well as him making everybody ridiculously uncomfortable with how he handles social situations. My wife refuses to watch that show. She's like, it just makes me anxious watching him out and about because I know something terrible is going to happen and he's going to be a complete asshole about it. I'm like, sometimes he's the asshole. Sometimes he's trying to be the superhero when somebody else is being the asshole and nobody else is going to speak up about it. She's like, yeah, you would say that because you're the same person.
and you have to go, yeah, you should take that as a compliment.
I do.
And you have to
slight or a backhanded compliment at best.
See, I've just had people say like, yeah, you're like Larry David, just not funny. And I'm like, oh, thanks. Jeez. I mean, that's a kick in the nuts.
Larry David in real life isn't funny either. It's just, it's sad a lot of times. Or
I know. And I'm like, so basically you're saying I'm just fucking cranky, which is true at times.
Yeah, that can be true. By the way, back to the gym conversation for a sec. Double D said at the gym yesterday, there was a lady on her phone letting her toddler crawl around on machines. Our gym does not let kids under the age of, I think, 12 be in the workout area. And if you're under 16, I think you need to be accompanied by an adult. That is not only awful, it is dangerous for that kid to be climbing
Yes.
around on workout machines.
Yeah, ours is a they have a daycare. I mean, it has specific hours, but
Ours does too.
and that's why we like it so much is because we might go after the show tonight. We can take Jace with us. He can go play. There's always a couple kids in there that are his age inevitably, or even if there's not, like they can run around. They've got an indoor, outdoor spot. So yeah, it's good. Good family vibes too.
I go to Lifetime Fitness. I love Lifetime, by the way. Any negative things that I say aren't going to have to do with Lifetime. It's just individuals at the gym, and it's any gym setting, Lifetime or not. What gym do y'all go to?
So we go to the Hutto. We go to the Hutto YMCA.
Oh, nice.
And that's why I was same reason as you. That's why I was hesitant to. I didn't want whatever I said about individuals frustrating me to reflect on how pleased we are with the value we're getting out of the gym.
That's great.
And the community stuff too. They have the YMCA also of just like the daycare, but then also like the sports and the after school activities and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Hutto has a good the Twin Lakes YMCA that's near us is really good too. We sent our kids to summer camp there, day camp, I guess, this last summer, and they had a lot of fun. So I do wonder about keeping kids outside in the 100-degree heat for as long as seemed to happen, but kids are resilient, I guess. We'll deal with it.
More than we are in a lot of ways.
Oh, more than we are in a lot of ways for sure. So my wife went to Virginia this last weekend. She surprised her sister. Her sister had a birthday the previous weekend, but she went to survive her sister. Or went to survive. She went to surprise her sister. That was not,
like, whoa, that got heavy.
Not a Freudian slip here. Went to surprise her sister, and her sister and her have a history of doing this to one another, surprising on birthdays or random weekends. Well, she goes and does that, but she comes back yesterday, and there's this sense of her feeling a little bit underwhelmed because they didn't do a whole lot. Like, they got to go out on Saturday night and grab a nice dinner, and they went on a really good walk and had a good talk too. But she's like, I felt like I was intruding. And so my comment to her is like, look, I know your sister loves you and was happy to have you there, but you do also have to think about it like this. If you are surprising somebody and staying with them for the weekend, you are injecting yourself into that person's life for their weekend. You have no idea what they have planned for the weekend or whether they just want to hang out and not do a whole lot. You're taking a pretty big roll of the dice by going and surprising them with the assumption that all of a sudden things are going to be much more catered to you and your ability to hang out with that person.
Yeah, I have told all the people in my life, do not throw me a surprise party. Like,
you're in that category. Okay.
I am in that category. I'm also just way too much of a busybody. Yeah. And with birthdays specifically, I just don't think they're that big of a deal. I know I sound like Larry right now. Like I sound like a cranky curmudgeon, but I'm fine with how other people do their birthdays, especially when it's a significant like milestone birthday. Like Jasmine's sister in like a couple months, like right after the basketball season, they're doing something in Dallas. She's turning 30. Like I'm 31 now. So like the last birthday wasn't that important. For 30, like we did get a lot of the people together in my life that I appreciate. And we did like some day drinking and stuff like that. So for that, I get it. But the people that expect you to just go all out for every birthday, and like, I don't get it. Like I've never been there. I'm not trying to act like Mr. like selfless, like don't worry about me, but the birthday is just not that big of a deal. You know, like give me a present, don't give me a present. Like, I don't know. I don't like feeling like if somebody gets me a really nice present, all it does is make me feel like, well, shit, now I got to return the favor the next time. Like
there's when pressure. Yeah.
Right. There's now you've set an expectation for how you want to be treated on your birthday. And I don't know that I want to treat you like that on your birthday.
Kevin Dunn put it great several years ago. Treat me decent the other 364 days out of the year and we'll call it even.
Yeah.
Get my birthday, treat me decent the other 364 days.
Right. And if you want to give me a call, surprise me with a, nice conversation that a lot of us are too busy to have the rest of the time, or, shoot, I'm like, write me a note. Like, we're adults, we got jobs. Like, I'd rather have you write me a note. Like, how much you appreciate me, or, something like that. And that's what Jasmine and I, as our relationship has grown, we've focused more on those kind of things, or maybe just go out to dinner, like spend quality time, that kind of stuff. That's why I said I didn't want my friends when I turned 30 to spend a bunch of money or get me a big gift or anything. We did a brunch on a Saturday. I took a Saturday off, and then I was just like, I just want to go out and get hammered with my friends. and like have everybody else take care of whatever my responsibilities would be for that day. And then the next day I'll get back to my responsibilities in my life. Like, that's all I wanted from my birthday.
Who will text me on my birthday, and I don't know why, they always text with the exception of one or two. And so I'll call them back and we'll just play catch up for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Like I value it for that reason. Like you're nice enough. And unfortunately, I've down talked my own birthday to the degree that I've had people tell me that they're afraid to wish me a happy birthday. I'm like, God damn it. I've caused it to swing too far. And it's that pendulum thing, right? The pendulum is swung too far in the other direction now. I'm like, look, I appreciate the thought. My birthday is not that big of a deal. Anybody that thinks that I got married on my birthday for any sort of narcissistic or arrogant reasons. No. It was really because I wanted another reason to celebrate that day because I care so little about my birthday. It just happened to time out. It was a Saturday. It was early enough in the year that we could escape the Chicago winter, and it turned out to be a lot of fun. But like, if you were going to take the time to wish me a happy birthday, like, thank you. I appreciate that. I know you don't have to do that, and you care enough, or you want to torment me enough to wish me a happy birthday as one of my kids hands me a note through the door. I'm going to Mrs. Heidi's. Okay, thank you for letting me know. That's
a clutch move.
I've downplayed it so much over time that people are afraid to wish me a happy birthday now, and so I've clearly screwed up somewhere.
Well, I'm the same way, Trey. And whenever we got married in mid-December this year, my birthday is December 5th. I actually had a friend bring up, like, in some facet, they brought up all that would be going on moving forward, given that now our wedding anniversary is going to be in mid-December. They were like, did you not think about like that? I mean, November, December, like, going to be crazy. It's well, basically they just brought up like December. They were like, your birthday, the 5th, the 14th, your wedding anniversary, Christmas, the 25th. It's like, they're like, that's a lot. I legitimately looked at them and I was like, that never even once crossed my mind. Definitely the birthday part of it. When they did bring up, like, because I'm like, we obviously have a 5-year-old and the anniversary being right before that, and then New Year's and all that kind of stuff. Everything else made me realize, like, oh yeah, that is kind of like a lot of shit. Like, I'm gonna be really busy in December, but I just thought of it as like, hey, it just means December is gonna be awesome every year. Like, even better than it already would be with Christmas and all that. I'm gonna celebrate wedding anniversary. Then we're gonna have Christmas. Then we're gonna have New Year's. Then Texas is gonna play in the college football playoff every single year moving forward after that. No,
kick it off with Thanksgiving too. That's a hell of a 6-week stretch there.
Dude, this December was, it was I can't even think of off the top of my head, like, best month of my life, because it was wedding and obviously birthday, but more importantly, it was wedding, Christmas, New Year's Eve in New Orleans for that, Texas at the Sugar Bowl, which could have only been made better by.
Remember, Jasmine came to New Orleans, right?
Yeah. She wasn't there for New Year's Eve just because she had other stuff she had to get back for, parenting, all those kind of things. But we had a good time while she was there. She was there 3 days, and it was a blast.
Yeah, that's a hell of a time for you guys.
Yeah, it was like a half honeymoon, even though I was working.
But the real honeymoon is in a couple months.
It'll be this summer. Yeah, we're about to finalize plans, and you freaked me out about the passport last week.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to my living hell of trying to get this passport expedited. So the picture I showed you on Friday is right up on it here. But my wife is like, you have too big of a smile in this picture. This is too big of a smile right here. That may get denied. Like, how dare I look something other than 100% neutral? I've got a little smirk on my face. Shit-eating grin, as some might call it.
Government's going to think you're a narc, Trey.
I know. Oh, you're
overcompensating.
Traveling internationally. So I'm going to have to go get another picture taken. And I'm actually going to go do that right now as our show is coming to an end. Great conversation as always, Jeff. We'll talk to you on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Thank you to Jeff and everybody else here at Texas Sports Unfiltered for doing such a great job today, and to you for watching and listening, of course. If you are on YouTube right now and have not already subscribed to the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel, please do so. Also, download our free app through the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. We will be back tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. In the meantime, have yourselves a great Monday night and hook 'em.